Introduction asterisk. He is the deepest legend of Hogwarts, neither belonging to any house nor listed on any roster. For a century, only a solitary shadow deep within the tower has been referred to as the Forbidden One in a magical realm. Some say he has ascended to divinity, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas with but a thought. Others claim he is an ancient dragon descendant, awakened at the end of time. Yet others insist that he is not human at all, but rather an embodiment of the castle's own will. When Voldemort's soul fragments approach the castle, they scream and disintegrate. Dumbledore attempted to ascend the tower thrice to catch a glimpse of him, only to be thwarted by the dragon's shadow. He never emerges into the world, yet he maintains the equilibrium of the magical realm. As fate turns once more, Harry Potter steps through the castle's gates, and at the tower's summit, those dragon eyes, dormant for a century, slowly open. Another chosen child has come? He chuckles, a flicker of otherworldly dragon fire igniting at his fingertips. Alas, true magic is something you have yet to behold. Chapter 1. St. Brellard. In June 1991, within the St. Brellard Church, a dozen youths clad in choir robes busily prepared for the upcoming service. Among them, a particularly striking youth stood out, tall, with dark eyes and hair. He darted around the chapel, assisting others and issuing commands with a commanding voice to organize the preparations. Strangely, despite the presence of older youths, they all heeded his instructions without a hint of rebellion. Indeed, he possessed a certain talent. In mere moments, the previously chaotic chapel began to take on an orderly appearance under his guidance. All his actions were closely observed by a nun, whose lips formed a subtle smile, her hands clasped before her, eyes shimmering with admiration. "Sister, John is truly the most handsome and capable youth I have ever encountered." A suddenly exclamatory male voice broke the moment, prompting the nun to turn, surprised yet delighted to see the newcomer. "Mr. Oliver, you are the first to arrive. It is my duty as a faithful," Mr. Oliver replied, making the sign of the cross. The nun reciprocated the gesture, and perhaps due to their familiarity, the two resumed their focus on the young man. "John should soon be ready for formal education, shouldn't he?" "You are indeed correct. The time is fast approaching," the nun replied with a smile. "He is bright and eager to learn, grasping all I teach him with remarkable ease. Be it foundational subjects or doctrinal classics, he excels in all. Moreover, his character and conduct are equally commendable." "That is abundantly clear," Mr. Oliver remarked, admiring the industrious youth from distance. "I am contemplating providing him the opportunity to attend Jersey School for further education once summer concludes." Upon hearing this, the nun's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Jersey School was the finest institution on the island, attended by only the most exceptional children. Its reputation for outstanding faculty attracted many from beyond the island, and correspondingly, its tuition was exorbitantly high. Realizing the implications, the nun hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Oliver, do you intend to adopt John?" "I would indeed like to do so, but I fear you and the pastor might not be agreeable," Mr. Oliver replied with a smile. "After all, John is truly a child of innate talent, and it seems you wish to cultivate him as an heir." The nun beamed at Mr. Oliver's praise of John, nodding in agreement. "We do not insist on his future inheritance of St. Brellard. Rather, we aspire to nurture him into an exceptional clergyman. I trust you comprehend that John has demonstrated astonishing aptitude in theology. Naturally, as a child of God, he possesses the right to choose his own path." Mr. Oliver erupted into hearty laughter. As a devout believer, he shared the same hope. A child as extraordinary as John would be a remarkable asset to the clergy, given his evident gifts and qualities. Of course, should John harbor other ambitions, they would not obstruct him. Rather, they would endeavor to support him wholeheartedly. This was his faith. After a prolonged moment of laughter, Mr. Oliver finally composed himself. Just as he intended to continue speaking, a voice, grating and shrill, interrupted them. "Esteemed Mr. Oliver and sister, do not be deceived by that scoundrel John Shafiq." Both Mr. Oliver and the nun turned in surprise to see a young man, appearing barely 20, with a sharp, pinched face anxiously hunched beside them. His hands were misshapen, with only 4 fingers grotesquely splayed like a pair of scissors or lobster claws. "Glarl, do you understand the words you utter?" the nun admonished, frowning. Upon hearing this, Glarl recoiled slightly, a flicker of fear in his eyes, yet he gritted his teeth and insisted, "The Lord commands us against deceit, so I speak only the truth. John Shafiq is nothing but a rogue bully. Do not be fooled by his charming demeanor. He is filled with malice. He is unworthy of the education offered by St. Brellard Church. The nun's expression hardened further as Glarl sensed he was running out of time. He quickly grasped Mr. Oliver's pristine sleeve, exclaiming, "Mr. Oliver, you must not adopt or sponsor John Shafiq. Otherwise, your household will know no peace." "Be silent, Glarl," the nun interjected sharply. "You disappoint me greatly. We all bear witness to John's exceptional conduct. As his peer, you have benefited from his kindness. How dare you slander him so?" "Sister, I did not. I do not wish to hear your excuses. I ask you but one thing. It is labor time, and John and the others toiled diligently. Where is your work? Have you fulfilled your duties?" Glarl clenched his fists, rendered speechless. Laziness and slander against a companion. "Is this what the Lord teaches you?" The nun continued, and Glarl lowered his head further until Mr. Oliver, shaking his head with a smile, intervened. "Enough, sister. Do not let this trifling matter trouble you. It is but a minor discord." Although the nun remained visibly displeased, she refrained from pursuing the matter further, casting a fiery glare at Glarl instead. Understanding the hint, Glarl hurriedly retreated, realizing he must return to his tasks. As the nun had indicated, it was indeed labor time. Failing to complete his work would not only anger the nun, but also incur the pastor's severe reprimand. Watching Glarl's retreating figure disappear into the church, Mr. Oliver could only shake his head in resigned amusement. As a well-known entrepreneur on the island, he had encountered many individuals like Glarl. Such individuals are forever engaged in petty schemes, born to calculate and manipulate. They may appear exceedingly astute, yet in essence, they embody a profound foolishness. When confronted by those who surpass them in merit, a fire of jealousy ignites within their chests. This conflagration inflicts upon them immense suffering, compelling their minds to devise plans aimed at dismantling the achievements of the exceptional, or at least dragging them back into the mire. If one were to draw a comparison, they resemble crabs that only serve to hinder their companions, inciting disdain and ridicule. Mr. Oliver was lost in his reflections when the nun beside him seemed unable to contain her displeasure. Taking a deep breath, she beckoned, saying, "John, come here at once. I have something to inquire of you." Chapter 2. The mysterious guests at the ceremony. Upon hearing the nun's call, John nodded and addressed the busy youths. Raising his voice, "Everyone, put in a bit more effort and ensure that everything is tidied up before checking your appearance. The ceremony at St. Brellard Church is the most significant event of the month. We must present the St. Brellard Choir in splendid light, so that your parents may feel pride in you." The industrious youths responded enthusiastically. Some of the more perceptive ones approached John to pat his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. They were keenly aware that John was the only orphan in the St. Brellard Choir and one of only 2 children sheltered by St. Brellard Church. However, John seemed unconcerned. After offering a shy smile to the gathered crowd, he jogged over to the nun. "Good morning, sister and Mr. Oliver." With John's arrival, the awkward tension between Mr. Oliver and the nun dissipated, like a ray of sunlight piercing through darkness. Mr. Oliver's face was instantly adorned with a warm smile, while the nun's furrowed brow relaxed. "Good day to you as well, John," said Mr. Oliver, ruffling John's dry, soft hair with joy. The nun knelt to meet John's gaze, earnestly asking, "John, please tell me honestly, have you had any conflicts with Grellard recently?" Mr. Oliver sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. The nun, while well-meaning, was perhaps too rigid in her approach. To him, this seemed a straightforward case of slander, yet the nun insisted on calling John to delve deeper into the matter. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that the nun and the pastor were the overseers of the orphanage, and she was merely fulfilling her duty. John glanced in the direction where Grellard had departed, smiling as he said, "Grellard has been speaking ill of me again, hasn't he? This is hardly surprising. After all, we have been at odds since the incident involving Michelle." "Michelle?" Mr. Oliver instinctively uttered, as a vision of a golden-haired girl with a radiant smile flashed in his mind. Did Grellard have a confrontation with Michelle? After a moment of silence, the nun responded, "Indeed, Michelle injured Grellard's brother, Gleal, just a few months ago." "How is that possible?" Mr. Oliver exclaimed incredulously. "Michelle is a good child. She could never commit such an act. Moreover, hasn't she just turned 11? How could she injure an adult?" John replied, "Neither submissive nor confrontational. In fact, Michelle did so, but I do not believe she was in the wrong. It was Gleal who first accused Michelle of being a witch and sought to harm her." Mr. Oliver gasped. "It's nearly the 21st century. How can anyone still believe in witch hunts? This is utterly outrageous, a true act of villainy." Those brothers are akin to Judas and Cain. The nun cast a complex glance at Mr. Oliver before turning back to John, asking, "And how did he come to harbor such animosity towards you?" Grellard sought revenge for his brother and continued to trouble Michelle. "But I intervened," John explained. Unable to contain herself any longer, the nun softly admonished, "How could he act in such a manner?" The mediation had concluded, and his brother received adequate compensation. "Such villains are ever greedy and insatiable," Mr. Oliver declared indignantly. "In the face of such individuals, sister, I believe it is imperative that you impose consequences to ensure they do not stray down a dark path." Taking a deep breath, the nun assured, "Rest assured, I shall address this matter." Mr. Oliver nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he handed John an oil paper bag, saying, "Take this and share it with your companions." "Thank you, Mr. Oliver," John replied gratefully. "Ha, no need for thanks, dear boy," Mr. Oliver said, playfully ruffling John's hair once more. With a smile, John accepted the oil paper bag, and the nun pulled him closer. Closing her eyes, she rested her forehead against his, fervently praying, "Thank you, God, for bringing him into my life." John dutifully closed his eyes, and Mr. Oliver, witnessing this, felt a wave of comfort wash over him as he made the sign of the cross. The nun's prayer lasted but a brief moment. Soon after, John returned to his duties, guiding the others in arranging the church. Their work progressed swiftly. The small church had little that required extensive preparation. Once everything was ready, the elderly pastor, his white hair framing a kindly visage, entered the church with a congregation of believers. Like the choir members, the aged pastor donned a splendid golden and white robe, appearing even more imposing than the Archbishop of Canterbury. The attire of the congregation varied greatly. Many wore loose, inexpensive formal wear or work uniforms, as though they had just come from labor. Some of the more affluent, like Mr. Oliver, were clad in crisp, white shirts. A small portion, however, donned luxurious, classical attire, adorned with variously styled masks, resembling attendees of a masquerade ball more than congregants at a service. The most peculiar aspect was that these mysterious guests possessed notably petite physiques akin to that of dwarfs. In truth, such individuals could hardly be associated with devout worshippers and certainly did not belong in such a modest, somewhat dilapidated church. Yet, including Mr. Oliver, none of the islanders perceived anything amiss. For the core purpose of the St. Brellard Church's grand ceremonies, held periodically, was to raise funds for the much-needed renovations of the aging church. This endeavor required a substantial sum of money. According to the pastor's plan, a pure gold cross was to be crafted for St. Brellard's Church. Among the many believers present, only these elegantly dressed, rumored to be wealthy guests from across the sea in France, possessed the financial means to contribute. Thus, even though these mysterious guests behaved oddly, bordering on arrogance, the islanders continued to regard them with great respect. The only source of curiosity for Mr. Oliver and the other islanders was how the pastor had managed to gather so many wealthy dwarfs and persuade them to donate. Regrettably, the priest seemed unable to dispel their uncertainties. As the last of the enigmatic guests settled into their seats, the priest swiftly commenced the ritual. Under John's direction, the choir solemnly began their chant, while the priest and the congregation fervently closed their eyes, hands clasped in prayer at their chests. Only the mysterious guests remained unmoved, engaging in hushed conversations amongst themselves, occasionally breaking into sinister smiles. At long last, the hymn reached its conclusion. Eagerly, the enigmatic guests, guided by the nun, flocked to the priest's side, chattering animatedly while casting glances towards the church's backyard. John, however, was acutely aware that at that very moment, more than a dozen homeless individuals, sheltered by the St. Brellard Church, awaited them in the rear of the church. Once the pleasantries concluded, the mysterious guests meandered towards the churchyard, indifferent to the onlookers. The congregation was engrossed in interaction with the choir children. The recent performances of these children had captivated everyone present, particularly their parents, who were on the verge of tears from excitement. The cheers and applause from the audience filled the children with immense joy. Meanwhile, a fine sheen of cold sweat had already formed on John's brow. His gaze remained fixed on the retreating figures of the enigmatic guests, each scar on his body igniting with acute pain. This agony gradually spread, eventually enveloping every sinew and bone within him. Visions flashed incessantly in his mind, each one more vivid than the last, evoking a sense of suffering so palpable it drove him to the brink of madness. Chapter 3. The urgency to escape only after the mysterious figures had completely vanished from view did John gradually emerge from the depths of profound agony and terror that had engulfed him. The images that had incessantly replayed in his mind were not mere figments of imagination, but rather the lived experiences of him, or more accurately, the original inhabitant of this body. St. Brallard Church is one of the oldest sanctuaries on Shiza Island, deeply cherished by its inhabitants. The elderly priest, revered among the islanders, welcomed every soul seeking assistance without hesitation. He even embarked on journeys to seek out homeless wanderers, inviting them to take refuge at St. Brallard Church. In exchange for shelter and sustenance, these wayfarers were expected to embrace a belief in God and study the sacred texts. The original inhabitant of John's body was one of the two children residing within St. Brallard Church. Both were orphans adopted by the nuns, who reportedly paid a considerable price to ensure their stay at the church, which was not an orphanage, after all. It was deemed inappropriate for children to linger there, particularly in an era rife with scandals involving priests and ministers. As a child, the original owner of John's body harbored an insatiable curiosity towards the enigmatic visitors, especially since they would retreat to a secluded room in the courtyard following each grand ceremony to meet with the homeless. This peculiar behavior struck him as exceedingly strange. Having lived in St. Brallard Church for over a decade, he had garnered some experience in discerning people's intentions. He harbored no illusions that these mysterious figures were merely there to dispense charity. Driven by this curiosity, he decided to follow the mysterious guests after one such significant service. Tragically, this decision led to dire consequences. When John, as a traveler from another realm, found himself inhabiting this body, he lay at the church's entrance, his form marred by numerous wounds. The excruciating pain rendered him unconscious almost immediately. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the nuns and Michelle, who treated and cared for him with great diligence, John likely would not have survived the first week following his arrival. During this week, John took the opportunity to assimilate the remnants of the original owner's memories. These memories were largely fragmented, especially those surrounding the moment the original owner was discovered and captured by the mysterious figures, which had shattered under the weight of trauma into a chaotic collage of images. Yet, from these disjointed fragments, John managed to draw an astonishing conclusion. Those mysterious figures were nothing short of remorseless demons. Each grand ceremony was merely a fade for a sinister transaction with St. Brallard Church, wherein the goods exchanged were none other than the homeless. The original inhabitant had inadvertently stumbled upon their nefarious scheme. At present, although he is still able to roam within the confines of St. Brallard Church, it is evident that the mysterious visitors harbor far more sinister intentions towards him. This is glaringly obvious, as each time they appear, they cast upon John gazes filled with either greed or fervor, akin to the way one might observe lamb slices simmering in a hot pot, eagerly awaiting the moment they are ready to be devoured. Thus, he must escape. He must flee from this place post-haste. John silently raged, clenching his fists tightly. After the old pastor once again conducted a formal ceremony for the islanders, this month's grand celebration came to a close. Exhausted from a morning of toil, the old pastor departed early with his congregation, while the other children of the choir joyfully followed their parents home, leaving John alone to tidy the church. This was not due to the choir children bullying John, but rather because it was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Each time St. Brallard Church held a grand ceremony, provisions were prepared for the faithful. Some benevolent islanders would partake symbolically, leaving the remainder behind. This meant that John, tasked with cleaning the church, often found himself with a bounty of food. Of course, the quality of the provisions was not particularly high, merely some bread, jam, and water. However, for John, it constituted a satisfactory lunch. "John, do not rush," came the gentle voice of the nun, prompting him to set aside his work and turn to her. "Sister, how may I assist you?" A warm, dry hand was laid upon John's forehead. The nun, sensing his temperature, expressed concern. "I noticed during the ceremony that your complexion seemed rather poor. Are you feeling unwell?" John forced a smile, replying, "Not at all. I am merely a bit anxious and apprehensive. After all, my appetite is growing, and remaining at St. Brallard Church may burden you and the pastor. I was contemplating whether to seek an apprenticeship." His words, tinged with half-truths, produced a somewhat awkward smile that, to the nun, perfectly encapsulated the essence of a child worried about his future. With a touch of sympathy, she enveloped John in an embrace, saying, "My child, you need not fret. In fact, we have already made arrangements for you. By the next grand ceremony at the latest, you shall surely have a bright future ahead." Images of the mysterious visitors suddenly flooded John's mind, causing his heart to race, yet he feigned excitement. exclaiming, "Really? I am immensely grateful to you. Such is our duty." The nun replied as she rose. "Your health has not fully restored. Let Growl take on the labor this afternoon as a form of penance. You should rest for another day." "Yes, I understand. I sincerely thank you, sister. And of course, I am grateful to God," John said, bowing his head in earnest reverence. The nun was thoroughly content as she slowly exited the church. John, on the other hand, remained busy within the sacred walls until the entire edifice was restored to its former glory before he returned alone to the backyard. The courtyard of St. Brigid's church was adorned with vast stretches of farmland where several vagrants toiled. Most of them were frail, elderly figures or pitiable individuals with severe disabilities. Upon John's arrival, they collectively halted their labors, their eyes greedily assessing the bag of provisions he carried. Some bolder souls even stealthily edged closer, their faces etched with malice. Yet, John merely cast a cold glance their way, which was enough to frighten them all away, causing even those in the fields to lower their heads in fear. Indeed, they were afraid of this child, not solely because he was the adopted son of the nun, but also due to the fact that he had, in recent months, physically confronted each one of them in his youthful guise. It may seem cruel, for these vagrants were genuinely wretched souls. However, John felt no remorse or compassion whatsoever. He despised this group. Most had their minds thoroughly tainted by the sordid realities of the lower echelons of society. The qualities of cowardice and cruelty were deeply ingrained in their beings. Their previous assaults and exploitation of the original inhabitant had led John to mentally strip them of their humanity. Thus, as he was scrutinized by them, he felt no turmoil within, even suppressing a disdainful chuckle. John quietly traversed the fields, stepping over the cracked stone path, and ultimately pushed open a black wooden door. The golden sunlight pierced the darkness, warming him thoroughly. In the corner of the small abode, a golden-haired girl floated in the air, idly toying with a sunflower. Upon seeing her, John's face broke into an involuntary smile. He lifted the cloth bag in his hand and gently called out, "Michelle, it's time to eat." Chapter 4. Michelle, John, you're back, exclaimed the golden-haired girl, named Michelle, with delight, before she propelled herself into John's embrace like a cannonball. "How was the ceremony today? Were there many attendees? What did you bring me to eat?" John chose to disregard the first two inquiries, smiling as he opened the cloth bag. "Wow, white bread and orange marmalade. How wonderful," Michelle exclaimed excitedly, her hands instinctively reaching out, as the bread and marmalade flew into her grasp. John paid no mind to this supernatural occurrence and pulled out a wax paper bundle, which, upon opening, revealed a generous slab of butter, causing him to smile even wider. Mr. Oliver truly is considerate. Knowing that the two of them seldom indulged in delectable fare and often felt the pangs of hunger, a substantial chunk of butter was generously bestowed upon them. As John took a slice of bread and vigorously spread the butter, he devoured his meal with the same fervor as Michelle. However, unlike Michelle, who was engrossed in her eating, John's gaze remained fixed upon the profile of her face, chewing his food as if she were the very source of his appetite. In truth, he was not mistaken. Michelle indeed possessed a genuine mastery of supernatural powers. Yet, this power was not unwavering. It manifested only when she was completely relaxed or intensely focused, fervently wishing to achieve something. In her own words, this power resembled a mischievous sprite, occasionally playing tricks and causing chaos, yet fulfilling sincere wishes when genuinely called upon. John had survived his initial passage through this realm thanks to the supernatural healing bestowed upon him by Michelle. Following that encounter, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he too seemed to possess a form of supernatural ability, the capacity to absorb the magical essence radiating from Michelle. His ability functioned passively. As long as he was near her, he could draw in the enchanting scent reminiscent of sun-warmed blankets. Under normal circumstances, the efficiency of this absorption was woefully low, nearly imperceptible. However, when Michelle actively released her powers or during John's consumption of food, the efficiency would amplify exponentially. Nonetheless, even this heightened efficiency fell short of complete consumption. Fortunately, the magic absorbed by John responded exclusively to his commands, proving to be far more stable than Michelle's, akin to being purified and stripped of self-awareness. This method of absorption resembled the act of savoring sugarcane. Though one could not consume the entire stalk, one could extract its sweetest essence through diligent chewing. Hence, John aptly named this ability chewing. Regrettably, John lacked the capacity for sustained energy production akin to the enduring blue bars found in many games. Consequently, the energy he absorbed would dissipate if not utilized in a timely manner, somewhat akin to a battery losing charge, albeit at a quicker rate. Nevertheless, John was content. for the external threats surrounding him had reached an almost intolerable zenith, leaving him little room for grievances. Michelle consumed her food with remarkable speed. Within a matter of minutes, she had filled her belly and, with her hands clasped around her knees, gazed at John with her large, amber-eyed gaze, not out of hunger, but sheer longing. In all honesty, Michelle is a true beauty. With her long golden hair and exquisite features, she possesses a charm reminiscent of a nun. The sole distinction between them lies in the aura they exude. The nun embodies a sense of sanctity, while Michelle, due to her youth, radiates an endearing innocence. Under the gaze of such a delightful young girl, even John, known for his thick skin, found it somewhat overwhelming. As he continued to nibble on his buttered bread, he sought to change the subject, saying, "By the way, today Growl reported me to the nun and Mr. Oliver. It seems he has not yet abandoned his desire for revenge against us." Upon hearing this, Michelle's smile faded, and her complexion turned pale as she looked down dejectedly, saying, "It is only natural for Growl to harbor hatred towards me. I nearly killed his brother. This is my fault. I wish I could have controlled myself better at that moment." John refrained from offering the usual reassurances that it wasn't her fault or that the Growl brothers brought this upon themselves. He understood well that such words would be of little comfort to someone as kind-hearted as Michelle. Instead, he continued, "Speaking of the nun, it seems she mentioned that she has completed the mediation for you and even provided Growl with some compensation. What is the story behind that?" At the mention of the nun, Michelle's eyes brightened as she replied, "The nun arrived promptly after the incident. She first rescued Growl and then comforted us separately. As for the mediation, I am not entirely sure. I have not seen Growl since then. I only heard that the nun might have contacted some mysterious benefactors to secure him a high-paying job, which I presume is the compensation you referred to." John paused, taken aback. The conflict between Michelle and Growl occurred before John's arrival in this world, thus he was not privy to the details. Listening to Michelle's account, he contemplated Growl's fate. After a prolonged silence, he remarked with a peculiar expression, "Poor Growl. Indeed, Growl is quite unfortunate." Michelle sighed in agreement, adding, "The nun mentioned that the injury I inflicted on him was particularly severe and may leave him with lasting repercussions." John gazed at Michelle in silence, at a loss for words. He had already disclosed the truth about the mysterious benefactors to her, yet she had chosen not to believe him. This was typical, as Michelle habitually viewed people in a favorable light. With a sigh, John extended his hand, and a potted sunflower that had been sitting in the corner instantly flew into his grasp. "Oh, are we about to start playing a game?" Michelle exclaimed in delight upon witnessing this. "Of course, that is precisely why I came here," John replied, placing the potted sunflower in a sunny spot before pulling open an empty wooden crate. A deep, dark tunnel immediately unfolded before them. John had certainly not been idle during these past months. He had commenced his exploration of the entire Gallon orphanage environment quite early and devised an escape plan. The tunnel before him was the most crucial element of his strategy, representing the culmination of his and Michelle's labor over the past months. According to the timeline, the tunnel would be fully excavated within 2 days, at which point he could lead Michelle to a complete escape from the perilous St. Brigid. With this thought, John's gaze towards the tunnel entrance ignited with fervor. Chapter 5. The end of the tunnel, another round of the digging game? In stark contrast to John's excitement, Michelle's spirits plummeted upon seeing the tunnel entrance. "I'm rather weary of this game. Why don't we play hopscotch instead? The nuns just taught me that recently." At her words, John's brow furrowed momentarily before he sighed. "Just bear with it a little longer. The tunnel will be completed in a couple of days. Once we're out, I'll earn a substantial amount of money, and then you can play whatever you desire." John was not merely trying to placate Michelle. Upon confirming the year and general circumstances of this world, and having acquired supernatural abilities, he felt confident that financial issues would not pose a challenge in the future. "All right. Thank you, John." Michelle rose, half-heartedly gesturing towards the window. "I just wonder, if you wish to escape St. Brigid, wouldn't it be simpler to walk out the back door? Why dig a tunnel?" John instinctively glanced out the window. From his perspective, he first noticed the vagrants toiling in the fields, followed by the numerous gravestones and the towering, contiguous walls, topped with barbed wire. Based on his experience, John was certain that even with Michelle's abilities, those walls could neither be surmounted nor breached. It was exceedingly bizarre. As for the back door, such a thing did not exist. He was quite certain of that. He had thoroughly familiarized himself with all aspects of St. Brigid. The only exit was the front gate, which remained locked year-round, only to be opened during official ceremonies. Heaven above, John withdrew his gaze, casting a sympathetic look at Michelle. It seemed that once they escaped, he would need to take her to see a psychologist. This wretched place had driven her to madness. Michelle took a deep breath, as if she still wished to argue with John. Yet in the end, She merely slumped and crawled into the tunnel. John hurriedly followed with his cloth bag and candle. After crawling nearly 100 meters through the tunnel, they finally reached the end. John placed his hands on the soil, and as he began to channel the magical energy he had recently absorbed, the earth beneath his hands swiftly dissolved and vanished. Within a mere 5 minutes, the tunnel had extended nearly another meter. Huh, your turn, John gasped as he stepped back, for his magical energy had been nearly depleted. Michelle stepped forward to take John's previous position, resuming their arduous task of excavation. In terms of both the quality and quantity of magical energy, Michelle surpassed John significantly. However, her control over this magic was considerably less refined, resulting in a lower efficiency in tunnel expansion compared to John. He, unhurried, munched on bread while absorbing the excess magical energy that spilled forth from Michelle, energy that would otherwise go to waste, trailing behind her. When Michelle became fatigued, he would take over, allowing her to replenish her strength and magic by consuming energy in his wake. It was precisely through this remarkably efficient method of alternating excavation that the two unarmed children managed to carve out such an extensive tunnel beneath St. Brellard. Nonetheless, even so, the task of digging was exceedingly laborious for both John and Michelle. It was no wonder that Michelle had lost interest in the excavation game. After months of this grueling and exhausting endeavor, it had indeed lost its charm. Yet, upon entering the tunnel, Michelle refrained from any further complaints, diligently working alongside John. Though she appeared somewhat subdued, lacking her usual vivacity. This was a rare and admirable quality. To remain entirely devoid of complaint in a state of extreme impatience indicates either remarkable self-discipline or an exceptionally kind disposition. Michelle was evidently the latter. A girl so pure and gentle deserved a far better life. John resolved to ensure Michelle's escape from this perilous place. Additionally, her hallucinations must be addressed. He would seek the finest psychologist for her treatment. Taking a hearty bite of his bread, John repeated these thoughts to himself. However, in the next moment, a startled cry emerged from the girl at the tunnel's entrance. What happened? What's wrong? John exclaimed hastily, to which Michelle sheepishly turned back and replied, I'm sorry, John, I seem to have dug off course. How could this be? John instinctively responded. To ensure the tunnel remained straight, he had undertaken extensive preparations, even crafting a rudimentary compass and level. According to his calculations, if they continued digging forward for another 20 meters, they would emerge directly into a small river south of St. Brellard. At that point, they would escape as described in the Shawshank Redemption. However, as John squeezed beside Michelle, what lay before him was not the tranquil lake and sun-drenched golden earth he had envisioned, but a grim underground chamber. This chamber, approximately 30 square meters in size, housed an array of jars and bizarre biological specimens on wooden shelves in the corners, while an unsettling number of corpses were piled in the center. Illuminated by the dim glow of a sapphire gemstone embedded in the ceiling, John could clearly discern that these corpses were not all human. Amidst the chaos lay numerous small, furry remains that were unmistakably not of human origin. They were haphazardly piled, some even grotesquely stitched together, creating a scene of utter horror. John gazed into the depths of this basement, inhaling the familiar scent of blood that hung heavy in the air, as the scars adorning his body throbbed painfully once more. He recognized this place. The original owner had once been among those ghastly remains. This was the lair of the enigmatic guests. Perhaps due to the nostalgia of returning to this site, fragments of memories surged within John's mind, instinctively piecing themselves together. In that moment, John felt as though he had truly become the original owner, experiencing the excruciating pain firsthand. A tremendous agony enveloped John, his veins bulging, and his mouth involuntarily opened, releasing deep, guttural roars. At that very instant, as John's mouth gaped, the azure gem erupted with blinding light. A surge of pure, frigid magic poured forth, rushing directly into John's mouth. The magic that had previously been depleted within him was instantly replenished and began to swell at an astonishing rate. John felt akin to a balloon, expanding relentlessly with the influx of magic, inflating, until he feared he would burst just like a balloon. Yet, just as despair threatened to consume him, that overwhelming power within him began to rapidly collapse, ultimately coalescing into a new, indescribable substance. This substance coursed through his veins, and with its emergence, John was astounded to realize he possessed the ability to generate magic autonomously. He had transformed into a true sorcerer, akin to Michelle. Chapter 6. The path to salvation. The sudden surge of magic bewildered John in an instant. Meanwhile, Michelle finally became aware of the dire situation within the basement. Her pupils constricted, her body trembled, and instinctively, She covered her mouth with her hands, stifling a scream. The creaking of the door echoed ominously, followed by the sound of heavy objects being dragged. John instinctively turned his head and noticed a passageway on the side of the basement. At that moment, a beam of white light pierced through the dimness, illuminating the swirling dust particles in the air. This was bad. Someone was coming. John gasped internally. A profound sense of danger washed over him, causing a sharp pang of fear, as if a sharp blade were pressed against his forehead. With this sudden stimulus, John disregarded everything else and grasped Michelle's hand, urging her to retreat into the tunnel. Contrary to John's expectations, Michelle, an 11-year-old girl, was not paralyzed by the horrific scene before her. In the instant John reached out, Michelle also extended her hand. The hands of the two intertwined in midair, demonstrating an extraordinary level of synergy as they simultaneously turned and slipped back into the narrow tunnel. Almost in unison, they directed their gaze towards the opening in the tunnel. At that moment, a singular thought dominated their minds. They must seal the opening. They could not allow the person about to descend into the basement to discover them. The magic responded to their fervent hopes. As the magical energy surged within them, the previously breached opening rapidly closed as if a reverse button had been pressed, returning to its original state. Having accomplished this, the two dared not relax for a moment, swiftly bending down and making their way back to the small room. It was only after they had barricaded the hole with an empty wooden crate that John and Michelle collapsed onto the floor. At that point, they were drenched in sweat, their bodies trembling incessantly. Perhaps due to overwhelming fear, Michelle soon crawled beside John, gripping his arm tightly with both hands. In that embrace, John felt as though his arm were caught in a vice, the pain nearly eliciting a cry from him. John was utterly perplexed. Despite sharing the same harsh living conditions in St. Brigid, it was evident that Michelle, due to the care provided by him and the nun, had access to better sustenance than others. Yet, how could her strength be so formidable? It was nearly that of an adult. Could this be a gift of the witch? John grimaced as he attempted to pry himself free from Michelle's grasp, expending considerable effort before finally extricating his arm. Realizing her unintended harm, Michelle expressed her remorse by gently blowing on and caressing John's arm, her face a portrait of concern as she exclaimed, "John, could it truly be that everything you said is real?" Understanding her desire for conversation to alleviate her fear, John, despite the discomfort in his arm, replied, "I told you, I would never deceive you. But you need not worry. I will ensure your escape. Even if this tunnel fails, I have other plans. I assure you." As he spoke those final words, John's tone grew more menacing. To be candid, he had indeed prepared a backup escape plan. However, it was evident that the mysterious individuals also possessed magical prowess and had enacted a supernatural blockade around the orphanage, rendering his plans futile. Nevertheless, he could not divulge this truth to Michelle. The young girl's psyche was already stretched to its limit by recent events. If he failed to provide her with a glimmer of hope, she might very well crumble. Yet, John underestimated Michelle's psychological resilience. No sooner had he finished speaking than she responded, her voice akin to a distressed cat. "No. What about the others in St. Brigid if we flee? We must take them with us. Otherwise, they will perish." John instinctively prepared to refuse. He possesses a disposition characterized by reciprocation. If you treat him well, he shall respond in kind. Thus, he harbors no affection for the homeless in St. Brigid, nor has he ever contemplated the role of a savior. At the very moment Michelle uttered those words, a profound sense of aversion welled up within him, even towards her. His greatest disdain in life was for the virtuous. Yet, this emotion swiftly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What right did he have to resent Michelle? She was, in essence, an exceptionally kind-hearted individual. Akin to her namesake, the Archangel Michael, brimming with compassion. He had long been aware of this truth. It was precisely because he recognized Michelle as a genuinely benevolent and compassionate person that John confided in her about the conspiracy surrounding the mysterious visitor, requesting her assistance in excavating the tunnels while ensuring discretion. Despite her skepticism, Michelle exerted herself to help him. Now, was he truly to despise her for her kindness? He must remember that, in a strict sense, John himself had exploited Michelle's goodness. Was this not akin to dining from a bowl and then cursing it? John considered himself incapable of such shamelessness. Yet, did he genuinely need to rescue other homeless individuals? Was such a feat truly attainable? For a moment, John found himself ensnared in contemplation. Time slipped away in silence, and Michelle soon realized she was placing John in a difficult position. Her eyes reddened as she knelt weakly on the ground and said, "I'm sorry, John, I have gone too far. Please don't be angry with me. If you are, then you may strike me." John glanced at her, slowly raising his hand. Upon seeing this, Michelle let out a small whimper, closed her eyes, and shrank back as if preparing to receive a blow. Yet, the anticipated pain did not come. John merely rolled up his sleeve and gently wiped the sweat from her face. I am not angry with you. There is no need to worry. It is getting late. Let us have dinner first and not keep the nuns waiting. As for the matter of saving everyone, we must deliberate further. You know I am clever and will always find a way, John replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Michelle could no longer contain herself and collapsed into John's embrace. Weeping bitterly, John comforted her, gently patting her back with warm words, though his countenance remained icy. He had not promised Michelle that he would save all the homeless in St. Bernard. His foremost concern was the safety of both himself and Michelle. He could assist others to fulfill Michelle's wish, but if their own safety were at stake, well, then, he would have to apologize. With these thoughts in mind, a faint smile graced John's lips, and as the magic within him surged, the sunflower in the corner seemed to sense his emotions, joyfully swaying its leaves. Meanwhile, outside the modest abode stood a youth with a sharp visage, his fists clenched tightly, excitement barely concealed on his face. Moments ago, he had seemingly overheard something of great significance. That vile witch and John Shafiq. This time, I shall ensure your demise, the young man uttered fiercely, his eyes glinting with malice. Chapter 7. Within the midst of it all, after a night of contemplation, John arrived early at the cottage the following morning. At this time, Michelle had yet to make her appearance. As a member of St. Bernard, even a witch like Michelle, who struggled to fully control her own magic, was required to contribute. Naturally, considering her unique circumstances, the nun had assigned her a relatively light task, to clean the entire living area by herself. As for why John was able to avoid work so early in the morning, it could be said that Justice Greer did not malign Michelle. Neither did Glarel speak ill of John. Having successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the food chain in St. Bernard, John naturally found others willing to assist him with his laborious duties. This, too, could be considered one of the unspoken rules of St. Bernard. However, during the time spent waiting for Michelle's arrival, John did not remain idle. He tidied up the cottage a bit more and then closed his eyes, extending his palm. As his will spread forth, a layer of frost began to coalesce from his hand, and John could distinctly feel the biting chill it brought. Gathering the frost, the crystalline mass began to spin and twist, transforming into ice spikes and then into an ice mirror. This process was not without its challenges, as the frost would often inexplicably shatter during its transformation, forcing John to start anew. Yet, even amidst these trials, feeling the changes occurring within his palm, John could not help but smile. The magic he wielded was not drawn from Michelle but belonged to him alone. Ever since being imbued with the magic from that gem in the basement, he felt as if he had acquired the ability to generate magic autonomously. This recent experiment confirmed that notion. In essence, he had truly become a wizard, although the magic he produced lacked the refinement of Michelle's. Exhibiting a similar rebelliousness and being considerably lesser in quantity, it was, nonetheless, his own. Relying on others was fraught with uncertainty. John had no intention of depending solely on Michelle's magic for the rest of his life. Most importantly, he discovered that his capacity for refinement remained intact. After gaining the ability to independently generate magic, John discovered that by absorbing the magic of others through chewing, he could utilize a portion of this additional magic, completely under his control, within a short period. Furthermore, his own capacity to produce magic would experience a subtle, yet permanent enhancement. This was indeed splendid news for John. Just imagine, he would no longer need to engage in any form of rigorous training. Instead, he could simply remain in the company of wizards like Michelle, indulging in feasting and revelry, while his magical talents would ascend effortlessly. Could there be anything more delightful in this world? John, I've come to find you. As John basked in these thoughts, Michelle pushed open the door and entered the small cottage. Upon seeing the charming visage of Michelle, John's smile abruptly turned bittersweet. He suddenly realized that there indeed existed something more wonderful than his own circumstances, Michelle herself. This girl, without the need for chewing, experienced rapid growth in her magical abilities merely by sleeping each day. John, who frequently absorbed her magic, was acutely aware of this fact. Hey, John, why do you look so glum? Michelle, shedding the fearful demeanor she had displayed during their parting yesterday, placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed joyfully, I understand now. You're still worried about how to save everyone, aren't you? Fear not. I have devised a solution. Oh, you have a plan? John looked at Michelle with a hint of surprise. In his memory, Michelle had never been particularly known for her intellect or strategic prowess. What could she possibly have conceived? Curiosity piqued, John listened intently as Michelle eagerly sat beside him and declared, My plan is simple. We escape first, and then we seek out Mr. Oliver to enlist the help of other adults to rescue those poor souls in St. Brigid. You see, John, you are concerned that bringing too many people along might increase the risk. Yet I wish to save everyone in St. Brigid. With my approach, you won't need to worry. After all, even if unforeseen circumstances arise, we will already be safe. Hearing this, John felt a wave of emotion. Compared to yesterday, Michelle appeared somewhat diminished today, with noticeable dark circles under her eyes. It was clear that she had spent the entire night pondering this matter. Remarkably, her proposed plan not only included a strategy to rescue the other homeless individuals, but also took John's feelings into account. This was commendable. However, it was evident that she had neglected to consider her own well-being. And what about you, Michelle? John sighed. If the plan encounters obstacles, and we fail to rescue them, it seems you would be utterly devastated, wouldn't you? Michelle's expression initially darkened, but she quickly rallied her spirits, replying, I'm fine, John. You are my friend, and I would much rather see you happy. Besides, even if things were to turn out that way, I would still have survived, wouldn't I? That alone is quite sufficient. John shook his head once more. Upon witnessing this, Michelle, eager to express her thoughts, was interrupted by John's gesture as he said, It is not that I fear for your feelings, but rather that I harbor doubts regarding Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver is a good man. Have you forgotten? He provided us with butter yesterday, and previously with candy and lovely toys. Michelle, counting on her fingers, found herself growing increasingly frustrated and replied, What about the nun? Surely we can enlist her help? She has always taken great care of us, and even bestowed her surname upon us. John paused, momentarily taken aback. According to the customs of the island, nameless orphans such as themselves could only acquire names by arbitrarily selecting one, while being careful to avoid names already held by others. As the islanders placed immense significance on surnames, to bear another's surname could invite trouble. John and Michelle were exceptions. The nun had requested the priest to perform baptism for them, granting them Christian names and her own surname, thus becoming John Shafiq and Michelle Shafiq. This undoubtedly reflected the nun's affection for them. However, this did not equate to John's trust in her. His willingness to share secrets and collaborate with Michelle stemmed from his profound understanding of her purity and goodness. As for the nun and Mr. Oliver, John regrettably did not possess such comprehensive insight. In this perilous environment, he found it impossible to extend the same level of trust to them as he did to Michelle, particularly to the nun. After all, she was one of the administrators of the St. Brigid Church, who could say whether she was in league with the mysterious guests. Just as the priest might be. Shaking his head, John furrowed his brow and said, Let us not debate the trustworthiness of the nun and Mr. Oliver for now. I wish to inquire why your plan lacks any discussion of how we are to escape, as if you are certain we can safely exit this place. Because the back door is wide open, Michelle asserted, pointing confidently at the window. We can simply walk out in broad daylight. John nearly choked on his breath. He rose in annoyance and approached the window, exclaiming, How many times have we confirmed this? There is no back door. His voice trailed off, his eyes widening in shock. His mouth agape in disbelief. Indeed, this time he truly beheld the so-called back door. Chapter 8. The traitor Judas. John found it hard to believe his own eyes. Yet, no matter how many times he rubbed them, the iron door remained ajar, embedded in the surrounding wall. He could even glimpse the winding path outside St. Brigid through it. What on earth was happening? Just yesterday, there was no door here. John furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the outside. The backyard of St. Brigid also boasted a vast expanse of cultivated farmland, where numerous vagrants toiled diligently to plant carrots. Many of them passed by that large door while working, yet they all seemed to regard the fully opened iron gate as if it were invisible. In fact, each person who walked past it unconsciously took a small detour, as if some barrier had been established before that iron door, compelling the vagrants to unwittingly disregard its existence. Wait, a barrier? John felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. Upon reflection, the only distinction between today and yesterday was that he had become a sorcerer, akin to Michelle, and Michelle had always been able to see that door. Could it be that the door indeed possessed a barrier, one that only a sorcerer could perceive? John's heart raced, a surge of excitement coursing through him, urging him to cheer and shout. With this door, his escape plan seemed more assured. John, trust me. There truly is a door there. Though you cannot see it, I have personally tested it. One can indeed pass through that door to the outside. All you need to do is follow me, and you will certainly succeed, Michelle urged, noticing John's prolonged silence. No, I see it. Huh, what did you say? I said I can see the door. It is right there, rusted and wide open. Michelle, you are a genius. You have been a tremendous help, John exclaimed, clasping Michelle's hand in excitement. Though perplexed, Michelle could not help but smile at John's praise. Tilling the land is never a joyful endeavor. In the absence of effective fertilizers, to yield quality carrots, one must labor meticulously, breaking apart every clod of earth, clearing away every weed, striving to maintain the soil's looseness. This task proved too burdensome for the vagrants, especially as they lacked sufficient tools. Many could only squat in the fields, attempting to dig with their bare hands. It is easy to imagine the unimaginable torment they endured under the relentless sun for an entire day. Consequently, each vagrant laboring in the fields appeared listless and exhausted, as though they might collapse at any moment. Occasionally, they would gather and quietly grumble about the priest, for their current existence starkly contrasted with the promises made by him. Alas, it was all too late. Unlike other regions in the kingdom, St. Brelard was a completely enclosed church. Here, everyone, including the nuns, the vagrants, and both John and Michelle, were forbidden to leave without permission. Previously, others had attempted to flee, but alas, none have succeeded to this day. Moreover, those who failed faced severe repercussions. In other words, these confined vagrants are effectively trapped here, with the only opportunity to leave arising when the mysterious patrons occasionally hire a few of them for work. The notion of escaping is but a fanciful dream. However, not all vagrants are steeped in despair. Growl is a notable exception among the crowd. Compared to the other vagrants, his spirit and vitality are markedly superior. While working, he not only wears a smile, but also works with remarkable efficiency, swiftly surpassing his companions in productivity. This has elicited quiet amusement from the surrounding vagrants, who are well aware that Growl's fervent efforts are merely an attempt to gain the favor of the nun and the priest, hoping for a contract with the mysterious patrons. Yet, what significance does this hold? Could the patrons truly be benevolent? Regardless of their alluring promises, once the goods arrive at their destination, are they not at the mercy of others? They have witnessed similar scenarios all too often, which is precisely why many have oppressed the previous John. However, Growl's perspective is evidently distinct from that of the other vagrants. In truth, he harbors no desire to leave St. Brelard. If given the chance, he would even wish to remain there for a lifetime, serving the nun, for he holds a profound love for her, a love that transcends mere romantic affection, resembling the devotion of a child to a mother. It is rather peculiar, considering Growl is already in his 20s. Yet, the nun has been the sole person in these 20 years who has treated him without discrimination, offering him equality and special care. In her, Growl perceives the first semblance of a maternal figure. This very sentiment fuels his disdain for John and Michelle, who are currently the nun's adopted children. However, this situation is destined to change. Just yesterday, he successfully uncovered incriminating evidence against John Shafiq and that witch. They were conspiring to escape St. Brelard. Upon learning this news, he instinctively felt the urge to inform the nun, eager to demonstrate that he, Growl, is the most trustworthy and cherished child. As for John and Michelle, they are merely treacherous ingrates. The mere thought of such a scenario sends exhilarating shivers down Growl's spine. Yet, he quickly restrained this impulse. The nun is far too kind-hearted. Every individual in St. Brelard has received her sincere and heartfelt blessings. Would someone as benevolent as she truly impose harsh penalties on John and Michelle? Surely, any consequences would be minimized, transforming significant matters into trivial ones. Thus, the object of his grievances could not be a nun, but rather a priest. Moreover, it had to be in a public setting, before witnesses, that he lodged his complaint against the priest. Only in this manner could the matter be escalated, subjecting John and Michelle to severe punishment. It was with such thoughts in mind that Grelard had endured until now. And now, the time to execute his plan had finally arrived. Contemplating this, Grelard could not help but lift his gaze once more towards the staff building. There lay the modest dwelling of the priest, from which he would emerge every morning to pray at the church. This was one of the rare occasions when the priest would present himself before the congregation. Seizing the opportunity, Grelard had already cast glances in that direction countless times throughout the morning. This time, he finally beheld the priest, clad in a black clerical robe, stepping out from the building. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Grelard's veins as he abruptly broke from the line, rushing towards the priest with urgency. As he ran, he shouted, "Father! Oh no, Father! John and that witch are preparing to flee St. Brelard." The sudden outburst startled the priest. Instinctively, he began to retreat back into the building, but his aged frame caused him to stumble precariously. However, he soon grasped the essence of Grelard's words. With a furrowed brow and a gloomy expression, the priest inquired, "You say they intend to escape? What is the meaning of this?" Grelard, noticing that the priest was more concerned with John's and Michelle's predicament than reprimanding him for his rashness, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Taking a moment to compose himself, he recounted everything he had discovered the previous day. Then, he observed a chilling smile spreading across the priest's face. Chapter 9. A Plan Exposed? Grellard could not suppress a shiver. Every individual in St. Brallard was acutely aware that the old priest was not the benevolent figure the island's faithful perceived him to be. Many of the sheltered vagrants even whispered derogatory remarks about the priest, accusing him of preying upon their misfortunes. Yet, at least in everyday interactions, the priest endeavored to maintain a semblance of amiability. Now, however, a frightening expression had taken residence upon his countenance. Grellard felt as though he were staring into the visage of a terrifying demon as described in Scripture. This, however, signified that the priest was indeed infuriated to the utmost degree. Such a realization implied that John and Michelle would face even harsher consequences. With this thought, Grellard found himself unexpectedly exhilarated. Meanwhile, the grimace on the old priest's face softened, and he smiled kindly as he said, "Glar, our Lord teaches us that deception is forbidden. Therefore, you must be aware of the consequences of transgression, correct?" Glar stood tall and solemnly vowed, "I possess ample evidence and can take you to see it at any moment." "Excellent. Then lead the way," the priest replied with a cheerful demeanor, waving to the curious band of vagrants in the field, beckoning them to follow. The vagrants immediately set aside their tasks, eager to join the priest. For them, the specifics of their destination were inconsequential, as any reprieve from the grueling labor in the fields was a welcome relief. However, not all vagrants were so compliant. A few feigned interest in the group before quietly making their way to the office where the nun was. The priest noticed this but feigned indifference, leading the remaining dozen or so vagrants towards the small cabin under Glar's guidance. The cabin was not far from the fields, and soon Glar arrived at the door. Pointing inside as he exclaimed, "We have arrived, esteemed priest. The evidence lies within." The priest nodded, and with Glar no longer hesitating, he grinned malevolently as he pushed open the door. Glar's sudden intrusion startled Michelle, who gasped and instinctively hid the half-eaten buttered bread that John had just rewarded her with as a treat. Upon seeing this, Glar's excitement grew, for he had not anticipated John and Michelle's presence in the cabin at this hour. Yet, this turn of events was fortuitous. He could catch them red-handed, yielding even better results. "Ah, you lot. Not only are you shirking your duties in broad daylight, but you are also conspiring to flee in secret. Despicable witch. You are courting death." Glar thundered at Michelle. In response, Michelle appeared even more frightened, her free hand flailing helplessly, her eyes growing red as if she wished to argue but was at a loss for words. This scene filled Glar with immense satisfaction. However, his good mood was short-lived. He noticed that, in stark contrast to Michelle, John's expression was remarkably serene. Faced with Glar's arrival, John displayed not a hint of surprise, as if he had anticipated this moment entirely. "Is he completely disregarding me?" This thought incensed Glar, who pointed an accusatory finger at John, ready to unleash his wrath. Yet, before he could utter a word, the priest gently pushed him aside, blocking the doorway. "Good morning, esteemed priest," John said calmly as he rose and respectfully bowed to the old priest. The elderly pastor smiled and nodded, surveying the modest furnishings of the small room. "Mr. John Shafiq," he began, "Glar has just informed me that you wish to flee from St. Brallard. What do you have to say about this?" "This is utter nonsense," John retorted emphatically. "It is well known that Michelle and I are like drifting reeds, relying solely on the grace of God for our refuge. St. Brallard is our home. Here, we have no worries for sustenance, bask in divine glory, and receive the knowledge of the Almighty. I cannot fathom any reason we would wish to leave." The pastor's smile deepened, evidently pleased with John's response. He held a genuine fondness for John. Indeed, every believer on Cedar Island who had encountered John shared this affection. After all, such a dashing and charming youth, capable of speaking to the heart and evoking genuine joy, was a rare find. However, despite his fondness, the pastor was clearly more concerned about the prospect of someone attempting to escape. As John had just articulated, from a common perspective, neither John nor Michelle possessed any motive to flee. If they truly wished to escape, it would surely be due to a discovery of a particular matter, one that must not be unveiled. The pastor nodded, yet the smile on his face gradually waned. He once again pulled Glar back, saying, "Glar, you just mentioned you have compelling evidence. If that is the case, then please present it to me. However, I must warn you, the accuser shares the guilt of the accused." "Rest assured, my lord pastor," Glar replied through gritted teeth. "The evidence I speak of is the tunnel unearthed by John Shafiq in collusion with that wicked witch. I heard clearly yesterday that the tunnel lies within this very room." At these words, Michelle's delicate visage turned ashen. She gazed incredulously at Glar, seemingly shocked by his maliciousness. This, however, only served to invigorate Glar further. Before the pastor could issue any commands, he rushed into the room, beginning his search. The small abode had long served as a storage space for St. Brelard, filled with numerous half-abandoned furniture and farming tools. The task of clearing these items to search the ground was, in theory, far beyond what Glar could accomplish with his lobster-like hands. Yet, fueled by sheer determination, he unleashed an unexpected vigor, successfully conducting the search with surprising efficiency. In no time, he had cleared a significant portion of the room, heading towards the empty wooden crates that John and Michelle used to conceal the tunnel's entrance. Witnessing this, Michelle trembled uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth, resolved to step forward and take full responsibility for the tunnel's existence. Yet before she could act, John swiftly pulled her behind him. It must be right here. The despicable witch and her pagan acolytes. Your demise is imminent. Grar's bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on John and Michelle as he panted, reaching out towards the empty wooden box. Chapter 10. The packed, tense atmosphere enveloped the cottage, every breath held in suspense, with Michelle, gripped by fear, closing her eyes. In her mind, all hope was lost. Their scheme would be exposed, and she and John would face dire consequences, perhaps even death. With a creak, Grar finally pried open the empty box. However, what lay before them was not a deep tunnel, but rather a solid expanse of compacted earth, indistinguishable from the surrounding ground of the cottage. How could this be? Grar gasped in disbelief. Yet, undeterred, he threw himself to the ground, attempting to claw at the soil with his lobster-like pincers. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the long absence of movement, the roots of a nearby sunflower had already woven through the pot, entangling themselves within the earth, rendering Grar's efforts futile against the cohesive mass of soil. Only after his hands were bloodied did Grar finally relent, sitting despondently on the ground. Michelle, equally astonished, could hardly fathom such an unexpected turn of events, her gaze instinctively shifting to John, who merely offered her a faint smile. From the moment John decided to excavate the tunnel, he had prepared for the possibility of discovery. Hence, he had deliberately placed a pot of sunflowers near the tunnel's entrance, so that at a critical moment, he could harness his magical powers to manipulate the surrounding soil and roots to seal the entrance. He chuckled softly. Grar was woefully unprepared for a contest of wits. To Grar, that soft laughter was laced with derision, igniting an inferno of rage within him. He bellowed and charged at John, wielding his pincers. However, in his fury, Grar overlooked a crucial fact. Could he truly contend with John, the one who instilled fear in the hearts of all the adult vagabonds across St. Brelard? John's eyes hardened, and a surge of magic coursed through him, striking Grar's right calf. With a thud, Grar collapsed to the ground, as if he had tripped over his own feet. To the others, it appeared as though Grar had simply stumbled. Groaning, he attempted to rise for another confrontation, but was suddenly met with the chilling voice of the old priest. Grar, is this the evidence you speak of? Upon hearing this, Glar trembled, his courage dissipating like a puddle of mud as he fell to the ground beside the old priest, pleading, Father, grant me but one more chance. The secret passage must be here. It must have been hidden away by them. You know, Michelle is an evil witch. She surely employed her dark sorcery. She deserves to be burned alive. A light chuckle echoed through the air, not from John, but from the ragtag group of vagrants standing behind the priest. Their faces were adorned with expressions of schadenfreude, pointing and occasionally bursting into laughter at Glar's expense. In the sparse entertainment of St. Brelard, Glar had inadvertently provided some amusement. Enough. There is no need for further elaboration. The priest declared coldly. Glar, the evidence of your slander against your comrades is irrefutable, although this may be your first offense, given the particularly heinous nature of your actions. Respectful priest, Glar's offense is not a first. John interjected with a smile. You may not be aware, but Glar has always been at odds with me. Just yesterday, prior to the grand ceremony, he clandestinely shirked his duties and went to the church to speak ill of me to the sisters and Mr. Oliver. Oh, is that so? The priest narrowed his eyes, a deep pallor crossing his face as he turned his emotionless gaze toward Glar. John, Michelle, and the vagrants are strictly forbidden from entering the churchyard. This is the unyielding law of St. Brelard. It serves to prevent these individuals from escaping and to avert any unforeseen encounters with potential congregants in the front yard. After all, in St. Brelard's external portrayals, these individuals, particularly the vagrants, are depicted as having the liberty to come and go freely, living in comfort. Should the faithful discover the true plight of the vagrants, this church might very well face obliteration. The thought of such dire consequences further darkened the priest's countenance. Glar, for your slander against your comrades, I sentence you to 2 days of fasting and prayer in the penitentiary. Furthermore, for your unauthorized entry into the church, you shall receive 60 lashes, to be administered by John. The priest, looking down from his elevated position, spoke to Glar with a visage filled with malice. Upon hearing this, Glar was plunged into despair. 60 lashes, and to be carried out by John. Just as he had shown no mercy to John, Glar was certain that John would show him none in return. With John's prowess, those 60 lashes would leave him either dead or grievously injured. Following that, he would be subjected to 2 days of fasting and prayer. The so-called fasting prayer involved a period during which one refrained from consuming food entirely or partially. Typical practices for ordinary congregants would last only a brief duration, perhaps a morning without sustenance, and the allowed food types would be limited to a select few. The priest subjected Grar to an exhaustive 2-day ordeal, one so severe that even water was forbidden, all within the confines of the punishment chamber's dim interior. This course of action left him with no hope of survival. As he observed John, who wore a mocking smile and seemed eager for the impending cruelty, tears began to cascade down Grar's cheeks. He had irreparably ruined everything, and for this, he was poised to pay with his life. However, just then, a familiar voice, tinged with annoyance, echoed through the chamber. John's group turned to see a crowd parting at the entrance, allowing a nun to enter the small room. "Ah, the nun," the priest remarked coolly. "You should be well aware that my judgments were rendered in strict accordance with the regulations of St. Brellard, and there is nothing inappropriate about them." "Of course, your theological expertise surpasses mine," the nun retorted with a hint of sarcasm. The priest's expression darkened further at her words. She continued, setting aside this matter. "There is a question I have long wished to pose. Why do you not permit the vagrants to leave St. Brellard? Many among them are genuinely unable to adapt to life here." "We have discussed this issue before," the priest replied. "Look at them. Their prolonged lives of wandering have stripped them of their ability to care for themselves. What skills do they possess aside from deceit and trickery? I act out of compassion, seeking to transform their way of life and guide them back on the right path. Have I not released those who have truly repented? I even implored the French nobility to grant them opportunities to work and earn a living in France." As he spoke, he gestured toward the vagrants, causing them to lower their heads in shame, having just been stirred by the nun's earlier words. In a sense, they were indeed the sort of wretched individuals the priest described. Yet, the nun's smile widened further as she nodded and inquired, "What a compassionate heart you possess. Now, may I ask what you are doing at this moment? The punishment you have imposed upon Grar is clearly a death sentence. Is this your brand of compassion?" The priest faltered, realizing he had been ensnared by the nun's words. The atmosphere in the small room grew awkward. Fortunately, the priest's thick skin endured, and the prolonged silence was eventually shattered by his hearty laughter. "Ha! My dear nun, I must admit, I was momentarily blinded by anger. Thank goodness you were here, otherwise, I would have committed a grave error." He turned his gaze back to Grar. "Grar, I hereby amend your punishment to a day of fasting and prayer, to be served in the punishment chamber. Furthermore, the whipping shall be reduced to 30 lashes, which I shall administer." Upon hearing this, Grar, who had been utterly despondent, suddenly realized the gravity of his reprieve. He fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing to both the priest and the nun, particularly emphasizing his gratitude toward the nun with fervent gestures. He had come perilously close to death, yet now he had been granted a second chance. However, it was evident that the priest would not allow Gral to escape unscathed. His fury intensified with the arrival of the nun. Under the priest's command, Gral was promptly taken away. St. Brellard suspended all daily activities, gathering everyone in the dining hall to conduct a moral education session, using Gral's transgressions as a cautionary tale. This process endured for an entire afternoon. To reinforce the lesson among the homeless, their lunch was entirely canceled that day. This news struck them like a thunderclap. For the homeless typically subsisted on only 2 meager meals each day, both in quantity and variety woefully insufficient. The sudden deprivation of one meal left many already frail individuals feeling faint from hunger. Moreover, they were subjected to the relentless verbal onslaught from the priest on stage, which compounded their mental anguish. Naturally, the homeless dared not rebel. Many among them were under the priest's control. Should anyone have the audacity to rally the others, the outcome would not be a chorus of support, but rather a group eagerly seizing that individual for a reward. Thus, they could only glare furiously at Gral. Were it not for the presence of the priest and the nun, it is likely that the famished homeless would have devoured Gral. After all, he was flesh. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, when the evening moral education session finally concluded, what awaited the throng of homeless was not additional labor, but a sumptuous dinner. Mashed potatoes, a fresh salad, and a bowl of richly stewed meat soup. Such a standard of fare in St. Brellard was akin to a Christmas feast. In an instant, The homeless erupted with joy. Meanwhile, John felt a heightened sense of vigilance towards the priest. He was certain that the old priest's moral education session would yield exceptionally effective results. Henceforth, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to breach the church's sanctity. Most importantly, through the midday meal reduction and the evening feast, the priest had cleverly redirected all animosity towards Growl, making the true architect of their suffering the object of their misplaced gratitude. This tactic of offering a stick followed by a sweet date may not be particularly sophisticated, but it proved remarkably effective on the homeless. Indeed, those who managed to navigate the current state of affairs were no ordinary individuals. Well then, everyone, please enjoy your meal, the priest remarked with a smile. Observing the crowd devouring their food, Growl, come with me to the punishment room. Growl, still in a daze, shivered at the words and tremulously approached the priest. He walked slowly, his steps unsteady, his whole being swaying. It was evident that the afternoon's judgment had thoroughly drained his vitality. His disheveled appearance elicited laughter from many in attendance. The pastor's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded at the crowd, before departing the restaurant with Growl. The two walked in silence through the night. The evenings on the island were typically far from tranquil, particularly in June, when the fields and thickets were alive with the cacophony of croaking frogs and chirping insects. However, tonight, the outside world was enveloped in an eerie silence. Not even the sound of insects could be heard. Growl found himself unable to discern the rhythm of his own footsteps or the pounding of his heart. The dim moon hung high in the sky, casting a feeble glow that barely pierced the darkness. In the distance, a small building loomed indistinctly, and under the hazy moonlight, it resembled a monstrous creature lurking in the shadows, gaping wide its cavernous maw, waiting for him to unwittingly walk into its trap. A profound sense of dread enveloped Growl, sending chills down his spine, his scalp prickling as if about to erupt. At that moment, every cell in his body screamed at him to flee. Adrenaline surged through him, and Growl suddenly felt his sore, fatigued muscles regain their strength, sufficient to facilitate his escape. Yet, just as the thought of fleeing took root, he sensed a terrifying gaze fixed upon him from behind. Instinctively turning around, he saw the pastor staring at him through the darkness. Though the pastor was shrouded in shadow, Growl could distinctly sense the malevolent smile upon his face, a smile reminiscent of the sinister grin he had displayed when Growl had reported John and Michelle, both terrifying and filled with malice. A heavy hand slapped down on Growl's shoulder. He felt the hard-won strength within him dissipate in an instant, rendering him akin to a marionette, as the pastor propelled him through the gaping maw of the building, traversing a corridor that felt like the intestines of a beast, ultimately arriving at the small chamber of punishment. With a snap, the electric light flickered on. The harsh, pale illumination pierced Growl's eyes, compelling him to shut them momentarily. When his vision gradually adjusted, he beheld the pastor wielding a black whip, a sinister grin plastered across his face. In that moment, Growl finally emerged from his stupor and, with a heart-wrenching roar, cried out, "This is unjust. I have not slandered anyone. This world is inherently unjust. You must learn to endure. After all, who made you the weak one?" The pastor retorted, raising the whip high in the air. Suddenly, Growl's gaze hardened, and he lunged at the pastor, clutching his leg. "Please, spare me. Punish John Shafiq instead. He is the true demon, the one who truly deserves punishment. I am willing to do anything for that. I implore you." The pastor paused, intrigued, and replied, "Oh, is that so? Indeed. I swear, I would do anything. Then, what if the price were your soul?" Growl was momentarily taken aback by the pastor's words. The voice did not belong to the priest. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a mysterious figure clad in a purple robe slowly entering through the door. Growl stared in bewilderment at the newcomer, who unfurled a piece of parchment before him. He signed it. This was against protocol. Should the nun become aware, the priest's voice abruptly ceased, for a gold bar had been tossed by the mysterious guest, landing perfectly in his embrace. Quietly, he slipped the gold bar into his pocket and took 2 steps back. Falling silent, Growl, however, continued to gaze at the parchment, stammering, I cannot read." As he spoke, he cast a glance towards the priest. The priest remained silent, turning his head away. Growl realized it was futile. Even if the priest could read, he would not comprehend the contents of the parchment, for the text inscribed was not of human origin. "Did you not claim you would do anything?" The mysterious guest spoke softly. His tone was not harsh, even possessing a certain allure. Upon hearing this, the hesitation in Growl's eyes dissipated entirely. "Indeed, as long as it leads to the demise of John Shafiq, I would do anything." His expression hardened as he bit his finger, pressing it against the parchment. A hum resonated as blood soaked into the paper, and amidst the flickering light, A blood-red rune slowly emerged from the parchment. The contract is sealed. Chapter 11. A complete oblivion. Meanwhile, in another part of the dining hall. John, Michelle, come here. After dinner, as John and Michelle prepared to leave the dining area, they heard the nun's call. The two exchanged a glance and approached her. How do you feel? Before John and Michelle could greet her, the nun interjected. John understood she was inquiring about the events of that morning and grasped her intent. He nodded and smiled, replying, I am unscathed. Glarl has received the punishment he deserved, and I shall not dwell on it. The nun nodded with a hint of relief, clearly grasping that John had no intention of retaliating against Glarl in private. Meanwhile, Michelle, oblivious to the cryptic exchange between the two, cheerfully patted her stomach and exclaimed, I am quite full. It feels wonderful. The nun was amused by this response, stifling a chuckle as she reached out to tidy Michelle's hair, which was adorned with a silly grin. Very well, let us speak of pleasant matters, the nun said with a smile. John, do you remember when I mentioned that you are destined for a bright future? John's heart skipped a beat, yet his expression remained composed as he nodded. I have contemplated this matter for quite some time. I initially intended to wait before sharing it with you, but upon reflection, I believe it is best to inform you now. The nun appeared genuinely delighted as she addressed John. You are now 12 years old, John. It is time for you to embark on your journey to secondary school. Regarding your future, I have prepared two paths for you. The first path leads to Jersey School for your education. Oh, is this true? Michelle exclaimed, her joy evident as she momentarily lost herself in excitement. It is no surprise, as everyone in St. Brigid is acutely aware of the prestige that Jersey School holds. However, John did not share in her enthusiasm. He quietly regarded the nun with an inquisitive gaze. Noticing this, the nun smiled and continued, Mr. Oliver has great faith in you, John, and he is willing to sponsor your education at Jersey School. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it seems he might even consider adopting you. However, personally, I would prefer you to take the other path. What is the other path? To Canterbury. I have already contacted a boarding church academy in Canterbury, and they are eager to assess your abilities. If you excel, they may even waive all your fees. I have full confidence in you, John. I believe you will impress them. You are a true genius, especially in theology. Upon hearing this, Michelle nodded earnestly. To them, John indeed seemed to possess innate talent. The nun was deeply invested in the education of John and Michelle. To this end, she even went so far as to hire teachers from the island to instruct them at St. Brigid. In addition, the nun frequently imparted theological knowledge to the two. Throughout this process, John demonstrated remarkable aptitude for learning. He grasped common knowledge with ease and could even draw connections beyond the material. At times, his questions would stump the visiting instructors. This earned him their admiration, with some declaring him a natural scholar. Given a conducive learning environment, it seemed almost certain that John would one day add the title of doctor to his name. John's performance in theological studies was equally impressive. He could effortlessly reference various scriptures, giving the impression that he had memorized the entire Bible. Yet, in response to Michelle's adoring gaze, John bore a wry smile. Those closest to him understood his true nature. He did not consider himself a genius. The talents he exhibited were merely the result of adult self-discipline combined with a child's capacity for learning. Such qualities were common and hardly worthy of acclaim. Unfortunately, the nun held a different perspective. She was now lost in her dreams for John's future, her eyes glimmering as she murmured, That is Canterbury, John. Once you enter that school, you will be able to make weekly pilgrimages to Canterbury Cathedral. With your gifts, you are destined to gain admission to the finest seminary and, subsequently, graduate with distinction to become an exemplary monk. Subsequently, you shall venture to the parish, toiling diligently, illuminating the divine with your knowledge and virtuous deeds, inspiring the souls of many, and ultimately being chosen as a pastor. In the midst of the nun's dreamlike musings, John shook his head. The education he received in his previous life forbade him from placing his faith in the divine. Rather than attributing everything to God, he preferred to forge his own future with his own hands. This was the essence of his belief. Casting a glance at the nun, still lost in her own world, John softly inquired, And what of Michelle? Will she also travel to Canterbury? Not at all, Michelle replied with a silly grin. The nun wants me to attend Hogwarts. Hogwarts? John echoed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. For reasons unknown, he felt an uncanny familiarity with that name. Meanwhile, the nun was stirred from her reverie by the voices of John and Michelle. She looked at John, who appeared contemplative, and smiled. You guessed correctly. Hogwarts is a school specifically designed for individuals like Michelle. A witch's school? John asked, bewildered. No, a school of magic. It accommodates both male and female wizards. Michelle will receive exceptional care and educational opportunities there, Of that you can be assured. John nodded, while Michelle, as if struck by inspiration, excitedly exclaimed, John, do you know? It was Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts who invited me. She is a true witch. I remember when she came to deliver my acceptance letter, I called her a fraud. And guess what? With just a flick of her wrist, she transformed into a small cat. Michelle animatedly mimicked Professor McGonagall's actions, breathlessly providing sound effects. Meanwhile, John stood frozen in disbelief. Professor McGonagall? Transforming into a cat? Did that mean he had crossed over into the world of Harry Potter? This revelation struck John profoundly. His knowledge of Harry Potter was limited to watching a few short video explanations and knowing some plot points. He hardly considered himself well-versed. This was quite the disadvantage. He lamented internally, wishing he had sought out some books to read. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, what was done was done. Complaining now would serve no purpose. All right, Michelle, do you remember what I said? We must not discuss this matter at St. Br. Lade, John mused, lost in thought. Suddenly, the nun interjected, You too, John. Knowing this is one thing, but you must never mention it to anyone else. Those wizards do not wish for their existence to be discovered by muggles, and should they find out that you are aware of them, they may come to harm you. Muggles? John asked. Ah, that is their term for ordinary people like you, and it is not meant to be flattering. In any case, remember my words. The nun reiterated emphatically. Now, back to the matter at hand. John, will you attend Jersey School or the church school in Canterbury? Contemplate this matter thoroughly and provide your response by the latest before the forthcoming grand ceremony. I hold your opinion in high regard. John nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, the nun was immensely pleased, embracing both individuals and resting her head against theirs in prayer, expressing gratitude to the divine for bringing them into her life. The nun departed hastily, as if a critical task awaited her attention. Subsequently, John and Michelle returned to their respective quarters. Michelle was afforded a solitary room, a privilege not commonly granted, yet due to her unique peril, she had been relocated to this single chamber following the Greer incident, to mitigate the risk of her engaging in actions akin to those witnessed in her nightmares. In contrast, John resided in a communal lounge on the third floor with other vagrants. This so-called public lounge was in disrepair, essentially a dilapidated living room crammed with a few iron-framed beds and makeshift wooden bunks. Even someone of John's stature could only expect a modestly intact iron bed in such an environment. Upon his return, the public lounge was abuzz with chatter. The residents were reminiscing and discussing the flavors of the recent dinner, which was considered a rare feast among them. Their excitement was palpable, so much so that John's arrival did not pause their revelry. He paid them no mind and reclined on his bed, preoccupied with thoughts of Hogwarts. If this Hogwarts were indeed the magical institution from the Harry Potter series, it would be filled with wizards and the formidable headmaster, Dumbledore. If he were to gain entry, it would be akin to a mouse tumbling into a grain bin, indulging in an abundance of magical energy daily. However, the pressing question remained. Could he truly gain admission to Hogwarts? Theoretically, it was possible, as he now shared with Michelle the innate magical aptitude to become a wizard. Yet, in reality, he possessed no acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Did this mean he would have to remain alongside Michelle and await Professor McGonagall's arrival to escort her before presenting himself? John felt this approach lacked prudence. He was still uncertain of Hogwarts' disposition towards him. Lost in these musings, time slipped away until he noticed an unusual stillness enveloping the public lounge. Curious, he rose to investigate and beheld Greer limping through the entrance. The rest of the residents regarded Greer with disbelief. John's eyes mirrored a flicker of surprise. Logically, Greer should have been confined to the punishment room at this hour. Yet, Greer appeared unfazed by the gazes of his peers. He struggled through the throng and stood before John, gritting his teeth, and said, John, the priest has summoned you. At this, John's eyes narrowed slightly as he rose to meet Growl's gaze. Under his intense stare, Growl trembled, his legs buckling almost instinctively, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet ultimately, fueled by a profound animosity, he straightened his posture and glared fiercely at John, declaring, You were absent without reason this morning. The priest intends to punish you. John remained silent, continuing to lock eyes with Growl for a moment before calmly walking away. The instant their gazes parted, Growl felt utterly weakened, akin to a fish out of water, gasping feebly on the ground. Meanwhile, John stepped into the darkness, but his destination was not the priest's small building. Rather, it was Michelle's room. He would be foolish to approach the priest. The priest never summoned him or Michelle at night. That old man seemed to deliberately maintain a distance from them, a result of the nun's advocacy, it was said. And now, the priest wanted him to face punishment at such a late hour? This could very well be a scheme by the mysterious guests. He dared to think that if he were to run there alone, Michelle might end up retrieving his corpse by morning. Given the current circumstances, hastily escaping with Michelle was the wisest choice. Although initiating an escape plan so abruptly felt a bit hasty, it was the only course of action available. It was precisely because of the urgency that John did not confront Growl further. Otherwise, with his ghostly demeanor, even if a nun interceded on his behalf, he would still be doomed. Taking a deep breath, John quickened his pace, jogging through the corridor, bounding up the stairs 2 at a time. However, upon reaching the 4th floor, he was met by a nun, her expression one of astonishment. "Why haven't you rested yet?" The nun and John spoke in near unison. John was the first to regain his composure, recounting Growl's words verbatim to the nun. As he spoke, he subtly increased the distance between them. While he had a measure of trust in the nun, it did not match the level he had for Michelle. A necessary caution remained. After all, his presence here indicated he had no intention of heading directly to the priest's abode. To John's surprise, the nun reacted with unexpected fury. She trembled slightly, exclaiming in indignation, "They have violated the covenant. My God, they actually dared to target you." Covenant? John's brow furrowed. It sounded as if the nun had made some sort of agreement with others. But what could the specifics entail? Who were they? The mysterious guests? John felt a sense of unease, while the nun embraced him, her voice trembling as she said, "I am so sorry, John. You have suffered greatly, and I truly apologize. If only I had discovered this sooner. I have sacrificed so much, yet they..." Tears streamed down the nun's face, and John felt a pang of compassion for her. The nun was indeed trustworthy, and this conviction began to solidify within John, for the profound sorrow emanating from her was utterly genuine and impossible to feign. He sighed, longing to offer her a comforting embrace. However, as he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback to find a scar on the nun's neck. Unlike the incision-like scar on his own body, hers resembled a mark made by a whip. Furthermore, her wounds appeared fresh. "Nun, what happened to you?" John instinctively inquired. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the nun abruptly rose to conceal her collar, then turned to John with a grave expression, stating, "This is not something you need to know, John. All you must understand is that St. Brellard is perilous." "But, no buts, John. St. Brellard is indeed dangerous. Very dangerous. Do you understand?" "All right, I understand. But you must tell me, who are they? And who injured you?" John exclaimed, waving his arms in frustration. He was genuinely outraged. It was clear that the nun held him dear, as if he were her own son. Before he could elaborate further, the nun produced a short wooden staff from her bosom. The staff was entirely black, elongated and smooth, adorned with numerous golden runes that exuded an aura of profound mystery. John's pupils dilated in shock. Even with his limited knowledge of Harry Potter, he recognized this as a wand used by wizards to cast spells. So, was the nun a witch? He had no time to ponder further, instinctively preparing to evade. But it was too late, as the staff whirled rapidly in the nun's hand. Its tip erupted with a blinding white light. "Good child, you need not visit the priest anymore. Everything will be fine." Oblivion. Chapter 12. The Red Hat John stood before his bed, his expression one of confusion. He was uncertain how he had returned. All he remembered was going to the priest's cottage, and then the priest sent you back. You did not meet him. You didn't even step into his office. A strange voice suddenly echoed in John's mind. Countless familiar images began to reconstruct in his consciousness, filling in the blanks of his memory. It felt as though everything had indeed transpired. Yet, John sensed something was amiss, an indescribable peculiarity lingering in his recollections. The sensation was akin to stepping out only to suddenly question whether one had locked the door or turned off the television, albeit with a heightened intensity. "Are you all right, sir?" A gaunt, one-armed vagabond inquired cautiously as he approached. "How long have I been gone?" "Approximately 5 to 10 minutes, I suppose. Did you not meet with the priest?" John cast a sidelong glance at the vagabond, understanding the unspoken curiosity in his gaze. A mere 5 to 10 minutes was hardly sufficient for him to visit the priest's cottage, receive punishment, and return. Furthermore, he felt no sting of a whip upon his skin. Thus, he had not truly entered the priest's office. He had merely announced his presence at the door before being dismissed. Despite the lingering oddity in his memory, John's conviction had begun to solidify into this reality. His gaze sharpened, icy as he addressed the surrounding vagabonds. "I have confirmed with the priest. He did not summon me. Therefore, it must be that Growl lied." At this revelation, the vagabonds around him displayed expressions of sudden understanding, while Growl, who had been lurking at the periphery, froze in shock. After a brief moment of stupor, Growl's face flushed with rage, and he lunged at John, shouting, "You liar!" His outburst was abruptly silenced, replaced by the sounds of painful retching. John, anticipating the attack, delivered a powerful punch to Growl's abdomen. This blow was not merely a testament to his physical strength, it was augmented by his magical prowess. The moment his fist connected with Growl's midsection, an accelerated force propelled through, rendering Growl instantly incapacitated. As Growl contorted in agony, resembling a lobster with his body arched, the surrounding vagabonds were seized by terror. This was not the first time John had unleashed such a technique. Many of those present had previously fallen victim to it. It was through his adept fusion of magic and physical power that John had ascended to a position of dominance among the vagabonds after his arrival. As for why this young lad possessed such extraordinary strength, the vagabonds deemed it unnecessary to question. Following the incident involving Growl, the witch Michelle's name had become infamous in St. Bernard as John's closest ally. It was only natural for them to believe he might have acquired some extraordinary abilities from her. Casting Growl to the ground, John felt a flicker of disdain. Growl was a persistent nuisance, a true embodiment of audacity. Even if a nun were to plead on his behalf, John had no intention of sparing him. "You may handle this as you see fit," he stated coolly before reclining back onto his bed. The remaining vagabonds exchanged knowing glances, dutifully extinguishing the lights and dragging Growl from the communal lounge. Shortly thereafter, muffled cries of despair echoed from the adjacent room. John nodded in satisfaction. The vagrants of St. Bernard were indeed like this. They epitomized the weak bullying the strong, and the oppression they endured in St. Bernard necessitated an outlet for their frustrations. Growl was doomed. Having offended both John and the nun, survival for him in St. Bernard was utterly impossible. Today was merely the beginning. Even if John chose to remain silent in the future, or even forgot the existence of this individual, the vagrants would inevitably target him for their bullying and venting. He would become the punching bag for all. The following day, John was roused from his slumber by the blaring alarm for work. He opened his bloodshot eyes and began to massage his temples. He had not slept well at all the previous night. Terrifying nightmares had relentlessly assaulted him, the specific details of which he could not recall, but he distinctly remembered a monstrous entity pursuing him throughout. The urgency of being hunted by this creature, the threat to his life, lingered even after he awoke. Taking a deep breath, John rose and dressed alongside the others, preparing to gather downstairs. Yet, just as he stepped out of the common lounge, he spotted Michelle waiting patiently in the hallway. Her eyes were also red, but unlike John's, which were veined with blood. Michelle appeared to have been weeping. "John, the nun mentioned that you didn't rest well last night, so you don't have to work today. She asked me to take care of you," Michelle whispered as she approached him. John's brow furrowed at her words. It seemed rather perplexing that the nun could foresee his nightmares. Confused, he gazed at Michelle, who looked rather pitiful, and softly inquired, "What is the matter? Did you not rest well either?" "John, the nun told me. Growl deceived you and is seeking the priest again last night, didn't he?" Michelle responded, her words not quite answering his question. "I'm so sorry, John, truly sorry. What are you apologizing for? This has nothing to do with you. But I wanted to escape with everyone," she lamented. "You are so kind, and you agreed to my unreasonable request, yet Growl treated you like that." As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion. She genuinely felt remorse for the distress her selfish request had caused John. This was a classic case of empathy. Michelle, with her good heart, placed great importance on her friends in St. Bernard, even holding no grudge against Growl for his past attempts to harm her, treating everyone equally. From her perspective, being ensnared in Growl's machinations would be unbearable, and she believed John would feel the same. Thus, she was overwhelmed with guilt, convinced that she had brought misfortune upon him. However, John's view of these so-called friends was entirely different. Regarding Growl's deceit, he felt no impact at all. After all, he had already taken his revenge. Observing the weeping Michelle, John stepped forward and enveloped her in an embrace, softly murmuring, "It's all right, Michelle. Let us not shed tears. Remarkably, we won't be taking him with us when we escape tonight." "Tonight? Are we truly escaping tonight?" Michelle lifted her tear-streaked face, incredulity etched upon her features. "Isn't that a bit hasty? The others are still unaware of what has transpired." John shook his head, his expression devoid of emotion. "They need not know anything. The back door is ajar. We merely need to shepherd them through to the exit." Michelle blinked, her large eyes reflecting hesitation. Yet, after a brief moment, resolve settled upon her as she nodded vigorously. "All right, I shall follow your lead, John. But I still do not comprehend why you have suddenly resolved to act tonight. After all, St. Bernard is truly perilous." John spoke in a tone reminiscent of a dream. "Since I traversed into this body, an overwhelming sense of urgency has enveloped my spirit. The threats posed by the enigmatic figures are far too significant. Usually, this urgency remains within the bounds of my endurance. But now it has escalated beyond that." He suspected that something had transpired the previous night. Otherwise, that anxiety, which had merely lodged in his throat, would not have surged to such an extent that it disrupted his slumber. Thus, although preparations were not yet flawless, we must make our escape. Otherwise, I genuinely fear that calamity may befall us. As John continued to express his thoughts, Michelle seemed to absorb the urgency in his words, trembling as she nestled deeper into his embrace. Rest now, sleep well, and ready your body for the evening's endeavor. Fear not, I shall remain by your side. John reassured her, gently tucking Michelle into the coziest bed in the common room while he sought a makeshift place on a large communal bunk. Before long, John drifted into slumber once more. This time, nightmares did not torment him. Instead, he was besieged by an overwhelming weight. Initially, he believed it to be a manifestation of the responsibility he felt for deciding to lead Michelle to freedom that night. However, after an indeterminate period, he suddenly realized that something tangible pressed upon him. Awakening abruptly, John threw off the covers, only to discover that Michelle had somehow climbed onto the communal bunk and was clinging to him like an octopus. The night had descended into darkness, and he had inadvertently slept through the entire day, exhausted from the previous night's exertions. The vagabonds had returned to the common room. Their day of labor having extinguished the joviality they had exhibited the night before, they were now deeply asleep. John reached out to rouse Michelle. Upon awakening, Michelle found herself still somewhat dazed, with a trace of glistening drool at the corner of her mouth. However, as she grasped the situation before her, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she cast her gaze downward, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. During the day, her anxiety had kept her from sleeping, leading her to seek solace by resting beside John, believing it would provide her a greater sense of security. In her mind, she had anticipated waking before John. Yet to her surprise, the comforting scent of him had lulled her into a deeper slumber until this hour, and she had inadvertently embraced him. The thought of her recent actions made her face burn even hotter. Although they occasionally shared hugs, those were more ceremonial gestures of camaraderie and joy. The intimacy of sleeping together was still quite foreign to her. Michelle, awaken, we must commence our mission. John's voice suddenly broke through her reverie, pulling her back to reality. She was acutely aware of the night's significance and, with a couple of murmurs of acknowledgement, forced herself to momentarily dismiss the images that had invaded her mind. She hurriedly followed John down the communal sleeping area, gathering the supplies needed for their escape. Meanwhile, John dealt a swift slap to the slumbering homeless individuals in the lounge, rousing them all from their slumber. Everyone, remain silent and follow me, John whispered urgently. In the darkness, the group of homeless nodded in compliance, some rubbing their faces, clearly feeling the sting from John's heavy-handed wake-up call. Nonetheless, there were no complaints. In fact, some appeared quite exhilarated. The notion of a nocturnal adventure was not new to them. They often pilfered food from the kitchen under the cover of night. With John, the son of a nun, leading the charge, their spirits were lifted. The homeless individuals fell into step behind John and Michelle as they exited the lounge. Following John's command, they formed a staggered formation. John and a few more robust companions took the lead to scout the surroundings, while Michelle led the rear to guard against any pursuers, with the elderly and infirm nestled safely in the center. This arrangement was sufficient to ensure their safety in a place like St. Brigid. As they navigated through the darkness, they descended the staircase with remarkable ease, reaching the ground level. Standing at the foot of the stairs, John could see the exit not far ahead, causing a smile to involuntarily spread across his lips. Escaping through that door would surely lead to smoother sailing thereafter. However, his smile soon faltered. The exit door had been swung open, revealing two figures cloaked in red hoods who silently entered the building, resembling assassins. They were short yet sturdy, their faces reminiscent of the elderly, with a tangle of white beards concealing fierce, blood-red eyes that emanated an intimidating intensity. John's expression grew increasingly solemn as he recognized the identities of the two figures before him. Redcaps. These were creatures of a brutal disposition, always lurking where blood was shed. They typically hid in the dungeons of castles and the trenches of battlefields, lying in wait to ambush lost souls, relishing in the act of soaking their hats in blood. Every inhabitant of St. Brigid was familiar with these creatures, not merely because they were part of Celtic folklore, but also due to the frequent warnings from the clergy against wandering at night, lest they be devoured by a redcap. While the priests often spoke of these threats in jest, John had confirmed during his prior nocturnal exploration of St. Brigid that they were not fabricating tales to frighten the populace. Redcaps truly existed, and they were being utilized as nocturnal sentinels under the control of St. Brigid. Through his heightened senses, John could detect the nauseating odor of blood emanating from the redcaps, even from a considerable distance. Unlike the gnomes frequently seen at grand ceremonies, these creatures possessed far lesser intellect, yet were significantly more savage and cruel. Under the moonlight, the two redcaps approached the staircase, conversing in an unintelligible, bizarre tongue. John's breath quickened. To avoid an encounter with these monsters, he had strategically planned his route, specifically choosing this path. However, the worst-case scenario had indeed unfolded. They had encountered not one, but two redcaps. These were the mythical creatures that delighted in murder, true embodiments of the supernatural. With only a meager amount of magic and an underdeveloped physique, could he truly prevail against them? John's doubts loomed large. Yet, at this juncture, retreat was not an option. He had brought too many vagabonds with him tonight, and he could not guarantee that none would report to the priest come morning. Taking a deep breath, John steeled his resolve, bending his body into a bow shape as his inner magic surged in response to his heightened emotions. Chapter 13 was that all. Unlike John, the vagabonds remained relatively unfazed, particularly the group of relatively able-bodied individuals who accompanied him. They had engaged in nocturnal excursions before and had, of course, encountered these night watchmen. However, they did not perceive these sentinels as the fabled redcaps. Rather, they considered them to be fellow minions dispatched by the mysterious gnomes to keep watch. After all, they had long suspected that the gnomes harbored ulterior motives against them. Thus, the notion that a few of their own had been sent to oversee was entirely reasonable. Consequently, upon discovering the redcap sentinels, their reaction was one of disappointment rather than fear. Based on past experiences of nocturnal escapades, it was prudent for the wanderers to retreat upon encountering the night watchmen. Otherwise, the risk of capture would escalate significantly, rendering their efforts futile. Some, feeling a sense of disappointment, exchanged a few complaints before preparing to withdraw. However, at that moment, they were taken aback to see John, positioned at the forefront, exhibiting no inclination to flee. To their astonishment, John even performed a conspicuous movement, indicating he was gearing up for an attack. "Pray tell, John, are you truly?" one of the vagabonds began to inquire, but before he could finish, John suddenly surged forth from the stairwell like an arrow, retracting his right arm and twisting his waist, his dagger slicing mercilessly across the neck of a red-capped creature. The blood sprayed forth, and the red-capped being gazed at John in disbelief, instinctively reaching for the wound. Yet, it was far too late. The strike had been augmented by a surge of magic, and with such terrifying force, the sharpened blade embedded itself into the creature's cervical vertebra, rendering it unable to retaliate, while simultaneously severing a significant portion of its neck. The red-capped creature convulsed as it collapsed to the ground, blood frothing forth, quickly staining the floor beneath. Inhaling the metallic scent of blood in the air, John found himself momentarily stunned. The red-capped beings were legendary embodiments of malevolence. When he dashed from the stairwell, he had even prepared himself for the possibility of sacrifice. Yet, one of these creatures had fallen to his blade in an instant. Was this truly the extent of their power? A piercing scream shattered the silence, prompting John to instinctively leap backward, only to witness a glimmer of cold light before him. A claw grazed across his chest, leaving 5 crimson lines in its wake. The remaining red-capped creature, grinning wickedly, licked the blood from its claws and lunged at John once more. At that moment, the pain awakened a ferocity within John. Instead of retreating, he advanced, reaching out to seize the creature. From an observer's perspective, this was tantamount to courting death. The speed of the red-capped being far surpassed John's. Its claws blurred in a deadly dance, poised to rend him to shreds. Yet, just as the claws were about to descend upon him, a flash of blue light flickered in John's eyes, causing the creature to halt abruptly, as though struck by an invisible force. Seizing the opportunity, John summoned all his strength, roaring as he forced the red-capped creature to the ground, pressing its head down and beginning to slam it against the floor. The pain jolted the creature back from its magical stupor. It flailed its claws desperately in an attempt to retaliate, but with its limbs pinned, it could only leave shallow cuts across John's thigh. Yet John remained utterly unperturbed, his strikes growing increasingly forceful. With one blow, then another, and a third, he proceeded to shatter the skull of the red-capped figure, only then rising with great effort. At that moment, the vagabonds at the staircase had descended into utter chaos. Fear etched on their faces, they gazed upon John, drenched in blood, resembling a demon. From their perspective, John had just slain 2 sentinels of St. Brigid, an unforgivable crime. They were unwilling to be ensnared by his actions. The most prudent course of action was to flee post-haste. After a brief standoff, nearly all the vagabonds began to dash frantically up the stairs. The staircase of the main building of St. Brigid was not spacious, and in their terror, the vagabonds became wildly disordered, resulting in the group being jammed on the stairs, severely impeding their escape. However, John showed no inclination to impede or capture them. Instead, he busied himself wiping the blood from his hands, simultaneously regaining his strength. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of fists striking flesh echoed from the second floor, interspersed with the anguished cries of several individuals. The vagabonds trapped at the foot of the stairs remained oblivious, continuing to push forward. Yet, regardless of their efforts, the throng could not advance. It was as if the vagabonds on the second floor had suddenly reversed course, charging downward. This left those at the bottom in a state of panic, straining on their toes to discern what transpired ahead. Upon catching a glimpse, despair washed over them entirely. For descending from the second floor was Michelle, moving slowly. In the darkness, her eyes glimmered with a fearsome blue light. Magical energy surged around her, almost crystallizing into palpable waves. As the vagabonds attempted to approach the second floor, that magical energy transformed into invisible fists, striking them back with great force. A satisfied smile crept onto John's lips. His strategic design of the advancing group into 3 segments, with himself and Michelle stationed at either end, was precisely to prevent such unforeseen circumstances. Initially, he harbored concerns that Michelle might show mercy. However, judging by the current situation, while Michelle possessed kindness, she had not reached a saintly disposition. The force with which she struck exceeded even John's earlier blows against the red-capped figure. Under her relentless effort, the vagabonds were soon compelled to retreat entirely to the ground floor. It was then that Michelle finally beheld the bloodied John, her stern expression evaporating instantly as she called out in urgent concern, "John, are you all right?" John gestured affirmatively towards Michelle and then turned to the group of vagabonds who had been driven back before him once more. At this moment, they were all huddled in the stairwell of the first floor, engulfed in darkness, where faint sobs could be heard, appearing weak, pitiable, and utterly helpless. John produced a bottle filled with a murky, unknown liquid and addressed the group of over 20 homeless individuals, young and old alike. "Take a sip." The vagabonds exchanged glances, none daring to reach for the bottle. Observing their hesitation, John swiftly delivered a punch to the abdomen of one of the homeless men, bending him over in pain before prying open his mouth and pouring some of the liquid inside. He then turned his attention to another nearby vagabond. "I'll drink. I'll drink," the man exclaimed, hurriedly accepting the bottle and trembling as he took a swig. Seeing this, the other homeless individuals relinquished their resistance, complying obediently. They were, after all, astute enough to recognize that resisting John would be futile. It was far wiser to cooperate and perhaps avoid a beating. Eventually, the entire contents of the bottle were consumed. "What did you make us drink?" one of the vagabonds asked weakly. In response, a sinister smile crept across John's face. "Poison, specifically brewed by the witch Michelle. If you do not consume the antidote within 3 hours, your insides will gradually rot away." Chapter 14. Escape from Death? The vagabonds stared blankly, mouths agape in shock. Michelle, too, was taken aback, unable to recall concocting any such poison. Instinctively, she wanted to protest, but upon meeting John's gaze, she swiftly closed her mouth. John nodded in satisfaction. What he had given the vagabonds was merely expired milk diluted with water, which would at most induce a bout of diarrhea, posing no lethal threat. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. With a genuine witch-like Michelle present, the vagabonds had no choice but to believe. "You need not worry too much. I possess an ample supply of antidote. But I would be loath to witness anyone straying from the group tonight." John coughed twice, raising his voice. "So, get up and continue on your way. Those who disobey will meet their end." With that, John strode purposefully toward the exit. Though reluctant, the vagabonds rose to their feet, compelled by the threat of death to follow him. The horror of the witch's poison had been vividly depicted in many tales they had read, a fate they were desperate to avoid. Upon exiting the small building, they were greeted by a vast expanse of flat cornfields, although still unripe. The diligent care of the vagabonds had nurtured the plants to over a meter in height, providing just enough cover for their figures. This was precisely why John had chosen this route. Other paths may have been shorter, but they were wide open and devoid of any concealment, making this cornfield far more secure. A gentle evening breeze swept through, causing the corn stalks in the darkness to undulate like rolling waves, accompanied by an eerie rustling sound. The homeless paused, hesitant to venture inside. Yet, under John's insistence, they ultimately bent down and entered the cornfield, traversing a small part of sandbar led directly to the back door. It stood there, ajar, its surface encrusted with rust, resembling a relic long abandoned, untouched for ages. John exhaled in relief upon seeing it. Truth be told, time had been too tight for him to scout the area at night. Thus, He could not ascertain whether the door would close automatically after dark. Fortunately, fate did not seem to conspire against him in such a cruel manner. Beside him, Michelle appeared quite exhilarated, while the remaining homeless looked utterly bewildered. They, much like the former John, could not perceive the back door, subconsciously overlooking its existence. Consequently, they were perplexed as to why John had gone to such lengths to bring them here in the dead of night. John, however, had no intention of explaining. As he had previously told Michelle, these individuals had no need to know anything. You come here. After taking a moment to collect himself, John addressed one of the homeless. The man, still dazed, pointed to himself for confirmation before reluctantly approaching John. John positioned him with a firm grip and then delivered a swift kick to his lower back, propelling him through the door. The remaining homeless gasped in shock. From their perspective, the man had collided with the wall and then vanished. What sorcery was this? Was John's purpose in bringing them here to execute them one by one with magic? Panic ensued among the homeless once more. Yet, John did not grant them the opportunity to descend into chaos as they had earlier on the stairs. Together with Michelle, he employed both hands and feet to swiftly usher the remaining homeless outside. Following this, John and Michelle crossed through the back door. Before them lay a winding path. Looking down this road, they could see a town bathed in light. Although distant, John discerned the townsfolk reveling throughout the night. He gazed longingly at the town, refraining from any further action against the homeless, and said softly, "No time to waste. Those who wish to live, follow me quickly and remain silent. Do not forget the poison you just ingested." With that, he averted his gaze from the homeless and, taking Michelle's hand, began to sprint. Behind them, the homeless individuals were overwhelmed with excitement, having finally fulfilled their long-held desire to escape from St. Br-Larade. They no longer exhibited their previous resistance to John's commands. Instead, they began to leap and bound joyfully in his wake. The cool night breeze caressed John's face, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. For nearly half a year, he had been confined within the walls of St. Br-Larade, constantly threatened by the mysterious guest and the priest. But now he was finally free. Unable to contain his emotions, John gazed up at the night sky. Perhaps it was the exhilaration of the moment, but he perceived the crescent moon hanging above as a celestial smile. The stars twinkled around it, exuding a festive aura. John could not help but exclaim, "Look, Michelle, even the stars are celebrating our success." "Yes, we did it." Michelle nodded vigorously, her face radiant with joy, bathed in the soft moonlight. John thought Michelle was even more beautiful than the Milky Way above. However, at that moment, an indescribable and eerie sensation suddenly arose within John. It felt as if someone had struck him sharply on the head. He halted, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. "What's wrong, John?" Michelle asked, nearly losing her balance from the abrupt stop, scratching her head. "Don't you feel how unnaturally quiet it is around us?" At his words, Michelle paused for a moment. Then her expression turned grim. It was nearing summer, and one would expect to hear the sounds of insects chirping in the night fields. Yet, since they crossed the back door, they had not heard a single sound. Everything around them felt eerily lifeless. Suddenly, a crackling noise erupted, and Michelle, in terror, noticed dense cracks appearing in the space around her. These fissures rapidly spread throughout the environment, and then, with a violent explosion, they burst open. John and Michelle felt as if the world was spinning, and when they regained their footing, the familiar cornfield reappeared before their eyes. "Are we back in St. Br-Larade?" Michelle said, incredulous. No one answered her question, for at that very moment, a swarm of red-capped figures emerged from the cornfield. A dull thud echoed as a nearby homeless man collapsed to the ground, struck by a blunt object. Chapter 15. The chase. Unlike the red-capped figures they had encountered earlier in the small building, this new group appeared even more menacing and robust. Wielding weapons such as knives and hammers, clearly prepared for confrontation. The fallen homeless man had been struck at the back of his head by one of the red caps. As the scent of blood permeated the air, he gradually fell silent. A piercing scream erupted from the crowd. None dared to confront such a horde of monsters. The homeless began to frantically flee towards the small building. The events of this night were too numerous and bizarre, surpassing their psychological endurance. In that moment, all they wished for was to return to their foul-smelling refuge, lie down on their beds, and hope that this was merely a nightmare. After all, compared to the horrors before them, the daily grueling labor at St. Brelard felt akin to paradise. As they fled, the red-capped figures charged forward with wild cries. Each one bore an expression of excitement, using both hands and feet, some even panting with their tongues lolling out, clearly reveling in the hunt. Most significantly, despite their aged appearances, they were remarkably robust and moved with astonishing speed. Soon, several weak and disabled members at the back of the fleeing group were overtaken by them. A chilling blade sliced through the darkness as one red cap wielded a small knife, leaping towards the neck of a homeless man. Just then, a whistling sound pierced the air. A stone struck the red cap squarely on the forehead, sending it reeling backward. "Run! Everyone run! Don't stop!" Michelle shouted resolutely, moving against the tide of the crowd. Beside her floated dozens of stones of varying sizes, and with a flick of her arm, one rock shot forth with magical force, striking another red cap. Meanwhile, John let out a deep sigh. From what they had just experienced, the so-called back door had been nothing but a trap. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Shaking his head, John reached out to stop Michelle, who was still advancing towards the red caps. "John, don't worry about me. You must escape. Hurry, it's almost too late." Michelle continued to shout desperately. Her eyes were reddened, and her body trembled incessantly, clearly terrified, yet her gaze remained resolute. Just then, she attempted to push John away. Michelle possessed immense strength. Without using magic, John was no match for her. Fortunately, he had no intention of using brute force against her. He grasped her head with both hands, forcing her to meet his gaze as he said, "Even if you sacrifice yourself to save everyone, it would be futile. The chaos of this night has attracted the monstrous guardians of St. Brellard. This is tantamount to revealing its greatest secret. Do you truly believe the priest will let us go after this?" Michelle's body stiffened, and the resolute expression on her face vanished, replaced by a pallor of despair. She was not foolish. She could discern the truth in John's words. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, John continued, "So, heed my words. I have a contingency plan. Trust me, I can lead everyone to safety." With that, he released Michelle and turned to pursue the group of homeless individuals. After a brief moment of hesitation, Michelle, as anticipated, followed closely behind. The two raced ahead to the forefront of the fleeing throng. Without a hint of mercy, John unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the leading stragglers, compelling them to alter their course towards the storage shed. This was the simplest and most efficient method to assert control over the disoriented crowd. At that moment, the homeless had completely succumbed to panic, resembling a flock of goats pursued by wolves, instinctively following the mass. Once the lead's direction shifted, the trajectory of the others naturally followed suit. Under John's guidance, the group surged wildly into the storage shed, devoid of any need for further direction. Fear propelled the homeless to hastily barricade the entrance with whatever they could find within, seizing the opportunity to buy them some time. John tore open an empty wooden crate nestled in the corner. He reached out, and with a sudden grasp, the roots of the sunflowers in the soil retracted, causing the earth to cave in and reveal the entrance to a tunnel. "John, are you suggesting we escape through the tunnel?" Michelle exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief and anxiety. They were acutely aware of the dangers lurking in that basement. Venturing there would be akin to lambs entering a den of lions. John glanced at Michelle and smiled. "Did you not notice? The individual we nearly collided with in the basement entered through a door from another location. When he opened the door, a rush of air flowed into the basement. This clearly indicates there is a direct exit to the surface." Michelle's mouth fell agape in astonishment. She had overlooked such crucial details, having been paralyzed by fright at the time. Even their escape had been a reflexive response. Undoubtedly, the path through the basement held its own perils. After all, the specifics of the outside situation remained unknown. But what did that matter? Given their dire circumstances, it was better to take a risk. As John spoke, a fierce determination flickered across his face. Michelle, regaining her composure, exclaimed, "All right. I believe in you, John." A sinister grin spread across John's lips as he turned, leading Michelle back towards the homeless individuals, who remained in a stupor from their overwhelming fright. This modest storage shed offered little solace, and under the onslaught of the red caps, it was beginning to teeter precariously. Thus, John and Michelle effortlessly ushered all the individuals into the tunnel. John sealed the entrance once more, urging the homeless to continue onward. After a grueling crawl of several hundred meters, the group finally reached the tunnel's terminus. John maneuvered to the forefront of the line, placing his hands alongside Michelle's against the earthen barrier ahead. "I am uncertain whether the mysterious figure might be lurking in the basement, making it highly likely we may encounter it upon our entrance." John spoke gravely. At that moment, we would need to fight with all our might. "So, Michelle, are you prepared?" Michelle remained silent, her expression resolute as she nodded vigorously at John. 3, 2, 1. With a resounding crash, the soil collapsed under the influence of their combined magic, revealing the expansive basement beyond. Chapter 16. The Dark Sorcerer. John and Michelle swiftly emerged from the tunnel, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Fortunately, they detected no sign of the mysterious figure. The basement appeared largely unchanged since their previous visit, with an array of enigmatic instruments and biological specimens haphazardly arranged on the shelves, emanating an eerie green glow that rendered the atmosphere both sinister and terrifying. A massive pile of corpses remained at the center of the basement, and it seemed the mysterious figures had recently engaged in some activity, resulting in the addition of several fresh bodies. This left the entire basement steeped in a horrifying stench of blood mingled with decay. Despite having encountered such sights before, John's scalp prickled upon returning to the basement. The homeless individuals beheld the scene before them. However, it appeared that the bizarre events of the night had exceeded their threshold for shock, as they exhibited little reaction. This was a positive sign. Had they been paralyzed by fear in such a place, John would have had no time to tend to them. Utilizing the faint luminescence emitted by the azure gemstones embedded in the ceiling, John swiftly located a passageway. Through this corridor, they entered a new chamber. This room was slightly smaller than the previous basement, yet it was fully equipped with various household items and furniture, along with an assortment of cauldrons and peculiar instruments. "John, look over there. That must be the exit," Michelle exclaimed excitedly. As she spoke, she pointed towards an iron door at the far side of the room. The door was positioned at the end of a small flight of stairs, slightly ajar, not securely fastened. Through the narrow opening, one could easily glimpse a gently flowing river outside. This was ample evidence that John's plan was indeed correct. The basement concealed a passageway leading to the outside world. They were on the brink of success. Michelle's heart swelled with joy, eager to continue speaking, only to be silenced by John's hand covering her mouth. "Do not speak. Something is amiss." John spoke while his gaze remained fixed on a coffee table in the room. There, a half-full cup of steaming coffee emitted wisps of vapor, clearly indicating that someone had recently taken a sip. If that were the case, where had the owner of this coffee disappeared to? Suddenly, a wooden door on the side of the room creaked open. John and the others instinctively turned towards the sound, only to be met with the sight of an elderly man in a black robe, staring blankly at them. A flicker of surprise crossed John's eyes. The figure before him was not the anticipated mysterious guest, but rather a seemingly ordinary old man. However, given his presence here, the distinction between human and monster became inconsequential. "Run!" John bellowed, yanking Michelle along as they sprinted towards the iron door. The other vagabonds, now spooked, descended into chaos as well, observing their panic. The old man in the black robe finally reacted, exclaiming with glee, "By Merlin, so many materials have presented themselves willingly. How delightful! A wand, come forth." A short wooden stick on the coffee table instantly soared into his grasp, which he brandished with a flourish. "Quickly bind them." With a sharp click, the previously ajar iron door slammed shut and locked, causing John and Michelle, propelled by their momentum, to crash into it without success. The solid iron door, 3 inches thick, was secured with a bolt of equal girth. Holding his wand, the old man chuckled, "Don't waste your effort. You might as well surrender peacefully." John and Michelle exchanged a glance, silently reaching a consensus. With their combined magical prowess, breaching the iron door was feasible, though it would require a bit of time. Yet, the old man would not simply allow them to escape. Thus, they had no choice but to take a gamble. In unison, they pivoted, their feet striking the ground as they lunged at the old man. Michelle, faster than John, surged ahead, seizing a chair to hurl at the robed figure. "Oh dear, such a brutish girl. With behavior like that, you may find it hard to marry." The old man jested, yet he showed no mercy. With a flick of his wand, a crimson light erupted. "Disarm." The chair in Michelle's hands was sent flying, the force staggering her. The old man prepared to raise his wand once more. Fortunately, John had already arrived. Seizing the opportunity while the old man's attention was diverted by Michelle, he stealthily circled around and emerged from the blind spot, delivering a powerful punch to the old man's waist. John's strike, imbued with magical energy, was formidable enough to rival the strength of many adults. The black-robed elder, struck with a resounding crack at his waist, collapsed to the ground in agony. Seizing the opportunity, John lunged forward, raising his arm to deliver another blow to the elder's head. In that moment, the magic within him surged in response to his emotions. A flash of blue light flickered in John's eyes as a blade of magic materialized at the surface of his fist. If it were to connect, it would surely cleave the elder's head in two. However, just then, the elder lifted his wand slightly, uttering no incantation, yet a surge of pure magic erupted forth, sending John flying backwards. Michelle leaped forward and caught him, urgently asking, "John, are you all right?" John remained silent, while not far away. The elder grimaced in pain as he poured a vial of green liquid into his mouth. "It hurts. Damn you. I had intended to capture you alive and prolong your suffering." The elder steadied himself, rising with the aid of the potion. And though the agony on his face began to fade, he declared, "But now, I shall change my focus." Avada Kedavra, a bolt of emerald lightning tore through the air, emanating an overwhelming malevolence, leaving a long green afterimage on John's retina. In a moment of peril, John's magic surged wildly within him. With its aid, he sidestepped with a nearly supernatural speed, narrowly evading the deadly strike, clutching Michelle tightly. Glancing at the massive crater left by the green lightning, John's expression turned grim as he shouted, "Stop dawdling. If you wish to live, charge at him. Don't forget, you've ingested the potion." At his words, the expressions of the vagabonds shifted dramatically. A few even bore fierce looks, stealthily approaching the black-robed elder. Observing this, a cold smirk crossed the elder's face. He did not believe these muggles and two young wizards could inflict any significant harm upon him. The only thing that surprised him was John. He recalled John as a mere muggle months ago, yet now he had transformed into a young wizard with magical potential. Was this a spontaneous awakening of innate magical talent? Or a deafening crash interrupted the elder's thoughts? Frowning, he turned towards the source of the noise, only to see a large hole burst open in the iron door leading outside. A woman clad in a nun's habit was slowly stepping through the opening. The nun has arrived. Chapter 17. A perilous situation amidst the swirling dust. The nun surveyed the basement with a look of astonishment and disbelief. However, upon noticing John and Michelle present, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped her. This intense killing intent was something John had never witnessed emanating from a nun before. The old man in the black robe was utterly astonished by the emergence of the nun. He pointed at her, his lips parting as if to inquire something. However, the nun did not afford him the opportunity to speak. Avada Kedavra, a flash of green light, surged forth once more. The old man's face paled in response. With a swift flick of his wand, a red beam shot forth, colliding directly with the green light. Sparks erupted, flames ignited, and the two energy beams seemed to hold each other in a stalemate. Yet, this situation was not destined to endure for long. The energy level of the green light was evidently superior, and with another flick of her wand, the nun began to overpower the red beam, advancing ominously toward the old man. A chill flickered in the old man's eyes. He quickly withdrew his wand only to strike out again. Disarm. Another red beam joined the fray. This time, the convergence of the three energies erupted into a violent explosion. The force of the blast sent everyone in the vicinity hurtling away. Some unfortunate vagabonds were struck down, meeting a grim fate against the sharp edges of nearby metallic instruments. As for John, he had stealthily led Michelle to a corner, thus evading the catastrophe. The battle between the nun and the old man in the black robe raged on. A plethora of curses erupted from both their wands at a feverish pace, the sounds of explosions resonating throughout the basement, injuring several wandering souls who dared to peek out. Overall, it was evident that the nun possessed a marked superiority over the old man in the black robe. This was not only reflected in the potency of her spells, but also in her precision in casting and her agility in evasion. When faced with the old man's attacks, she merely needed to make slight adjustments to her stance to effortlessly dodge. At times, evasion was unnecessary, as his incoming attacks would veer off course entirely. In stark contrast, the old man's predicament was quite different. Despite his desperate, wide-ranging evasive maneuvers, the nun's assaults seemed to possess an uncanny ability to track him, anticipating his movements and landing precisely in their intended spots. This compelled the old man to cease evading altogether. He stood firm, retaliating with greater force and frequency in an attempt to counter her relentless barrage of spells. However, such a strategy was not sustainable. Shortly after a mere 10 seconds, the old man unleashed another green beam before making his escape. Breathing heavily, he exclaimed, "Ariana Shafiq, do you wish for death? You were the first to breach the contract." The nun, glancing toward John and Michelle huddled in the corner, urged, "Now, quickly flee." John nodded in agreement. The intensity of the battle between the nun and the old man was far beyond his capabilities, rendering him paralyzed not only from intervening, but even from making an escape. This is not due to John's cowardice. Rather, it stems from the fact that numerous vagabonds had previously sought to escape amidst the chaos. However, without exception, they all met their demise, felled by stray projectiles that erupted from the skirmish between the nun and the old man in the black robe as they approached the iron gate. It is evident that this was the handiwork of the black-robed elder. Although he appeared to be at a disadvantage against the nun, his prowess was formidable, with both spellcasting intensity and combat experience reaching an astonishing level. For him, utilizing stray bullets to kill was an effortless task. At this moment, the black-robed elder seemed to have entered a phase of fatigue, presenting a rare opportunity. "Wait." John, we cannot leave the nun to fight alone, Michelle exclaimed anxiously, clearly concerned for the nun's safety in this battle. Yet, John did not engage in further discussion with her. During the recent clash, he had absorbed a significant amount of magical energy through his chewing ability. Now, as the magic surged within him, it erupted forth with tremendous power, and he swiftly scooped up Michelle and charged toward the iron gate. To him, assisting the nun seemed unnecessary, given the current circumstances. She would inevitably triumph over the black-robed elder. Their presence would only hinder her efforts. John speculated that this was also why the nun had instructed them to leave first. Only when they had departed could she unleash her full potential without reservations. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of urgency crossed the black-robed elder's eyes. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed 2 crimson beams that spiraled toward John. Dream on. I shall not allow you to harm them. The nun bellowed, a flash of white light emanating from her wand, which deflected both spells back toward their origin. Perhaps due to the uncontrollable nature of the rebound, the black-robed elder merely leaped aside to evade the attack. Since you remain obstinate, then meet your demise, he declared, his expression shifting from urgency to a cold, menacing demeanor. He shattered a vial containing a dark green reagent, which spilled forth a pungent, acrid odor. John, particularly sensitive to such scents, recognized that it was not merely a foul smell. It was infused with potent magical energy. A feeling of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to quicken his pace in an effort to escape this place. However, just as they neared the entrance, several familiar diminutive figures emerged from the ground. It was the Redcaps. John shouted fiercely, transforming his finger into a sword and thrusting it forward. With a sharp sound, a concentrated beam of magic shot forth from his fingertip, piercing the head of the foremost Redcap. After executing this maneuver, John felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The true essence of this magical attack, which separated from his body, proved to be an overwhelming burden for him. He was better suited to a close combat style that infused his physical form with magic, given his limited magical reserves. The recent strike had drained more than half of his accumulated power. Nevertheless, it was a worthy sacrifice. The instantaneous demise of his companion left the nearby Red Caps momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, John released Michelle and surged forward, seizing one Red Cap and hurling it towards another. The impact was thunderous. The force of inertia knocked both Red Caps to the ground. Without hesitation, John grabbed a dagger from one of them and delivered a finishing blow to both fallen foes. Meanwhile, Michelle, having been freed by John, refrained from recklessly returning to assist the nun. She discerned the urgency of the situation and instead aided John in dispatching an additional Red Cap. With all 4 Red Caps defeated, the two exchanged glances. Just then, a violent explosion erupted behind them. Instinctively, John and Michelle turned to witness a plume of eerie blue flames rising skyward, engulfing the basement in a shroud of smoke. Amidst the obscurity, a multitude of Red Caps armed with short weapons began to emerge from the corners, snuffling as they advanced towards the nun. The nun's staff flashed with white light, causing the surrounding floor to warp and distort, and then a barrage of stone spikes erupted, relentlessly piercing through the bodies of the Red Caps. This tactic proved highly effective. The spikes not only inflicted harm but also served as a barricade, impeding the Red Caps' advance. However, the cloaked elder would not simply stand by. A series of whistling sounds pierced the air as multiple spells shot forth from the smoke towards the nun. This unexpected assault disrupted her rhythm in battle. She swung her staff, managing to deflect the attacks in a moment of haste. Simultaneously, the surrounding Red Caps took advantage of the distraction to close in around her. One Red Cap leapt into the air, swinging a hammer aimed at the nun. Chapter 18. Thank the divine for bringing you to my side. Watch out, Michelle exclaimed. The nun seemed to heed her warning, twisting her body just in time to narrowly evade the blow. Then, with a gentle tap of her staff, she unleashed a magical explosion that shattered the Red Cap. Yet, this was merely the beginning. An increasing number of Red Caps swarmed towards the nun, while the distant cloaked elder, utilizing the cover of smoke, launched attacks from various deceptive angles. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted, placing the nun at a disadvantage. Witnessing this, John instinctively clenched his fists. The exit of the basement was now less than 3 meters away, and he could even taste the fresh air from outside through that opening. With just 2 more steps forward, he would attain freedom. From that moment on, the vast sea would allow fish to leap, and the sky would grant birds the liberty to soar. Yet, the pressing question remains, can he truly abandon everything so easily? The nun is risking her life to save them. John, Michelle softly called, her expression resolute. Upon seeing Michelle, John was momentarily taken aback. And then he clenched his teeth with determination. How foolish. Truly foolish. He vowed to himself that he would never commit such a blunder again. In his heart, he shouted fervently, yet in reality, he nodded vigorously at Michelle, and together they surged towards the battlefield like cannonballs under the influence of magic. Communication was unnecessary. Both John and Michelle directed their weapons at the nearby red-capped foes. With a swift motion, John swung his blade, and empowered by magic. Blood spattered as the blade passed through. Of course, the blade was not particularly sharp, and it could not sever in one stroke. Those redcaps who were struck by John did not die immediately, but were merely injured. Nevertheless, this assault repelled some of the advancing redcaps. On Michelle's side, the display was even more extravagant. Her magical strength far surpassed John's, and although she wielded a weapon like him, she primarily relied on her magic for offense. As her magic swept through, a multitude of redcaps was instantly pushed back. Not only them, but many of the homeless also chose to re-enter the fray rather than flee, assisting in driving back the redcaps. This was not out of benevolence. They had not forgotten the poison they had once ingested. If John and Michelle were to perish, they would not survive either. Together, they carved out a small haven around the nun. At this moment, the nun no longer urged John and Michelle to flee. She seized the opportunity they had created, raising her wand skyward after a brief moment of gathering power. Whirlwind cleansing. The tempest erupted from her as the center, sending a multitude of redcaps flying while simultaneously dispersing the smoke and magical flames that filled the room. With the haze gone, the figure of the old man in the black robe re-emerged, huddled in a corner, desperately pouring potions into his mouth. His condition had long reached its limit. He could only maintain his combat efficiency by continually consuming potions, or else he would not have resorted to summoning redcaps. Now, his last line of defense was also shattered. Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light shot towards the old man like lightning. Under the brilliance of the green light, the old man's hair stood on end, and instinctively he raised his wand, channeling all his remaining magical energy into it. With a resounding boom, two beams of emerald light collided in midair, once again rendering the scene into a stalemate. The nun, too, found herself in a precarious situation. However, she was not alone in this battle. Suddenly, John emerged from the shadows, his blade plunging deeply into the back of the cloaked elder. The elder, caught off guard by the sudden assault, trembled violently. Disbelief etched across his face as he twisted his neck, seemingly attempting to discern the identity of his assailant. Alas, as John withdrew his blade, the last vestiges of vitality ebbed from the elder's body. The cloaked elder was no more. John, pallid and breathless, slowly sank to the ground, clutching his chest. During the recent skirmish, the red-capped figure had struck him forcefully with a hammer, leaving his chest feeling tender and likely fractured. To compound his misery, John felt a significant depletion of magical energy coursing through him, rendering him as fatigued as if he had endured a week without rest, his head spinning and throbbing painfully. "John! John!" A familiar voice called out. John struggled to open his eyes, the blurred figures before him gradually coming into focus. He beheld Michelle supporting the nun as they approached him. As they drew near, the remaining vagabonds around them collapsed, as if ensnared by a sleep-inducing spell or a memory-erasing enchantment. The others lay lifeless. I am fine," John managed to utter. Upon hearing his words, the worry faded from Michelle's face, replaced by exhilaration as she exclaimed, "John, we have triumphed." "Indeed, we have prevailed," the nun replied with a smile, adorning John's and Michelle's necks with silver crucifixes. The gift ignited further excitement in Michelle, while John's gaze remained fixated on the nun. Through his heightened senses, he could distinctly perceive a formidable surge of magical energy emanating from her, not of her own essence, but of a uniquely potent and pure magic. Noticing John's intense scrutiny, the nun beamed. "Do not worry. Those who violate unbreakable oaths meet such fates. I have long been prepared for this." At that moment, Michelle, too, sensed something amiss. The powerful, extraordinary magic had fully erupted from the nun, manifesting as golden chains that bound her tightly. "In nun, you shall." The nun silenced John and Michelle, enveloping them in her embrace as she prayed, "Thank God for bringing you to my side. You both shall have bright futures, I promise. Forget everything." Two beams of white light flashed, and in an instant, the unguarded John and Michelle collapsed to the ground, perhaps due to the lingering effects of yesterday's harrowing experience. John did not succumb to unconsciousness, but rather sank into a state that hovered between slumber and wakefulness. He beheld a nun, cautiously concealing a parcel along with her wand beneath the earth through the use of magic. "John, should the opportunity arise, come and retrieve it. This is my final gift to you and Michelle." The nun seemed aware that John had not entirely lost consciousness. With a radiant smile directed at him, She rose and ventured deeper into the basement. As she moved, the golden chains entwined around her began to tighten incessantly, erasing her presence much like an eraser wipes away chalk from a blackboard, ultimately rendering her into nothingness. None, John called out with great difficulty, yearning to extend his hand to impede her departure, yet he found himself devoid of any strength. A profound weariness enveloped him, and he slowly closed his eyes. In his final moments of awareness, a tabby cat intruded upon his vision, its feline eyes glimmering with an unmistakable sense of urgency. Chapter 19. Professor McGonagall the tabby cat nimbly navigated the scattered corpses and various stone spikes, ultimately leaping towards John and Michelle. In midair, her form began to contort and transform, culminating in the appearance of a woman adorned with square spectacles, her raven hair fashioned into an elegant bun. Clad in a deep green robe. "Merlin, children, are you all right?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with anxiety as she reached out to check on Michelle and John. Only upon confirming that they were merely unconscious and not in mortal peril did she breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a hurried patter of footsteps echoed through the air. An elderly man with flowing silver hair approached swiftly. His gaze swept over John and Michelle, and with a grave tone, he inquired, "Who is Michelle Shafiq?" "This one." Professor McGonagall indicated Michelle, then turned her attention to John. "And this must be John Shafiq. I recall Michelle mentioning him during my last visit. He is her brother?" "A muggle child." "No, you are mistaken. He is not a muggle but a young wizard," Dumbledore interjected. "Are you serious?" "Indeed. I can sense the traces of magic within him. But why is he not listed among the students? Perhaps his magical abilities manifested later, or..." Dumbledore paused, his gaze sweeping over the bloodied corpses of red-capped figures and various instruments and specimens, ultimately resting on the dark-robed figure. Tony Gray, a second-tier wanted dark wizard by the Ministry of Magic, responsible for the deaths of 12 muggles in Liverpool. This must be his stronghold. Professor McGonagall, noting Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Are you suggesting that John is connected to the Dark Wizard? Who can say?" The Dark Wizards indeed exhibit reluctance in allowing their offspring or apprentices to attend Hogwarts, often resorting to methods to obscure the perception of the student roster. Dumbledore expressed his uncertainty, yet I could sense his magic was quite normal, devoid of any dark enchantments. Furthermore, it appeared that he and this Michelle had collaborated to dismantle this Dark Wizard stronghold. If that were the case, he should not be too closely affiliated with Dark Wizards. While Dumbledore spoke, Professor McGonagall had already commenced preliminary treatment for John and Michelle. She cautiously unbuttoned John's shirt, aiming to ascertain the extent and number of his fractured ribs to determine the appropriate dosage of essence of bone. However, she soon gasped in astonishment. John's chest was marred with an array of scars, both fresh and old. "Merlin, this child. Professor McGonagall gasped, her voice trembling slightly. Observing this, Dumbledore shook his head and remarked, "Minerva, there is no need to administer medication. The Aurors will attend to him after they gather their evidence." "Aurors? You intend to leave him to the Aurors?" Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore in disbelief, fully aware of the Aurors' notorious reputation. This group had morphed from noble adversaries of dark wizards over a decade ago into dogs of war chasing after accolades. If John were to fall into their hands, while severe torture might not ensue, he would undoubtedly suffer torment. This was far too cruel for an 11 or 12-year-old child. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, her expression grave. "I have heard Michelle speak of John. He is an exceptionally kind and remarkable boy, and Michelle has been well cared for by him. Recently, someone attempted to subject Michelle to a witch trial, and it was John who intervened. Furthermore, the nun named Ariana has held John in high regard as well." For reasons unknown, Dumbledore's previously stern demeanor gradually softened. He gazed at Professor McGonagall, tentatively stating, "Are you suggesting?" "Indeed, I wish for John to attend Hogwarts. But he has affiliations with dark wizards. You yourself remarked that he bears no trace of dark magic, and this dark wizard stronghold was dismantled by him and Michelle. Perhaps his magical outburst simply manifested later than usual. Such occurrences are not unheard of." Noticing Dumbledore's expression relax slightly, Professor McGonagall continued, "We could first bring him back to Hogwarts for observation. It would grant him a chance. After all, he is merely a child, and it is our duty to educate children." Dumbledore's gaze fell slightly as he replied, "This is not appropriate." "What is inappropriate about it? Moreover, can you guarantee that your judgment is infallible?" Professor McGonagall retorted, "How highly did you regard Sirius Black in his youth? And what did he ultimately do? Was he truly suited for Gryffindor?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. In terms of courage alone, he did indeed exhibit a certain bravery in committing such a heinous act. "Dumbledore, Oh, very well. I was merely jesting. No need to be so irate. Dumbledore chuckled in a pleading tone. Since you are so insistent, let us proceed according to your wishes. I consent to allow him to enroll at Hogwarts next semester. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall fell silent, her lips pressed tightly together, revealing her evident displeasure. Dumbledore let out a resigned chuckle or two, and together with McGonagall, he escorted John and Michelle out of the basement. Shall we return directly to Hogwarts? McGonagall inquired after they had walked a short distance. Dumbledore shook his head, replying, No, Hogwarts is not yet prepared. It cannot accommodate students at this moment. Thus, you must find an alternative place to house them, allowing for further observation as well. McGonagall's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Are you suggesting that I handle this all on my own? What about you? Dumbledore replied, I must first notify the Aurors to clean up this mess. Then, I have to meet an old friend in France. So, you see, I am rather occupied. Upon hearing this, McGonagall's lips tightened further, for she recognized that Dumbledore intended to shirk his responsibilities. This was, after all, a crucial period before the arrival of new students. And Dumbledore's absence at such a time meant he was leaving a substantial workload, along with John and Michelle, for her to manage. The sheer enormity of this task was utterly preposterous. Instinctively, McGonagall wished to refuse, but before she could voice her objections, Dumbledore winked at her. And with a series of crackling sounds, he vanished from sight. Taking several deep breaths to quell her rising fury, McGonagall grasped John and Michelle and led them further away. Chapter 20. The acceptance letters. More than half an hour later, at the Leaky Cauldron. As a burst of eerie green flames erupted, Tom, the drowsy bar owner, was startled awake, glaring up in anger. Merlin's beard. I should toss all you drunken fools out. You wretched scum of the wizarding world, so pitifully abandoned. Tom's tirade was abruptly halted when he realized it was not the snoring patrons in the corner who had disturbed him, but rather the fireplace within the pub, which was now ablaze with magical flames. Moments later, Professor McGonagall emerged from the flames, leading John and Michelle with her. Professor McGonagall, what a surprise to see you. Tom's demeanor shifted dramatically as he grabbed a feather duster and hurried to assist her, brushing the soot from the fireplace. His gaze then naturally shifted to John and Michelle. And who might these two be? They are the new Hogwarts students who will be enrolling in 2 months. They have encountered a minor mishap. McGonagall replied as she ascended the stairs. Tom, please arrange a room for them. Old Tom moved with a swiftness that surpassed that of Professor McGonagall. Before McGonagall could ascend the stairs, he had already taken the key and proceeded to the second floor to assist in unlocking the door. The room he presented was rather spacious, furnished with 2 single beds in addition to the essential living amenities. Upon entering, Professor McGonagall nodded gratefully at Tom and then gently placed John and Michelle on the respective beds, commencing a thorough physical examination of them. Michelle was the first to be examined. However, as time passed, McGonagall's brow furrowed deeper with concern. This was not due to the severity of Michelle's injuries, but rather the perplexing fact that she appeared remarkably healthy. This was quite illogical, especially after enduring a fierce battle with a dark wizard. Hadn't John suffered multiple broken ribs? Logically speaking, Michelle should have borne some bruises. Yet, astonishingly, there was not a single mark on her. After conducting several rounds of checks, McGonagall reluctantly attributed this anomaly to John's exceptional protective efforts. At that moment, John stirred awake. Ah, a nun, he exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. He was drenched in sweat. His head throbbed, as if someone had just struck him with a hammer. Shaking his head vigorously, he struggled to maintain his consciousness. Then he noticed a witch, adorned with a pointed hat, sitting beside Michelle, her wand emanating a soft glow as it hovered over Michelle. Do not harm her. John felt a surge of adrenaline rush to his head, unleashing a fierce shout as he extended his right hand. In the throes of heightened emotion, a flicker of magic, previously depleted, surged forth within him. This power coalesced in his palm, forming a luminous blade poised to be unleashed. Observing this, McGonagall pressed her lips together, realizing John was in a state of turmoil, and swiftly flicked her wand. All petrified. With jubilant precision, beams of white and pink light struck John in succession. He felt his body stiffen, as if turned to stone, rendering him immobile. Shortly thereafter, an overwhelming sense of joy welled up from deep within him, counterbalancing his earlier tension, gradually leading him to calmness. Once assured of John's stabilization, McGonagall released her spell, introducing herself with a grave demeanor. I am Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and the professor of transfiguration. I am aware of you. Michelle has spoken of you. As John spoke, his gaze kept flickering toward Michelle. How is she now? Is she all right? Upon hearing this, McGonagall's expression grew even more stern, and her tone elevated as she replied. "It is not yet your turn to inquire. I demand to know what transpired tonight. What transpired in that basement?" Upon uttering these words, Professor McGonagall inadvertently triggered a cascade of memories for John, who instinctively recalled the earlier events in the subterranean chamber. He could only remember that, as per their original plan, he had led Michelle and others into the basement, where they encountered the sinister figure in the black robe. A fierce battle ensued, and ultimately, they triumphed over the dark wizard and managed to escape. Yet, something felt amiss. John sensed that he had forgotten a crucial individual or event. But what could it be? With a pained expression, John clutched his head and began to lament once more. It felt as though a needle had been lodged in his mind, obstructing his recollection of subsequent events. Observing this, Professor McGonagall's expression shifted dramatically as she approached John, administering a dual treatment of potions and magic. After a lengthy half-hour, John began to regain a semblance of clarity, and Professor McGonagall gleaned a general understanding of the circumstances from him. "So, it was you and Michelle who vanquished that dark wizard? And your memory seems to be compromised?" she inquired, her face etched with profound confusion. It was unfathomable that John and Michelle, mere fledgling sorcerers accompanied by some muggles, could have defeated such a malevolent fiend. Furthermore, what was this issue with memory? Could it be that someone had cast a spell of total oblivion? After a moment's contemplation, Professor McGonagall used magic to rouse Michelle, initiating her own line of questioning. However, Michelle's responses aligned almost perfectly with John's. Her words flowed seamlessly, devoid of any indication of memory erasure. Moreover, she remained in a state of semi-consciousness, slipping back into slumber less than 10 seconds after answering. Professor McGonagall doubted that Michelle could fabricate lies in such a condition. With a long exhalation, she addressed John. "It appears your memory is intact. It may simply be a consequence of the trauma you endured that has led to these peculiar sensations." John nodded in acceptance of this conclusion, yet his gaze remained fixated on Michelle. He found it rather absurd that she slept as soundly as a pig, having not even opened her eyes during the recent inquiry. This led him to suspect that Michelle had never truly awakened and was merely speaking in her sleep. Observing this, Professor McGonagall rose slowly and asserted, "Michelle is in excellent health. She is not suffering from any issues." As she spoke, she placed a piece of parchment on John's bedside. "Additionally, in my capacity as Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, I extend to you an invitation to commence your studies at Hogwarts this September. This is your acceptance letter." John looked at Professor McGonagall in astonishment. Just yesterday, he had been distressed over how to gain entry into Hogwarts, and now, not only had he successfully led Michelle out of the hell that was St. Brigid's, but Professor McGonagall had placed an acceptance letter directly into his hands. It was truly a moment of double joy. "Certainly, the decision to go lies entirely within your will." Professor McGonagall evidently misunderstood the significance of John's expression. "If you are unwilling, then I am most willing." John interjected, "After all, it is a school of magic, and I would be with Michelle." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Professor McGonagall's lips, though it was quickly suppressed. "Then, I suggest you both rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I shall return to assist you in acquiring the necessary items for your enrollment, and I shall also take the opportunity to introduce you to this magical world." With that, Professor McGonagall stepped out of the room, bidding farewell to John. "What an exceptional child," Old Tom's voice echoed. At this, Professor McGonagall could no longer contain her smile. She carefully closed the door behind her, reflecting with a contented expression, "Indeed, he is remarkably outstanding, especially John. Not only is he astute and intelligent, but he also possesses great courage, daring to devise and execute a plan for his own rescue. Such qualities are indeed rare. It is worth noting that, at this age, most children would merely weep when faced with adversity. More importantly, John is exceedingly kind-hearted. He did not think only of his own escape, but also sought to save Michelle and those unfortunate souls in St. Brendan's. What a noble character. Furthermore, judging by his impulsive display of magic in a moment of emotional upheaval, it seems his magical aptitude is quite promising. Were I to fail in admitting such a child into Hogwarts, I would surely regret it for the rest of my life." Taking a deep breath, Professor McGonagall, with a smile, made her way towards the fireplace downstairs. She needed to return to Hogwarts, where there awaited a multitude of tasks regarding the new students. Given the current situation with Dumbledore's negligence, if she did not work diligently, it was likely that the incoming students for September would not be able to enroll. Additionally, she was tasked with taking John and Michelle to Diagon Alley the following day. What a busy day it would be, Professor McGonagall mused, her lips still curled in a smile. Chapter 21. The gingerbread scent of magic. The next morning, John awoke with a start, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. The nightmare had once again invaded his slumber, transporting him back to that basement, where he relived the agony and the fear of impending death. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. In reality, he remained in a safe environment, with Michelle beside him, sprawled across another bed, softly snoring. Relieved, John reached for the parchment resting on his bedside. It was the letter of acceptance bestowed upon him by Professor McGonagall last night, his passport to Hogwarts. Last night, overwhelmed by exhaustion, he succumbed to slumber shortly after Professor McGonagall departed, leaving him without the chance to thoroughly examine the acceptance letter. Now, he was poised to rectify that. However, just as he adjusted the letter, Professor McGonagall entered the room, startling John. Outside, the sky was only just beginning to brighten, indicating that it was likely not yet 6 o'clock in this season of long days and short nights. Moreover, Professor McGonagall still wore the same attire from the previous evening. Had included. Was it possible she had not slept at all? John felt uncertain, but it evidently had little bearing on him. He merely rose and greeted her. Good morning. Professor McGonagall. Good morning to you too, John. I must say, I did not expect you to rise so early. Few children maintain the habit of early rising these days. As she spoke, a faint smile crept onto her lips, clearly pleased with John, especially as he clutched the Hogwarts acceptance letter, appearing as if he had just been engrossed in its contents. However, upon noticing Michelle still sprawled across the bed in an undignified manner, her smile faltered into a serious expression. Wake up swiftly. A brief flash of red light swept through the air, and Michelle slowly opened her eyes. Clearly still in a daze, she rubbed her eyes for a considerable time before grasping the situation, subsequently grinning foolishly at John and McGonagall. The professor tightened her lips further, adopting a stern and even severe demeanor. Awaken fully. Laziness is humanity's greatest vice. Hogwarts enforces stringent rules. Should you continue to be so lethargic upon arrival, you may find yourself facing detention or even expulsion. The moment those words left her lips, the languid expression on Michelle's face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Detention at St. Brigid's was the most dreadful punishment. Michelle had once been confined to the dark isolation of the punishment room, a memory that lingered vividly in her mind. No, I refuse to be detained. John, save me. Instinctively, Michelle leaped onto John's bed, hiding behind him and refusing to emerge. Witnessing this, Professor McGonagall's irritation intensified. John sighed and interjected, Professor McGonagall, Michelle is merely fatigued from last night. Her late rising is an unusual circumstance. In fact, during our time at St. Brigid's, we always awoke early and had developed a habit of it. Professor McGonagall appeared skeptical, yet, for John's sake, she relented slightly, saying, you indulge her too much. John smiled but remained silent. Having shared experiences at St. Brigid's, he had long regarded Michelle as akin to a beloved sister. Who else if not his own sister? Would he indulge? Professor McGonagall did not linger excessively on the topic. She instructed old Tom to deliver 3 breakfasts and commenced dining with John and Michelle in the room. Throughout the meal, silence enveloped the space, broken only by the sounds of Michelle devouring her food with great enthusiasm. The arrival of the meal seemed to instantaneously dispel her earlier discontent, transforming her into an ultimate eating machine. In contrast, John and Professor McGonagall epitomized the art of savoring their food, consuming it with deliberate elegance. Naturally, Professor McGonagall refrained from reproaching Michelle for her lack of decorum, recognizing that the young lions of Gryffindor often exhibited even more boisterous eating habits. As the head of Gryffindor, she had long grown accustomed to such behavior and felt disinclined to intervene. Nevertheless, she appreciated John's meticulousness and courtesy, particularly as he dined. He frequently glanced towards Michelle and her, his face adorned with a sincere and joyful smile, as if their enjoyment of the meal brought him genuine happiness. What a kind-hearted and genuine young man. Professor McGonagall mused inwardly. She held a fondness for him, even feeling an inclination to advocate for Gryffindor to him. If only he could join, Gryffindor would possess a dignified and reliable representative. The allure of this prospect was substantial. After all, an entire house cannot consist solely of boorish eaters. That would indeed render Gryffindor a mere caricature of what some might call a foolish line academy. However, after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose not to voice her thoughts. She did not wish to impose her will upon John's choice. Adhering to her professional ethics as a professor, if John were aware of the myriad of reflections that accompanied Professor McGonagall during their meal, he would likely be unable to suppress a laugh. After all, he was merely engaged in the act of chewing to absorb magical energy. As for the sincere and joyful smile upon his face, that was even more bewildering. The magical essence of Michelle resembled the comforting scent of sun-dried blankets, evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer. Yet, When it came to the quality and quantity of magical energy, it was rather unremarkable, primarily due to her youth. Professor McGonagall, however, was a different matter altogether. Her magical essence bore a flavor akin to gingerbread, yet uniquely distinct, as if it had been slightly undersweetened or spiced with a hint of chili. This magical energy was not only abundant in quantity, but also exceptional in quality. Within mere minutes, John found himself filled with a substantial amount of this energy, and any additional magic he absorbed transformed into a special substance, perpetually enhancing both the quality and quantity of his own magical prowess. In the span of a single meal, John's magical capacity grew permanently, surpassing what he might have gained over several days at St. Brendan's. It was truly difficult for him not to chuckle at the situation, and this was merely the result of his absorption from Professor McGonagall alone. As John truly entered the magical realm and set foot in Hogwarts, he anticipated an abundance of Professor McGonagall's encounters awaiting him. Wouldn't the pace of his magical growth ascend to celestial heights? Sighing, John reflected on his journey. He had endured considerable hardship at St. Bernard, yet it seemed his trials were finally yielding sweet rewards. He believed that if the nun were aware of all that had transpired, she too would feel a sense of joy for him. Wait, the nun. A flash of realization struck John's mind. Michelle. He urged Michelle, what about the nun? How is she faring now? Caught off guard by John's forceful nudge, Michelle coughed twice before managing to swallow her food, responding in bewilderment. John, have you forgotten? The nun returned to her hometown to marry. Chapter 22. There is something seriously wrong with you. Trailing behind Professor McGonagall as they descended the stairs, John wore a conflicted and peculiar expression. He struggled to comprehend that the nun had indeed returned home to wed. Is it permissible for someone in her vocation to marry? Regardless of his objections, Michelle staunchly assured him that the nun had indeed gone back to marry, just before they planned their escape from St. Bernard. After repeated inquiries yielded no different outcome, John reluctantly accepted this conclusion. In the recesses of his memory, he recalled the nun bidding them farewell, announcing her intent to return home for marriage. But where exactly was her hometown? John, we have arrived. Professor McGonagall's voice roused him from his reverie. They now stood in a small courtyard encircled by walls, devoid of anything but a trash can and some weeds. Perhaps once we reach Hogwarts, you should seek out Madame Pomfrey. She is an exceptional nurse, hailing from St. Mungo's, the largest magical hospital in the wizarding world. Professor McGonagall spoke earnestly, her heart aching for John, as she suspected he must have sustained a significant injury to his head, resulting in a disarray of memories. What a pitiable child. John nodded in silence. Observing his demeanor, Professor McGonagall extended her wand and tapped the wall several times. An astonishing scene unfolded. The bricks she had struck began to tremble and shift, revealing a small opening that gradually expanded into a grand archway, wide enough for all to pass through. Noticing the look of astonishment on John's face, Professor McGonagall smiled. Welcome to Diagon Alley. They proceeded through the archway, and before long, they arrived at a cobblestone commercial street. Due to the early hour, the street was not crowded, and some shops had yet to open. However, the peculiar signs hanging outside hinted at the extraordinary wares available within those establishments. For instance, materials such as cauldrons, herbs, and the exotic dragon's blood and heart, alongside flying broomsticks and various feather quills and globes. Professor McGonagall had remained silent upon entering this place, her expression stern and unyielding. Even when greeted by passers-by, she merely offered a curt nod, seemingly intent on maintaining her aloof demeanor. In stark contrast, Michelle was utterly beside herself with excitement. This young girl had been confined to St. Bernard for as long as she could remember. Not only had she never ventured into the magical shopping street, but she had also never set foot in an ordinary commercial district. Thus, upon entering Diagon Alley, she spiraled into a frenzy, darting into the cauldron shop one moment, and then pressing her face against the glass of the broomstick store, chattering incessantly. Concerned for Michelle's safety amidst her erratic behavior, John pulled her back, keeping a close watch behind Professor McGonagall. This action earned him high praise from her, for Michelle's antics were indeed quite embarrassing. Within mere moments, no less than 5 shopkeepers had pointed and chuckled at them. The trio continued onward, soon arriving before a towering, pristine white building that loomed over the surrounding shops. Gringotts, we have arrived, Professor McGonagall announced, gesturing towards the gleaming bronze doors. We must first withdraw some money before we can procure the necessary items for your schooling. John nodded in understanding. So, this is the Wizard's Bank. Not quite, Professor McGonagall clarified. Gringotts is fundamentally different from a bank. It possesses the right to mint currency, and while wizards can indeed store their wealth here, it is, in essence, merely a repository for riches. Wizards must rent vaults or safes for storage. which incur no interest but do require a rental fee. However, unlike Muggle banks, Gringotts does not have the authority to arbitrarily access or utilize the contents of your vault for investment or other activities. John grasped the general concept, but at that moment, Michelle tugged at his sleeve, urging him to look towards the bronze doors. Following her gaze, John soon spotted a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. Short in stature and with distinctly non-human features. A red cap, John exclaimed with disdain etched on his face. Not a red cap, but a goblin, Professor McGonagall corrected him. Though they belong to the same family, they are fundamentally different beings. Redcaps are merely creatures of dark magic, while goblins possess a higher intellect. You will learn more detailed knowledge of this once you enter Hogwarts. For now, all you need to know is that they oversee the operations of Gringotts, managed by the Goblin Liaison Office of the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic is the governing body for wizards. Professor McGonagall provided a meticulous explanation, allowing John and Michelle to fully comprehend the distinctions between the Redcaps and the fairies. Regrettably, this did little to alleviate their aversion towards the fairies. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the Redcaps, almost as if they were kin to the enigmatic creatures. Professor McGonagall chose not to elaborate further. Fully aware of John and Michelle's past encounters, guided by a fairy, the group entered Gringotts. Considering the feelings of John and Michelle, Professor McGonagall seemed to exercise some privilege. Swiftly retrieving 2 bags of gold from the counter, she then led John and Michelle out of Gringotts. This sum is your special student subsidy, 20 galleons each, disbursed annually, specifically for Hogwarts students with unique familial circumstances. As they walked along the street, Professor McGonagall explained that the galleon was the currency of wizards, along with the sickles and nuts, with an exchange rate of 1 galleon equaling 17 sickles or 493 nuts. John nodded silently, while Michelle fidgeted with her fingers, murmuring calculations. This scene elicited a chuckle from Professor McGonagall, though she soon stifled her amusement and guided them into a shop. A bell jingled at the entrance, followed by hurried footsteps within. "Welcome to Ollivander's Wand Shop," an elderly man with light-colored eyes exclaimed, slightly out of breath. Professor McGonagall, have you begun assisting young Muggle wizards? I thought there were still 2 months until the start of term." At this, Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, seemingly tempted to voice a complaint. However, upon glancing at John and Michelle, she refrained, unwilling to tarnish Dumbledore's image in their eyes. "Ollivander, please assist them in selecting their wands." "Certainly, not a problem at all," Ollivander replied, casually handing John and Michelle 2 wands. "Here you go, children. Hold them and get a feel for it. These wands are unlikely to be suited for you, but that's all right. I need you to experience the sensation of resistance from a wand. Only by feeling that palpable resistance will you understand that a wand is not merely a tool, but rather a companion. The entire selection process is not about wizards choosing wands, but rather wands choosing." Ollivander's words trailed off as he suddenly froze in astonishment. To his surprise, John had already grasped the wand he had offered. Instead of exhibiting the expected defiance, the wand lay docile in John's hand, devoid of any resistance or the joyful demeanor typically displayed by a wand upon meeting its new master. It was as if John had wielded that wand for an eternity. This was utterly perplexing. Ollivander gasped, leaping from behind the counter with remarkable agility, seizing the wand from John's hand and replacing it with another. This fluidity of movement belied his age. However, it proved futile. The second wand offered to John remained unresponsive. Observing this, Ollivander narrowed his eyes and declared, "Child, there is something amiss with you, something profoundly troubling." At these words, John's heart raced, and his gaze toward Ollivander shifted. Chapter 23, The Doubtful Ollivander. John felt a pang of anxiety. He was acutely aware of his uniqueness, both in the manner he became a wizard and the dual magical systems residing within him. From his knowledge of Harry Potter, these attributes were singular in this world. What would be the consequences if Ollivander truly discerned these peculiarities and they became widely known? He feared he might end up on an operating table, for the wizarding community included many fervent researchers. Meanwhile, Michelle, standing nearby, appeared less than pleased. With her hands on her hips, she retorted, "On what grounds do you assert that the problem lies with John? Could it not perhaps be your own fault? Are you suggesting that the wands I crafted are defective?" Ollivander's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can it be impossible? Everyone makes mistakes." "It is not a matter of shame," Michelle replied, intending to calm Ollivander's agitation. Instead, her words struck him like a dagger to the heart. He nearly roared. "My family has been crafting wands since 382 BC. You dare imply I could err? Very well, then demonstrate your prowess." With that, Ollivander thrust another wand into Michelle's hand, challenging her to witness its magic. This wand is made of alder wood, contains a phoenix feather, measures 9 inches in length, and possesses negligible flexibility. It is an exceedingly stubborn combination, my most unruly creation. I assure you, the moment it touches your hand, it will prick you, compelling you to release it. But Ollivander was once again taken aback, for as the alder wand fell into Michelle's grasp, a brilliant golden spark erupted from its tip, a phenomenon that occurs only when a wand finds its perfect match. An awkward silence enveloped the small shop. In this strange stillness, Michelle reached for yet another wand on the counter. Another burst of golden sparks ignited, marking yet another flawless affinity. How is this possible? Ollivander murmured, his voice dropping several octaves. Yet, the most disheartening revelation was yet to come, for at that moment, John emerged from his reverie. He extended his hand and took the wand from Michelle's grasp. A crisp explosion resonated through the air as the wand sprang from John's grasp, landing with pinpoint accuracy in Michelle's hand, as though it possessed a will of its own, reluctant to part from her. Witnessing this, Ollivander appeared as if struck by lightning, realizing that he had gravely misjudged the situation. The fault lay not with John, but rather with the wand he had crafted. A faint smile graced John's face as he comprehended the unfolding events. He possessed 2 distinct magical systems, one inherent to him as a wizard, and the other absorbed through his unique ability, nestled within his being. The magic drawn from the first reservoir remained constant, yet was somewhat uncooperative, akin to Michelle, or a typical novice wizard. Conversely, the magic from the second reservoir, while quickly depleting over time without recharging, obeyed John's commands unconditionally, having been purified through his unique ability. Given the second reservoir's propensity to drain, John typically preferred to draw from it first to conserve energy. Initially, when wielding the first and second wands, he had summoned magic from this secondary pool. This magic, inherently compliant with John, infused the wand, rendering it entirely responsive to his will. However, upon switching to the first reservoir and grasping the third wand, it immediately exhibited a strong resistance. This discovery thrilled John, for it was well known that wizards using other wands often experienced diminished power and speed. Yet, he remained unaffected in this regard. However, John's exhilaration was fleeting as he quickly considered Michelle. Unlike him, she lacked a secondary reservoir, yet the wand seemed to adapt to her perfectly. This was a genuine talent, fundamentally distinct from his extraordinary abilities. I still find it hard to believe. Perhaps we should. Ollivander hesitated, clearly eager for another attempt. Yet before he could finish, Professor McGonagall interjected with a frown. Ollivander, mind the time. At her words, Ollivander fell silent, fully aware that Professor McGonagall was indeed quite busy and had no time for such distractions. Dejected, Ollivander retrieved a long tape measure marked with silver increments to begin measuring John's and Michelle's arm lengths and other dimensions. This was a standard procedure in wand selection. Although both John and Michelle evidently did not require this process, Ollivander insisted on adhering to his professional principles. Thus, after a full 20 minutes, John and Michelle emerged from Ollivander's wand shop, each holding a wand in hand. In the end, Michelle chose the stubborn hazel wand, captivated by its beautifully flower-patterned grain. As for John, he acquired a blackthorn wand, measuring 13 inches in length, with a moderate degree of flexibility, its core composed of the heartstring of a fire dragon. This wand was among the few that suited John's initial magical reservoir. In Ollivander's words, it implied that John's magical aptitude was rather mediocre. The blackthorn and fire dragon heartstring were not particularly discerning in their choice of master and demonstrated low loyalty. Their only advantage lay in the enhanced power they bestowed upon combat spells. Both Professor McGonagall and Michelle scoffed at Ollivander's assessment. Having witnessed John's talents firsthand and firmly believing in his extraordinary magical potential, yet John was well aware of the truth in Ollivander's words. His magical capacity in the first reservoir, both in quality and quantity, paled in comparison to that of the second. However, he remained unfazed, confident that his adaptability would suffice. After selecting their wands, the sun had risen significantly, and the streets began to bustle with people. Professor McGonagall was evidently pressed for time. She clasped John's and Michelle's hands, quickening her pace as they made their way to a second-hand shop nestled in the depths of Diagon Alley. The young shopkeeper appeared to be a former student of Professor McGonagall, greeting her with warmth, offering refreshments, and even sharing his breakfast. Unfortunately, McGonagall was not inclined to accept his kindness. She immediately plunged into the storage area, selecting school supplies for John and Michelle with remarkable speed. Within 10 minutes, she approached the counter, arms laden with 2 sizable bundles of items. Total, 25 galleons. The shopkeeper announced as he collected the coins, leaving John feeling somewhat sheepish. The prices in the magical world were far higher than he had anticipated, and combined with Michelle's allowance, they barely totaled 40 galleons. McGonagall noticed the change in John's expression but chose not to comment. It was only after they returned to the leaky cauldron that she handed John a pouch of coins. 2 wands at 7 galleons each, along with various other items, totals 39 galleons. There remains 1 galleon, which I have converted entirely into silver sickles. Do not squander it frivolously, nor waste it on food. Keep it for emergencies, she admonished sternly, resembling John's former principal in her demeanor. Nevertheless, John nodded earnestly, aware that this solitary galleon would need to last them a year. Although Hogwarts provided free lodging and meals, unforeseen expenses could certainly arise. Pleased with John's response, McGonagall nodded approvingly and produced 2 ice creams, placing them in the hands of John and Michelle before dashing toward the fireplace. Watching her retreating figure and the ice cream in his hands, John felt a swell of emotion. The ice cream hailed from the Florin ice cream parlor, where Michelle had been salivating at the sight of the enormous ice cream sign until she was scolded harshly by Professor McGonagall, causing her to leave in a state of dismay. Little did she anticipate that, in the end, the seemingly stern Professor McGonagall would indeed buy it for her, evidently using her own funds. I indulge, Michelle. How could you possibly surpass me? John chuckled and shook his head, then turned to lead Michelle upstairs. Now equipped with both spellbooks and wands, he found himself eagerly anticipating the opportunity to experiment with magic. Chapter 24. John's magic. Upon returning to their room, John commenced an inspection of the items he had brought back. Professor McGonagall had procured an extensive array of supplies for both John and Michelle. A cursory glance revealed that the items were almost perfectly aligned with the list provided in their acceptance letters. Not only did it include various robes and gloves, but also cauldrons, glass potion vials, and telescopes, all essential for potion making and astronomy. Most importantly, there were 8 spell books per student, which constituted the most expensive portion of the entire collection. According to the receipt left by Professor McGonagall, the price for these 8 tomes reached an astonishing 10 galleons, and they were secondhand. However, the quality of the secondhand items was commendable, especially since they had been meticulously selected by Professor McGonagall herself. For instance, the cauldrons and glass vials appeared almost brand new, with scarcely any signs of fire damage on the bottoms. One could only wonder how their previous owner had managed their studies. As for the spellbooks, they did not quite match the pristine condition of the other items. The physical state could only be described as complete pages in an acceptable condition. Yet, upon flipping open a book, John was met with a delightful surprise. Nearly every page was densely filled with annotations and class notes, rather than the typical doodles one might expect from students. This was indeed precious, as it would greatly assist both John and Michelle in their future studies. Among all the items, John was particularly thrilled with the 3 sets of clothing. The primary concern with secondhand garments often lies not in their condition, but in their size. Selecting suitable attire from a vast collection of secondhand clothing is no simple feat. Remarkably, Professor McGonagall had managed to succeed where many might falter. The clothes she selected for John and Michelle were not only in excellent condition, but also fit them quite well, being just slightly larger than their current sizes. This foresight took into account their anticipated growth over the coming year, and with a bit of frugality, they could potentially wear these outfits again next year, thus saving some funds. Her ability to achieve this indicates that she had meticulously noted their measurements while at Ollivander's wand shop, a testament to her attentiveness. Oh. John exhaled deeply, turning to Michelle with a sense of admiration. Professor McGonagall has truly been kind to us. Indeed, Professor McGonagall even treated us to ice cream. Michelle chimed, 1 ice cream cone in each hand, savoring the moment. I shall certainly repay her in the future. John smiled at this, choosing to remain silent. However, he understood that Professor McGonagall's generosity extended beyond mere ice cream and school supplies. Their stay at the Leaky Cauldron required financial support, which she had provided out of her own pocket, never once mentioning it to John or Michelle. This accumulated kindness created a significant debt of gratitude. John was a person of principle. He did not take others' kindness for granted. Therefore, he felt compelled to reciprocate, even if it was not feasible to repay the entirety of the debt. A gesture of appreciation was necessary. It was a matter of principle. Yet, the question remained, how could he repay her? With only 1 galleon to their names, affording a suitable gift seemed impossible. Should he seek summer employment? During his recent stroll through Diagon Alley, he had noticed numerous advertisements for temporary work, though he was uncertain if they would accept minors. Shaking his head, John decided to set aside that concern for the moment and instead focus on honing his magical skills. With excitement, He grasped his wand and opened the book's standard spells, beginner's level, delving into its contents with keen interest. Soon, however, he found himself perplexed. Standard spells. Beginner's level contained a wealth of foundational magical theories and spells suitable for novices. Among its pages, John discovered a rather destructive incantation known as the Shattering Curse. This spell had the potential to cause an object to fracture, and if directed at a living being, it could inflict serious lacerations. To cast this spell, one needed to perform a precise wand movement while vocalizing the incantation in the correct tone. Crucially, it required clearing the mind of distractions and firmly concentrating on the intent to shatter the chosen object. This process would determine the spell's potency. The stronger the will and emotion, the more powerful the effect. Naturally, there were limits to this power, dictated by the wizard's own magical capacity and quality. The book also provided various illustrations of the spellcasting process, seemingly considerate, yet it obscured critical information. For instance, in its descriptions of wand movements, it employed vague terms like slightly and somewhat multiple times. This was reminiscent of many Chinese cooking recipes. John was certain that if he attempted to learn the spell solely through the text, his chances of success would be exceedingly low, unless he is willing to invest a considerable amount of time and effort in trial and error. However, the opening of standard spells, beginner clearly states that casting spells is a perilous endeavor. Any misstep could lead to unforeseen and hazardous situations. Thus, within the unprotected confines of the Broken Cauldron Tavern, John found himself devoid of the means to engage in such experimentation. Nevertheless, he ultimately raised his wand, driven by a singular thought. The magical energy within his second reservoir was entirely obedient to his command, which enabled him to wield supernatural abilities akin to magic. Even without prior study of spells, what if he channeled this purified energy into legitimate spellcasting? John closed his eyes, repeatedly recalling the incantation process he had just read about in the book, and then, with a sudden flourish, he brandished his wand. Shatter! A flash of white light surged forth, followed by the unmistakable sound of tearing paper. The cowhide parchment, designated as the target, was effortlessly cleaved in two, with not a single fray at the edges. "Oh, John is truly remarkable," Michelle exclaimed joyfully, her voice brimming with admiration. Ever since John had successfully rescued her and the other vagrants from St. Brelid, she had regarded him as an omnipotent figure in her heart. At that moment, John closed his eyes once more, reminiscing about the sensation he experienced while casting the spell. It felt distinctly different from when he had utilized his magic at St. Brelid. Back then, without a wand and lacking knowledge of any incantations, his magic surged forth directly at his command, manifesting the desired effects. However, during the casting of the Shatter spell, he distinctly sensed his magical energy flowing into the wand, where it was concentrated and amplified, ultimately culminating in the Shatter incantation. In this process, the wand functioned as both an amplifier and a collector, enhancing the spell's efficacy while minimizing the expenditure of magical energy. The incantation and the wand's movements served to guide the energy in a specific pattern required for the Shatter spell. In this regard, John had made several errors in the rhythmic recitation of the incantation and the amplitude of his wand movements. Yet, the high obedience of his second magical reservoir facilitated a self-correction, allowing him to successfully cast the Shatter spell, flawlessly, no less. Just as he had accurately sliced the cowhide parchment without damaging the wall behind it, John could, should he so desire, control the Shatter spell with precision, shaping any incision he wished, while also elevating its power to his personal limits. Of course, this achievement was not solely attributed to the second magical reservoir. John's own resolute will played a significant role. After all, he had also relied on his emotions and determination to cast spells at St. Brelid, a skill in which he was quite adept. What truly captivated John was the ability to fully perceive the intricate workings of his magical energy through the second magical pool. This meant that not only could he swiftly master and cast spells, but he could also deduce the intricate rhythms of incantations and the precise movements of his wand through observation and reverse reasoning of the magical flow. Consequently, even with the first magical pool, he could perform spells independently, devoid of any formal instruction. Should he delve deeply into a particular charm, he might even attain the remarkable ability to cast spells wandlessly and silently. This was indeed a tremendous boon. John opened his eyes and, speaking to himself, made his way to the window. Through the thin glass, he could clearly see the throngs of people bustling in Diagon Alley, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Soon, he would embark on his journey to Hogwarts. What tales awaited him at Hogwarts with such extraordinary abilities? John was truly looking forward to it. Chapter 25. An unprecedented enchantment of magic as the sun dipped below the horizon. Two figures, one large and one small, traversed Diagon Alley, laden with an assortment of packages. This peculiar duo was striking, as their sizes were remarkably disparate. The adult, burdened with the majority of the items, towered at over 3 meters, resembling a giant. In contrast, the child appeared painfully small and gaunt. "Harry, I sincerely apologize. I should have come to find you last month, but Dumbledore had some matters that required my attention." The giant expressed with genuine remorse. No, Hagrid. The surprises you've given me are more than enough. I am truly grateful," replied the child, known as Harry, with a smile. Until today, he had merely been a pitiful boy orphaned and living with his aunt, tormented daily by his cousin, often confined to a cupboard. The arrival of Hagrid and the letter of admission to Hogwarts had transformed everything, opening a door to the magical realm. The sheer wonder of it all felt surreal, as if he were lost in a dream. "May I ask," Harry continued, "what was it that Dumbledore, the headmaster, tasked you with?" "It pertains to a stronghold of a dark wizard. Dumbledore discovered and reported it to the Ministry of Magic 2 months ago, but despite the passage of time, the Aurors have neither investigated thoroughly nor preserved any evidence. Dumbledore sent me to appeal to the Ministry, but alas, I doubt it will yield any results," Hagrid explained. Harry nodded, though he found himself perplexed by Hagrid's words, having never heard of Aurors or dark wizards before. Yet, he chose not to press further. He had already posed enough questions for one day, and feared he might overwhelm Hagrid. The two soon returned to the Leaky Cauldron. Although the establishment appeared dilapidated, it served as a vital entrance connecting Diagon Alley to the Muggle world. Harry vividly recalled the scene from earlier that day as he entered this place. The wizards in the tavern were clamoring to shake his hand, reverently referring to him as the savior. He had never experienced such treatment before, which filled him with both trepidation and exhilaration. However, the atmosphere of the Leaky Cauldron had shifted from earlier in the day. The once boisterous patrons had departed, leaving the establishment rather desolate, with only the proprietor, Tom, behind the counter, and 2 children, a boy and a girl of similar age to Harry, remaining. They were leaning over the counter, dining. The boy was eating with remarkable attentiveness, savoring each bite, his posture upright, exuding a refined elegance. In stark contrast, the girl resembled a ravenous prehistoric beast, ferociously attacking a plate of meat. To be candid, her manners were rather uncouth, yet, paired with her delicate features and endearing actions, she evoked no disdain, but rather a sense of charm. Even watching her devour her food stirred Harry's own appetite, leading to a rumble from his stomach that caused him to lower his gaze in embarrassment. Hagrid, however, merely chuckled knowingly. "We still have time for a bite," he said to Tom. "Tom, bring us some food." "Oh, is our savior feeling hungry?" Old Tom bellowed, slapping the counter and addressing the boy and girl. "John, get to work." At this, the girl remained unmoved, while the boy set down his half-eaten meal and rose to head to the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged bearing a tray laden with steaming dishes. "Here you are, gentlemen," John said, arranging the food before Harry. This left Harry somewhat bewildered. He had assumed the boy and girl were patrons of the tavern, but it was evident they were, in fact, workers. Observing John and Michelle, memories of the dismal tales of child labor he had heard at school came flooding back to him, stories that echoed the grim history of child labor in his own country. A surge of anger welled up within Harry. He had taken a liking to the pair, despite having just met them, as their innate qualities drew him in. Yet now, they were being subjugated by that menacing proprietor, stirring feelings of empathy within him. After all, he had endured a somewhat similar plight at his aunt's home. "Old boss," Harry summoned his courage and exclaimed, "how can you employ child labor here? This is illegal." The moment those words escaped his lips, all eyes in the Leaky Cauldron turned towards him. Even the girl, who was engrossed in her meal, lifted her head, gazing at him with surprise. This made him a bit flustered. Nevertheless, for the sake of the boy and girl, he mustered his courage to meet the bar owner's gaze. Harry," Hagrid's voice suddenly echoed, tinged with awkwardness, as the magical world lacked child labor laws. Harry's expression stiffened, looking at Hagrid in disbelief. He remained in shock for nearly 10 seconds before his face flushed crimson as he continued speaking to the bar owner. "That is simply unacceptable. You cannot bully this pair of siblings. It is immoral." Uffed. Old Tom couldn't help but let out a laugh. Meanwhile, the girl at the counter exclaimed indignantly, "I want to allow you to speak like that, Mr. Tom. Tom is a wonderful person. He lets us work here to help us." Harry fell silent, lowering his head with a sense of grievance. "Michelle, you mustn't be rude to customers." John intervened, halting Michelle, who was about to continue. He strolled over to Harry and Hagrid, saying, "Please forgive her. She is quite straightforward and can be a handful. However, I feel it is necessary to explain. Mr. Tom is indeed a good man, as Michelle said. He employs us to assist this pair of orphan siblings. Is that so? You are orphans as well? Harry blurted out, his excitement evident, but he quickly sensed the awkwardness and added, I mean, I am also an orphan. I apologize if I have offended you. As he spoke, Harry once again lowered his head. Yet this time, it was not out of grievance, but rather shyness. Please don't say that. Try my cooking first. It should not disappoint you, John said, eyeing Harry with keen interest. He had recognized him long ago. This was none other than the protagonist of this world, Harry Potter. And the giant beside him must be Hagrid. Hearing this, Harry finally focused his attention on the dishes before him. At that moment, he realized that while the food was not particularly exquisite, it emanated a tantalizing aroma. Tentatively, he took a bite. Then, he could not stop himself. Observing his voracious appetite, Hagrid beamed with delight. John was also amused. However, unlike Hagrid, who was laughing at Harry, John's gaze was fixated on Hagrid, or more precisely, on Hagrid's pocket. He could distinctly sense an extraordinary surge of pure magical energy emanating from it. Most importantly, the essence of this magic was astonishingly delectable. Having worked as a temporary employee at the Leaky Cauldron for nearly 2 months, John had encountered hundreds of wizards. But he had never before witnessed such a delectable and pure magical essence. Chapter 26. Generous Tom. A plate filled with sweet and sour pork strips accompanied by a generous bowl of borscht was swiftly devoured by Harry. Once he realized his actions, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, not merely for neglecting to leave any for Hagrid, but also due to John's unwavering gaze upon him throughout the meal. Hagrid, too, noticed John's scrutiny, observing with greater depth than Harry. He discerned that John had been fixated on his pocket, an expression of longing etched upon his face. It dawned on him that John might be experiencing hunger, especially since they had interrupted his earlier meal. Ah, can you smell that? What a perceptive lad. Hagrid chuckled heartily as he reached into his pocket, retrieving a greaseproof bag. In the process, a rather grimy brown packet was also extracted. John's attention immediately honed in on the small package, sensing the pure magical essence emanating from it. In terms of strength and quantity, this magic could not compare to Professor McGonagall's, yet its purity was unmatched. It bore a resemblance to the magic from John's own second reservoir, having undergone a process of refinement, thus proving immensely beneficial to him. It could be absorbed directly, seamlessly transforming into his magical essence, rapidly augmenting the permanent magical capacity and quality of both his first and second reservoirs. Moreover, the essence had an exquisite flavor, akin to chilled cola. Upon noticing John's gaze, Hagrid's expression shifted. He quickly stuffed the brown packet back into his pocket, exclaiming, "Whoa, you can't have this. It's an important item entrusted to me by Dumbledore for return to Hogwarts." At his words, John's eyes sparkled, but he maintained a composed demeanor, redirecting his attention to the greaseproof bag that Hagrid had produced. Now that was food. Hagrid grinned as he unveiled several pieces of pastry from the bag, declaring, "These are my personally crafted rock cakes. I noticed you staring at me for quite some time. Surely, you must have caught a whiff of their aroma? Ha ha ha. Don't be shy. It's rare to find someone with similar tastes. Come, give them a try." Though referred to as cakes, rock cakes were more akin to a type of cut cake, laden with raisins. However, their appearance was rather unimpressive, resembling bricks. Harry's expression was one of exasperation and embarrassment. He could not fathom Hagrid's thought process. John, regardless of his simplicity, would not be tempted by such an unappealing dish. It was important to note that John was a chef, and the dishes he created were delectable. To Harry's astonishment, John promptly drew his wand. Splinter. With a swift incantation, a piece of rock cake was cleaved into 4 neatly shaped segments. John picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. After taking a bite and realizing it was too hard to chew, he decided to let it dissolve in his mouth like candy. After savoring it for a while, John nodded with a smile and remarked, "The aroma of chocolate is quite rich, and the raisins add an extra sweetness to the pastry. Additionally, due to the compression process used, this pastry is dense, providing ample calories and is not prone to spoilage, making it easy to store. It is indeed an excellent choice for outdoor sustenance." "Ha ha," Hagrid exclaimed, laughing heartily as he pounded the table. "I knew you had good taste. You should tell that to those folks at Hogwarts who always say my cakes are fit only for dogs. Here, take it all." With that, Hagrid pushed the remaining rock cakes over to John. John, certainly not one to refuse, accepted them all with a grin. His earlier comments were not mere flattery. Rock cakes were genuinely a commendable option for outdoor rations. Given his current appetite, consuming one would likely keep him sated for an entire day. Meanwhile, Harry, who had been sitting nearby, was utterly astonished, his mouth agape. "Did you just use magic?" Are you also a student at Hogwarts? My senior? Harry exclaimed excitedly. He was quite fond of John and was thrilled to discover yet another commonality between them. Indeed, I have received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, John replied. But I am not your senior. If all goes as planned, I will be in the same year as you. Really? That's wonderful, Harry exclaimed with joy. He then began to recount his extraordinary experiences of the day, along with his curiosity and speculations about Hogwarts. These thoughts had been bottled up inside him all day, and now he finally had the opportunity to express them, prompting him to speak animatedly. Seeing this, John was not at all annoyed. He engaged in cheerful conversation with Harry, occasionally sharing insights and anecdotes about the magical world. This was easy for John, though he had only just entered the magical realm for less than 2 months. He had been working at the Leaky Cauldron during that time and had listened to the stories of the wizards there until his ears nearly grew calluses. After a lengthy and pleasant chat, Hagrid eventually excused himself, stating that the train was about to depart, and took Harry away from the Leaky Cauldron. Meanwhile, Michelle, who had been waiting patiently, hurried over to diligently clean up the dishes. This was part of her duties at the pub, and of course, John lent a hand as well. John, Michelle, come here, called Tom, the pub owner. John and Michelle exchanged a glance, wiped their hands, and approached the counter. Looking at the pair of young people before him, Tom's face broke into a broad smile. He pulled out a pile of gold coins, counted them out in front of John and Michelle, and then bagged them, pushing the payment toward John. Your wages for 8 weeks, 8 galleons each. Tom, while speaking, produced 2 more gold coins, along with a bonus of 1 galleon for each of them. Upon witnessing this, John's pupils constricted, and he scratched his head, saying, "This is far too generous, Boss Tom. Let us stick to our original agreement." Their initially established weekly wage was 10 silver sickles. John had previously discussed the remuneration in the magical realm with the guests. To his knowledge, even a junior clerk at the Ministry of Magic earned only about 40 to 50 galleons per month. Working at the ministry, even as a mere junior clerk, was a coveted position for many Hogwarts graduates. This not only indicated a promising future for ministry employees, but also signified a substantial salary. Furthermore, John and Michelle were merely novice wizards, with productivity levels vastly inferior to those of adult wizards, a disparity of several hundredfold at the very least. This was no exaggeration. Magic was indeed that formidable. To illustrate, let us consider the junior clerks at the ministry again. An adult wizard of this caliber could work in a factory, performing the tasks of hundreds of muggle workers through the sheer power of magic, or wield a wand on the battlefield, capable of single-handedly defeating dozens or even hundreds of muggles. In roles such as assassination or intelligence work, the capabilities were even more astounding. Yet, individuals of such caliber received a mere monthly salary of 40 to 50 galleons. Thus, Tom's decision to employ John and Michelle and offer them a generous wage of 10 silver sickles transcended mere kindness. It was akin to an act of charity. Now, with Tom unexpectedly raising their pay and providing bonuses, the total amounted to 18 galleons. Tom waved his hand, interrupting John before he could continue. Initially, he had agreed to let John and Michelle, who struggled even with basic household spells, work at his establishment purely out of sympathy. However, John and Michelle soon delivered an unexpected surprise. This duo of young wizards displayed astonishing talent, mastering nearly all household spells within just 2 days, and their proficiency deepened in the following days. Moreover, John showcased extraordinary culinary skills, crafting dishes that mesmerized the customers, dishes Tom had never encountered before. In response, Tom could only conclude that talented individuals, regardless of their circumstances, never fail to impress. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "So it is decided. Make sure to collect your earnings. Additionally, you will soon be heading to Hogwarts, so consider this a brief vacation for the remaining 2 days. Spend freely. Use the money to buy some delightful treats for your sister. Individuals of your talent will never find themselves short of funds." "Yay, Tom is the best," Michelle exclaimed with joy. Tom laughed heartily at her exuberance. John, no longer hesitant, smiled as he gathered the gold galleons. Tom was indeed correct, with Hogwarts on the horizon. It was essential to procure some necessary items, so having extra funds was undoubtedly advantageous. As John reminisced about Hogwarts, he recalled the small brown bag that Hagrid had carried. According to Hagrid, it seemed he was to bring that item back to Hogwarts. Did John have a chance to seize it? He pondered silently. The item's magic was exceedingly pure and would greatly benefit him. If an opportunity arose, he certainly did not wish to miss it. With such thoughts, a glimmer of desire flickered in John's eyes. Chapter 27. The Hogwarts Express. A few days later, John and Michelle arrived at King's Cross Station, pushing 2 luggage carts. This grand railway terminus in central London operational since 1852, was bustling with activity. As they walked through the station, John and Michelle attracted significant attention. Nearly everyone passing by turned to steal a glance at them. This was not solely due to their striking good looks, but also because Michelle had eagerly donned her Hogwarts robe, making her appear somewhat out of place in the crowd. However, Michelle was a quintessential social butterfly. Rather than feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of passers-by, she enthusiastically greeted them, leaving others in an awkward position, thus proving the theory that if I am not embarrassed, it is others who should feel so. Fortunately, this situation was quickly remedied as John took charge. Under his guidance, Michelle finally subdued her exuberance and obediently followed him to the space between platforms 9 and 10. As they approached, John could distinctly feel the gazes of the surrounding crowd vanish in an instant. This was due to the effects of the Muggle-repelling charm. The area cloaked by this spell would be subconsciously overlooked and avoided by Muggles. Upon discovering the existence of such a charm, John immediately thought of the back door of St. Brigid's. It was likely enchanted with a similar spell. Platform 9 3/4 is right between platforms 9 and 10. Michelle, you just need to run straight ahead. If you're afraid before John could finish his sentence. He heard Michelle let out a joyful shout as she sprinted full speed into the wall. John shook his head in resignation. Since leaving St. Brigid's, Michelle had increasingly embraced her freedom, and the emotion of fear had become a rare visitor. With a sigh, John also stepped into the wall. Suddenly, he felt a flash before his eyes, and then he found himself beside a deep crimson steam locomotive, which had halted at a platform teeming with travelers. A sign on the train read Hogwarts Express. The steam engine billowed clouds of smoke above the crowd, while various patterned cats darted about beneath people's feet. Amid the hum of conversation and the cacophony of noise, Michelle stood at the train's entrance, waving at him. John, hurry up. John smiled as he navigated through the crowd, following Michelle onto the train. They casually selected an empty compartment, and after placing their luggage, John leaned against the carriage wall and began to feign sleep. This had become his new habit. Ever since departing from St. Bernard, he had been plagued by dreadful nightmares, preventing him from indulging in prolonged, deep slumber. Instead, he could only rely on intermittent sleep to replenish his energy. Michelle had long grown accustomed to this. She retrieved a blanket from her suitcase and draped it over John, then took out a large bag of fried cashews that John had prepared for her in advance, beginning to enjoy them. She ate with great care, first gently splitting the cashews in half with her teeth along the seam, then slowly chewing, allowing the nutty flavor and rich aroma to permeate her mouth before displaying a look of pleasure. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, and Harry, accompanied by a red-haired boy, peeked in. Sorry, is this taken? Everywhere else is full. Harry's voice trailed off as he realized that John and Michelle were seated inside. His eyes lit up, and just as he was about to greet them, he noticed Michelle was sternly gesturing for silence. Shoo! Harry immediately covered his mouth, also noticing that John was asleep. Michelle nodded in satisfaction and indicated the empty seats across from them for the two to sit down. Once settled, and after arranging their belongings, Harry lowered his voice to introduce, "This is Ron Weasley, and these two are John and Michelle." At the mention of his name, the boy named Ron nodded, appearing quite nervous and reserved. Michelle then pushed the oil paper-wrapped package towards them, inviting them to partake. Harry and Ron tentatively sampled the cashews, and their eyes brightened. It became evident that sharing food was indeed the most effective means to break down communication barriers. Under the onslaught of cashews, the three quickly grew familiar with one another. This process was peculiar, as they found it challenging to converse. Their communication relied solely on subtle gestures and body language. Yet, amidst these exchanges, they communicated remarkably well. The train soon departed, and as the quantity of cashews in the oil paper package dwindled, the atmosphere among the three grew increasingly vibrant in the silence. Just then, the compartment door swung open once more. This time, a young girl appeared in the doorway. She had a mane of thick, tousled brown hair and bright, expressive brown eyes. The girl opened her mouth to speak, but the trio, now well acquainted, instinctively turned towards her and placed a finger on their lips. Shoo! The girl seemed bewildered by the scene before her. Confusion and disbelief were etched across her face, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment, revealing a pair of prominent front teeth. "Don't block the way, Miss Rabbit." A voice, laced with a hint of arrogance and irritation, suddenly pierced the air. The little girl instinctively turned at the mention of the word rabbit, but in the next moment, she was forcefully pulled away. Three boys, two tall and one short, strode into the compartment. Upon noticing them, Michelle and her companions once again gestured for silence. However, the newcomers appeared indifferent to their plea. The short boy, taking the lead, fixed his gaze on Harry and declared, "The entire train is abuzz. saying that Harry Potter is in this compartment. So, that must be you, right? Harry instinctively nodded, then furrowed his brow and said, there are people resting here. Please leave. The short boy, brushing his platinum hair back, continued nonchalantly, I am Draco Malfoy. These two beside me are Crabbe and Goyle. Draco's tone dripped with superiority, eliciting frowns from those present. Just as he was about to say more, the girl who had been pulled away suddenly darted back in, grabbing Draco's clothing and exclaiming, hey, you just called me a rabbit, didn't you? That's incredibly rude. You must apologize. Draco forcefully shrugged her off, retorting, don't touch me with your filthy hands. I am Draco Malfoy. Do you comprehend the significance of the Malfoy name? We are one of the Sacred 28, a family of the most illustrious pure blood. To suggest that I should apologize is quite absurd. Oh, it seems we have someone who has yet to awaken. Draco's gaze fell upon John, who was nestled in a corner beneath a blanket. He reached out to tug at the cover, only to be staggered by Michelle's push. If you wish to fight, take it outside. Don't disturb John. Michelle admonished, her brow furrowed. At her words, Draco's face flushed with anger. Meanwhile, Ron stifled a cough to suppress a laugh at the unfolding drama. Draco abruptly turned to him and said, do you find the Malfoy family amusing? I need not inquire about your identity. My father informed me that the Weasley family consists of red-haired, freckled children, and they have so many that they can scarcely afford to care for them. Ron sprang to his feet, his face reddening to match his hair. Draco completely disregarded him and turned to Harry, smirking. Look at your companions, Potter. A rude country bumpkin, an ugly rabbit-toothed girl, a foolish Weasley, and a sleepyhead. I advise you to avoid mingling with such riffraff. It will only reflect poorly on you. At this, the expressions of everyone in the compartment soured significantly. Harry and Ron were filled with anger, while Michelle noticed that John, who had been peacefully asleep, suddenly stirred. Oh no, John is awake. This is disastrous. His morning grumpiness is quite formidable. Michelle's eyes widened as she murmured to herself. Chapter 28. The gates of Hogwarts swing open. John took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Then he observed that the once spacious compartment shared with Michelle was now completely filled to the brim. Ah, the sleepyhead has awakened, Draco proclaimed, tilting his head with pride. With such a fondness for slumber, you ought to return to your own doghouse. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Draco was taken aback. For at that moment, John had risen and was gazing directly at him. The bloodshot eyes were simmering with fury and a chilling malice that made Draco involuntarily shudder. His two loyal minions dutifully positioned themselves in front of Draco, but alas, their efforts proved futile. John seized each of them by their collars, channeling his magical prowess through his hands, and effortlessly hurled them out of the compartment. The scene left everyone inside the compartment in stunned silence. Though Goyle and Crabbe were children of considerable size, together weighing no less than 150 pounds, they were unceremoniously launched by John. The psychological impact on Draco was profound. His earlier arrogance and composure had dissipated, replaced by sheer terror. John cast a cold glance in his direction and uttered, if you wish to live, I suggest you leave immediately. At those words, Draco's body twitched, and he quickly regained his senses, screaming as he turned to flee, disregarding even his minions who lay moaning on the corridor floor. After all this, John closed the compartment door and returned to his seat. The atmosphere within the compartment was decidedly peculiar. Michelle was eagerly offering John cashews, while Harry, Ron, and the others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to react. They were indeed excited and eager to inquire how John had accomplished such a feat, but John's previous display of anger had left them somewhat intimidated. After a considerable pause, the girl previously referred to as Rabbit suddenly leaned in with sparkling eyes and asked, you just used magic, didn't you? John shot her a stern look and replied, little girl, food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words must be chosen wisely. Using magic to attack a classmate is a violation of Hogwarts rules. I am a law-abiding student and would never engage in such behavior. Moreover, John withdrew his wand and pointed it at Harry's glasses. With a flash of sparks, Harry's glasses, which had been awkwardly held together with tape, were instantly restored to their original state. Did you see that? The wand and the spell work in harmony. That is true magic. Just now, I neither used a wand nor a spell, so how could that possibly be magic? Upon hearing this, Michelle nodded vigorously. She had grasped the implication of John's words and resolved to use the same reasoning if a professor came to confront them. No, rather to explain. However, the others were evidently less astute. The restoration charm. I've seen it in standard spells. Beginner. The girl leaned in closer. You know, no one in my family understands magic. So I was utterly astonished when I received my acceptance letter. However, I am particularly elated, for, as far as I know, this is the most prestigious school of magic. My name is Hermione Granger. By the way, what are your names? Hermione spoke with remarkable rapidity, infused with a certain pride distinct from Draco's. Most importantly, she seemed solely interested in discovering John's name, as her gaze remained fixed upon him throughout. As for the others, their inquiries were merely cursory. Out of politeness, everyone introduced themselves. So, your name is John. Do you possess any other magical abilities? I mean, I have attempted a few simple spells at home, just for practice, and they all worked. Upon hearing this, Harry could no longer contain himself. That's hardly anything. John knows far more spells than you do. I have witnessed him use magic to slice a cookie into 4 equal parts, just like this. Harry exclaimed animatedly, even accompanying his words with gestures. You must be referring to the splitting charm, right? Hermione tilted her head, disdainfully addressing Harry. I can do that too. It's not that impressive. Not that impressive? Huh. Such audacity, Harry retorted, while Ron chimed in beside him, and soon the 3 of them were embroiled in a lively debate. Michelle, munching on cashews, found their banter amusing. Meanwhile, John cast a glance out the window. The sky had completely darkened, and the distant lights twinkled like stars. Michelle, we are almost there, John remarked, as he began changing into his school robe. Michelle, her eyes gleaming with excitement, quickly tucked away her oil paper bag. She had heard patrons of the Leaky Cauldron mention that the food at the Hogwarts first-year feast was exquisite, and she needed to save room for it. The 2 of them finished their preparations and exited the compartment, completely ignoring the escalating debate among Harry and the others. Such arguments seemed juvenile and tedious, akin to children debating which Ultraman is superior or whose brother is the mightiest. John mused that by the end, they might even resort to boasts akin to my brother dares to eat more. As John anticipated, the Hogwarts Express indeed approached its destination swiftly. With the final boarding announcement ringing out, the train slowed and ultimately came to a halt. Passengers jostled and surged towards the doors, disembarking onto a dimly lit platform. September in England had turned chilly, and the crowd huddled together in the cold night air, exhaling puffs of mist. First-year students, gather here, a familiar voice echoed. John and Michelle turned at the sound, and above the throng of people, they spotted Hagrid's bearded face smiling down at them. John and Michelle moved towards him, just as Harry and his companions disembarked, following closely behind. The trio walked with an amusing gait, playfully jostling one another, clearly still undecided in their contest. Once all had gathered, Hagrid jovially led the group to the edge of the Black Lake. The new students were brimming with excitement, for along the way, they had finally beheld the magnificent spectacle of Hogwarts in its entirety. The castle loomed majestically on the hillside, its spires reaching skyward, and the windows twinkling like stars under the night sky. With a broad smile, Hagrid pointed to a fleet of small boats moored at the shore and proclaimed, according to tradition, the first years must cross the lake to enter Hogwarts, so hop in. Each boat can hold no more than 4 people. No sooner had Hagrid finished speaking than Harry leaned towards John and said, John, let us take a boat with just the 4 of us. Let us leave that one behind. The one referred to was undeniably Hermione. John nodded in agreement, and they promptly boarded a small boat, leaving Hermione stranded on the shore. Bewildered, witnessing this, both Harry and Ron wore triumphant smiles, proudly grasping their oars. At Hagrid's command, they began to row vigorously, only to soon discover they had overestimated their stamina. By the time they had reached the midpoint, they had exhausted themselves, and amidst Michelle's boisterous laughter, they were compelled to relinquish the oars. As John and Michelle took over, the boat's speed noticeably increased. The group, led by Hagrid, traversed the Black Lake and passed through a lengthy tunnel, finally arriving at the platform before the castle. Is everyone here? Hagrid inquired, calling out names one by one. Once he confirmed their presence, he raised a massive fist and knocked 3 times on the castle's grand door. With a resounding thud, the gates of Hogwarts swung open to welcome them. Chapter 29. The Sorting Ceremony. As the doors parted, a tall witch clad in emerald green robes stood solemnly in the entrance hall. The first years have arrived, Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take it from here, she said, casting her gaze upon the newcomers. Her eyes immediately fell upon John and Michelle, the latter energetically waving her arms. John smiled and bowed slightly to Professor McGonagall, eliciting a faint upward twitch at the corners of her mouth. However, this flicker of a smile was swiftly subdued, restoring her demeanor to one of sternness. Professor McGonagall guided the first years into an empty room at the far end of the hall, a move that heightened their anxiety, for they could hear the buzzing of what seemed like hundreds of voices emanating from the Great Hall. Welcome to Hogwarts, she announced. The feast is about to commence. But before you take your seats in the dining hall, we must first determine which houses you will each belong to. The sorting ceremony is a significant ritual. Professor McGonagall began to eloquently elaborate on the 4 houses and the general life that awaits the newcomers. While her words were meticulous, John found himself somewhat disengaged. He had already gathered this information back at the Leaky Cauldron. Hogwarts is a school organized into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Gryffindor values bravery, daring, and fearlessness. Ravenclaw seeks intelligence and wit. Slytherin prizes ambition, honor, and a thirst for victory. Hufflepuff, on the other hand, embodies a more eclectic spirit, with its principles of integrity, loyalty, honesty, and resilience. New students are sorted based on their character, subsequently making their house their home, culminating in an honor called the House Cup, awarded to the house accumulating the highest points by the academic year's end. To attain this honor, collective effort from all students within the house is essential, as points are accrued through daily endeavors. If given the choice, John would most desire to join Ravenclaw. This house, much like Hufflepuff, has maintained a neutral stance during the conflicts stemming from the battle against the Dark Lord. However, unlike Hufflepuff's pure pacifism, Ravenclaw possesses the courage and capability to assert itself when necessary. John felt this resonated with his own character, and he appreciated the house's strong sense of inclusivity, which would afford him a degree of freedom once admitted. Nevertheless, the sorting is not merely a matter of personal preference. According to patrons of the Leaky Cauldron, the sorting hat does take into account the wishes of the new students, but ultimately, one's destiny lies in the hands of their qualities and the will of the hat itself. For instance, a fool may long to be placed in Ravenclaw, yet such aspirations would be futile. All right, when they are ready to conclude, I will come to fetch you. In the meantime, please maintain silence. After delivering this statement, Professor McGonagall exited the room. No sooner had she departed than chaos erupted within the room. John, how can they accurately sort us into our respective houses? Harry inquired, squeezing next to John. There will be a test, the content of which varies from person to person, John replied earnestly. If they deem you intelligent, they may present you with a set of exam papers. Conversely, if they suspect you excel in athletics, they might even unleash a few giant spiders upon you. Harry shuddered visibly, while Ron, pale as a ghost, weakly added, Good grief, that sounds just like my 2 unfortunate brothers. Giant spiders are terrifying. I dread them. Observing their reactions, John stifled a laugh, clearing his throat to conceal his amusement. Teasing the newcomers is an age-old tradition at Hogwarts. Although John himself was a newcomer, it did not hinder his ability to playfully mislead others. All right, the sorting ceremony is about to commence. Please form a single line and follow me. Professor McGonagall re-entered the room. Under her guidance, the first-year students queued through the foyer and entered a magnificent hall. Although John had heard countless descriptions of Hogwarts' Great Hall at the Leaky Cauldron, he was still awestruck upon his arrival. The space was extraordinarily vast, with 4 long tables set up, each flanked by students. Towering walls rose to the ceiling, adorned with countless floating candles that illuminated the hall as bright as day. Looking upwards, the enchanted ceiling mirrored the sky outside, twinkling with stars amidst the darkness. At the far end of the hall sat the faculty, who, alongside the other students, were observing the newcomers. Under the gaze of hundreds, many first-years bowed their heads in trepidation. John and Michelle were among the few who maintained their composure. However, John's calm was genuine, while Michelle's bravado was somewhat foolish. Now, when I call a name, that person shall sit upon the chair and don the sorting hat. Professor McGonagall announced, the hat will determine your destinies. The first name, Hannah Abbott. A small girl trembled as she stepped from the crowd. Professor McGonagall gently placed a grimy, pointed wizard's hat upon her head. With a sudden shake, the hat began to speak. Hufflepuff. Ron and Harry were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in realization as they turned to John, recognizing that they had been deceived. Yet before they could confront John, Professor McGonagall called out, Michelle Shafiq. I'm up, Michelle exclaimed, giving John a fist pump for encouragement before bouncing over to the high chair. Gryffindor. A flurry of applause and cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table. Michelle joined in the celebration, excitedly mingling with the welcoming upperclassmen. Professor McGonagall, for once, displayed a rare smile. She addressed the line of first years again. The next, John Shafiq. Taking a deep breath, John ascended to the high chair. Do not be anxious, came Professor McGonagall's reassuring voice beside him. John nodded, closing his eyes and striving to clear his mind, hoping to prevent the sorting hat from probing too deeply into his thoughts and uncovering his true identity as a time traveler. Should the hat discover this secret, complications would surely arise. However, John was overthinking the matter entirely. Perhaps it was due to John's extensive repertoire of strategies and plans that the sorting hat, upon merely brushing against his hair, erupted into a loud proclamation before Professor McGonagall could even release her grasp. Slytherin. Undoubtedly Slytherin. The smile on Professor McGonagall's face froze. John felt a twinge of resignation. Descending from the high-back chair, he first bowed to Professor McGonagall before casting a glance towards the Gryffindor table. At that moment, Michelle had completely mingled with the other Gryffindors, gleefully embracing a senior girl and waving enthusiastically, her joy palpable. Observing this, John let out a deep sigh. Not only had he failed to be sorted into Ravenclaw, but he had also been placed into Slytherin. This truly posed a conundrum. Lost in these thoughts, John wore a somewhat melancholic expression. Unbeknownst to him, a middle-aged wizard with greasy hair among the faculty was also watching him and Michelle. Snape, observing John's forlorn demeanor, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In his eyes, John's figure seemed to merge with that of a boy from his past. Chapter 30. Designated to have no good juice. John had anticipated that he and Michelle would be sorted into different houses. Their personalities were vastly dissimilar, with Michelle's insatiable appetite. It was almost certain she would be placed in either Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, especially considering how stubborn she had become since leaving St. Brigid's. However, he never imagined he would find himself in Slytherin. This was not to say that Slytherin was inherently undesirable. Rather, the house had a notorious reputation due to a certain individual named Voldemort, who championed pureblood supremacy, a stance that would hardly be welcoming to someone of John's Muggle heritage. Furthermore, he understood that the internal regulations of Slytherin were quite numerous, which would likely limit his freedom. Yet, at this point, there was little room for lamentation. Shaking his head in resignation, John slowly approached the Slytherin long table. There awaited a senior Slytherin boy adorned with a prefect badge, who had been anticipating John's arrival for some time. Unlike the Gryffindors, who welcomed new students with almost frenzied enthusiasm, this group merely offered polite applause, their smiles exuding a semblance of refinement laced with insincerity. "Welcome to Slytherin, Mr. Shafiq." The Slytherin prefect greeted John with a handshake, then audaciously inquired, "Might you be from the esteemed Shafiq family, one of the Sacred 28? The Sacred 28, a term from the Pureblood Directory, refers to the 28 wizarding families deemed to possess the most unblemished bloodlines. John, maintaining his smile, replied, "Regrettably, I am but an orphan of ordinary Muggle descent." Upon hearing this, the head boy did not display the anticipated look of disdain or contempt that John had expected. Instead, he offered John a knowing glance that conveyed understanding. "Once again, welcome, Mr. Shafiq. Please, take a seat," the head boy stated, gesturing towards a position. John raised an eyebrow at this, for the seat was notably prominent, situated nearly adjacent to the group of Slytherin prefects. Indeed, a rather enviable spot. As John settled in, Professor McGonagall, having finally composed herself, resumed the sorting ceremony. With each name called, the line of new students in the hall grew progressively shorter. Among them, Harry and his companions were all sorted into Gryffindor. As they joined their housemates, Harry and Ron cast pained looks in John's direction. This was hardly surprising, as Ron had incessantly proclaimed during the Hogwarts Express journey that Gryffindor was the finest house, and that Slytherin was merely a den of Death Eaters and dark wizards. A sentiment that undoubtedly influenced Harry as well. Draco, along with his two sycophants, was sorted into Slytherin. This trio was quite amusing. Despite Draco's evident nervousness, which rendered his legs weak, he wore a smug grin that made him appear rather ridiculous. "Welcome," Dumbledore proclaimed, rising from the staff table after the last student was successfully sorted. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to share a few words. Fools, crybabies, scum, twist. Thank you all." With that, Dumbledore resumed his seat. Instantly, a bountiful array of food appeared before everyone, eliciting a raucous applause throughout the hall, though notably absent from the Slytherin table. Unlike the excited students from the other houses, the Slytherins sat in silence, as if attending a funeral. "Dumbledore's speech was utterly ridiculous, wasn't it?" remarked a female prefect beside John. "Perhaps it's a riddle, and solving it will yield a blessing." John replied with a smile. Dumbledore might be attempting to inject some levity into tonight's banquet. "Oh, you are truly kind, willing to defend Dumbledore. And you are quite handsome as well," the prefect exclaimed, winking at John while pushing her plate towards him. "Would you like some steak? I've already cut it for you." "Wow, I am flattered," John responded, picking up a piece of beef and placing it in his mouth. To be fair, the steak's flavor was rather mediocre. Yet with each bite, the rich, robust magic emanating from the thousands of wizards within the hall surged into him, creating a sensation of exhilaration that left him feeling blissfully intoxicated. Chewing the beef slowly, John remarked with a smile, "Perhaps it is due to your personal touch in its preparation." I find this steak exceptionally delicious." Upon hearing his words, the female prefect erupted in delighted laughter, visibly pleased. The other prefects nearby were drawn in by the commotion. John, ever the charmer, greeted everyone with a warm smile, perhaps owing to his handsome visage. Within a mere half hour, he had the group of senior girls giggling incessantly, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. It was only when the final dessert, a pudding, was cleared away that silence returned, and attention turned to the staff table. Dumbledore rose slowly, declaring, now that everyone is well fed and satisfied, I must take this opportunity at the beginning of the term to remind you of a few important points. First, first-year students should be aware that entry into the forest adjacent to the hunting grounds is strictly forbidden. This rule applies equally to our older students. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to perform magic in the corridors during breaks. Lastly, I must inform you that anyone who wishes to avoid unforeseen accidents and a most unpleasant demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. The female prefect beside John could not suppress a laugh. John turned to her, and she explained, "Do not heed Dumbledore's ramblings. He announces several forbidden areas each year and describes them in an exaggeratedly terrifying manner. In truth, there is no danger at all. It is merely one of Dumbledore's tricks. You see, some individuals, like those foolish lions from Gryffindor, become even more eager to explore restricted places, fantasizing about hidden treasures within. Dumbledore simply relishes witnessing their expressions when they ultimately find nothing." John nodded in understanding. Based on his previous knowledge of Harry Potter, he suspected that Harry and his friends embodied this very trait. Just then, Dumbledore called out again, "Now, before everyone retires for the night, let us join together in singing the school song." At this pronouncement, John noticed several older students around him stiffen momentarily. The prefect quickly stuffed 2 balls of cotton into her ears and, after a moment's thought, offered John 2 as well. This decision proved to be quite sagacious, for in the next instant, the hall erupted with a cacophony of horrendous noise. John could swear he had never heard such an unpleasant melody in his life. He gratefully nodded to the prefect, only to notice Draco nearby, covering his ears and grinning maliciously. As their eyes met, Draco provocatively tossed his head back, clearly indicating that John was in for a rough time ahead. Chapter 31. Do you wish to bring shame to the name of Malfoy? As the song concluded, the expressions of the crowd were somewhat pallid. Fortunately, Dumbledore refrained from any further mischief and promptly instructed the heads of houses to escort their respective students. "The first-year students are nearly here. Form a line as I have directed," declared the head who had previously welcomed John. Under his guidance, the Slytherin first years lined up once more. Judging by the manner in which he arranged the queue, it was evident that this head had employed some criteria for their order. Strangely, John found himself positioned at the front of the line, with Draco directly behind him. This left John somewhat perplexed, convinced that their head must have misunderstood something. As for Draco, constrained by the head's efforts to maintain order, he refrained from vocalizing his discontent. However, the seething glare directed at John's back and the clenched expression on his face were ample indicators of his mounting frustration. John was at a loss. Ever since the feast commenced, Draco had been casting malevolent glances in his direction. John was well aware that Draco sought to reclaim the dignity he had lost on the Hogwarts Express. Yet, such overt malice, devoid of any substantive action, seemed rather juvenile. Shouldn't one exercise patience and disguise their intentions until revenge was assured? Did Draco not fear that John might become aware and strike first? Shaking his head, John averted his gaze from Draco, convinced that the latter had never faced the harsh realities of the world, which accounted for his naivety. As John pondered this, the Slytherin head had already led them out of the Great Hall. They diverged from the other houses and descended the right side of the marble staircase, entering a dimly lit, winding stone corridor. With each step, John felt an increasing sense of unease. The corridor twisted like a labyrinth, with numerous cells lining its walls, resembling a dungeon more and more with each glance. This instilled fear among the first years. Fortunately, after a brief moment, the head halted before a stone wall. With a curious demeanor, he tapped the wall and remarked, "You should have memorized the path we just traversed. To access the Slytherin common room, you must locate this wall." Pausing for effect, he observed the bewildered expressions of the newcomers before continuing. "Additionally, you must recite the password. For the next fortnight, it is pure." With a rumble, the wall slowly parted, and the utterly baffled first years were ushered into the Slytherin common room, where their confusion only deepened. The spectacle was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The Slytherin common room was elongated and low-ceilinged, extending into the depths of the Black Lake. The verdant glow of the lights imbued the entire space with a deep green hue. evoking a sense of mystery akin to that of a sunken vessel beneath the water. Even more astonishing were the transparent materials utilized in the construction at the lake's bottom. Gazing upwards, John could even discern the schools of fish and the colossal squid drifting along the depths of Black Lake. It was essential to remember the password, as the Slytherin Common Room's code changed bi-weekly, with the new password being announced in advance on the notice board within the Common Room. Now, I shall commence the announcement of the dormitory allocations. The head boy's voice roused the newcomers from their astonishment, and they all looked at him with eager anticipation. However, the head boy rummaged through his pockets for an extended period, only to emerge empty-handed, finally expressing his embarrassment by saying, "Well, it seems I have forgotten the list outside. Please bear with me for a moment." With that, he hastily exited the common room, his departure infusing a spark of energy into the line of newcomers. No longer standing stiffly, they began to engage in casual conversation. John had no interest in joining their discourse, instead continuing to survey the common room. At that moment, he felt a poke in his lower back. Turning around with an impassive expression, he found Draco regarding him with an excessively arrogant demeanor. "You're finished," Draco declared emphatically. "I am Draco Malfoy, and the Malfoy family is not only one of the Sacred 28, but has been Slytherin for generations. Slytherin House feels like home to me. If you had gone to another house, it would have been one thing, but you chose Slytherin. Huh, I have 1,000 ways to make your life miserable." Upon hearing this, John let out a deep sigh. Draco's words implied that he intended to persistently harass John in the future. Although Draco's childish tactics would likely not inflict any substantial harm upon him, it was undeniably bothersome. Thus, John resolved to address the matter decisively. "Let me tell you, my father is Lucius Malfoy, and our estate is far larger than Hogwarts, with galleons stacked so high in Gringotts they might as well be gathering dust." Draco continued his tirade, occasionally receiving murmurs of agreement from his two lackeys behind him. However, he soon found himself at a loss for words. He noticed John had slowly stepped back, drawing out his wand. "Let us duel," John declared. "What did you say?" Draco responded, bewildered. "Since entering Hogwarts, you have continuously insulted me. I have refrained from retaliating out of good upbringing and adherence to Hogwarts rules, yet you have only escalated your behavior. I am unsure how your parents raised you, but my elders never taught me to endure slights repeatedly. Therefore, for the sake of my dignity and honor, I challenge you. Draco Malfoy, let us engage in a wizard duel." With that proclamation, John raised his wand and assumed the posture of a dueling invitation. This set of movements was learned by John from a pair of inebriated, brawling noble wizards, which also included the notion of resolving disputes through wizard duels. However, what John was unaware of was that, in modern times, wizard dueling had gradually transformed into a sport akin to Muggle boxing, with only a few antiquated pure-blood wizard families still adhering to its original purpose for settling conflicts. Thus, when John assumed this stance, both new and seasoned students in the common room were rendered utterly astonished. "Are you jesting?" Draco managed to utter, struggling with his words. In principle, he was inclined to accept the challenge. Yet the indelible impression that John had left on him aboard the Hogwarts Express was far too profound. The sheer force capable of hurling both Crabbe and Goyle was evidently the result of some magical prowess. Faced with John, who wielded such enigmatic magic, Draco felt an acute lack of confidence in his ability to prevail. "Are you truly afraid?" John intoned gravely. "Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius. Do you wish to bring disgrace upon the Malfoy name?" John's final exclamation rendered Draco's face a pale shade of white. At that moment, the prefects observing nearby also sensed the unusual tension. A few male prefects attempted to intervene, only to be halted by several female prefects who had recently dined with John. They had long harbored a distaste for Draco. "Just a little brat. What is he so arrogant about? Is the Malfoy family truly that remarkable?" Ever since their investment in Voldemort failed, the Malfoy family has long since lost its former power. The atmosphere in the common room began to grow increasingly heated. As a group of upperclassmen, having conspired together, not only refrained from intervening but also began to taunt Draco, causing his pale visage to flush crimson. At that moment, the door to the common room swung open. The prefect who had previously departed strode in, accompanied by a middle-aged wizard with greasy hair. Chapter 32, Draco, the Fool is Myself. Professor Snape, Headmaster. The students bowed in greeting, while the middle-aged wizard, referred to as Snape, maintained his unwavering gaze fixed upon John. Under such scrutiny, John too performed a respectful bow. He recognized this individual, Severus Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts and head of Slytherin House, a former Death Eater of notorious repute. This was beyond doubt. Almost everyone John had encountered at the Leaky Cauldron exhibited peculiar expressions upon hearing the name Snape. In his earlier days as a Death Eater, he had been exceptionally ruthless. Yet, curiously, during the period preceding the reckoning of the Death Eaters, he had suddenly faded into obscurity. By the time he re-emerged, he had assumed the role of Hogwarts Potions Master. After all these years, his reputation had remarkably improved. Many parents of Hogwarts students and members of the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association regarded him as a responsible professor with exceptional potion-making skills. As Severus Snape raised his arm slightly, the entire Slytherin common room fell into an instant silence. His expression remained impassive as he scrutinized John and Draco, before finally uttering in a deep voice, "What is the matter, Professor Snape?" "It's him. That wretched country wizard dares to provoke me. He wants to duel," Draco exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, had once been a classmate of Snape's in Slytherin, and their relationship was quite amicable. There were even rumors that Snape was Draco's godfather. While this was merely gossip, it was undeniable that they were indeed familiar with one another. Thus, upon Snape's arrival, Draco saw him as a savior. However, Snape's reaction left him disheartened. Snape regarded him with a piercing gaze and enunciated coldly, "Silence." Draco recoiled, feeling aggrieved and rendered speechless. At that moment, Snape turned his attention to the other prefects present. Naturally, they dared not conceal the truth from their head of house and recounted the earlier events in full. However, during this recounting, the female prefects skillfully narrated the facts while portraying John as the victim. Upon hearing this, Snape's gaze grew even colder. He strolled between John and Draco, stating indifferently, "Slytherin is the finest house at Hogwarts. Only the most exceptional students, imbued with ambition and a sense of honor, who yearn for victory, belong here. I am well aware of your true natures. You may appear astute, yet you are fundamentally foolish, brimming with base schemes. Always preoccupied with seeking fame and fortune, I do not intend to alter your dispositions, for it is your vile nature. However, there is one principle that must not be violated." Snape firmly grasped John and Draco's arms, his voice menacing as he declared, "You shall not use force against your fellow housemates. You shall not bully your fellow Slytherins. Should you contravene this directive, then you shall be expelled from this institution." Draco's face, which had just flushed crimson, now turned pale with fear. The drawback of having such fair skin is that any slight emotional upheaval is readily apparent on one's face. In contrast, John exhibited a contemplative expression. Initially, he had feared that, as a Muggle-born wizard entering Slytherin, he would inevitably face ostracism from the pure-blood Slytherins. However, having heard Snape's stern pronouncement, it seemed such behavior had been vehemently prohibited. This was not entirely surprising. John had once heard that Snape's own origins were less than favorable, likely having endured similar hardships during his schooling, which might have prompted him to enforce strict discipline upon becoming head of house. Clearly, Snape had no intention of engaging in further conversation with John and Draco. He swiftly released the two of them and cast a glance at the head boy who had escorted him in. The head boy immediately understood, producing a piece of parchment and clearing his throat before commencing the announcement of the dormitory allocations. This process was rather brief, as there were only a few dozen new students in Slytherin this year. However, what was unexpected was that John had been assigned to a 4-person dormitory alongside Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe. Upon the revelation of this news, even the head boy reciting the list appeared momentarily taken aback, while the others wore expressions of anticipation. Fully aware that this situation was far from over, John was undoubtedly in for a rough time. Although Slytherin forbids bullying, human nature allows for certain leeways. Draco had clearly recognized this as well. Just moments after receiving a reprimand that left him pale, he turned his gaze towards John, a cold smirk forming on his lips. John, overwhelmed by the circumstances, followed the group of new students behind the head boy and soon located their dormitory. "Good luck," the head boy patted John's shoulder, a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. John nodded, choosing silence as he stepped into the dormitory first. Though referred to as a dormitory, it resembled more of a suite. The living room, small lounge, and bathroom were all well appointed, and the decor echoed the style of the common room, particularly the beds. For ancient 4-poster beds adorned with green silk drapes and embroidered silver sheets awaited them. Their sleeping arrangements had evidently been predetermined, as each of their belongings was already positioned beside their respective beds. Just as John completed his survey of the room, the dormitory doors swung shut behind him. Draco and his 2 lackeys glared menacingly at the solitary John, contemplating how to deal with the rural wizard. Given Snape's explicit warning, their options for tormenting John were limited. However, now that they were roommates, it felt as though John had tumbled into a den of tigers. They had ample time to devise schemes against him, such as collectively ignoring him or making a ruckus as soon as he fell asleep. only to accuse him of being too sensitive upon waking. Technically, these were merely minor disputes stemming from differing lifestyles, which Professor Snape would have little authority over. With this thought, a sly smile crept onto Draco's lips. At that moment, however, Draco noticed John turning around, wearing a smile that was even more menacing than his own. This startled Draco momentarily, instilling in him an unsettling sensation, as if it were not John who had fallen into the tiger's den, but rather the three of them. In the next moment, Draco realized with stark clarity that this was certainly no illusion. John, grinning menacingly, began to flex his knuckles, accompanied by the ominous cracking of his joints. John's voice resonated. Now, let us resume the duel that was so rudely interrupted. Chapter 33. I come from the mire, what do you want? Draco's voice faltered, turning high-pitched with fright. His two loyal followers once again positioned themselves protectively in front of him. Yet, their efforts proved futile, as the blue glint flickered in John's eyes. He unleashed two powerful punches, sending Goyle and Crabbe crashing to the ground, just as they had been on the Hogwarts Express. John advanced step by step, while Draco retreated, until his back collided against the wall, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Shrinking his neck in trepidation, he stammered, "My father is a board member." "Silence!" John shouted, delivering a forceful punch against the wall beside Draco's head. Draco felt a rush of wind brush against his face, and upon turning, he discovered that John had dented the wall with his blow. Calmly, John remarked, "If you are afraid, I could indeed forego the duel. However, considering we will be residing in the same house and dormitory for the next 7 years, I believe it is imperative that we clarify a few matters. What do you think?" At these words, Draco covered his mouth and nodded vigorously. John smiled with satisfaction. "From this moment forth, this dormitory will be under my command. I am aware that you all harbor resentment, but fear not. Should I catch you displaying insubordination or engaging in any mischief, you know the consequences that will ensue." As John spoke, he cracked his knuckles, sending a few shards of stone flying into Draco's face. However, unlike before, Draco seemed to have regained some composure. He swallowed hard, and, with a defiant tilt of his chin, retorted, "Dream on. I've come to realize that you wouldn't dare lay a finger on us. Professor Snape just made it abundantly clear that using force against fellow students from the same house would result in. Do you truly believe he would expel a student?" John scoffed. "I have perused the Hogwarts student records for nearly a decade, and in that span, fewer than 10 students have been expelled, and their transgressions were quite severe. If Professor Snape speaks the truth, is it conceivable that the atmosphere in Slytherin has been so harmonious as to eliminate any conflict among students? Do you recall how Snape responded when he learned I had issued you a challenge? He imposed no punishment whatsoever, merely offering a couple of warnings. And those warnings were directed at you, not me." John was not fabricating this narrative. Although it appeared that Snape had reprimanded both individuals, the majority of his attention had been focused squarely on Draco. This is clearly biased in favor of John. John does not comprehend the source of Snape's goodwill towards him, yet this does not deter him from taking advantage of it. Indeed, Draco has also come to this realization, rendering him momentarily dazed. "What do you suppose would happen if I truly gave you a beating and you reported me?" Upon hearing this, Draco looked over in confusion. "Without using a wand, Professor Snape would not be able to deduct points from me. At most, I would face a few days of detention. And you? You would become the laughingstock of all Hogwarts. Can you imagine what others would say? Oh, the illustrious heir of the Malfoy family, bested on his very first day at school by a little muggle wizard. What a disgrace. They might as well expel him from the pureblood ranks." John imitated Ron's voice. This tactic proved remarkably effective. Draco instantly grew anxious. If such an incident were to occur, he could vividly envision the ugly laughter of those red-headed Weasleys. The Malfoy and Weasley families have been archenemies. However, despite his inner turmoil, Draco feigned bravado and retorted, "So what? It matters little, but what if, after serving my detention, I were to beat you senseless again?" John replied with a smile, "I would repeat this process endlessly. Each time Professor Snape fails to eliminate me, the first thing I would do upon my release is to pummel you to near death. Based on my calculations, after 5 or 6 such exchanges, Professor Snape would be utterly exasperated and would likely seek my expulsion. But that's of no concern. Before I leave Hogwarts, I shall find an opportunity." John whispered ominously into Draco's ear, "To kill you." Draco's body trembled violently as he responded in panic, "No, you wouldn't dare. Unlike you, a prince born in a castle, I hail from the muck. You may attempt it and see if I dare to drag you, Prince, back down into the mire." John sneered. "Now, I shall issue my first decree as dormitory leader. Everyone, return to your beds immediately, tidy your belongings, and go to sleep." No sooner had he spoken than the fallen Goyle, and Crabbe sprang up and hurried to their beds, frantically organizing their belongings. This infuriated Draco to no end, as it suggested that Goyle and Crabbe had merely pretended to be defeated by John. These seemingly dim-witted brutes are not fools, after all. Draco's face alternated between red and white, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he timidly approached his bed. He was prepared to yield, for he could not afford to gamble with John's threat. The life of the Malfoy heir is far too precious. Oh, and Draco, do not forget to repair the wall before bedtime. You can manage a reparo, can't you? After all, you are a Malfoy. Draco glared, ready to erupt, for John was truly pushing the limits of his patience. However, he only exchanged a fleeting glance with John before immediately retreating, gritting his teeth as he cast the restoration charm. Observing this, John nodded in satisfaction. He was convinced that for a considerable time to come, Draco would not dare to raise his voice in his presence. Such are the rules of human interaction. To many, it seemed that Draco had not committed any particularly heinous acts against John. Yet, from John's perspective, Draco was merely conducting a pressure test. Once he endured this initial round of pressure, a second and third round would inevitably follow, leading to a situation that would spiral out of control. This was bound to happen, for there exists a phenomenon known as the foot-in-the-door effect. In life, instances of encroachment abound. Many, perhaps like Draco, are entirely unaware of the underlying theory, yet instinctively achieve the desired outcome. At present, John had not even passed the first round of pressure testing. Instead, he had rebounded forcefully, delivering a decisive blow to Draco, thereby establishing a clear set of rules and boundaries. Consequently, everything settled into a calm. Chapter 34. A gift for the cat. The following morning, John awoke from a nightmarish slumber. At that moment, Draco and his companions were still lost in their dreams. Goyle and Crabbe were smacking their lips, drooling onto half of their pillows, while Draco appeared pale, his brow furrowed, and he occasionally twitched, evidently having nightmares of his own. John refrained from disturbing their rest, and after gathering his belongings, he proceeded to the second floor to meet Michelle. Today was the day they had agreed upon to visit Professor McGonagall to repay her and express their gratitude. John regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, especially since he had been sorted into Slytherin, which had a notably contentious relationship with Gryffindor. He felt it was essential to convey his sentiments to Professor McGonagall to dispel any potential misunderstandings. However, this endeavor was not without its challenges. Merely exiting the labyrinthine Slytherin common room took John a considerable amount of time, and he subsequently encountered the enchanted staircases. Hogwarts boasts a staggering 142 staircases, each uniquely shaped and capable of changing at any moment. Even more absurdly, Hogwarts is home to numerous magical doors. These doors may appear ordinary, yet if one does not approach them correctly, what awaits behind them could very well be a solid wall. Simply ascending to the second floor posed a significant challenge for a first-year student. Fortunately, Hogwarts was replete with enchanted portraits and ghosts. By consulting them, John managed to arrive at his destination with some difficulty. Michelle had been eagerly awaiting his arrival, and upon seeing John, she dashed toward him. "John, Hogwarts is absolutely magnificent. You can hardly imagine what I experienced last night," she exclaimed excitedly as they made their way to Professor McGonagall's office. John, intrigued, replied, "Oh, what did you encounter?" "I found myself sharing a dormitory with Hermione, who graciously offered me a peculiar confection shaped like a wand, a licorice treat. Subsequently, other roommates and several upperclassmen presented me with animated, leaping chocolate frogs, an array of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans with countless random flavors, and pumpkin pasties." Michelle began counting on her fingers, which left John utterly speechless. He could not comprehend how Michelle managed to be on such familiar terms with everyone so soon after the semester commenced, seemingly indulging freely in food and drink. After a moment of contemplation, John remarked, "You shouldn't always let others treat you. Reciprocity is essential to maintain friendships. You ought to treat them in return. By the way, you still have enough money, don't you?" This was merely a casual inquiry from John. He had not taken it upon himself to safeguard Michelle's finances. After deducting the 5 galleons owed for Professor McGonagall's accommodation, he simply divided the remaining funds in half, leaving Michelle with approximately 7 galleons. For a young wizard, this was indeed a substantial sum. However, to John's astonishment, Michelle replied, "I should have enough. I still have 2 galleons." "What?" John turned sharply to look at her. "You have only 2 galleons left? What happened to the other 5? "I spent it on a gift for Professor McGonagall," Michelle asserted with conviction. This revelation left John momentarily speechless. They had mutually agreed to keep the details of their gifts for Professor McGonagall a secret. John had not anticipated that Michelle would be so generous. He himself had only spent 2 galleons on the gift. Sighing, John softened his tone. You should save that 2 galleons for emergencies. Don't spend it recklessly. As for the money for treats, I will give you 1 galleon shortly. That should suffice for some snacks." Hearing this, Michelle erupted in cheer, while John shook his head and knocked on the door to Professor McGonagall's office. Although it was still early morning, Professor McGonagall had already buried herself in a mountain of paperwork. The arrival of John and Michelle pleasantly surprised her, though she concealed her delight, inquiring about their purpose with a hint of aloofness. John placed a pre-prepared bag before Professor McGonagall and said, "Thank you very much for your care. This is a token of our appreciation." He deliberately avoided any terminology that might imply indebtedness, signaling that they were not there to repay a favor, but rather to express genuine gratitude, ensuring that the kindness bestowed upon them was not forgotten. The implication was somewhat subtle, yet Professor McGonagall clearly understood. As she opened the bag and beheld the 5 gold coins along with a packet of flower tea carefully selected by John, made from magical ingredients like daisies and white peonies, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was evident how challenging it was for young wizards like John and Michelle to amass such a considerable sum. For the past 2 months, they must have toiled diligently, enduring countless hardships in order to present a gift to their benefactor. Professor McGonagall turned away momentarily, hastily wiping a tear from the corner of her eye before returning with a smile to John, saying, "I accept your gift. Your thoughtful intentions have been duly noted." John's face lit up with satisfaction. The acceptance of the gift signified that Professor McGonagall had not altered her perception of him due to his affiliation with Slytherin, which was indeed a splendid outcome. At that moment, however, a voice erupted from beside them. "I have a gift too. For you, Professor McGonagall," Michelle exclaimed, thrusting a large bundle toward her. Initially, Professor McGonagall had anticipated but one gift. Upon realizing the magnitude of Michelle's offering, she was nearly moved to tears, murmuring what a good child, as she extended a trembling hand to unwrap the package. Suddenly, she froze in shock. For Michelle's gift comprised an entire set of cat toys and a collar. "These toys move on their own. I have tested them, and they work splendidly. And this collar has an automatic alarm feature," Michelle continued, evidently oblivious to the absurdity of her actions. As Professor McGonagall's expression darkened, John, in a state of panic, swiftly covered Michelle's mouth. This was disastrous. Although Professor McGonagall could transform into a cat, it did not imply she had an affinity for cat toys. John mentally screamed, pressing Michelle's head down in a bow toward Professor McGonagall. "I apologize. Professor McGonagall, it was Michelle's thoughtlessness. I shall reprimand her upon our return." "It's quite all right," Professor McGonagall managed to say with difficulty, finally regaining her composure. "John, if you have time, do check the notice board in the hall. Occasionally, professors and upperclassmen post requests for assistance there, some of which offer remuneration, providing a source of income." "Yes, I understand." John nodded in agreement, exchanging a few pleasantries before hastily exiting the awkward atmosphere of the office with Michelle. On their way back, John continued to lecture Michelle. There was no choice. Her actions had been utterly outrageous. However, it was evident that Michelle had not absorbed his lessons, for as soon as he paused, she chirped proudly, "Oh, John, you need not worry. I could tell Professor McGonagall genuinely liked my gift. I dare say she will have great fun with it." Upon hearing this, John instinctively felt the urge to react again. Yet, reflecting on Professor McGonagall's earlier demeanor, he fell silent. The essence of her magic bore a resemblance to gingerbread, albeit a rather spicy variety. This suggested that while Professor McGonagall appeared to uphold rules and value order, a wild spirit resided within her depths. The notion of transforming into a cat to engage with feline toys, a concept that could be deemed wildly absurd, perhaps would elicit a chuckle from Professor McGonagall. John nearly succumbed to laughter, shaking off the myriad of comical images that invaded his mind. This was not the moment for such musings. Far more pressing matters awaited his attention, such as the charms class. Chapter 35. Charms, History, Slytherin due to their differing schedules. John soon parted ways with Michelle and made his way alone to the charms classroom. Charms constituted one of the most vital courses for the first-year students at Hogwarts, and it was the class John anticipated with great eagerness. Charms formed the very foundation of the magical realm, the essence that allowed wizards to be recognized as such. The course was taught by Professor Flitwick, a diminutive elder who stood just over a meter tall, seemingly possessing a hint of fairy lineage in his appearance. Owing to his experiences at St. Brendan's, John had never held a fondness for those of such gnome-like stature, yet Professor Flitwick proved to be an exception. During their inaugural lesson, Professor Flitwick exhibited remarkable pedagogical prowess. He began by utilizing the silent levitation charm to perform acrobatics with the textbooks. swiftly capturing the students' interest before launching into the foundational theoretical knowledge of charms. This segment, typically rather mundane, was delivered with such wit and humor by Professor Flitwick that it captivated the young witches and wizards. By the conclusion of the class, although the students had not mastered any genuine spells, they had come to a comprehensive understanding of magical power and the fundamental principles of spellcasting. The principles of spellcasting closely aligned with John's prior independent explorations, illustrating that incantations and wand movements were responsible for controlling magical energy, while the wand itself served to amplify and conserve that energy, with emotions acting as the driving force during the casting process. Diverging from most of the students present, Professor Flitwick placed particular emphasis on the role of emotion in spellcasting. He even asserted that emotion will constitute the very foundation of all magic. A wizard, he claimed, could wield magic without the use of incantations or wands. The results might merely be diminished. However, without resolute emotional intent and willpower, their efforts at spellcasting were destined to falter. As for magical power itself, Professor Flitwick elucidated that this esteemed force, which wizards take pride in, is fundamentally a unique energy born from the fusion of physical and mental strength. Magical energy does not manifest as a fixed blue bar, as depicted in games, stored within a wizard's being. In its ordinary state, it largely comprises the most basic forms of physical and mental stamina. Only when a wizard prepares to cast a spell do these energies merge in significant quantities to create magical power. This swift integration of physical and mental strength is what is commonly referred to as magical talent. Typically, this talent remains fixed, barring a few rare exceptions. Most wizards find their magical aptitude unchangeable throughout their lives. In an ordinary context, the age of 30 is regarded as the pinnacle of a wizard's power. During this phase, a wizard's physical strength reaches its zenith, while their mental fortitude and willpower truly blossom. Beyond this point, two extremes emerge. The formidable will persist in honing their resolve and intellect, acquiring diverse knowledge and skills, while employing potions and healing arts to maintain their physical prowess, growing ever stronger. Akin to Dumbledore. Conversely, the weak succumb entirely, their abilities diminishing with each passing day. However, this notion evidently does not apply to John, for he possesses two distinct reservoirs of magical energy. The first, as described by Professor Flitwick, is indeed a conventional reservoir, fluctuating in strength in accordance with his physical and mental state. Yet, his second reservoir is a pure wellspring of magical energy, impervious to the influences of physical or mental conditions. Furthermore, John possesses a unique ability to absorb magic. Initially, he misconstrued this capacity as merely enhancing his ability to absorb magic, granting a permanent increase in both quantity and quality. After listening to Professor Flitwick's elucidation, he grasped that this absorption ability elevates his overall magical aptitude. This enhancement applies to both of his magical reservoirs, signifying that John's ascendance in power knows no bounds. Given sufficient time and an optimal environment, he is almost certain to reach, if not surpass, the realms of legendary wizards like Dumbledore. Truly understanding the formidable nature of his extraordinary ability, John felt a surge of excitement. Fueled by this enthusiasm, in the ensuing days, he began to voraciously absorb knowledge within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Even the most mundane history of magic class captured his full attention, a rarity in Hogwarts. After all, the professor responsible for this course is a ghost. The clearly befuddled Professor Binns pays no heed to classroom discipline and never takes attendance. He monotonously drones on, often mispronouncing names and places. Consequently, his class has become a playground for students who indulge in sleep and merriment, dismissing the significance of what they deem a trivial subject. As the saying goes, the only lesson humanity learns from history is that it learns nothing from history. If that is the case, why bother studying history at all? John, however, held a different belief. He adhered to the wisdom of another great thinker. History is the foundation of reality. Everything we experience today stems from yesterday. Only by studying and comprehending the history of magic could John attain a profound understanding of the present magical world. To this end, he diligently completed the extensive assignments assigned by Professor Binns, and even ventured to the library to peruse a wealth of additional historical texts. Such behavior left the Slytherins utterly perplexed. Although the Slytherins, grounded in their upbringing, do not exhibit the same audacity as the Gryffindors during History of Magic class, they are decidedly more pragmatic. They hold a disdain for Professor Binns, a ghost who is disinclined to grant points to students and offers no networking advantages. Instead, they prefer to showcase their talents before influential professors like McGonagall and Snape, aiming to earn points and secure additional privileges. This strategy has proven remarkably effective, leading to Slytherin's substantial lead in house points just days into the term. Simultaneously, the new Slytherins, having acclimated to the Hogwarts environment, began to engage in frequent feasts and gatherings under the guidance of upperclassmen, attempting to form alliances and vie for power, a long-standing tradition of Slytherin. Ultimately, Snape has been unable to unify Slytherin, as internal strife persists. The overt conflicts have merely shifted to the shadows, with numerous skirmishes occurring, albeit adhering to an unspoken rule, to strike without inflicting serious harm, allowing the public to remain oblivious to the underlying tensions. The series of commands issued by Snape has, at best, tempered these conflicts and made them more equitable. Nevertheless, this is no small feat, at least now. No one suffers fatal consequences or endures unbearable bullying in these rivalries. Furthermore, the offspring of prominent families can no longer resort to external leverage to undermine their opponents. This has granted many less privileged Slytherins a chance to rise. John observed all of this with keen clarity, and the more he watched, the more intrigued he became by his housemaster, Severus Snape. Though Snape appeared to be merely a middle-aged man with greasy hair and a melancholic demeanor, he was far from ordinary. Fortunately, the much-anticipated potions class was fast approaching this Friday, allowing John to indulge his curiosity. Chapter 36. The enigmatic empathy of Snape. On Friday morning, John attended his first potions class. The potions classroom was situated in a subterranean chamber not far from the Slytherin common room. It was considerably colder than other areas of Hogwarts, not only due to its underground location, but also because of the numerous animal specimens steeped in unknown liquids lining the walls. Even John, who had grown accustomed to the Slytherin aesthetic, found the decor reminiscent of the magical lair beneath St. Brendan's. Fortunately, this class was shared with the Gryffindors. As soon as Michelle entered the classroom, she hurried over to John. "You won't believe what I saw," Michelle exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. "Last night, I went to Professor McGonagall's office to ask her a question, and I saw her transform into a cat, wearing the bell collar I gifted her." Upon the utterance of those words, the oppressive feelings that had lingered in John's heart dissipated entirely, leaving only the comical image of Professor McGonagall adorned with a cat collar in his mind, evoking an inexplicable sense of amusement. However, amidst the casual exchange with Michelle, John could distinctly perceive the peculiar glances cast upon them by their peers from both Slytherin and Gryffindor. For these two factions, the prospect of coexistence, as exemplified by John and Michelle, seemed almost unattainable. Their interactions were limited to veiled jibes and sardonic banter, which had become the extent of their mutual restraint. Draco, in particular, was casting sidelong glances their way while chattering incessantly with Goyle and Crabbe, his face adorned with a derisive grin. It was needless to ascertain that Draco's words were anything but complimentary. As previously mentioned, the fragmented factions within Slytherin had already commenced their gatherings and intimate dinners since the onset of the term, endeavoring to siphon strength from the new students and bolster their alliances. John had resolutely declined all invitations to these activities, harboring a profound disapproval of the Slytherin ethos. In his estimation, personal prowess was the only true measure of worth in this extraordinary world. The famed sport of Quidditch serves as a prime example. Regardless of how adept other players may be, victory is secured solely by a skilled seeker who can swiftly capture the golden snitch. This principle holds true in reality as well. Yet, Draco clearly held a divergent perspective. He and John represented polar opposites. In recent days, Draco had zealously engaged in various social events, adeptly ingratiating himself with numerous influential figures within Slytherin, subtly positioning himself as a potential leader among the newcomers. This newfound confidence seemed to embolden him to challenge John more audaciously. Draco had become thoroughly inflated with arrogance. It appeared that a reminder of his place would soon be necessary. At that moment, the classroom door swung open abruptly. Snape strode purposefully to the front, the hem of his dark robe billowing behind him, rendering him akin to a formidable bat. The classroom fell into an immediate hush. The art of potion making is an intricate and exacting craft. Snape's voice resonated coldly as he surveyed the students below, each of whom instinctively lowered their gaze under his piercing stare. "I do not expect you to comprehend the exquisite beauty of a potion simmering gently in a cauldron, exuding fragrant vapors. You cannot fathom the significance of potions to a wizard, to the world. What I require of you is to understand that I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, concoct glory, and ultimately, stave off death. Of course, to achieve all this, it is imperative that you are not the kind of fools I frequently encounter." As he delivered the final statement, Snape's gaze was firmly fixed upon Harry. This inexplicably filled Harry with an ominous premonition, and as it turned out, His foreboding was indeed justified. For Snape immediately remarked, well, look who it is. Our illustrious savior, Harry Potter. Given your renown and prowess, I presume you have already mastered the intricacies of potion making to such an extent that my guidance is superfluous? Harry pursed his lips and shook his head in a panic. He possessed no expertise in potions whatsoever. Until today, he had not even encountered the term potion. Yet Snape was evidently unwilling to relent. Potter. Snape suddenly raised his voice. What would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? I don't know, Harry replied, feeling utterly dejected. Observing this, Snape disdainfully declared, it appears our savior is not quite omnipotent. He has even failed to complete the preparatory assignment. How disappointing. At this, the room erupted in laughter, with even some Gryffindors unable to suppress their amusement. Clearly, there were those within Gryffindor who were less than fond of Harry's ostentatious heroism. Harry's face flushed crimson. Hermione, seated beside him, was eager to answer and raised her hand with such enthusiasm that she nearly stood up. However, Snape completely disregarded her. His gaze swept over the crowd below, ultimately landing on the only Slytherin who had not laughed. Mr. Shafiq, you seem rather unamused, Snape said sternly. Perhaps you would care to answer this question. Harry's heart sank, fearing that John would suffer due to his own predicament. Yet John remained remarkably composed. He stood up slowly and replied, combining daffodil root powder with mugwort results in the potion of death, a powerful sedative. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes. But he swiftly regained his composure, nodding, correct. 5 points to Slytherin. Instantly, apart from Draco and his companions, the other Slytherins in the classroom erupted in applause for John. Snape's gaze then shifted to Michelle, who was brimming with excitement, clapping and cheering, her admiration evident. She was the sole Gryffindor present who applauded John. John smiled and waved at Michelle. At this sight, Snape felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. For reasons unknown, he recalled the sorting ceremony, where John had gazed wistfully towards Gryffindor, and he was reminded of that little boy from the past. A faint flush of excitement crept onto his pale face. This scene inexplicably instilled in him a profound sense of empathy. Potter. Snape suddenly turned his gaze towards Harry. If you were to seek a piece of ambergris, where would you go? I don't know. Upon hearing this, Snape shifted his attention to John. Without needing Snape to call on him, John stood up and answered. Ambergris is a substance extracted from the stomach of a whale, known for its potent detoxifying properties. Excellent. Slytherin earns 5 points. Snape's excitement grew, and he directed another question at Harry. Now, what is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Come on, you can't possibly be unaware of this. Harry had retreated into silence, lowering his head. Snape, with a sinister grin, waved his hand, prompting John to reply. Although they are referred to by different names, they are, in fact, the same plant, collectively known as aconite. All answers correct. Slytherin gains 10 points. Snape's voice melded with the cheers of Slytherin students, effectively concealing his own exhilaration, as the Slytherins were already beside themselves with joy. 20 points. A first-year student could earn 20 points in a single lesson. It was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, Snape was evidently not done with Harry. With a glint in his eye, he quickly devised another idea. Chapter 37. The Wonders of Potions. Snape turned and retrieved a bottle of pitch-black potion. Do not accuse me of favoritism towards Slytherin, nor claim that I do not give you a chance. With a sinister smile, Snape uncorked the vial and placed it before Harry. Take a whiff. If you can identify any one ingredient in this potion, I shall award Gryffindor 20 points. However, if you cannot discern it, well, then you shall drink it. At this moment, Harry felt he was on the brink of losing his sanity. Today was his very first potions class. How could he possibly identify the components of a potion? And Snape wanted him to drink it. Heaven knows what dreadful effects this potion might have. He gasped, glaring at Snape with bloodshot eyes, and said, I don't know, but I believe Hermione should know the answer. She has been raising her hand since the beginning. Why don't you ask her? At this, a few Gryffindors couldn't help but laugh. Harry's words practically implied that Snape was biased towards Slytherin, revealing a hint of his own sarcastic wit. However, Hermione was not laughing at all. She had not raised her hand this time. Upon reflection, it became clear that she had merely memorized magical potions and elixirs, and had never actually brewed a potion herself. So how could she possibly identify the components of that pitch-black concoction? She shot Harry a glare, her face slightly flushed with anxiety and apprehension. If Snape were to call on her and she failed to respond, it would be utterly humiliating. Thankfully, Snape seemed to have no such intention. Under the enchanting influence of the situation, Snape, far from being angered by Harry's retort, found himself increasingly amused. He relished watching Harry, bearing the visage of his father. James Potter, display that expression of indignation mingled with helplessness. Hee, Snape chuckled lightly. For your insolence, Gryffindor loses a point. At this, Harry was incensed, his chest heaving with emotion, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Snape's delight only intensified at the sight. He held up a potion and turned to John, saying, "Why don't you give it a try, Mr. Shafiq? Fear not. It matters not if you fail, for this is merely an experiment." John accepted the potion, acutely aware that he could not discern its ingredients. However, he could sense a potent magic contained within, akin to the essence he had felt in Hagrid's small brown bag, capable of being directly ingested and transformed, though vastly superior in both quality and quantity. Regrettably, he realized that merely inhaling its aroma would not allow him to absorb the magic. Thus, the only way to harness its power was to consume the potion. Contemplating this, John felt a surge of eagerness. Meanwhile, Harry was in utter turmoil. Snape's preferential treatment had cast him into an emotional abyss. In this tumultuous state, he found himself harboring resentment towards John. Had John not faltered in answering Snape's question from the outset, none of the subsequent insults would have occurred. Thus, John was culpable as well. Harry glared furiously at John and Snape, his fists clenched tightly. Yet, in the next moment, the fury on his face vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. For John had tilted his head back and drained the entire bottle of the opaque potion. TSK, 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 John smacked his lips, finding the potion's flavor rather unpalatable, reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine. Nevertheless, it mattered little. A portion of the potion's magic had already been absorbed and transformed into energy within his second reservoir of magical power, continuously enhancing his magical aptitude. The remainder continued to activate the potion's effects. The enhancement in his magical talent from this single vial surpassed what he could achieve in 2 days of toil at Hogwarts. The sensation was truly exhilarating. As John reveled in the state of his magical reservoir, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. All eyes were fixed upon him with a peculiar intensity. After several long seconds, Snape bellowed, "Fool! Imbecile! Who told you to drink it? Are you a troll? Do you consume everything in sight, treating the restroom as if it were a banquet hall, indulging with reckless abandon?" John remained silent, still smacking his lips. Beside him, Harry wore an expression of regret and guilt. He felt he had misjudged John. In his eyes, John's silent act of consuming the potion was a protest against Snape, a defense of his friend. Upon reflection, John had been compelled to act as he did. If he failed to answer when called upon, the repercussions would have fallen squarely on him. John was inherently kind-hearted, his true friend. Yet, he had harbored such unworthy thoughts. How shameful! As Harry chastised himself internally, his eyes reddened with emotion as he gazed at John. Meanwhile, Snape's tirade continued unabated, spewing forth a barrage of remarkable yet venomous metaphors that left one in awe of the depths of the English language. Draco, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't suppress a smirk, which only intensified Harry's feelings of guilt. If it weren't for him, John would not have had to endure such humiliation. Little did they know, John hadn't truly grasped what Snape was saying. His entire being was consumed by the lingering taste of the potion in his mouth. He realized that with the aid of his chewing ability, he could roughly distinguish some of the ingredients: ginger root, white angelica essence, daffodil root, aconite, and a few other components. Was this perhaps a growth potion? John mused uncertainly. At this, Snape's voice abruptly ceased, and Hermione leapt up, exclaiming, "How is that possible? You must be guessing blindly. A growth potion should be." Just as Hermione's words trailed off, John's hair began to grow wildly, reaching his waist in mere moments. "Did you taste it?" Snape asked, his expression peculiar. John feigned a sheepish demeanor and replied, "Not entirely. I had already guessed it was a growth potion, and tasting it merely confirmed my suspicion." Snape's expression shifted continuously. At one moment, he wore a look of knowing approval, and the next, his face hardened with severity and disdain. After a few minutes, Snape finally declared with a frosty demeanor, "Slytherin gains 10 points. However, you, Mr. John Shafiq, have acted recklessly. For your actions, Slytherin loses 5 points. Furthermore, that large vial of growth potion will likely take effect for 3 days, during which your hair will continue to grow uncontrollably. I shall not provide you with an antidote. Consider it a lesson for the next 3 days." With that, Snape turned back to the lectern. Perhaps shaken by John's audacious gulp of the potion, Snape promptly abandoned the original lesson plan to address the class on the safety protocols in potion making, reiterating the rule against indiscriminate tasting and inhaling of potions no fewer than 10 times. As the morning drew to a close, it was only then that Snape produced some leeches, dried nettles, and fragments of venomous snake fangs for the students to handle. It was said that these were the essential ingredients for concocting a scabies remedy. Since it was their first encounter with such materials, the students present were filled with excitement and trepidation. Only John appeared somewhat distracted, his mind preoccupied with a singular question. If the hair-raising potion contained magical potency that could be directly absorbed by him, might other potions possess similar, if not more profound, effects? Chapter 38. The Angel in White. Pomfrey. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, Snape left the classroom with a sense of satisfaction. John promptly gathered his belongings, eager to validate his hypothesis. However, before he could venture too far, a group of Slytherins obstructed his path. John, I am Glintravers. May I reintroduce myself to you? Ignore him, John. The Trelawney family has fallen from grace. You should align yourself with me instead. My family is a burgeoning dynasty in magical creature breeding. And me too, John. We are having a gathering this afternoon. Do come if you're free. The prefects will be there as well. A throng of Slytherins clamored to introduce themselves to John, some even extending invitations to the gathering. This was not the first time John had encountered such overtures. Mere days ago, his challenge to Malfoy in a wizard duel had left a strong impression on the Slytherins, prompting many to seek his favor. Yet, John had resolutely declined all advances. Furthermore, he had devoted himself entirely to his studies, exhibiting behavior reminiscent of a Ravenclaw. Consequently, the other Slytherins had relegated him to the status of a mere bookworm, no longer paying him any heed. A small faction, close to Draco, even regarded him with contempt. However, the circumstances had shifted. Just moments ago, John had secured a remarkable 25 points for Slytherin. Such an extraordinary score, coupled with Snape's apparent admiration during class, indicated that John not only possessed an exceptional aptitude for potions, but was also favored by Professor Snape. Undoubtedly, he had become a prime target for Slytherin's social maneuvering. Thus, once again, John found himself in high demand. Regrettably, he remained uninterested in the Slytherin camaraderie, coldly rejecting all invitations and hastening towards the exit. John, wait. A familiar voice called out, prompting John to turn with mild impatience, only to see Harry, Ron, and Hermione panting as they rushed to catch up with him. Upon noticing them, John's expression softened slightly, and he inquired gently, "What is it? How did you discern that it was the hair-raising potion? Did you truly taste it? Have you memorized the textbook?" Before Harry could respond, Hermione's mouth began to fire questions like a machine gun, her tone somewhat unfriendly. She had initially believed that mastering the entirety of magical potions and elixirs was an indication of her exceptional talent, a talent bolstered by her diligent efforts. However, in comparison to John, her abilities seemed woefully inadequate, which stirred a sense of injustice within her, leading her to suspect that John must have cheated. Upon hearing this, Harry's expression darkened. He stepped forward, gently pushing Hermione aside, and sincerely said, "I apologize, John. I misunderstood you during class. I even thought you were colluding with those Slytherins. Oh, how foolish of me. I am truly sorry." This left John somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom the complex psychological shifts Harry had experienced during class. "It's no big deal, Harry. We are friends, and friends do not need to apologize," John replied dismissively. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I have some matters to attend to." With that, John tied his long black hair, which nearly reached his ankles, into a ponytail. Harry felt a surge of emotion and nodded, choking back his feelings. Ron, on the other hand, admired John's long hair and encouraged him not to cut it. As for Hermione, her emotions were still unstable, and she haughtily remarked, "This is a punishment from Professor Snape. You cannot seek an antidote. Are you taking the professor's words too seriously, Miss Granger?" John retorted, "Let us not forget that Professor Snape merely declined to provide me with an antidote, rather than forbidding me from saving myself. Even if he had said that, am I obliged to comply?" Sensing Hermione's unkind tone, John responded bluntly, "If Professor Snape wishes to punish me, he could simply deduct points or assign me detention. As for using potions as punishment, frankly, that method is not permitted at Hogwarts. Including his earlier intimidation of Harry with potions, that too is a violation. Therefore, should this matter escalate to Professor Dumbledore, I stand on the right side of this issue." Hermione was infuriated by these words, pointing at John but struggling to articulate a response. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron began to support John in chastising Hermione, having long viewed her, the reluctant homework sharer, with disdain. This barrage soon brought tears to Hermione's eyes. John was not one to exhibit tenderness. Noticing her distress, he bid farewell to Michelle and promptly made his way to the hospital wing. Throughout the class, he had been contemplating how to acquire other potions, for only by obtaining them could he ascertain whether they, like the hair growth potion, contained substantial magical energy that would enhance his ability to absorb it directly. At present, He had just startled Snape, who would certainly not provide him with any potions. Purchasing them himself was rather unrealistic. After all, potions were exorbitantly priced, and with the scant amount of galleons he possessed, he was quite reluctant to part with his funds. After much deliberation, he was left with only one option, the school infirmary. Regardless, his hair indeed required some attention. The Hogwarts infirmary was managed by Madame Pomfrey, the head nurse. Upon John's arrival, he found her scolding a Gryffindor upperclassman while bandaging a broken leg sustained during Quidditch practice. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey bore no resemblance to a benevolent angel. Her language was coarse, and her movements were brusque. Merely witnessing the Gryffindor boy grimace in pain made John acutely aware of the throbbing in his own leg. Yet, despite such treatment, the boy did not dare retort but instead kept apologizing, for he understood that any show of defiance would invite even harsher measures from Madame Pomfrey. Enough. Get out, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, forcefully patting the bandaged wound. You lot keep injuring yourselves every few days. If you don't start taking better care of your bodies, I'll withhold all the anesthetics. By the time she finished her admonishment, the Gryffindor boy had hastily departed the infirmary, moving with such agility that one would hardly believe he had just suffered a fracture. It seemed that this nurse was indeed quite adept at her craft. Thinking this, John stepped forward, ready to discuss his ailment with Madame Pomfrey. However, before he could utter a word, she impatiently tossed a vial of potion at him, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you've been sneaking sips of hair growth potion, haven't you? Drink this, and the effects will cease. Now tell me, which house are you in? I'll have to report you to your head of house." Instinctively, John disregarded the latter part of Madame Pomfrey's statement. He uncorked the vial and downed its contents in one gulp. In the next moment, he distinctly felt a surge of liquid magic coursing down his esophagus and into his stomach. Part of this magical essence began to enhance the potion's effects, while another portion was absorbed by a substance within John, much like when he had previously consumed hair growth potion, transforming into magic within his second magical reservoir, steadily elevating his magical aptitude. A faint smile crept upon John's lips. As he had anticipated, other potions exhibited similar efficacy. This meant that, provided he acquired a sufficient quantity of potions, the advancement of his magical talents would accelerate once more. This was undoubtedly splendid news. The only remaining question was where he could procure a substantial supply of potions, for indeed, they were quite expensive. Chapter 39, The Need for Wealth. John lingered in the school hospital for over 10 minutes, resolving his hair dilemma and deftly shifting the blame for his accidental consumption of a hair growth potion onto Snape before finally making his escape. As he departed, he cunningly persuaded Madame Pomfrey to part with 2 vials of antidote, citing his fear of a recurrence of such incidents. Yet, this was merely a drop in the ocean of his insatiable need for potions. In the long run, crafting his own potions would prove to be the most economical solution. John felt confident in his brewing skills, aided by his remarkable ability to deconstruct the components of raw materials, suggesting he could venture far in the realm of potion making. However, the magical world presented not only exorbitant prices for potions, but also for the ingredients required to create them. For instance, a common potion ingredient, the mugwort infusion, magically processed, commanded a price of 1 galleon per vial in Diagon Alley. A slightly more sophisticated ingredient, castor oil, also magically processed, was sold for a staggering 4 galleons per vial. With such steep costs for raw materials, the financial burden of learning potion making would be daunting. If John were to follow the Hogwarts curriculum, it would be manageable, as that was free of tuition and material costs. However, should he wish to practice independently and brew potions for personal use, the scant amount of gold galleons he possessed would prove utterly insufficient. Thus, he found himself in urgent need of funds. With a heavy sigh, John ambled towards the Great Hall, contemplating how to procure money. For a young wizard like him, this challenge loomed large. It was worth noting that he and Michelle had only earned 18 galleons after 2 months of labor at the Leaky Cauldron, a sum made possible by the benevolence of the pub owner, Tom. The prospect of encountering another such generous soul seemed distant. Just as he was mired in his thoughts, a group of second years dashed past him, laughing and chattering. Upon noticing their golden-red Gryffindor ties, a spark of inspiration ignited within John. He recalled that Professor McGonagall had mentioned, a few days prior, that the notice board in the entrance hall occasionally displayed paid requests for assistance from professors and upperclassmen. He had neglected this information, engrossed in his studies at the time, but now, in his financial predicament, it resurfaced in his mind. Could he perhaps earn some money through such opportunities? Resolute to act, John quickened his pace towards the entrance hall. The notice board, a towering structure against the wall, was adorned with a plethora of requests and announcements, and he even spotted a few anonymous love letters penned by students. This sight left John somewhat bemused, as it seemed many at Hogwarts utilized the board as a confessional wall. Fortunately, the students of Hogwarts exhibited a degree of decorum, refraining from obscuring the notices posted by the professors with their haphazard love letters. John swiftly discovered a plethora of job opportunities listed by several professors and a handful of upperclassmen on the notice board. However, after a cursory glance at all the tasks, John furrowed his brow once more. The reason was quite straightforward. The expectations set by the professors and upperclassmen were exceedingly high. Almost all the tasks posted by the upperclassmen pertained to academic tutoring, while the majority of the professors sought assistance with sophisticated teaching aids relevant to their respective fields. Such tasks were far beyond John's current capabilities. With his present skills, he could only manage to assist Professor Sprout with organizing the greenhouse and help Professor Kettleburn care for magical creatures. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that both professors were rather stingy. Professor Sprout's reward for her task was a mere 5 house points per day, while Kettleburn's offer was even more outrageous, a chance to soar through the skies above Hogwarts riding a thestral. Upon reading this reward, John was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by Professor Kettleburn's line of thinking. Who in their right mind would undertake an entire day's labor for the opportunity to ride a thestral? Wait, that is not entirely accurate. The Gryffindors might actually do it. Those reckless lions thrive on such adventures. Draco might also be tempted, for while he is not particularly fond of risks, he enjoys showing off. Riding a thestral in a lap around Hogwarts would certainly draw attention. It seemed that Kettleburn-esque reward might indeed be quite appealing. Shaking his head, John dismissed his fanciful thoughts. His immediate priority was to find a means of earning some money. Just then, a voice unexpectedly called out from behind him. "Hey, I say, young man." John turned to see a red-haired youth, resembling a larger version of Ron, smiling at him. "You must be Shafiq. We've heard about you from Ron." Another voice chimed in from John's left. This time, he encountered a replica of the oversized Ron, standing beside the first. Stepping back, John scrutinized the pair of red-haired youths, who appeared to have been molded from the same template. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "You must be Ron's twin brothers, George and Fred? Wow. Ron told us you are an exceptionally clever genius. I thought he was exaggerating, but you truly are sharp. You guessed our identities upon our first meeting." Fred, standing to the right, exclaimed, his face aglow with admiration. As soon as he finished speaking, George on the left retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Our hair is so red that anyone with a normal IQ can tell we are Weasleys." Fred raised an eyebrow, ready to counter George's remark. However, upon catching a glimpse of John, he quickly restrained his emotions, stepping forward to wrap an arm around John's left shoulder. "Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Little brother, let us discuss your affairs instead." George also moved in, draping his arm around John's right shoulder. "Indeed. We noticed you standing in front of the notice board for nearly half an hour. Are you seeking a profitable task?" John was not particularly fond of such overly familiar individuals. Yet, drawing from his experiences at St. Brendan's and his remarkable emotional intelligence, he managed to produce a smile radiant enough to evoke a sense of spring warmth. "Oh, do you have a job you wish to entrust to me?" George and Fred were momentarily taken aback by John's extraordinarily charming smile. They had encountered numerous charismatic individuals before, such as Cedric from Hufflepuff, who was famously adored at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, John's smile was genuinely astonishing. How could someone so strikingly handsome be only a first year? If he matured further in a few years, he would surely break countless hearts. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the two exclaimed with delight, "Indeed. My dear Mr. Shafiq, we have a task we would like to assign to you. To be honest, we were initially uncertain about your capability for this job, but having just witnessed your smile, wow, it's simply captivating. I dare say you are more than suited for this task." Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding rose within John, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor, asking, "Oh? What kind of job is it?" Fred glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention to them, before whispering, "Transporting goods. From Hogsmeade Village to the school." Chapter 40. The employment landscape at Hogwarts. I have gathered the general situation. You have discovered a secret passage leading to Hogsmeade Village and desire my assistance in smuggling contraband such as butterbeer into Hogwarts. 5 minutes later, John scratched his head and inquired, "But if there is a secret passage, why can't you transport the goods yourselves? Why specifically seek my help?" George and Fred chimed in unison, "Because our supplier is the Three Broomsticks, and the proprietor is rather eccentric. He lacks any moral scruples and is willing to sell beverages to students. However, he also seems indifferent to profit. Sometimes, whether he is willing to supply goods depends entirely on his mood that day, which is quite troublesome. Moreover, The distinct characteristics of both of us are so pronounced that even a newcomer like yourself can easily discern our identities. Naturally, the inhabitants of Hogsmeade would recognize us as well. Consequently, if we were to personally transport goods frequently, the risk of being discovered would be exceedingly high. Thus, we find ourselves in need of an individual like you. Your striking handsomeness, particularly when you smile, is utterly captivating. I dare say that the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron would undoubtedly be in high spirits upon seeing you. Furthermore, being a Slytherin, it is inconceivable for anyone to imagine a Slytherin engaging in such activities. Your involvement in the transport would undoubtedly ensure our safety. John nodded in understanding, then smiled and inquired, "So, how much are you prepared to pay me?" Upon hearing this, George and Fred exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. Finally, Fred gritted his teeth and declared, "We'll give you 20 nuts for each trip." George added, "That is quite a substantial sum. Just think. Next year you'll be eligible to apply for the Quidditch team. If you make a few trips this semester, you might just be able to purchase a second-hand broomstick during the summer to practice. This way, your chances of making the team next year will significantly improve." John rolled his eyes, too exasperated to respond, and turned to walk towards the Great Hall. George and Fred, sensing his irritation, hurried after him, saying, "Shafiq, are you dissatisfied with the amount? I advise you not to be overly ambitious, young man." Yes, young people often have lofty aspirations yet lack the capability. You find the hard work unappealing and deem the easy tasks insufficiently rewarding? Have you considered your own abilities? Do you wish to soar beyond your reach? At this, John was almost amused by his anger, turning back to cast a cold glance at the Weasley twins. He could not fathom how they had the audacity to utter such words. 20 nuts barely amounted to a single silver sickles for a trip. If it were merely an ordinary job, it might be one thing, akin to working in a factory, but what they were asking of John was a risky endeavor. The professors at Hogwarts are not foolish. As soon as the scale of this operation increases and more goods are transported, the likelihood of being discovered becomes nearly certain. By then, while George and Fred count their profits, he, John, would be left bearing the brunt of the blame for a mere handful of galleons. At this point, George and Fred recognized that John was genuinely upset. George abruptly ceased speaking, while Fred, trying to salvage the situation, continued, "Don't be angry, Shafiq. The employment landscape at Hogwarts is such. We are offering you this opportunity out of regard for your friendship with Ron. Should you be unwilling to accept, there are plenty of others who would gladly take your place. Am I to be grateful for this?" John retorted coldly, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand in his pocket. Fred's words reminded him of some rather unpleasant experiences from his past life, which left him feeling quite irritable. There is no need for excessive expressions of gratitude. With a grand gesture, Fred appeared quite cheerful. "If you truly have no desire to engage in this, I shall recommend you another task." George, seemingly aware of Fred's intentions, burst into a malicious grin. As they spoke, Fred had already taken John back to the notice board. After searching for a while, he pointed to a somewhat aged piece of parchment tucked away in a corner and declared, "This is the task. It offers generous compensation and is not laborious. Do not say I do not care for you." John paid little heed to Fred's words, instead scrutinizing the parchment. It was an announcement from Professor Snape seeking an assistant for potion ingredients. The task involved regularly aiding Professor Snape with the preliminary magical processing of certain potion components, with rewards comprising scraps of potion ingredients and guidance in potionology related to the work. To claim this task was not arduous would be a blatant falsehood. The initial magical processing of potion materials is far from trivial, especially when dealing with large quantities. However, the rewards were indeed substantial. Although the scraps were deemed remnants, they held value. In Diagon Alley, individuals frequently purchased such items to resell to potion workshops, which would then produce inferior, inexpensive potions for sale. John was uncertain of the exact profit, but it was undoubtedly far greater than assisting the Weasley brothers with their deliveries. Not to mention, there was also Snape's supplementary tutoring. Nodding in agreement, John reached out and tore down the parchment. George's smile faltered. As John turned to head towards Snape's office, he hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, "Hey, you cannot possibly be serious. I just remarked on your cleverness. Why are you being foolish now? Consider this. If the task were truly that easy, would it still be available to you? It has been posted for nearly a year." Fred, equally displeased, chimed in, all right, do not be angry. We can always offer you a bit more pay. This task is far more strenuous than you might imagine, and Snape has a notorious reputation for bullying. You would endure daily reprimands and likely succumb to despair within days. Why bother? This is the wisdom gained from our predecessors. We would not deceive you. Even other Slytherins from your own house shy away from this work. Listening to their warnings, John formed a rough estimate of the task ahead. However, he did not falter, resolutely opting to proceed to Snape's office. As long as the remuneration was adequate, he was unperturbed by the prospect of arduous labor or the possibility of being chastised by Snape. After all, earning money is not a disgrace. In John's view, it was George and Fred who were truly exploitative, attempting to recruit someone with a mere pittance of nuts to act as a scapegoat. Observing John's unwavering determination, George and Fred finally began to panic. Initially, they intended to use Snape's task merely to tease John, never truly expecting him to endure any hardship. Although John was a Slytherin, he was nonetheless a friend of Harry and Ron. They had not sunk to such depths. Little did they realize that John was quite stubborn, disregarding all warnings. This could spell disaster. If John were genuinely bullied by Snape, Ron and Harry would certainly not let it go unpunished. This was not to suggest that George and Fred feared their younger brother. Rather, if Ron were to report this matter to their mother, the consequences were too dreadful for George and Fred to contemplate, sending shivers down their spines at the mere thought. They exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and followed John to Snape's office, planning to accompany him in the interview. They were John's seniors. Although their potion-making skills were not remarkable, they should still outshine John, making them prime candidates for Snape's selection. Should John persist in his foolishness, they would simply seize his opportunity, thus resolving the issue at its root. Chapter 41. Freshmen are all oddities before Snape's office door. John was adjusting his attire and hairstyle by a small puddle. This was not John's first interview. He understood the importance of a well-groomed appearance. Behind him, George and Fred wore expressions of deep concern. If given a choice, they would prefer to avoid entering Snape's office altogether. However, despite their earnest attempts to persuade John along the way, their words had fallen on deaf ears. Shafiq, I shall say this one last time. You will not secure this position, George and Fred urged. Give it up. We're doing this for your own good. If you remain obstinate, we shall accompany you into the interview. Snape will undoubtedly choose us, so you might as well abandon all hope. John furrowed his brow and shot a glance at the Weasley twins, feeling both exasperated and helpless. Their antics were truly remarkable. John was well aware that his potion-making abilities paled in comparison to those of George and Fred. Yet, having come this far, he thought, why not give it a try? With this in mind, John knocked on the stone door of Snape's office. As he rapped for the third time, the stone door creaked open, releasing a potent aroma of herbal medicine that deepened the pallor of George and Fred's already grim faces. They detested this scent, as well as the humid atmosphere within Snape's domain. Conversely, John inhaled deeply, finding the fragrance infused with a rich magical essence invigorating, prompting him to stride confidently into the office. At that moment, Snape was seated at his workbench, stirring a cauldron that emitted swirling steam. Upon the entrance of the three individuals, he furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, Mr. Shafiq, what brings you here? John once again revealed that charming smile of his, placing the parchment on the workbench with both hands, stepping back a few paces, and respectfully stated, Professor Snape, I understand you are seeking a materials assistant. I am here to apply, and we as well. George and Fred hastily chimed in. We too are here for the position. Snape completely disregarded George and Fred, his stern and frigid gaze fixed solely upon John. Do you believe you are capable? Of course, he was not, merely a first-year student. What level of potion-making could he possibly possess? George and Fred interjected again. So, you should choose us instead. Although our grades are not particularly stellar, they certainly surpass Shafiq's. Upon hearing this, Snape finally turned his attention to the Weasley twins. However, contrary to their expectations, Snape's eyes were filled with a chilling, murderous intent, causing the brothers to shudder and fall silent instantly. John discreetly nodded. Regardless, Snape remained partial to his own house's students. Having such a protective headmaster was indeed a comforting thought. As Snape shifted his gaze back, John promptly cleared his throat and declared, I have memorized most of the contents of magical potions and elixirs and 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, and I have consulted parts of the Book of Potions in the library, thus gaining a considerable understanding of the fundamentals of potion materials. Merely rote memorization will not suffice to become a master potion maker. Snape disdainfully shook his head, but quickly shifted the conversation, asking, how should one handle the two-leaf clover? At this, John's smile broadened. Snape's earlier question, do you think you can manage? Was merely a standard interview query. Many inexperienced students fresh from school often find themselves flummoxed by this question. To assert their capability may come off as arrogance, while admitting they cannot risks undermining their own worth, thus leaving them in a quandary. Although John was not an interview expert, he possessed a modicum of youthful experience. He deftly redirected the conversation. While this may not be deemed a particularly sophisticated tactic, it was evident that Snape had taken the bait. Snape no longer lingered on his initial question, but instead began to assess John's technical knowledge. This, indeed, was where John excelled. The two-leaf clover is frequently employed in the concoction of complex potions. When processing it, one must only extract the leaves, simultaneously channeling magical energy while stripping away the skin and leaf veins, leaving only the leaf pulp for use. And what about the sleeping bean? The sleeping bean is a shriveled, white pearl-like bean that can be utilized in the brewing of the living hell potion. During processing, the shell must be removed, and its juice extracted. Additionally, direct consumption of its silvery juice induces amnesia. As for the poison hemlock essence, one must gather the hemlock, chop it up, and extract the large, hard root for distillation. It is generally used in the creation of shrinking potions and foxglove antidotes. Snape inquired about various methods for handling different materials, escalating the difficulty from basic first-year knowledge to more advanced third-year concepts. John performed remarkably well, answering nearly all the questions until they ventured into third-year territory, where he faltered slightly. Such proficiency is indeed commendable, attesting to John's innate talent for potion-making, coupled with his willingness to exert considerable effort. It is noteworthy that John has been immersed in the magical world for less than 6 months. Snape, acutely aware of this, felt his expression gradually soften with each correct response from John. By the end of the session, a distinct glimmer of amusement shone in his eyes. Clearing his throat, Snape suppressed his smile and remarked, "Your grasp of theoretical knowledge is commendable. Handling some introductory potions should suffice. However, I am curious about your practical skills. Let us proceed with an internship, and if satisfactory, I shall formally employ you." John exhaled in relief and bowed sincerely, expressing, "I will not disappoint you, Professor Snape." Snape nodded in approval, while George and Fred, standing behind John, could no longer contain their discontent. The situation had transformed entirely. John was not being oppressed in the slightest. On the contrary, Snape appeared to hold him in high regard, disregarding the twins entirely and opting for John instead. What could possibly justify Snape's favoritism towards John? Was he, perhaps, Snape's illegitimate child? Moreover, John's displayed abilities were indeed exceptional. Some of the questions posed by Snape had stumped even George and Fred, leaving the Weasley brothers astounded, lamenting that the new students were extraordinary. Yet, they remained indignant. Was it not an affront to suggest that they were inferior to a mere first-year newcomer like John? Should this information circulate, their hard-won reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. No, the Weasley twins could not abide such indignity. "Professor Snape, why do you not test us as well?" George and Fred protested. "Indeed, our abilities surpass those of Shafiq. You should select us." Snape, however, dismissed them with a wave of his hand, commanding, "Leave." Unwilling to concede, George and Fred jumped up and down, exclaiming, "You are treating us unfairly, discriminating against Gryffindor. We shall inform Professor Dumbledore. He will." Before they could finish, Snape brandished his wand, and with a forceful flick, he hurled them out of his office, promptly closing the stone door behind them. John could not help but stifle a laugh. The Weasley twins had brought this upon themselves. Nevertheless, John did not wish to sever ties with them entirely, as the scraps of information he could acquire later might prove beneficial for them to sell. "Enough wasting time. You should attend to that basket of toads," came Snape's somewhat aloof voice. Upon hearing this, John immediately retracted his smile and turned to walk toward the other side of the workbench. Chapter 42. He gave too much. Toads are a material frequently utilized in potion making. Their skin can be combined with essence of white willow to create a salve that is particularly effective for treating wounds, especially burns. Their blood and secretions serve as one of the primary ingredients for antidotes. The eyes can be used to brew love potions, while the bones, when dried and powdered, can be incorporated into most potion recipes to act as a medium for filtering impurities. Thus, the processing of toads is quite intricate. Fortunately, Snape had equipped John with an ample array of tools, including brand new dragonhide gloves and a specialized set of dissection knives. With these instruments at his disposal, John felt confident in his ability to complete the task at hand. However, as he settled down to begin, he soon realized he had underestimated the complexity of the endeavor. Too slow, too slow. Are you a slug? You can't do anything properly at this pace. Can't you see your cuts are uneven? You're ruining the skin. Use magic. Use magic, you fool. If you rely solely on your hands, you'll be at it until tomorrow night." Snape's voice rang out with relentless scorn. In truth, John's technique was already quite proficient. Among first to third-year students at Hogwarts, he was among the best. Yet Snape, as if afflicted by an obsessive compulsion, could not tolerate even the slightest error in John's work. Eventually, he snatched the knife from John's hand to demonstrate the proper technique himself. all the while spewing sarcastic remarks that rendered John's expression ashen. Had Snape's critiques been purely malicious, John would have long since removed his dragon hide gloves and thrown them in Snape's face. He cared little for any penalties that might be imposed on his Slytherin house, whether it be loss of points or detention. The issue lay in the fact that, despite Snape's caustic demeanor, his observations were undeniably accurate. If one were to filter out the sarcasm in Snape's remarks, each statement he made pinpointed John's mistakes with remarkable precision, offering effective corrections. He even imparted many of his own unique techniques to John, which proved immensely beneficial. Under the intense scrutiny of Snape's guidance, John's dissection skills improved at an astonishing rate, and by the time dusk fell, he was able to dissect each toad with mechanical precision, leaving no waste behind. This, in turn, led to Snape's comments dwindling in frequency. With a dismissive toss, John cast the last pair of toad eyes into the collection basket, raising his head to glare at Snape with bloodshot eyes. His expression a testament to indignation. It is hardly surprising that one subjected to scorn would harbor ill feelings, even if he understood that such disdain might ultimately serve his benefit. Snape, however, remained impervious to John's furious gaze, his attention sweeping over the collection bowls with an impassive nod. Mediocre at best, barely reaching the level I possessed at 8 years old. At this remark, John's anger subsided slightly. Although Snape's words dripped with sarcasm, John perceived a genuine compliment within. Having previously inquired about the various professors of Hogwarts while at the Leaky Cauldron, he was aware that Snape was a true prodigy in potion-making, hailing from the illustrious Prince family, renowned for their mastery in the craft. With an extraordinary aptitude for potions, coupled with centuries of exclusive knowledge passed down through generations, Snape had ascended to become one of the foremost potion masters in all of Britain, if not Europe. The Extraordinary Apothecaries Association had extended multiple invitations for him to assume the role of honorary vice president, all of which Snape had callously discarded, tossing the invitations into the refuse. Considering the level of potion-making he exhibited at 8, it was conceivable that he could rival the capabilities of an ordinary potion master. Viewed from this perspective, it was indeed a significant commendation for John. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, John calmly inquired, "So, Professor Snape, does this mean I have passed the practical assessment?" Snape cast a sidelong glance at John, nonchalantly tossing a silver serpent coin. "Should you feel this coin grow warm, upon completion of your studies, you are to report to my office." John nodded vigorously, pocketing the coin. Snape then gestured towards the waste bowl, stating, "You may select some of the refuse to take with you. I shall also grant you a wage of 2 silver sickles per hour for today." A small bag was tossed into John's arms, and as he felt its weight, a smile finally crept upon his lips. Nowhere did the notice imply the possibility of additional earnings. This was a delightful surprise. Having labored for approximately 5 hours, this amounted to 10 silver sickles. Coupled with the fact that Snape, with his obsessive perfectionism, deemed many of the materials unworthy, the refuse bowl brimmed with subpar remnants that could easily fetch 6 or 7 silver sickles. Thus, he stood to earn nearly a gold galleon today. Naturally, John had no intention of selling all the waste. He preferred to keep the higher quality remnants for his future potion-making endeavors. Nevertheless, even with this plan, it was still more lucrative than his previous job at the Leaky Cauldron. Moreover, here, John not only earned money, but also had the opportunity to learn directly from Snape in an intimate setting. Severus Snape, despite his acerbic tongue, undoubtedly possesses exceptional skill. John surmised that if he could endure a year in this environment, he would attain a respectable level of proficiency in potion-making by the following year. After tidying up, John exited Snape's office with a beaming smile, carrying 2 bags. The stone door of the office slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud, as if to convey its disdain for his presence. Yet, the smile on John's face remained undiminished. Snape had imparted an abundance of knowledge. In light of the silver coins and the wisdom gained, John found the professor's temperament not as terrible as rumored. Cheerfully, he made his way to the Slytherin common room, retrieving the silver serpent coin along the way. To ensure he did not miss Snape's work-related messages, he decided to fashion it into a pendant to wear around his neck. This action reminded him of another pendant that hung from his neck, a silver cross that he pulled out from beneath his collar. Gazing at the cross, which shimmered in the torchlight, John's smile gradually faded. Each glimpse of that pendant conjured memories of the nun. Aside from the recurring nightmares that plagued his nights, his life had been relatively pleasant. If only he could share all of this with the nun. She was truly a kind-hearted person, and he believed the news would bring her joy. Sighing, John continued on his path, contemplating whether the nun was faring well. Dinner time had long passed, and he intended to return to his dormitory to find a piece of rock cake to satiate his hunger. However, Upon entering the Slytherin common room, he was met with an unexpected scene of raucousness, a stark contrast to its usual tranquility. Chapter 43. The affection of upperclassmen. I cannot fathom why Hogwarts prohibits first-year students from joining the Quidditch team. Otherwise, I could showcase my talents for Slytherin this year. What? You doubt my abilities? Huh. That is merely a reflection of your ignorance. Ask anyone in Wiltshire, and they will affirm that I, Draco Malfoy, am exceptionally gifted. Just like when I flawlessly executed the Printontian reversal at the age of 9. In the Slytherin common room, Draco was regaling a captivated audience with his lengthy, self-aggrandizing tales, which attracted a crowd, including several upperclassmen. The only notable difference was that the older students wore expressions of bemusement, as if watching a farcical performance, while the first years listened with rapt attention. John had little interest in Draco's attempts to garner attention. His hunger was becoming overwhelming, and all he wished was to return to his dormitory. Yet, Draco had no intention of letting him slip away. Spotting John from atop a chair, he brightened, raising his chin with an air of arrogance as he called out, "Shafiq, do not escape. Come and listen to my story. This is advantageous for you, especially since we are set to commence our flying lessons next week. I doubt a rural wizard like yourself has ever laid hands on a broomstick. If you don't seize this opportunity to learn from me, prepare to be embarrassed." Upon hearing this, John's steps faltered, and he turned to glare coldly at Draco. He sensed that Draco had become rather arrogant of late, and thought it was time to teach him a lesson. As John's piercing gaze met Draco's, the latter abruptly regained his composure. The words John had once spoken in their dormitory flooded back to him, draining the color from his face and nearly causing him to topple from his chair in fear. It took Draco a considerable time to recover from his fright. As he felt the stares of those around him, his face flushed crimson. He wished to speak up and reclaim his dignity, but felt a twinge of trepidation. Just as he hesitated, a group of upperclassmen, who had been observing, surged toward John. "Mr. Shafiq, where have you been this afternoon? We've been searching for you all day," inquired a female prefect. John recognized her. She had sat beside him at the welcome dinner and had even shared a piece of steak with him. "I was interviewing for the position of Professor Snape's materials assistant," John replied candidly, raising the 2 bags he held. "I've been assisting Professor Snape in his office all afternoon and have only just returned." The upperclassmen of Slytherin clearly knew about Snape's recruitment of a materials assistant, and most displayed expressions of surprise. One male prefect, with a sympathetic look, clapped John on the shoulder and remarked, "That must be quite arduous indeed. It's not work for the faint-hearted." Upon saying this, he seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and involuntarily shuddered. John sighed lightly. "It's manageable. Although Professor Snape is somewhat strict, his teaching prowess is exceptional. Under his guidance, my proficiency in material handling has significantly improved. The only drawback is the long hours. I haven't eaten anything since noon. So, could you kindly make way? I'd like to hurry back and find something to eat." At this declaration, the surrounding upperclassmen were utterly astonished. Unbeknownst to John, many among them had also served as materials assistants for Snape. After all, it was a valuable opportunity to establish a rapport with the head of Slytherin. However, nearly all of them had failed to endure even the first day of the internship. Snape's intensity was simply overwhelming. Many upperclassmen, particularly the female students, had left in tears after being berated. It's essential to note that the girls in Slytherin were not delicate like those from other houses. Each had been nurtured within an elite upbringing, emerging as strong-willed women forged in a harsh environment, their resilience well-honed. Yet even they could not withstand the sharp tongue of Professor Snape. Had John been privy to the experiences of the upperclassmen in Snape's office, he would have comprehended that the words spoken to him by Snape today could hardly be characterized as scolding. Rather, they were purely instructional, their intensity disappointingly feeble. The upperclassmen of Slytherin perceived this with remarkable clarity. Logically, Professor Snape's stringent standards would preclude the acceptance of a mere first-year student like John, let alone the fact that John had audaciously responded with a casual "not bad" when queried about his feelings. This could either indicate that John possessed an exceptional aptitude for potions, marking him as a true prodigy in the field, or that an enigmatic and clandestine relationship existed between him and Snape, which led Snape to afford John leniency, even refraining from reprimanding him. This bodes well for John's promising future. "Ah, John, may I address you as such?" The senior prefect approached, inquiring. "Of course, senior, you are far too courteous. Other upperclassmen may call me by my name as well. We are all classmates in Slytherin," John replied, eliciting laughter from the surrounding upperclassmen. The female prefect beamed brightly, linking her arm with John's and leading him to a small table by the fireplace, where she winked and, as if performing a magic trick, produced an array of confections and snacks from her waist pocket. "John, you are simply delightful. Do not return to your dormitory. Allow me to treat you, she insisted, pushing a dessert towards him. Do try this. It is my homemade red velvet cake, crafted with considerable effort. Indeed, John, do indulge here, another male prefect chimed in. And regale us with tales of your experiences today. We are all quite intrigued, for it has been quite some time since Professor Snape appointed a materials assistant. Your selection speaks volumes of your excellence. As these words echoed, a chorus of agreement arose from the crowd. In that moment, John found himself enveloped by a deluge of praise and the enticing aromas of desserts and the female prefect's presence. Yet, he remained composed, maintaining a humble demeanor while savoring the delicacies at a leisurely pace. John was acutely aware of the intentions of those around him. Much akin to the first-year students who sought to curry favor after potion class, they were eager to recruit him as an ally in their quest for influence and power, even attempting to extract benefits directly from him. However, upperclassmen were, after all, more seasoned. Their methods were markedly more sophisticated than those of the freshmen. At least they refrained from the desperate overtures of the newcomers, instead opting for an initial display of goodwill. After deftly navigating another inquiry from a prefect, John glanced towards Draco's direction. Presently, only Goyle and Crabbe remained by Draco's side, as nearly everyone else had gravitated towards John. This rendered Draco as if he were donning a mask of anguish, his countenance resembling that of Seema, overshadowed entirely by John. Upon noticing John gaze his way, Draco instantly shivered and, with a hint of trepidation, lowered his head. John, observing this, shook his head in response. It appeared that further admonition towards Draco was unnecessary. The scene before him had likely burst the inflated pride within Draco's heart. However, Draco's earlier mention of the flying class piqued John's interest. If memory served him right, something rather significant had transpired in relation to the flying class. Yet, the specifics eluded him. It seemed a thorough investigation was in order, John mused softly, in a tone audible only to himself. Chapter 44. Flying class. Although John claimed he would investigate matters concerning the flying class, in reality, he had taken no action at all. The truth was, he was utterly swamped with responsibilities. Snape, like a flower rejoicing in the long-awaited rain, had seized upon John as a material assistant and relentlessly urged him to utilize the silver serpent coin. Consequently, John found himself rushing to Snape's office to work after classes every afternoon, leaving him no time to spare. The rigorous standards set by Snape, coupled with the demanding tasks related to material processing and the academic pressures of Hogwarts, had placed John in a similar position to Draco from days past, donning his own mask of suffering. Yet, unlike Draco's sheer torment, John experienced a blend of pain and joy. Snape's teaching prowess was unparalleled. After enduring several days of toil in Snape's office, John had adeptly mastered the processing methods for dozens of commonly used potion ingredients, many of which were exclusive versions developed by Snape himself. Simultaneously, John's wallet and material stock were steadily increasing. He surmised that if this continued, it would not be long before he could attempt to brew potions independently. As John's busyness unfolded, Thursday's flying class finally arrived. This was undoubtedly Draco's moment of glory. Thanks to the buzz Draco had generated since the previous week, many of the new Slytherins had already accepted him as a flying expert. Thus, upon arriving at the lawn, they swiftly encircled him, eager to glean flying techniques, not wishing to embarrass themselves in the forthcoming class. Draco, amidst the crowd, held his head high, feigning nonchalance. Yet the flush on his face betrayed his excitement. A similar spectacle was occurring among the Gryffindors, who exhibited an even greater enthusiasm for Quidditch and flying. Any mention of flying experiences, no matter how far-fetched, garnered the attention of their peers. John, however, found himself uninterested in all of this. Savoring the afternoon sun, he reclined on the grass and began to bask in its warmth. Heaven knows, he had hardly stepped out of the Hogwarts castle this week. His days were consumed by lessons in the classroom or labor and slumber in the dungeons. John felt it was imperative to seize the opportunity presented by this outdoor lesson to bask in the sunlight and alleviate his weary mind, lest he become utterly despondent. Unfortunately, scarcely had he reclined before Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, arrived. She was a woman of formidable demeanor, her short gray hair framing a face with sharp, eagle-like yellow eyes. "Enough dawdling," she exclaimed, clapping her hands vigorously. "Everyone, stand beside a broomstick. Hurry up, especially you," the one sprawled on the ground called out. John begrudgingly rose and joined his fellow students beside their brooms. Madame Hooch did not linger on his tardiness. She commenced her discourse on the fundamental techniques for controlling the broomsticks. The entire assembly listened with rapt attention, even Draco exhibiting a notable tension. The first lesson was about takeoff. She instructed everyone to extend their hands and shout at their broomsticks. With her command, a cacophony of voices erupted as nearly all the students clamored. A select few managed to have their brooms soar into their grasp, while the majority faced failure, sparking a sense of embarrassment that propelled them to continue attempting, their shouts growing louder. Draco was among the fortunate few who succeeded. Clutching his broom, the tension on his face dissipated, replaced by exhilaration and pride. He tilted his head to glance at John, noticing that John had yet to make a move. Not even uttering a shout, a flicker of smugness crossing his features. He sidled up next to John, gazing at him with a provocative stare, seemingly eager to witness John's imminent failure. This left John feeling exasperated. Having been roommates for some time, he had come to understand Draco well. To put it plainly, he was a fellow who thrived on trivial victories, exuberantly optimistic to a fault. Most perplexing was Draco's peculiar thought process, as demonstrated in this moment. John could not fathom what Draco found so triumphant. In essence, a broomstick was merely a small flying device powered by a wizard's magic. The core skills involved were the mastery of magical energy and the control of one's center of gravity. The shouting was simply a self-hypnosis technique devised by Madame Hooch to help young witches and wizards better harness and channel their magical energy. For seasoned practitioners, such antics were entirely unnecessary. While John was no expert, he possessed a second reservoir of magical energy. With a deft flick of his index finger, he summoned magic from his second reservoir, and the broom promptly soared into his hand, his movements fluid and graceful, surpassing all present. The look of triumph on Draco's face evaporated. He stared at John in disbelief, muttering, "This is impossible. How did you do that? Care to learn?" John's lips curled into a slight smile as he tossed the enchanted broom into the air. With a flick of his fingers, the broom gracefully returned to his hand, suspended in midair. "If you wish to learn, then beg me," he taunted. "Only then will I impart my knowledge." Upon hearing these words, Draco's face drained of color. He, Draco Malfoy, would rather starve or leap from the Ravenclaw Tower than plead for assistance. However, his reluctance did not deter others from approaching. Once the news spread that John had become Professor Snape's assistant, he had already attained a celebrity status within Slytherin. At this moment, many began to gather around him, pleading for his help. Several Slytherin girls even tugged at his arm, playfully pouting. Generously, John commenced teaching them the techniques of concentration and magical control. While instructing, he cast amused glances at Draco, whose frustration was palpable as he fumed silently. Suddenly, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the Gryffindor side. John and the others turned to witness a chubby boy who had inexplicably mounted a broomstick and was now ascending with shrieks of excitement. "Come back, child. I have yet to signal your ascent," Madame Hooch bellowed in exasperation. Her shout only startled the Gryffindor boy, causing him to rise even faster. Fortunately, the brooms provided by Hogwarts for their flying lessons were of such poor quality that as soon as their speed increased, they began to wobble uncontrollably. The chubby boy was promptly jostled off. With a resounding thud, he landed face down in the grass, curling into a ball and wailing in pain. John and the nearby Slytherins couldn't help but gasp in sympathy. The sight was undeniably painful. "I fear his arm is broken," Madame Hooch exclaimed after assessing the boy. "I will escort him to the hospital wing. You lot must remain here, and under no circumstances touch the brooms. Is that understood?" The group nodded in compliance as Madame Hooch hurriedly carried the boy toward the castle. As soon as Madame Hooch departed, John noticed Draco approaching the Gryffindors with a mischievous grin. "Look at this," Draco cackled, picking up a spherical object from the ground and holding it aloft to catch the sunlight. It was a memory orb. One of the Slytherins beside John speculated that John, preoccupied with the chaos, was unaware of its significance. "It's from Neville Longbottom's grandmother," he explained. "She sent it to help him remember things he often forgets." In the morning, Malfoy had a quarrel with Potter and his companions in the Great Hall over this matter, and he had suffered a slight setback. Now, it appeared he sought to reclaim his dignity. "Ah, Potter has made his entrance." As the words left his lips, John observed Harry emerging from the Gryffindor ranks, glaring fiercely at Draco and demanding, "Give it back to me, Malfoy. By what right?" "Surely this does not belong to you," Draco retorted, suddenly feigning a look of enlightenment. "Oh, I see now. You wish to monopolize this item, do you? Or perhaps you intend to barter it for a favor from the Ravenclaw, hoping to make him your subordinate and win his gratitude? TSK, TSK, TSK. So this is how you became the chosen one, Potter." Although Harry had previously displayed an aptitude for sarcasm during potions class, his verbal prowess now paled in comparison to Draco's. After being doused with such scorn, he found himself at a loss for words. His face flushed as he resorted to repeating, "Just give it to me." This only amused Draco further. Having just experienced a setback with John, he found immediate satisfaction in countering Harry. Indeed, bullying Potter proved to be the simplest and most gratifying endeavor. As he pondered this, John's image suddenly emerged in Draco's mind, and he felt inspired. Mimicking John's earlier demeanor, he taunted, "Do you want it? If you beg me, I might just give it to you." Upon uttering this, Draco felt an exhilarating rush. Meanwhile, Harry's face reddened with fury as he clenched his fists and shouted. In your dreams, the Slytherins present all wore expressions of schadenfreude. They harbored a disdain for Gryffindor and found Harry Potter's ostentatious demeanor particularly irksome. John observed the spectacle with amusement. Having spent nearly a week in Snape's company, his resilience to taunts had reached its zenith. To him, Draco and Harry's exchange hardly resembled a quarrel. It was more akin to a lover's spat, rendering any intervention unnecessary. In fact, Draco's imitation of John was rather entertaining, and he nearly succumbed to laughter. However, his amusement was short-lived, for at that moment, Michelle stepped out from the Gryffindor ranks. She brushed past the furious Harry and, with a serious expression, addressed Draco, saying, "It is wrong to take someone else's belongings and to falsely accuse and insult others. Therefore, I advise you to return the item and apologize to Harry." Unmoved, Draco continued to mimic John's tone with a cold smirk. "And what if I refuse? I fear I might have to be less than courteous toward you." As Michelle spoke, she began to crack her knuckles, with the crisp sounds echoing from her fingers. Draco's expression finally shifted. Many girls around the age of 11 or 12 often surpass boys in height, and Michelle stood a full head taller than Draco. However, upon realizing the situation, Draco sneered and remarked, "You dare to speak to me disrespectfully? Goyle, Crabbe." His two imposing henchmen stepped forward. Yet, Michelle exhibited no fear. Her excitement evident as she began to limber up. Ever since departing from St. Bernard, Michelle had grown increasingly headstrong and combative, a transformation that even John found perplexing. At this moment, it was clear that Michelle was poised for confrontation. Naturally, Harry and the others could not allow Michelle, a mere girl, to face this alone. Despite their own trepidation, they stood resolutely behind her, determined to face whatever may come together. Tension thickened in the air, the scent of impending conflict palpable. Draco had even surreptitiously slipped his hand into his robes, preparing to draw his wand. Observing this, John could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward from the crowd, his voice ringing out, "Michelle." The sudden utterance momentarily stunned both sides. Then, they witnessed the once fierce Michelle, who had shown no fear, exclaim and retreat hastily back to her original position within the group. John, unwilling to let the matter rest, pursued her, stating, "A young lady should embody the qualities of a young lady. How can you engage in a brawl? If I find out you are fighting again, I shall withhold your allowance." Michelle pouted in dissatisfaction upon hearing this, yet she dared not retort, merely nodding repeatedly. This scene cast a shadow over the faces of Harry and the other Gryffindors. Before a single blow had been struck, one of their key members had already been dissuaded. How could they proceed with the battle? Meanwhile, the Slytherins erupted in laughter at the spectacle. However, their merriment was short-lived, as John approached Draco. With each step, his expression grew increasingly frigid. Goyle and Crabbe dared not impede him, stepping aside to leave Draco alone to face John. "What were you planning to do to my sister?" John asked coldly. At this, Draco's heart raced, though he maintained a facade of bravado, retorting, "I didn't know she was your sister. Besides, even if she is your sister, so what?" Before Draco could finish, John seized his collar and lifted him effortlessly with one hand. "I do not wish to hear your excuses. Now, return the memory orb to my sister and apologize." As John's words echoed, several Slytherins gathered around, jeering at Draco. "That's John's sister. They all bear the surname Shafiq. How could you possibly not recognize her? Be sensible and comply, or you will regret it." Draco seethed inwardly at their taunts. In truth, he had also managed to bribe many new Slytherin students. Yet now, those who have benefited from him remain conspicuously silent. To lead, one must possess strength, particularly in a place like Slytherin. Although John had no intention of entering the competition for the new leader, his recent performance has been nothing short of remarkable. A considerable faction within Slytherin has already deemed him the most promising among this year's newcomers. Consequently, Draco finds himself lacking in competitiveness. To the Slytherins, the conflict unfolding is not merely John standing up for his sister, but rather a calculated excuse to overpower Draco and elevate himself to prominence. The Slytherins are quite pleased with this turn of events. Those who revel in risk have rallied behind John, turning their fire upon Draco, while the more cautious observers watch in silence, awaiting the outcome of the conflict. Draco is fully aware of the dynamics at play. In this moment of indecision, He clenches his fists, his eyes aflame with fury. He resolves to confront John. While he had previously tolerated John as provocations, he cannot abide John attempting to usurp his position as the leader of the newcomers. He is a Malfoy. With determination set, Draco prepares to take action. However, at that moment, he feels the memory orb in his right hand begin to tremble. Confused, he raises his hand and discovers that the once clear orb is now engulfed in a billowing cloud of crimson mist. This serves as a reminder to Draco that he has forgotten something critical. "I come from the mire to kill you," John's voice echoes in his mind. Suddenly, Draco remembers. John is capable of murder. In an instant, it feels as though a bucket of icy water has been poured over him, extinguishing his rage entirely. In its place rises a chill of profound terror. His complexion pales as he instinctively cries out, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." "Who are you apologizing to?" John presses. Michelle, I was wrong. I'm sorry," Draco asserts, nearly in tears. John, no longer intent on tormenting him, releases him with a cold smirk and tosses the memory orb into Harry's hands. Upon witnessing this, the Gryffindors erupt in cheers, believing they have triumphed over Slytherin. Yet, to their astonishment, a thunderous cheer also erupts from the Slytherin side. A throng of Slytherins surges towards John, clapping and shouting in excitement. The victor is clear. The new king has emerged. Chapter 46, The Path of Combat Specialization. As the flying class concludes, Draco, escorted by his 2 loyal followers, departs the lawn in tears. Aside from a few Slytherins who intended to be fence-sitters, aligning themselves with John while simultaneously currying favor with Draco for personal gain, no one at the scene truly cared about his departure. All present, including Harry and the other Gryffindors, gravitated towards John, viewing him as the savior of Neville's memory orb. John even went so far as to sever ties with his own housemate, Malfoy, showcasing an admirable spirit. Harry genuinely wished to express his gratitude to John. However, they found themselves unable to approach him due to the throng of new Slytherins rallying around their newly anointed king. The few who had openly opposed Draco were particularly boisterous, reveling in their newfound status as the foremost among the first years, aside from John. They envisioned themselves aiding John in maintaining control over this batch of newcomers while relishing the privileges that came with their elevated status. Until the day John faltered or a more formidable Slytherin emerged, an all too familiar tradition among the Slytherins. Regrettably for them, John had no desire to assume the role of their king. Rolling his eyes at the fervent crowd of admirers, John dismissed them with apathy and made his way back to Hogwarts Castle. He truly had no time to indulge in their childish games. The intensity of Snape's enthusiasm was palpable through the silver serpent coin, searing against his chest, signaling yet another night of overtime. Fortunately, he had some time before his shift began. John first procured a quick meal and then retreated to his dormitory for a much-needed rest. When he finally awoke, the sky had darkened. Draco and his cronies had already returned to their quarters. John had no intention of engaging with them and proceeded to organize his tools, preparing for his visit to Snape. The fact that he had not been roused by their presence indicated that Draco's trio still harbored a degree of fear towards him. They likely walked on tiptoes, wary of making any sound. This was sufficient for John. He had no desire to forge a friendship with Draco. As long as the latter did not provoke him, John was even willing to extend a modicum of goodwill. However, Draco and his companions were behaving rather oddly. Unlike in the afternoon, Draco appeared to have emerged from the anguish of losing his throne to John, now huddled with Goyle and Crabbe in hushed discussion, occasionally erupting into fits of mischievous laughter, looking quite self-satisfied. This peculiar scene piqued John's interest, prompting him to listen intently. To his surprise, he caught wind of a term that was all too familiar: wizard duel. The reason John was well acquainted with the concept of wizard dueling was not solely due to his invitation to Draco on his very first day at Hogwarts. Rather, it is because John has been diligently seeking to enhance his dueling prowess over the past fortnight, and he has already begun to see promising results. In this endeavor, John is particularly indebted to Professor Flitwick. Were it not for thorough research, few would believe that this diminutive, witty, and emotionally expressive professor of charms, who could weep openly at fairy tales, was, in fact, a champion of the International Wizarding Duel Championship. Since learning this remarkable fact, John has earnestly sought opportunities to consult Professor Flitwick for insights into dueling techniques, and he has spent considerable time in the library studying various texts related to wizard dueling. Professor Flitwick has been more than willing to share his wisdom. He is genuinely delighted that a young wizard like John is eager to learn the intricacies of dueling. With Flitwick's guidance, John has come to understand the unique spell system employed by contestants in the wizard dueling tournaments. This system is particularly distinctive as it eschews any unnecessary spells, focusing instead on a select few to undergo extensive training and refinement, thereby maximizing their potency and casting speed, even fostering muscle memory. The consequence of such specialization is that duelists typically master only a limited repertoire of spells, with some extreme practitioners even foregoing everyday charms altogether. In contrast, duelists who adhere to this methodology possess formidable combat capabilities and can swiftly achieve remarkable fighting prowess. This advantage has prompted John to unhesitatingly embark on the path of a dueling wizard. Following the series of events at St. Brendan's, John has become captivated by the allure of power. It is power alone that can offer him a profound sense of security. Aspiring to attain the versatility and mastery of spells akin to that of Dumbledore, a truly legendary wizard, is an exceedingly daunting task. At present, John believes that specializing in martial skills as a dueling wizard may be more fitting for him. As for his selection of primary and secondary spells, John has currently chosen the Shattering Curse, the Full Petrification Curse, and the Disarming Charm. The Shattering Curse was the first spell John mastered. As his magical abilities have grown, the effectiveness of this curse has similarly increased. At this juncture, if he strikes a vital point, John can potentially dispatch an adversary with a single incantation, delivering considerable damage while consuming relatively little magical energy, making it an ideal primary offensive spell. The Full Petrification Curse and the Disarming Charm serve as his secondary control spells. Both possess formidable control capabilities. The Petrification Curse renders the victim immobile as if turned to stone, while the Disarming Charm functions as a lesser variant of the disarmament spell. Its effect does not sap the target's strength, but compels them to relinquish their held items or induces internal repulsion in the target object, allowing it to be separated, suitable for opening boxes but ineffective for doors. After a week of continuous practice with these three spells, John felt that his practical abilities might surpass those of some weaker students. Of course, this was merely John's speculation, lacking actual combat experience. He had no definitive understanding of his own capabilities. Consequently, he began contemplating a venture into the Forbidden Forest. After all, it was rumored to be home to numerous magical creatures, and honing his skills on them could prove advantageous. However, before he could embark on this journey, he overheard Draco discussing a wizard duel, which piqued his interest. He set down his toolbox and approached Draco and his companions without a hint of subtlety, inquiring, "With whom do you intend to duel? Who else could it be?" "Of course, it's Harry," Goyle replied with a hint of impatience. Yet, mid-sentence, he abruptly realized something was amiss and turned sharply. Upon catching sight of John, Goyle froze as if struck by a petrificus totalis. Chapter 47. Draco's Strategic Tactics. Draco looked at Goyle in despair. He was well aware of his companion's foolishness, yet he held a deep affection for them. Their bond was not merely due to their shared childhood. Their unwavering loyalty despite their lack of intelligence endeared them to him. Nonetheless, Draco now recognized his error. Goyle's folly had reached unprecedented levels, plunging him into an unimaginable predicament. After all, John was known for his temper. "You intend to duel Harry Potter?" John inquired with a smile, which roused Draco and his friends from their stupor. Goyle and Crabbe quickly covered their mouths, shaking their heads vigorously, their eyes glistening with impending tears. Draco clenched his jaw, ultimately deciding to shield his two foolish companions, and replied gruffly, "Indeed, I have challenged Potter to a duel. Set for tonight." John's amusement grew, and he tilted his head, scrutinizing Draco. "What made you think to challenge Harry Potter in a duel?" Draco's expression turned awkward at the question. He had indeed been in good spirits, having emerged from the shadow of losing his position to John. His father had once told him that a momentary defeat was insignificant, a principle instilled within the Malfoy family. It was this very wisdom that had allowed the Malfoy lineage to endure through hardship and humiliation, waiting patiently for the opportune moment to rise again. Thus, the damage John inflicted upon Draco was not as severe as John might have imagined. Nevertheless, Draco still felt the sting of embarrassment and sought an outlet for his frustration. Hence, Harry became the ideal target. As for why he chose to employ a duel as his method, it is quite simple. Draco is employing the same tactics John used against him to confront Harry. After all, despite John's repeated provocations, Draco understands that John is a genuinely formidable opponent. John's methods hold significant merit. Just as in today's flying lesson, Draco successfully utilized John's rhetoric to counter Harry. However, this matter must remain a secret, otherwise, would he not be ridiculed as an academic fool? That would be utterly embarrassing. Pressing his lips together, Draco remarked, "In any case, it doesn't concern you. Fine. If you are unwilling to speak, let it be. But have you contemplated a particular question?" John shook his head. "Do you truly believe you can defeat Harry Potter?" John was not intentionally belittling Draco. Rather, in John's mind, Harry is also a quintessential overachiever. Although Harry's current repertoire of spells may not rival that of Draco, who hails from the illustrious Malfoy lineage, he is exceptionally skilled in close combat. In his second year, he single-handedly vanquished a basilisk with just a bird and a sword. He is indeed a master swordsman. Should a confrontation arise, it is likely that a single punch from Harry would leave Draco sprawled on the ground, whimpering for quite some time. However, to John's surprise, Draco responded with a smug expression, who said, "I truly intend to duel that Potter. I won't be returning for tonight's duel. Moreover, I shall report Potter's nocturnal escapades to Filch. Consequently, Potter will undoubtedly face expulsion." Upon hearing this, Goyle and Crabbe erupted into foolish laughter, clearly finding Draco's scheme brilliant. Yet, John furrowed his brow in disapproval. Draco's tactic was excessively underhanded, and he found it distasteful. First and foremost, even if Harry is caught wandering at night, he certainly would not be expelled. As I mentioned on the night of the sorting ceremony, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Suffice it to say, Hogwarts regulations are not as stringent as one might imagine. John stated coldly. Secondly, have you considered the repercussions of your actions? What consequences could arise? What consequences? Draco replied nonchalantly, I did not violate any rules. Indeed, he had not breached any regulations, and the professors could not penalize him. However, he now represents Slytherin. He has initiated a duel with Harry Potter, only to neglect the engagement. What do you suppose others will say? John began to sing softly. The serpent challenges the lion. The valiant lion eagerly accepts, yet the cowardly, despicable serpent fails to show. Oh, what a timid serpent. Oh, what a vile serpent. Before John could finish, Draco's expression turned pale. If such a ballad were to circulate, it would ruin both his reputation and that of Slytherin. Even more terrifying, the upperclassmen in the house would surely tear him apart. Thus, he realized he must indeed attend the duel. However, much like the question posed by John, can he truly defeat Harry Potter? That wretched Potter, after all, is the savior who vanquished Voldemort even in his infancy. Who knows what formidable powers lie within him? Contemplating this, Draco felt a twinge of anxiety and instinctively glanced at John. After employing John's words to confront Potter and utilizing John's dueling techniques against him, both to commendable effect, Draco had inadvertently developed a habit. Whenever faced with a challenge, he would ponder what John would do. It was rather humiliating, considering John had bested him countless times. Yet, he had to admit, it was indeed effective. Take this upcoming wizard duel, for instance. If he were to attend alone, his chances of victory would be slim. However, if John were to accompany him, with his formidable combat prowess, victory would be all but assured. At that moment, he could compose a little melody to mock those foolish lions, relishing the moment. Naturally, he understood he was not John, nor did he possess his combat strength. But what if John joined them? This was a matter of collective honor for Slytherin, and as a member of Slytherin, John ought to contribute. Draco felt a flicker of hope, but just then, he noticed John had once again picked up his toolbox and was heading for the door. Hey, where are you going? Draco instinctively asked. To Professor Snape's, of course. John replied without looking back. I have work to do. Draco, now flustered, exclaimed, but what about tonight's duel? You are the new king of Slytherin. You must help. This time, John merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling his indifference. Draco was genuinely anxious now. Memories of John's words during flying class and the Malfoy family's ancestral teachings flooded his mind. In a moment of desperation, Draco called out, I beg you, John. Please help me. Be my dueling assistant and confront Potter with me. If you plead, I shall teach you, was John's reply, a promise he had made himself. Surely, he wouldn't renege on it. Draco thought to himself. As for the shame of his actions, he no longer cared. The innumerable humiliations he had endured during his confrontations with John had made him somewhat accustomed to it. Upon hearing this, John suddenly halted. He turned to look at Draco, a hint of surprise in his eyes, before a slight smirk graced his lips. Do you think begging is merely about words? Draco's expression faltered, but he quickly regained his composure, pulling out a pouch embroidered with golden thread from his pocket, his face a mask of struggle as he offered it to John. Here are 20 galleons. I implore you to assist me. As he spoke, Draco felt his heart bleed. This represents his entire week's allowance. Bestowing it all upon John means he will have nothing to spend next week. However, the effect of those 20 galleons is indeed remarkable. The moment John beheld the glimmering pile of radiant gold coins, a benevolent smile instantly graced his face. Chapter 48. Those are my cherished friends, my brothers. 5 minutes later, John, buoyed by his good fortune, sauntered toward Snape's office with a purse in hand. Naturally, he would not assist Draco in undermining Harry merely for 20 galleons. Although he desperately needed the money, The notion that such a trivial sum could sway him was nothing short of fanciful delusion. He had already devised a plan. When the time for the duel arrived, he would deftly subdue both Draco and Harry, ensuring that Harry would have little room for further complaint. As for Draco, well, the galleons would be in his possession, and having fulfilled his part of the agreement by defeating Harry, what could Draco possibly say? How delightful! With a broad smile, John pushed open the office door, ready to embrace the day's tasks. Yet, upon entering, he found Snape seated at his desk, gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. "Draco is to duel our savior this evening?" Snape inquired softly. John raised an eyebrow in response. "How do you know? That is not your concern. Simply inform me whether it is true or not," Snape replied, his brow furrowing. John set down his toolbox and took his seat, affirming, "Indeed, it is true. However, this is merely Draco's scheme. He does not intend to honor the challenge, but instead plans to report Harry Potter for wandering about at night." At this revelation, Snape's demeanor darkened considerably. Slytherin indeed champions victory above all, but even above victory lies honor. The term nobility does not solely refer to those wizards born into pureblood families, but rather those endowed with inherent, admirable qualities. Much like Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House, who, despite his humble beginnings, possessed a radiant heart and unparalleled honor. Draco's actions, however, have far surpassed the boundaries of Slytherin's principles and are devoid of any honor. Since Draco has issued the challenge, he must attend, Snape declared with resolute finality. "Yes, I share your sentiments," John replied while organizing his workstation. "That is why I have already dissuaded him. He will indeed show up tonight." With those words, Snape's expression turned even grimmer as he realized he had been outmaneuvered by John. "I do not appreciate being kept in the dark. Next time, you shall leave my office," Snape hissed through clenched teeth. John, unfazed, nodded and commenced his work on the materials for the day. He had no belief that Snape would actually expel him. Throughout this week's endeavors, he could not refrain from engaging in verbal sparring with Snape. And it was not the first or second instance. Each time, Snape threatened to dismiss him. Yet here he was, still comfortably seated, diligently at work. The silver serpent coin would indeed heat up when the time was right. Snape, for his part, had chosen not to pursue matters further with John, instead pacing back and forth in his office. Like John, he harbored doubts about Draco. In other words, if Draco chose not to participate, it would be a disgrace to Slytherin. If he did engage and failed to prevail, it would equally tarnish Slytherin's reputation. What then? Pondering as he strode, Snape's gaze suddenly fell upon John. Over the course of the past week, Snape had witnessed John's remarkable talent firsthand. Mastering the handling of numerous materials in a short span was no ordinary feat. Even Snape had to concede that John was indeed a prodigy in potion making, his innate ability nearly rivaling that of Snape himself. Furthermore, John's aptitude in spellcasting was equally commendable. Snape was well aware that John had sought out Flitwick to learn dueling, embarking on a path of combat specialization, and had made significant strides. This indicated that John now possessed considerable combat prowess. If John were willing to assist Draco in battle, then Harry Potter was destined for defeat. With this thought, a mischievous smile graced Snape's face. He rapped on the workbench and declared, "John, for tonight's duel, you shall aid Draco." John paused, refraining from mentioning his prior commitment to Draco, and instead fixed his gaze upon Snape intently. After their time together, Snape had come to understand John's thoughts quite well. "As a reward, I can teach you a spell," Snape proclaimed, producing his wand and etching a sequence of incantations in the air. The hanging bell, gazing at the golden glow of the spell suspended in midair. Snape was momentarily lost in thought. This incantation was of his own creation, yet it had been wielded against him by Harry's father, the despicable James Potter, who had used it to humiliate him before Lily, hanging him upside down and stripping away his dignity. Snape inhaled deeply, striving to quell the surge of rage that threatened to overwhelm him. This event was a profound source of anguish in his life, one that had haunted him in countless nightmares, incessantly tormenting him. Now, Snape felt he had discovered the sword to end this nightmare. John, though reluctant to admit it, Snape often regarded John as a reflection of himself. After all, he had investigated John and knew that he shared a humble background, was a genius in his own right, had a childhood companion, and, like Snape, had been sorted into Slytherin, thus separating him from his childhood friend in Gryffindor. It was even true that there was a certain Potter in Gryffindor at present. If John could wield the suspension charm to humiliate James's son, Harry, as James Potter once cruelly ridiculed him, the mere thought sent a shiver of delight through Snape. "Shafiq," Snape exclaimed, regaining his composure. "I require you to use this spell to suspend Harry Potter upside down and then strip him of his." John was intently examining the incantation suspended in the air when Snape's sudden shout startled him. "Do not tell me you are incapable," Snape said, his excitement palpable. "With your prowess, you could easily best 10 Harry Potters." Upon hearing this, John fell silent. After a considerable pause, he spoke with grave seriousness. "Professor Snape, are you aware that Harry and I were acquainted long before we arrived at Hogwarts? We shared delightful conversations and felt an immediate camaraderie. One could even say that Harry is my dearest friend, a brother." The smile on Snape's face gradually faded, replaced by a simmering anger that was almost visibly coalescing in the depths of his eyes. What a jest! The one he regarded as another version of himself, John, had formed a friendship with the very person he despised. He would not accept this. And so, Snape coldly replied, having resolved that if John dared to refuse, he would promptly expel him from the office and never allow him to return. This time he was serious. Yet, in the face of Snape's oppressive gaze, John remained unfazed. With a resolute expression, he met Snape's eyes and declared, "Thus, I require additional compensation." Chapter 49. The suspension charm. Snape had prepared himself to eject John from his office. However, John's response left him momentarily speechless. An eerie silence lingered within the office. After a full 2 minutes, a twisted smile broke out on Snape's face. "You truly are remarkable," he mused. He had initially regarded John as merely another version of himself, but now he realized he had underestimated him. With John's audacity, his future was undoubtedly limitless. "Very well, John, from this day forth, your hourly wage shall be doubled." Snape retrieved a small wooden box from his cabinet. "In addition, I shall provide you with 5 vials of dreamless sleep potion and 1 vial of intelligence enhancer." As 6 vials of potion were placed upon the workbench, John's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since leaving St. Brigid's, he had been besieged by terrifying nightmares, which rendered him unable to achieve restful sleep, enduring a tormenting existence. The dreamless sleep potion was essential for him, as it would grant him the gift of uninterrupted slumber. As for the intelligence enhancer, John recalled its property of clarifying the drinker's thought processes. John was uncertain about the precise efficacy of the intelligence-enhancing potion, yet there was no doubt that it was a potion of considerable caliber, given its exorbitant price. During exam month, it could fetch as much as 20 galleons for a mere vial. Furthermore, with Professor Snape having raised his salary, John could now earn 4 sickles an hour. Coupled with additional earnings from scrap materials, his income was nearly on par with that of an adult wizard. "I apologize, Harry, but Professor Snape has indeed been exceedingly generous," John mused internally, while maintaining a composed exterior as he tucked the potion into his pocket. He then declared earnestly, "For the glory of Slytherin, I shall show no mercy." Snape nodded and extended his wand, completing the incantation process for the reverse spell. "Having received my remuneration, it is time to commence our task," he remarked with a sinister grin. "You must master this incantation within the next few hours, or else, well, let's just say, it won't be pleasant." Undeterred by Snape's ominous warning, John confidently thumped his chest, exclaiming, "How difficult can it be? I've already mastered it." "Oh, are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Very well. Then let me witness your prowess. Cast the reverse spell directly at me." Taking Snape's challenge, John did not hesitate. The complexity of the reverse spell was indeed manageable, and with the remarkable compliance of his second magical reservoir, acquiring it with a mere glance was elementary. John raised his wand and pointed it at Snape. Reverse spell. Without any visual or auditory effect, John felt an invisible surge of magic erupt from the tip of his wand, aimed at Snape. In that instant, Snape seemed to sense danger, sharply waving his wand. A burst of white light exploded before him as John's attack was effortlessly dispelled. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes. He was aware of John's commendable talent for spellcasting, yet to successfully execute it on the first attempt was rather extraordinary. Fortunately, John had not unleashed the complete version of the reverse spell. "Too slow, Shafiq. Even Neville's grandmother is quicker than you. Moreover, the reverse spell does not necessitate vocalization. Do not foolishly announce the incantation, as it will only alert your adversary." Snape reprimanded sternly. Again, grinding his teeth, John raised his wand once more. "Reverse spell. Huh. Is this what you call mastery? Such arrogance. With your limited talent, how dare you speak of a raise? What gives you such confidence? Have you perhaps imbibed a confusion potion before arriving today, leaving you in a daze? Again, proceed." John persistently cast the reverse spell, the barrage of Snape's sarcastic remarks igniting a fire within him. He gritted his teeth, taking control of the flow of his magic, striving to achieve the silent release that Snape had described. Although the hanging bell spell was originally designed for silent casting, its silent release is infinitely easier than that of other spells. However, for John, who was just beginning to engage with this incantation, it still posed a considerable challenge, even with his second magical reservoir. Fortunately, Severus Snape had granted John numerous opportunities. At last, on his 9th attempt, John clenched his teeth and refrained from vocalizing the spell. Snape was evidently taken aback by John's swift mastery. In previous attempts, he had anticipated John's spoken incantations as cues for his defensive maneuvers. This time, John unexpectedly unleashed the silent spell, catching him entirely off guard. With a sudden thud, Snape felt a force strike against his chest, followed by an overwhelming tugging sensation at his legs, as if something were attempting to suspend him upside down. The bell had fallen, accompanied by Snape's furious shout. The pulling sensation abruptly vanished, and just as his feet had left the ground, they were brought back down. His face contorted with rage. "You are quite impressive," Snape exclaimed through gritted teeth. He had never anticipated that John would successfully wield the complete hanging bell spell within just 10 attempts. Otherwise, he would not have found himself ensnared. This clearly indicated that John's aptitude for spellcasting was not only on par with his prowess in potion-making, but perhaps even surpassed it. Logically, a professor should feel elated to have such a gifted student. Yet, Snape was still infuriated. He had narrowly escaped what he had once endured against James, being hung upside down again. Moreover, this time, the one who had cast the hanging bell spell upon him was none other than his own student. If it were possible, he would have relished the thought of feeding John a large jar of confusion potion, transforming him into a complete fool. Regrettably, he could not afford such indulgence. He was counting on John to later confront James's son. "Do not be angry, do not be angry. If others are angry, I shall not be." Snape silently recited a mantra from an obscure tome as he envisioned John delivering a thorough beating to Harry, his mood gradually easing. However, John had no intention of letting Snape off so easily. Mimicking the sardonic tone Snape had just used to reprimand him, he taunted, "I can't believe my eyes, Professor Snape. Were you just struck? Surely not. You are the illustrious Severus Snape, after all. Surely not, surely not." Upon hearing these words, Snape's previously closed eyes shot wide open, and he bellowed, "Get out of my sight." Observing Snape's wand pointing menacingly in his direction, John swiftly snatched a potion from the desk and dashed out of the office. As he departed, he turned back and grinned at Snape, saying, "Rest assured, Professor Snape, I am off to ensure Harry Potter receives his due lesson. I promise you shall not be disappointed." As the sound of John's footsteps gradually faded into the distance, Snape lowered his wand, though his face still bore traces of anger. A barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 50. How did you end up here? Upon reaching the first floor of the castle, John slowed his pace. He retrieved a vial of antidote, surreptitiously obtained from Madame Pomfrey, and consumed it in one swift motion, replenishing the magical energy in his second reservoir. A jubilant smile illuminated his face, for the effect of the reverse hanging bell charm exceeded his expectations. Its control was not particularly robust, yet it demanded minimal magical energy, was silent and intangible in its execution, and could be cast without incantation at an astonishing speed. Such a spell was undeniably tailored for ambushes. Even a master like Snape could easily fall prey to it, underscoring its potency. John had resolved to adopt this as his fourth core spell. Moreover, today he had reaped a handsome reward, earning 20 galleons and 6 vials of potions from both Draco and Snape, along with a doubled hourly rate, causing his little treasury to swell. He felt ready to commence preparations for potion brewing the following day. How delightful! Yet, what potions should he concoct? Pondering this conundrum, John skillfully navigated the magical staircase, soon arriving at the trophy display room on the 4th floor. This was the designated meeting place he had agreed upon with Draco and the venue for their impending duel. To be candid, John believed Draco had not chosen the best location. The space was rather confined. In such an environment, Harry could close the distance to Draco in just a few strides. Given Harry's prowess in close combat, a single punch could potentially conclude the battle. Additionally, the room was adorned with numerous crystal glass cabinets showcasing various trophies, shields, medals, and statues. Should they inadvertently topple or shatter anything during their duel, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly erupt in fury, leaving no stone unturned in her pursuit of them. At that point, they would all be doomed. As John surveyed the surroundings of the trophy display room, Draco stealthily entered through the door. Upon seeing John, he appeared momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Ah, so you have already arrived." John glanced behind him and inquired, "Where are Goyle and Crabbe?" Draco fell silent. He genuinely wished to express that those two were so dim-witted that he feared they wouldn't even manage a late-night stroll, hence their absence. However, after a brief hesitation, Draco opted to spare his underlings some dignity. "They had an upset stomach," Draco said weakly. Upon hearing this, John simply nodded in understanding. Such a feeble excuse would hardly convince anyone else, but when it comes to Goyle and Crabbe, the situation is quite different. These two are true gluttons. Every meal is as if they have returned from the grave, relentlessly devouring food until they can consume no more. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for them to suffer from ailments such as gastroenteritis due to their excessive indulgence. With this thought, John suddenly felt a pang of hunger himself. Ignoring Draco, he retrieved a small piece of rock cake from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. Meanwhile, as the silence stretched on, Draco grew increasingly restless. It was not long before he cast a sidelong glance toward the entrance and muttered, "Shafiq, do you think Potter and the others want to show up? They wouldn't report us for wandering about at night, would they?" "Rest assured on that front," John replied, savoring his rock cake. "After all, it's unlikely that anyone as despicable and utterly foolish as you could be found in all of Hogwarts, so Harry and the others should be fine." Draco was nearly provoked to unleash a torrent of insults, but fortunately, he recalled John's words, "I come from the bog," and swallowed back his retort. He dared not provoke John again, especially since it had been less than 3 days since John had last struck him. Just then, 3 shadowy figures stealthily slipped into the trophy room. Upon recognizing the new arrivals, Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement. While he was cautious around John, he felt emboldened to confront Harry, and he did so with gusto. "Potter, you're late," Draco exclaimed. "Weasley, can your family not afford a clock? You're talking nonsense." Ron snapped, his face flushed with indignation. "It's not even the time yet. It's clearly you who arrived early." Draco paused, momentarily taken aback. He had merely sought an excuse to provoke them and had not been aware of the time. However, that was of little consequence. "That's irrelevant," he continued. "The crucial point is that we agreed to each bring only one assistant. How is it that you have 3? Ah, I see. This is typical Gryffindor behavior. No honor. 3 against 2. The brave lion. Ha, how amusing." Draco's words thoroughly incensed Harry and Ron. Harry clenched his fists and retorted angrily, "Hermione is not my assistant. She chose to come with us. This has nothing to do with us." Draco completely disregarded Harry's explanation and laughed heartily. "Hermione? Oh, you mean Miss Rabbit? You even brought a girl along. Hilarious." Before Draco could finish his sentence, Hermione stepped forward, teeth gritted, and seethed, "Do not call me Miss Rabbit." As she spoke, her eyes glimmered with an ominous green light in the darkness, and her thick, unruly brown hair seemed to bristle with fury, creating a rather intimidating figure in the dead of night. Draco was utterly terrified, promptly retreating behind John. At that moment, Harry and his friends finally took notice that the figure standing next to Draco was neither Goyle nor Crabbe, but John. "John, what are you doing here?" Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison. "Indeed, shouldn't you be with us?" John helplessly raised his hands and replied, "There's no choice, Harry. I'm compelled to assist Draco tonight." Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron fell silent. They wished to persuade John against aiding Draco, yet lacked a valid argument. After all, John was also a Slytherin. It was only natural for him to support his fellow housemate, Draco. Meanwhile, Draco had finally realized he had an ally. He emerged triumphantly from behind John, head held high, boasting, "Potter, with Shafiq by my side, you stand no chance. You should kneel and surrender while you still can. Dream on. Let us see what you're truly capable of." Harry retorted angrily, "Ah, it seems you have squandered this splendid opportunity. What a pity." Draco scoffed as he confidently drew his wand. "Now, let me end your miserable existence." Chapter 51. The Midnight Duel. Listening to Draco's melodramatic declaration, John could hardly contain his embarrassment. The others present, however, remained unfazed. As Harry and Draco solemnly completed the formalities of their duel, Draco preemptively raised his wand. Incendio. With a loud bang resembling a firework explosion, a burst of white light was forcefully emitted. Harry was startled, instinctively attempting to counterattack with a spell. Yet, whether due to his unclear incantation or a mismanaged wand movement, no magical effect manifested. In a moment of desperation, Harry rolled to the side, narrowly evading Draco's assault. Seeing this, Draco gritted his teeth, intent on launching another attack. However, by then, Harry had discarded his wand and charged at Draco. Now it was Draco who found himself at a loss. The cramped space of the trophy room left him with no escape routes, and there was no time for him to leisurely recite a spell. "Die!" Harry roared as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick. Struck in a vulnerable spot, Draco clamped his legs together, his face contorting in agony as he was about to scream. Quick on his feet, John rushed forward to cover Draco's mouth. Ugh! Ugh! Draco, stripped of his combat abilities, lay in John's embrace, his face flushed like a boiled lobster, thrashing in desperation. The duel between him and Harry lasted a mere 17 seconds, culminating in the swift and decisive blow delivered by the master of close combat, Harry Potter. John shook his head in resignation, fully aware that this was the likely outcome. Despite Draco's lineage from the Malfoy family, his youth clearly precluded any mastery of formidable spells or combat techniques. As for Harry, having only just commenced his studies less than 2 weeks ago, he was likely so overwhelmed with nerves that he could barely articulate a spell, leaving only close combat as an option. Observing Draco's tearful expression, John retrieved a pouch containing a salve made from scraps of white ginseng and toadskin from his pocket. "Apply this to your wounds," he said disdainfully. "Though it is primarily for burns, it should provide some cooling and pain relief." With trembling hands, Draco accepted the salve and began to apply it. Accompanied by another round of screams and convulsions, Draco finally began to feel somewhat better. Noticing this, John stood and turned towards Harry and Ron, who were embracing and celebrating on the other side. "Harry, you struck too hard," he remarked. Harry's smile faltered, revealing a hint of remorse. He was acutely aware of the severity of his previous kick, especially given its precise target. In contrast, Ron remained unconcerned, puffing out his chest with pride as he declared, "That's how wizard dueling works. It's either you or me." John, unfazed, chuckled as he drew his wand. "Well, since Draco has been defeated, it is now my turn to step in as the assistant. Must it come to this?" Harry's expression twisted in conflict. "John, we are not enemies." Without responding, John simply gestured for Harry to attack. Left speechless, Harry hesitated for a considerable time before finally retrieving his wand and slowly beginning to cast. Knockback Jinx. A bolt of light shot forth. At last, he had successfully cast a spell. However, when faced with Harry's attack, John made no effort to dodge, standing resolutely in place. There was no need to evade. Harry's aim was far more inadequate than John had anticipated, and at such a close range, the spell veered off course entirely. "Your casting speed is abysmal. Even Neville's grandmother could outpace you. The time it takes you to cast one spell is ample for me to cast 3, John remarked, grinding his foot into the mark left on the ground. "And your aim is lacking as well, Harry. Perhaps you should consume more apples. Night blindness can be quite debilitating, leaving one sightless at night." John's acerbic wit, reminiscent of Snape's, made Harry blush with embarrassment. In a fit of frustration, he discarded his wand and charged at John, intent on employing the same tactic again. Yet John was no pampered aristocrat like Draco. During his duel with the Red Cap, Harry had been confined in a cupboard. "Huh," Harry shouted, throwing a punch towards John's arm. Unfazed, John maintained his smile, countering swiftly. He grasped Harry's fist with his palm. The two entered a state of grappling, and Harry felt as though his hand were caught in a vice, utterly immobilized. As John's magical prowess surged, the force in his grip intensified, ultimately compelling Harry to kneel. A pained cry escaped Harry's lips, unable to withstand the agony. Ron, unable to contain himself, disregarded the rules of dueling and charged at John. Hermione, too, refused to remain a mere spectator. However, unlike the reckless Ron, she chose a more cunning approach, concealing herself in a corner to cast her spell. Observing this, John furrowed his brow, kicked Harry aside, and brandished his wand with a swift motion. Petrificus totalis. With a resounding boom, 2 beams of light, one white and one gray, shot forth. The white beam struck Ron directly, causing his body to become rigid, and he fell face first to the ground due to inertia. The gray beam, meanwhile, struck Hermione's wrist, which was controlling her wand, sending it flying amidst her startled gasp. John had indeed spoken the truth. The speed at which Harry and his friends cast their spells was woefully inadequate. Although Hermione was slightly quicker than Harry, it was still enough time for John to unleash 2 spells upon them. "How is this possible?" Hermione exclaimed, clutching her wrist in disbelief. "You're only in your first year. How can you use a disarming spell?" John couldn't help but retort, "Are you illiterate? Can't understand English? I clearly said Petrificus totalis, yet you insist it's a disarming spell?" Hermione's face flushed with embarrassment, wanting to counter that John's Jersey accent was so peculiar that it had thrown her off. However, John had no time to dwell on her reaction, for in the brief moment he had dealt with Ron and Hermione, Harry had managed to rise once more. Witnessing the defeat of his friends had ignited a fierce determination within Harry. He resolved to hold nothing back and aimed a kick at John's vulnerable spot. A glint of cold resolve flashed in John's eyes as he delivered a powerful punch to Harry's kicking leg. "Ow!" Harry cried out in agony as he fell, clutching his leg and rolling on the ground, writhing in pain. John had not held back either. Had Harry's kick landed, he would have been in a predicament akin to Draco's. Taking a deep breath, John pointed his wand at Harry. Startled, Harry quickly exclaimed, Wait, I surrender." Yet before he could finish his plea, John raised his wand slightly, and an immense force seized Harry's legs, hoisting him upside down. "I'm sorry, Harry," John thought, closing his eyes in a mixture of pity and disdain. "I'm also a victim of circumstance." With that, John raised his wand once more, unleashing Harry's mortified screams throughout the trophy room. Chapter 52. You handle the chaos, I'll handle the slaughter. A silent spell? Hermione murmured, her expression blank. The scene that had just unfolded before her eyes shattered her understanding entirely. The silent casting of spells, a skill that only a select few advanced wizards could master, was effortlessly executed by John, a mere first-year wizard. Hermione instinctively yearned to inquire how John had accomplished such a feat, yet, in the next moment, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something bright and white. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment, and as she comprehended what she was witnessing, a sharp scream escaped her lips. "Oh!" Hermione hastily covered her eyes, though not entirely. Through the gaps between her fingers, she continued to steal glances at Harry, unable to suppress her thoughts. "So, Harry is this pale?" At that moment, Harry also became aware of the commotion from Hermione's direction, which filled him with humiliation and anger. He struggled to adjust his trousers, but could not reach them, trying to shield his modesty with his small hands, which left him flailing helplessly in the air. John, sensing the timing was right, flicked his wand again. The golden bell fell to the ground. Thud! Harry tumbled down. He quickly straightened his clothes, disregarding Hermione and Ron, and, choking back his emotions, dashed out of the trophy room. Realizing what had transpired, Hermione gritted her teeth, shot John a glare, and then freed Ron from his petrification before pursuing Harry. John's expression turned peculiar as he observed that Harry and the others seemed to be heading in the wrong direction. Their path did not lead to Gryffindor Tower, but rather toward the forbidden area that Dumbledore had once mentioned. Initially, John intended to chase after them to offer a warning, but recalling the words of the female prefect from the earlier dinner, he decided against it. Let them be. They one team meet their demise, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Draco finally managed to rise from the ground, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he seized John's sleeve. "Incredible. You are truly remarkable, John," Draco exclaimed. "I always said that together, we would wreak havoc." John, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Yes, indeed, we shall wreak havoc. You handle the chaos, and I'll take care of the destruction, right?" Draco, oblivious to John's sarcasm, continued to laugh. "Did you see the look on Potter's face? I was in stitches. I never expected him to be so pale." Disregarding Draco, John exited the trophy room. The hour was late, and after a long day's toil, he yearned to return home and rest. However, Draco was not ready to let him go so easily. He had nearly despaired when Harry had kicked him. Yet, to his astonishment, John had turned the tide, even causing Harry to embarrass himself. Unbeknownst to Draco, he was unaware of John's dealings with Snape. He simply felt that John was avenging him. "John Shafiq is truly a remarkable individual," Draco fervently exclaimed within his mind. Overcome with excitement, he limped along behind John, incessantly showering him with extravagant praise. The two made their way back to the dormitory, where Goyle and Crabbe were already fast asleep, delightfully snoring. Upon noticing this, Draco instinctively lowered his voice and gestured, asking, "By the way, John, what spell was it that you used to hoist that wretched creature? Could you teach me?" Having changed into his pajamas, John lay on his bed and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'm afraid I cannot." Draco, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes and earnestly grasped John's arm, pleading, "Please, John, teach me. You promised, didn't you? You said if I asked, you would instruct me." "Of course. I understand the rules. As soon as my mother sends my allowance next week, I'll pay you immediately." Draco's humble entreaties were delivered with practiced ease. After the midnight duel they had just experienced, his perception of John had undergone a profound transformation. Although John could be rather irritable and had a penchant for bullying him, his skill was undeniably formidable. Most importantly, John was willing to assist him in dealing with that loathsome creature. Truly, he considered John to be a cherished friend, a brother in arms. Upon hearing Draco's words, John perked up. That was a substantial sum of 20 galleons. However, after a moment's contemplation, John shook his head. The spell was one taught to him by Snape. While it was not an advanced magic, Snape was notoriously meticulous. If he were to teach Draco a spell given by Snape, who could predict how Snape might react? John, being a cautious individual, decided to play it safe. After all, the majority of his long-term income relied on Snape, and compared to that, Draco's meager galleons were insignificant. Draco, undeterred by the refusal, assumed John was merely waiting for cash before agreeing, and quickly returned to his bed. However, he had no intention of simply falling asleep. He had a critically important task at hand, to compose a song using John's previous phrasing. Meanwhile, John paid little mind to Draco's endeavors. He uncorked a bottle of dreamless sleep potion and drank it down in one gulp, as the magical essence flowed into his secondary reservoir of magic. Gradually enhancing his magical aptitude, John suddenly experienced a wave of intense drowsiness. With a mixture of trepidation, John closed his eyes. The nightmares that enveloped him were not of the ordinary sort. In the past 2 weeks, he had attempted various methods to stave off dreams: lavender essential oil, pre-sleep exercise, and even using spells to induce deep slumber. All these efforts proved futile. Thus, he was uncertain whether this so-called dreamless sleep potion would indeed be effective. However, John was merely being overly anxious. It became evident that the quality of the potion concocted by Snape was unequivocally reliable, or perhaps excessively so. For when John awoke once more, the time had already advanced to the afternoon of the following day. "You are finally awake, Shafiq. You have slept for a good 12 hours. As soon as John opened his eyes, Draco's exuberant voice reached him. "You owe me your gratitude. I took the liberty of requesting leave from Professor Snape on your behalf, claiming you were unwell. Strangely enough, he believed me, even asking me to bring you some food." "Huh. People say you are Professor Snape's illegitimate son. I was skeptical at first, but now I find myself somewhat convinced. After all, Professor Snape shouldn't be this gentle. So, how do you intend to repay me? Perhaps you could teach me that spell?" Draco continued to chatter on, his eyes shadowed, clearly having spent the night without sleep. Yet he remained utterly thrilled. Indeed, the aftermath of defeating the so-called Chosen One was quite exhilarating. However, John hardly grasped what Draco was saying. At that moment, he squinted, relishing the lingering comfort of waking from slumber. Last night's sleep had been the most refreshing he had enjoyed in the past fortnight. For the first time, he had evaded his nightmares. This experience had already compelled him to resolve that his inaugural potion would be the dreamless sleep elixir. Its effects were undeniably potent. Although the difficulty of brewing it would surpass that of ordinary low-level potions, John was determined to succeed. Naturally, before embarking on this endeavor, he would need George and Fred to procure some ingredients from outside. With this thought in mind, John suddenly turned over, startling Draco, and began to compose a letter to the Weasley twins. Chapter 53. John must have his reasons within the Gryffindor Tower, having concluded a day of classes. Harry kicked open the door to the dormitory, pulled the blanket over his head, and began to weep. Today had been the most arduous day he had experienced since arriving at Hogwarts. Not only had he been thoroughly beaten the night before, but Draco had also crafted a song about last night's duel, which, to make matters worse, emphasized a rather sensitive aspect of Harry. It was Friday, and he had 2 entire classes of potions to attend with the Slytherins. Consequently, Draco had spent the entire morning mocking him mercilessly, and even Snape had joined in, delivering his usual sarcastic remarks, filling the potions classroom with derisive laughter, which left Harry feeling utterly despondent. The afternoon fared little better. Malfoy's song had spread like wildfire. Wherever Harry went, he could hear others singing it. He was on the verge of despising John. Had it not been for John the previous night, he would not have found himself in such a dismal predicament. Indeed, Ron's words held an undeniable truth. Slytherins are inherently wicked. John is no exception. As I was deceived by him before. Harry seethed inwardly. Ron and Hermione entered the dormitory, their faces adorned with masks of anguish, though they appeared slightly better off than Harry. After all, Draco's attention was solely fixated on Harry, rendering the taunts directed at him a singular assault, sparing them from the brunt of the onslaught. Faced with Harry's emotional turmoil, the two exchanged glances, unsure of how to comfort him. They, too, being children, were ill-equipped for such solace. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open. "Hermione, I'm hungry. Do you have any food?" Michelle sauntered in, rubbing her stomach, and quickly noticed the unusual demeanor of the group. "Hey, why does everyone look so unhappy? Has someone been bullying you?" At her words, Ron felt an urge to retort. Yet after careful consideration, he restrained himself. Throughout the past fortnight, Michelle had not merely indulged in food. Just as John had ascended to the status of a freshman king within Slytherin, Michelle, with her charming beauty and helpful nature, thrived splendidly in Gryffindor, to the extent that she could be described as adored by all. Many older girls now devoted their time to surrounding Michelle, assisting her in her grooming, showering her with treats, and selecting lovely dresses for her. They had entirely transformed Michelle into a living doll. Most notably, Michelle possessed extraordinary strength, which Ron truly dared not provoke. Sighing, Hermione explained, "Yesterday, Harry and Ron went to confront Malfoy in a duel and, regrettably, lost." Is that so?" Michelle exclaimed with indignation. "Aren't we good friends? Why didn't you call for me? With me there, you surely would have triumphed." Hermione paused, Her expression tinged with melancholy as she replied, I did call for you, for nearly 10 minutes. Yet, you slept like a log and couldn't be awakened. Oh, I see. Well, that can't be entirely my fault, can it? Michelle scratched her head and continued, moreover, didn't I teach you a formidable technique? If you had used that, Malfoy should have posed no challenge. At this, Ron and Hermione recalled vividly the moment from the previous night when Harry's kick struck Malfoy squarely. The technique was indeed effective, albeit rather unsavory. Suddenly, Harry flung aside the covers that had shrouded him, glaring with bloodshot eyes as he exclaimed, I did use it. Of course I did. I knocked Malfoy down with one kick. But then, your brother John stepped in, apologizing while showing no mercy, swiftly taking us all down. And he humiliated me. Mercilessly. He humiliated me. Both Hermione and Ron were taken aback by Harry's furious demeanor. Yet Harry still felt unsatisfied, rushing in front of Michelle and shouting, John Shafiq is a traitor. A born scoundrel. I can't believe I ever trusted him. But Harry's tirade abruptly ceased, for Michelle had seized his collar, lifting him off the ground. You shall not speak ill of John. Michelle articulated each word with precision. In that moment, she was devoid of her usual cheerfulness and kindness. Her small face was etched with fury, and a faint blue light glimmered in her eyes. Confronted by her imposing demeanor, Harry could only nod stiffly. Michelle then tossed him back onto the bed and spoke with gravity. I believe John has his reasons for acting as he did. What reasons could he possibly have? Despite still feeling intimidated, Harry stubbornly retorted. Harry, think back to our first meeting at the Leaky Cauldron, shall we? What impression did you have of John at that time? Hearing Michelle's words, Harry's face flushed slightly. He had thought John to be handsome, elegant, and cultured, truly a perfect young man, someone one couldn't help but want to befriend. Naturally, he could not voice such sentiments now. Thus, he continued to stubbornly assert, that was merely his faade. It's all a ruse. Very well. Let us revisit the incident on the Hogwarts Express. Was it not John who intervened to help you fend off Malfoy? Michelle continued, fixing her gaze on Harry. And what about last Friday's potions class? You yourself said that it was John who consumed that bottle of hair growth potion to save you. Furthermore, during yesterday's flying lesson, was it not John who retrieved the memory ball for us? If he were truly a villain, why would he assist us so many times? Upon hearing this, Harry's contorted expression gradually softened. As his anger dissipated, reason began to take hold, and he recognized the inconsistencies in his thoughts. John was undeniably his good friend. Having aided him on numerous occasions, there was no animosity between them. So why had John felt compelled to humiliate him the previous night? What benefit could John derive from such an act? Clearly, it was Malfoy who stood to gain the most. Surely, Malfoy had coerced John into behaving that way. That entire family was steeped in malice. They were capable of such treachery. Ron voiced Harry's innermost thoughts. Harry nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, it must be so. Poor John, he must be terribly unfortunate. He is surely bullied by Malfoy every day in Slytherin. To help us, he might even be ostracized by all of Slytherin. After this, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both nearly moved to tears as they imagined John's tragic plight within Slytherin. Hermione, however, found herself perplexed. Unlike Harry and Ron, she had never seen eye to eye with John. This is related to the fact that John had repeatedly confronted her. She yearned to refute the opinions of Harry and Ron, yet was at a loss for words. After all, she too believed that John had no justifiable reason to humiliate Harry. While Hermione was deep in thought, the door to the dormitory swung open once more. George and Fred entered, carrying a cloth bag, exclaiming, Hey, we heard you all the way from afar. What's going on here? Silence enveloped the room. The situation was too embarrassing for Harry and the others, who kept their heads down. Meanwhile, Michelle fixed her keen gaze on the bag in the Weasley brothers' hands. Noticing her intense stare, George cautiously hid the bag behind him, saying, Oh, you can't eat this. Little Michelle, this is our delivery from Mr. Shafiq. Mr. Shafiq? Are you referring to John? Michelle tilted her head in inquiry. Who else could it be? Fred retorted, adding, Hey, listen, Michelle, this is your brother's order. We really can't give it to you. George chimed in. How about this, Michelle? Since your brother is now quite wealthy, why not ask him for some pocket money to buy it yourself? Upon hearing this, Michelle remained silent, her adorable, pleading eyes still fixed on George and Fred. Merely 3 seconds later, George could no longer withstand her gaze. All right. I admit you're adorable, nearly rivaling my little sister. With a beaming smile, George stuffed a bag of candy into Michelle's arms, explaining, This is a new product from Honeydukes, quite expensive, so savor it and don't share it with others. Especially not with a fellow like Ron. Hey, Ron protested, I'm your brother. George turned to him, his expression instantly shifting. So what? Who told you to be both foolish and unattractive? With that, George and Fred ruffled Michelle's hair and left Harry's dormitory without a backward glance. Ron, infuriated, grumbled to Harry about his unfortunate brothers. It was only when Michelle began sharing the sweets with him and Harry that smiles finally graced their faces. Meanwhile, Hermione was lost in contemplation. From her conversations with Michelle, she knew that both siblings were orphans and came from a modest background. If that were the case, how could John possibly afford to place an order with George and Fred? It was common knowledge that George and Fred were notorious in Gryffindor for their shrewd dealings, excelling at overcharging. Hermione felt she had unearthed the crux of the matter. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Harry, is it possible that John Shafiq was bribed by Malfoy with galleons? That would explain why he helped Malfoy deal with you last night." "That's impossible," Harry mumbled, his mouth full of candy. "John isn't that kind of person. Pray tell, why do George and Fred refer to John Shafiq as Lord Shafiq in the Magnate? From my understanding of the two, one would need to spend at least 15 galleons to earn such an honorific from them," Hermione exclaimed, her arms crossed, basking in her perceived victory. However, in the next moment, she was met with Michelle's indistinct murmurs. "It is quite normal for John to possess 15 galleons. He has been assisting Professor Snape with potion ingredients since last week. I heard him mention he spends at least 5 hours a day working in Snape's office." 5 hours? Ron gasped. "Doesn't that leave him with no time for leisure?" Harry interjected. "You seem to overlook one crucial detail, Ron. John's employer is that old bat, Snape. Moreover, John previously incurred Snape's wrath to defend me in potions class." At this revelation, both Harry and Ron fell silent for a moment, then sighed heavily. Alas. Poor John. Hey, are you all misplacing your focus? I refuse to believe he could amass 15 galleons solely through labor. That is exceedingly dubious." Hermione cried out in exasperation. Yet Harry, unfazed, retorted, "Hermione, I understand your relationship with John is strained, but you can't accuse him simply because he has spoken ill of you. Let it go, Harry. Girls can be quite petty and troublesome. Let us not engage with her," Ron began, then suddenly realized his words and quickly turned to Michelle. "Oh, my sincerest apologies, Michelle. I wasn't referring to you. You are undoubtedly our best friend." At that moment, Michelle was already immersed in her delightful feast. She merely waved her hand dismissively, indicating her indifference, and returned to savoring her confections. Seeing this, Ron breathed a sigh of relief and added, "You know, Michelle, after our duel last night, we ventured to the forbidden area on the right side of the 4th floor corridor. You would never guess, there lies a 3-headed hellhound. Harry and I believe it must guard some treasure. Perhaps next time you would like to join us? If we uncover anything, we could be quite wealthy." "Ron, do stop," Harry urgently cautioned. Unlike Ron, he possessed more information. On the day Hagrid took him to Diagon Alley, they first visited Gringotts to retrieve a certain artifact, and now, Harry was nearly certain that the treasure nestled within a small brown bag lay just beneath the trapdoor guarded by the 3-headed beast. However, Harry was reluctant to disclose too much, for that was Dumbledore's treasure, and he feared that others might attempt to seize it. Hearing Harry's words, Ron muttered in dissatisfaction and soon engaged in playful banter with Harry, which thoroughly irked Hermione. She felt that the 3 individuals before her completely disregarded her presence. "Humph." Hermione stomped her foot forcefully, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she departed. As she walked away, she murmured curses directed at John Shafiq. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Slytherin common room, John seemed to have heard Hermione's mutterings from some unseen realm, and he couldn't help but sneeze. "Lord Shafiq, are you unwell? Do take care of yourself, for our modest enterprise relies upon your well-being." George and Fred supported John on either side, adding, "Indeed, Lord Shafiq. We have fresh, invigorating potions available, ensuring that with just 1 dose, you shall be cured. Only 4 sickles. Would you care for a vial?" John rolled his eyes and promptly withdrew his arm. What a jest. Such invigorating potions are merely cold remedies. The infirmary provides them free of charge. Only a fool would spend 4 sickles on them. Enough chatter. Let's complete the transaction swiftly. Realizing there was no bargain to be struck, George and Fred handed the cloth pouch to John. Upon inspecting the contents, John discovered it contained only unrefined, inexpensive ingredients for crafting a restful slumber potion, which satisfied him. Meanwhile, George and Fred busily counted the coins John had provided. There was little to tally, for John had handed over merely 15 gold galleons. Yet, George and Fred meticulously employed light charms and spells to verify each coin, which left John somewhat exasperated. The Weasley brothers were currently his partners, tasked with managing the surplus materials from his potion-making endeavors and procuring affordable supplies from outside. During their collaboration, John had come to realize that George and Fred were genuinely good-natured individuals. Their previous offer of 20 nuts as a salary was simply due to the nascent stage of their venture, as they possessed only that amount of spare change. Moreover, they were remarkably efficient. Just that afternoon, John had written to place an order, and before nightfall, the supplies had arrived. Naturally, they had their flaws, primarily their avarice. After all, they aspired to establish a magical joke shop. In pursuit of this dream, they were engaging in a relentless quest for profit. John felt this keenly. Initially addressing him as Shafiq, they later recognized him as a means to their financial aspirations and began referring to him as the esteemed Mr. Shafiq. Now that John had become their valued client, their address had evolved to Lord Shafiq. It was all too palpable. The payment is settled. Well then, Lord Shafiq, we shall take our leave. George and Fred exclaimed cheerfully as they made their way toward the exit, with Fred even sticking out his tongue at John, bidding him a warm welcome for their next encounter. John shook his head and turned to return to his dormitory. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed, "Oh dear. Lord Shafiq, how could you personally handle such a laborious task? Allow me to assist you with your belongings." Upon hearing this voice, John couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The speaker was Draco, who had become attached to John ever since he had led the team to victory the previous night. Now, wherever John went, Draco followed like a shadow. John swatted away Draco's hand as he reached for the bag and said sternly, "Do not mimic George and Fred's manner of speaking, nor follow me around. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lord Shafiq." "No problem, Lord Shafiq," Draco replied with a mischievous grin. "But when do you plan to teach me that spell? If you don't, I shall persistently cling to you." This was the first time John had encountered someone using such a pretext to threaten him, prompting him to mutter under his breath about the absurdity of it all. He hastened his pace towards the dormitory. Tomorrow marked the weekend, and he intended to concoct the dreamless sleep potion during this break. Chapter 55. The Dreamless Sleep Potion. The Dreamless Sleep Potion is a brew documented in the Book of Potions. Its recognized ingredients include lavender, wormwood, valerian root, and belladonna. To minimize expenses, John had the Weasley twins procure untreated raw materials, allowing him to acquire a substantial bag of ingredients for merely 15 galleons. After all, aside from a few rare ingredients exclusive to the extraordinary realm, most of the primary components of the Dreamless Sleep Potion are common plants, which are frighteningly inexpensive before any wizardly processing. However, this choice significantly increased John's workload. It was not until the afternoon of the following day that he managed to process all the materials and set up the cauldron, ready to officially commence brewing. Flames roared to life as John lightly tapped his wand, conjuring a blaze of orange-red magical fire beneath the cauldron. This scene made Goyle and Crabbe feel a bit anxious. They cautiously approached and tentatively remarked, John, brewing potions in the dormitory might not be advisable. Open flames are prohibited here." Taken aback by their words, John paused and silently regarded Goyle and Crabbe. Goyle, gritting his teeth, was about to continue speaking when Draco, who had been squatting nearby, abruptly slapped him on the forehead. "Shut your mouth. Lord Shafiq shall do as he pleases. Even if he intends to set this dormitory ablaze, we must cooperate with the fire, understood?" Hearing Draco's sharp voice, Goyle and Crabbe nodded in resignation. Their intellect was rather limited. Their days revolved solely around eating and sleeping, and they were painfully slow to react, even failing to notice Draco's shifting attitude towards John. At times, John found himself questioning whether there had been a history of consanguinity within their family, for it seemed the only explanation for the foolishness exhibited by those two. Shaking his head, John redirected his focus to the cauldron. As the flames licked the bottom of the vessel, steam began to rise from the clear water within. He extended his hand, hovering just above the liquid surface to gauge the temperature, and then placed the sliced valerian root inside. Instantly, a pungent odor erupted from the cauldron. Draco recoiled in shock, while Goyle and Crabbe wore expressions of utter despair, convinced that their dormitory was beyond salvation. Such was the nature of valerian root. It possessed calming and sleep-inducing properties, yet was accompanied by an unbearable stench. Fortunately, John had previously enchanted the dormitory with a ventilation system, and as it activated with full force, the noxious odor diminished to a tolerable level. Seizing the opportune moment, John added the mugwort infusion, lavender petals, and various other ingredients, wielding a stirring rod to mix in a precise sequence of 3 clockwise turns followed by 2 counterclockwise. This was no trivial task. The Slytherin dormitory was already stifling, compounded by the boiling heat emanating from the cauldron. Goyle and Crabbe had retreated early, for they were most averse to heat. Ironically, the pampered Draco approached, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, mirroring John's condition. Yet Draco's eyes widened in fascination, reflecting the flickering flames of magic. It was evident that he harbored a keen interest in potion making. John mused that if he were not the one brewing today, Draco might very well have snatched the stirring rod for himself. After nearly half an hour of diligent stirring, the liquid in the cauldron transformed into a grass-green concoction with a slight viscosity. Sighing in relief, John wiped the sweat from his brow and extinguished the magical flames. Once the potion cooled, he began to incorporate finely ground toadbone powder and utilize tools to clarify and filter the mixture. After several iterations, the potion's viscosity vanished, and its color reverted to a clear state. "Is this nearly done?" Draco inquired, his excitement palpable. "Silence. Step back," John admonished. "The current potion is corrosive. Be cautious of splashes." At this, Draco pouted slightly, but obediently retreated a few steps. Only then did John don his dragonhide gloves. Taking a bottle of belladonna juice and lavender essential oil, carefully adding them drop by drop into the potion. This was the most critical step in the creation of the dreamless sleep draft. Initially, only belladonna juice was required. However, John discovered that the resulting potion still bore the unpleasant odor of valerian root. Thus, he introduced the lavender essential oil, which possessed similarly calming effects yet emitted a delightful fragrance. It has been proven that John made the right move. With the addition of the two purple liquids, the concoction in the crucible swiftly transformed into the deep violet hue of the dreamless sleep potion, just as described in the texts. Simultaneously, the foul odor permeating the dormitory was rapidly supplanted by the fragrance of lavender. John emptied both liquids completely and then retrieved a small silver spoon, scooping a portion of the potion into his mouth. "Is it successful? Is it?" Draco inquired impatiently. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he observed John furrowing his brow, his entire face contorting in a grimace. Alarmed, Draco exclaimed, "No way. Could it have failed?" "That's impossible." "Not quite," John replied, still frowning. "The potion is quite successful, its efficacy comparable to that of Professor Snape's, but it is exceedingly bitter." He lamented. "It's even more bitter than the original dreamless sleep potion, akin to a concoction of herbal medicine." At this, Draco breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Truly impressive. You are Master Shafiq." Ignoring Draco's exuberance, John commenced adding some rock sugar and honey into the crucible. With these additions, the potion's flavor finally transformed into a delightful sweetness. However, due to the dilution, the sleep-inducing effects were somewhat diminished. Of course, John was unconcerned by this slight reduction. He prioritized the aroma and taste, the genuine user experience. He had long been displeased with those antiquated potions. Why endure such bitterness without necessity? Nodding in satisfaction, John began to bottle the potion. During this time, Draco joined in, and the duo worked with remarkable efficiency, soon having everything tidied up. Ultimately, 20 bottles of dreamless sleep potion were arranged before John. He calculated that his costs amounted to approximately 15 galleons. If he had used processed materials, it would have been around 20 galleons. Producing 20 bottles at a selling price of 5 galleons each suggested a profit margin of 5 times. It is worth noting that the dreamless sleep potion is not particularly popular among potions, and its brewing difficulty is not high. Many wizards who are not potion masters can concoct it themselves, even with the risk of failure, which could render initial costs a total loss. Such a basic potion should not command a high price. Yet, even so, there was still a 5-fold profit. Indeed, potion makers truly have a promising future. John mused to himself, immediately contemplating the prospect of earning money through the brewing of dreamless sleep potions. However, he was also aware that, as a foundational potion for treating insomnia and other mental ailments, it would be challenging for a typical individual to purchase, making it difficult to sell. Nevertheless, it mattered little. This concoction is primarily intended for personal use. I'll simply give 5 bottles to the Weasley brothers for them to sell at their leisure. With this thought, John gathered all the potions. "Hey, could you spare me a bottle of that potion?" Draco said, a hint of urgency in his voice. After all, this was the first batch of potions we had painstakingly brewed together without the guidance of a professor, and I wished to keep a bottle as a memento. "What do you mean we? This potion has nothing to do with you," John retorted. "That is not quite fair. Did I not help you bottle it in the end? Moreover, I have been silently supporting you throughout the brewing process." "Oh, is that how it is?" John said, somewhat incredulous. He truly hadn't expected Draco to be so brazen. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, John ultimately tossed a bottle of potion to Draco. After all, the 15 galleons spent on ingredients had come from Draco's 20. If one were to argue that Draco had contributed, it could indeed be justified. Overjoyed with the potion, Draco carefully tucked the vial into a box under his bed, and then he noticed John heading out of the dormitory with his toolbox. "John, where are you going?" "To work," John replied, jingling the silver sickle coins. Professor Snape's enthusiasm is calling me. Ah, yes. We should pay Professor Snape a visit. A knowing smile flickered across Draco's face. It's time to show him our accomplishment. Perhaps he might even award us some points. In response, John merely raised his middle finger at Draco, indicating that he was not so shameless. Chapter 56. Is there really such good fortune in the world? John had no intention of revealing to Snape that he had brewed a dreamless sleep potion. It seemed pointless. After all, he had no genuine interest in academic credits. Nor did he believe that Snape would grant them points for such an endeavor. Having spent considerable time at Hogwarts, John had gained a nuanced understanding of Snape. This potion's master was not only acerbic, but also rather petty. While he was protective of his own, he was not particularly generous to the students of his house. When his own students erred, his punishments were often more severe, and his words more cutting. John could attest to this firsthand, having made mistakes while working under Snape's watchful eye on more than one occasion. However, upon arriving at the office, John sensed something was amiss with Snape. Typically, Snape's expression was consistently grim, as if someone owed him a hefty sum of galleons. Yet today, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. Upon seeing John enter, he even nodded in a surprisingly cordial manner. This bizarre and unusual behavior left John feeling uneasy. He set down the toolbox and immediately immersed himself in work. Even his demeanor was more earnest than usual, fearful that Snape might catch him in a misstep. Snape, on the other hand, continued to regard John with an affable gaze. Unbeknownst to John, Snape had stealthily followed them on the night of the midnight duel, witnessing firsthand the humiliating scene that befell Harry. This revelation left him, much like Draco, exhilarated, unable to sleep throughout the night, and later extracting a copy of that memory for future reminiscence. When Draco approached Snape on John's behalf for an excuse, he readily acquiesced, harboring no ire. At that moment, Snape found John increasingly agreeable. After all, John had delivered a significant lesson to Potter, who had caused him much annoyance. However, Snape's smile soon faded as he detected a peculiar scent emanating from John. Have you concocted a dreamless sleep potion using valerian root, belladonna, and lavender? Snape inquired, furrowing his brow. Are you not aware that the brewing process of a dreamless sleep potion is corrosive? How could you dare concoct such a perilous potion without reporting it? John was taken aback by Snape's keen sense of smell. Considering the potential consequences of lying, he confessed, "You are correct, it was reckless of me." Snape remained silent, scrutinizing John, and upon noticing that he bore no signs of burns, he extended his hand. What is it?" John asked, puzzled. Snape's eyes narrowed as he retorted, "Where is the potion you brewed? You are my student. Do not tell me you failed at such a simple concoction." John grimaced, but reluctantly handed over a bottle of freshly brewed dreamless sleep potion. Snape wasted no time in removing the cork, fanning the air to catch the scent, and then tasting it with a silver spoon. The aroma was off, the flavor was incorrect, yet the effects remained. "What on earth did you add?" Snape inquired, and John's face broke into a smile. He was quite proud of his ingenuity and readily divulged how he had altered the potion's scent and flavor. However, Snape's expression contorted in frustration. He recognized that John, much like himself, possessed remarkable talent in potion making, particularly in his willingness to innovate beyond the confines of textbooks. The issue lay in the nature of John's innovations. Unlike Snape's modifications aimed at enhancing the effectiveness and efficiency of potions, John had squandered his intellect on trivial improvements to the potion's scent and taste. Watching John's smug demeanor pushed Snape to the brink of exasperation. "Foolish, utterly foolish," Snape roared. "I truly suspect you have been possessed by a troll. To label you as a mere brute is a gross insult to the essence of a giant. Even a giant would not engage in the folly of agonizing over scents and flavors. You are utterly squandering your talents. I do not consider this a foolish endeavor." John was incensed by Snape's disparagement of his masterpiece. To my mind, the art of potion making and culinary creation are akin. Both require a slow simmering over a fierce flame, demanding immense patience before the final product is presented for consumption. The only distinction lies in the richer effects of potions. Given this, why should we not strive to enhance the palatability of potions? As a chef, or rather, as a potion master, our focus should not solely rest on improving efficacy and efficiency. We ought to seek ways to optimize the flavor of our brews. This is the duty of a new generation of potion masters. Snape felt as though he might suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. The vocation he cherished so dearly had been sullied by John's association with mere cooking. This was a desecration of his beliefs. No, I cannot allow another version of myself to stray down this misguided path. With this thought, a sense of mission welled up within him. He turned to John with a grave expression and declared, "Your thinking is fundamentally flawed, and I must correct it." Upon hearing this, John instinctively prepared to retort. Yet Snape preempted him, stating, "Henceforth, you shall not only handle the materials, but also assist me in potion making. I hope that through this process, you will truly grasp the allure of potions, rather than conflating them with the trivialities of cooking." John was momentarily taken aback. Snape's request for him to assist in brewing potions essentially equated to a hands-on instruction in the art of potion making. Just moments ago, he had clashed with Snape. Why then? Was Snape not only unperturbed, but eager to teach him? The more John pondered, the more he sensed something amiss with Snape today, prompting him to inquire, "Professor Snape, this does not seem to align with your usual demeanor. Have you perhaps been possessed by a giant?" "How dare you?" Snape roared, his hand instinctively moving towards his wand. Yet ultimately, he restrained himself. "You shall see, John Shafiq. Soon, you shall come to regret this." Snape ground his teeth, adding, "Many of the potions I brew are quite toxic, and should you err and cause a potion to fail, I shall pour the entire concoction down your throat. You will truly experience what it is to suffer." With that, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Snape's lips. He felt utterly merciless. However, John's eyes lit up at these words. He could not help but murmur, "Such a fortunate circumstance exists. For you see, consuming potions is akin to absorbing magical energy, and the efficiency is magnitudes greater than in ordinary circumstances. Thus, it can be said that Snape's intention to torment him by forcing him to consume the failed potion is, in essence, an attempt to enhance John's magical prowess. After all, even a failed potion contains a modicum of magical essence. Moreover, Snape would never truly poison him. In a matter of mere seconds, John had already devised a plan to navigate the cycle of failure. He deliberately ruined the potion, and when Snape compelled him to ingest the toxic concoction, he would then procure an antidote from the infirmary to mitigate the adverse effects, only to return and intentionally ruin another potion. Such a cyclical process would undoubtedly accelerate his magical development at an astonishing rate. John could hardly fathom the possibilities. At this moment, he fervently hoped that Snape would remain resolute and steadfast in his beliefs. Chapter 57. I will repay you in the future ultimately. It became evident that Snape could not persist in his daily regimen of forcing John to consume poisonous, failed potions. After all, the imposing presence of Dumbledore loomed over him. Should Dumbledore discover that Snape was employing such methods to harm a student of Hogwarts, he would surely enact severe repercussions. Thus, after a week of John's relentless cycle, Snape ultimately relented. He altered the punishment for John's potion failures to a deduction in wages. This decision struck at the very heart of John's concerns, infuriating him to no end. It was worth noting that John had anticipated enduring this cycle for over a month before Snape would relent. Yet he had not expected Snape to capitulate in merely a week. The inability to earn was tantamount to a loss. In his predicament, John had no choice but to dutifully follow Snape's instruction in potion brewing. The persistent wage deductions from Snape were simply intolerable for him. Nevertheless, fueled by indignation, John was not inclined to let Snape off the hook so easily. Having developed a keen understanding of Snape's temperament, John began to probe the limits of Snape's patience, launching a barrage of verbal jabs at him. Daily, he would comment on the greasiness of Snape's hair, suggesting that he ought to use the powerful shampoo invented by the Potter family. He also insinuated that Snape's foul disposition would likely hinder his chances of finding a wife. The list of John's absurd provocations was endless. In this regard, John inflicted considerable damage upon Snape. Not only did John master the art of potion ingredient handling and brewing techniques, but he also learned the subtleties of Snape's sarcastic demeanor. Snape found himself unprepared for John's clever counterattacks, leading to a mutual exchange of barbs. Their repartee extended beyond the confines of the office, echoing through the Slytherin common room, and even surfacing in potion classes where they would engage in playful banter. This spectacle allowed both Slytherin and Gryffindor students to witness the true artistry of language. Harry, witnessing this exchange, was moved to tears, believing that John was standing up for him. However, amidst the bickering and insults, John's commitment to his studies remained unwavering. Severus Snape, undeterred by John's incessant sarcasm, persisted in imparting his potion-making expertise to the boy, harboring hopes of steering him away from a misguided path. Consequently, John's proficiency in potion brewing began to ascend at an astonishing pace. Within just over a month, he had mastered all the potions requisite for a first-year wizard, seamlessly integrating many of Snape's unique techniques, thereby surpassing his peers in skillful execution. Subsequently, Snape commenced the instruction of second-year potion content. Immersed in this lively learning environment, John became oblivious to the passage of time until the enticing aroma of pumpkin wafted through the corridor, reminding him that Halloween had arrived. Having traversed from an ancient Eastern realm, John held little interest in Halloween. Nevertheless, he found delight in the festivities, primarily because Snape granted him a reprieve from studies. Although daylight lingered, many students had already begun to gather, particularly the older female students, adorned as catwomen or blood nurses, a sight most pleasing to behold. Taking advantage of the moment, John stood in the corridor, reveling in the spectacle. "John, look what I brought for you." Michelle's voice abruptly interrupted his reverie, prompting him to redirect his gaze and adjust his expression. Soon, Michelle's flushed face entered his line of sight. "Oh dear, why are you drenched in sweat again? I told you not to act like a boy, frolicking about. You are a girl. What will you do if you can't find a husband in the future?" John admonished, producing a tissue to dab at Michelle's face. She simply beamed at him, patiently awaiting his assistance, before presenting him with a large bowl of pumpkin stew. "This is the very first bowl of pumpkin stew made this year. I just fetched it from the kitchen," Michelle exclaimed proudly. "Only I could get it. The house elves wouldn't serve anyone else." John was momentarily rendered speechless. Such was Michelle, though Gryffindor had many food enthusiasts. None were as determined as she to forge connections with the kitchen staff. He took a spoonful of the pumpkin stew, savoring its delightful flavor, perfectly suited to his palate. However, observing Michelle's eager demeanor, he set the spoon down and declared, "All right, the rest is yours to enjoy." Michelle, unable to contain her excitement, bypassed the spoon altogether, lifting the bowl to perform a dramatic act of consumption. After finishing, she licked her lips, still yearning for more. Witnessing her enthusiasm, John couldn't help but chuckle softly. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved 10 golden galleons from his purse and placed them into Michelle's hands, saying, "This is your pocket money. Your brother is now wealthy. Should you wish to buy anything, feel free to ask." Feeling the weight of the coin in her hand, Michelle's eyes sparkled with delight as she hurriedly tucked the money into her pocket. With a serious demeanor, she declared, "John, you are truly kind to me. Rest assured, I shall repay you in due time." Upon hearing this, John's smile abruptly faltered. He recalled that the last time Michelle had spoken of repayment, it was to Professor McGonagall. Shortly after uttering those words, she had gifted McGonagall an exquisite set of magical cat toys, along with a collar equipped with an automatic warning feature, which left the professor utterly bewildered. Reflecting on Professor McGonagall's expression upon receiving the gift sent a shiver down John's spine, prompting him to wave his hands and exclaim, "Never mind. My kindness is not bestowed with the expectation of recompense. Please, do not feel obligated to repay me. How could that be? I, Michelle, am a person who values gratitude." "Silence. If you dare to repay me, I shall confiscate all your pocket money." At this, Michelle ceased her talk of repayment. However, though she did not voice it, she was already plotting to surprise John with a grand gesture of gratitude in the future. With this resolution in mind, Michelle seemed to recall something and tugged at John's sleeve, saying, "By the way, John, could you lend a hand to Hermione? She is being terribly bullied." Is Gryffindor engaging in such antics as well?" John replied, somewhat astonished. He had believed only Slytherin indulged in such behavior. Surely not. Who would dare to bully her? Michelle pouted. "Oh, there are quite a few. Most of the Gryffindors are not fond of Hermione. Even the other 2 girls in my dormitory refuse to associate with her and speak ill of her behind her back. You are her only hope now, Sir Shafiq." Chapter 58. Halloween. After listening to Michelle for quite some time, John finally grasped the situation. In essence, Hermione's current demeanor was rather off-putting. She was assertive and adhered strictly to rules, often presenting herself as a disciplinarian or an overseer. This bore resemblance to a managerial personality type. Yet, she lacked the accompanying authority and capability of a true leader, and her social skills were rather poor. She often failed to consider the feelings of others, leaving those around her feeling uncomfortable and awkward. A mere few sentences from her could extinguish any conversation, rendering the atmosphere among peers quite tense. Most troubling was her complete oblivion to this fact. When faced with others' retorts, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, which to bystanders appeared utterly shameless. After all, others had their grievances as well. "I merely reciprocated your actions. Why are you in tears?" Given these circumstances, it was only natural for Hermione to become ostracized. In Gryffindor, apart from Harry and Michelle, hardly anyone was willing to engage with her. If life could continue in such a manner, that would be one thing. After all, Hermione had likely grown accustomed to this life of exclusion. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that even the last remnant of friendship has now become contentious. A month and a half ago, a heated debate in Harry's dormitory regarding whether John had any underlying grievances ignited a rift between her and Harry, among others. This, in turn, triggered a series of repercussions. After all, Harry is widely recognized as the savior, and although he has not showcased extraordinary qualities since entering Hogwarts, he is still revered and admired by many. His attitude towards Hermione can influence the opinions of numerous individuals. When he was on amicable terms with Hermione, even those who disapproved of her would afford her some measure of respect out of deference to Harry. However, with the deterioration of their relationship, the malice surrounding Hermione intensified dramatically. As an inhabitant of Hogwarts, she often found herself without a confidant, leading her to gradually withdraw into herself. Upon grasping this situation, John let out a soft sigh. Well, Hermione is indeed rather pitiable. Yet, I still fail to comprehend how this concerns me. Why is it said that only I can save her? Because you are Harry and Ron's closest friend. They hold you in high esteem and spend their days contemplating ways to express their gratitude. Michelle asserted confidently. If you were to mediate, Harry and Ron would undoubtedly heed your words and reconcile with Hermione. John felt somewhat exasperated. He recalled Michelle's previous comments about Harry and Ron's attitude toward him, which he truly could not fathom. Their capacity for imagination was remarkably strong, bordering on the bizarre. Nevertheless, John had no intention of following Michelle's suggestion to mend Hermione's relationships. After all, he held little affection for her, and her current demeanor was indeed unappealing. He had ridiculed her several times. Had she matured and learned to consider others, perhaps John might have been inclined to extend a gesture of goodwill. As for the present circumstances, well, he thought it best to refrain from pursuing that path. Why should he present his warmth to someone so cold? Casting a glance at the dimming sky outside, John shifted the conversation. Let's put this aside for now, Michelle. The Halloween feast is about to commence. We should make our way to the Great Hall. At his words, Michelle seemed poised to say something further, but she was quickly captivated by the increasingly rich aroma of pumpkin in the air. The earlier bowl of pumpkin stew had hardly satisfied her. The two continued down the corridor until they finally arrived at the Great Hall, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. Professor Flitwick, who delighted in festive celebrations, had taken the initiative to adorn the hall in preparation for the occasion alongside the Ravenclaw students. Thousands of bats fluttered near the walls and ceiling, while clouds conjured by Professor Flitwick floated around, collaborating with the ghosts of Hogwarts to stir up a chilling breeze within the Great Hall. Moreover, the dining table before the guests was adorned with grinning jack-o'-lanterns and an array of vibrant Halloween decorations. Unlike the solemn gatherings of the start of term or end-of-year feasts, the professors exhibited a notably relaxed demeanor towards the students this evening. The entire banquet adopted a buffet style, perfectly encapsulated by the notion of eat as you come and play as you eat. Even Professor Dumbledore had arranged for an automated band to perform before the staff table, providing a lively soundtrack for the evening. In such an atmosphere, many attendees fully immersed themselves in the festivities. George and Fred, donning pumpkin masks, dashed between the long tables of the houses, impersonating ghosts and eliciting peals of laughter. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron indulged in an extravagant feast, oblivious to their surroundings. Even the Slytherins appeared more relaxed. Their stern expressions softened as they engaged in jovial conversation, with Draco being particularly animated. He regaled his companions with tales of the Halloween festivities held at his family estate, his boastful demeanor inciting an urge to punch him in the face. Caught up in the lively ambience, John found himself invigorated. He refrained from sending Michelle back to Gryffindor, instead leading her to the Slytherin table. The Slytherins, who had previously harbored animosity towards Gryffindor, treated Michelle with unexpected kindness. The female prefect who had cut John's steak during the start-of-term feast showcased her culinary skills by continually offering food to Michelle, her face adorned with a warm, ant-like smile. As the evening progressed, John even led Michelle in a dance to the increasingly cheerful music, much to Professor Snape's astonishment, who watched with a flushed face and an involuntary smile creeping onto his lips. Just as John and Michelle's dance reached its zenith, the doors of the Great Hall swung open unexpectedly. Professor Quirrell, responsible for teaching defense against the dark arts, burst in, causing many in attendance to furrow their brows. Few at Hogwarts held a favorable opinion of Professor Quirrell, not only due to his lackluster teaching abilities, but also because of his peculiar penchant for dressing in Indian garb. His head wrapped in layers of cloth and a pervasive, pungent odor of garlic surrounding him. Under the gazes of both disdain and curiosity, Professor Quirrell, trembling, shouted at Dumbledore, "There's a troll in the dungeon, I thought you ought to know." No sooner had he spoken than he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Chapter 59. Candy. As they gazed upon Professor Quirrell sprawled on the ground, the restaurant was suddenly thrown into chaos. It was only when Dumbledore raised his wand high, causing a series of explosive fireworks to erupt from its tip, that the crowd managed to settle down. "Heads of houses," Dumbledore declared solemnly, "immediately escort your students back to their dormitories." Upon hearing this, the Slytherins were the first to react. The male and female prefects swiftly moved into action, sternly leading their fellow Slytherins away. It is important to note that trolls are a subspecies of giants. They may possess low intelligence, yet they are endowed with immense size and terrifying strength, characterized by their violent and murderous tendencies. Most crucially, their skin, akin to that of giants, exhibits magical resistance. Even the attacks of some adult wizards find it challenging to penetrate their skin and inflict real harm, let alone those of young witches and wizards. If a troll were to charge into a crowd of students, it would spell disaster. "Michelle, you should come with us to Slytherin," said the female prefect who had been feeding Michelle at the feast. "There are plenty of lovely dresses in my dormitory. I'll let you try one on when we get back." A glimmer of anticipation crossed her face as she spoke. She genuinely liked Michelle, after all, for she was so adorable. However, the normally carefree Michelle responded with a serious expression. "I'm sorry, senior, but I just realized that Hermione hasn't attended the feast, and she doesn't know about the troll. I must go save her." With that, Michelle unleashed an astonishing surge of strength, breaking free from the prefect's grasp and dashing toward the dining hall doors. John was startled by her sudden action, and only after regaining his composure did he chase after her, his face a mixture of surprise and anger. As he ran, he shouted, "Michelle, you're going to be in big trouble. Once this is over, I'll confiscate all your pocket money." Watching the two of them leave the hall in quick succession, the female prefect was left in a state of bewilderment. With no other option, she cast a pleading glance toward the male prefect beside her. He was already drenched in sweat from his efforts and, seeing her expression, shrugged helplessly, saying, "There's nothing we can do. Let us report this to Professor Snape." Meanwhile, Hermione was hiding in a stall of the girls' restroom, weeping. She could not fathom what she had done wrong. She had been diligently adhering to the school rules, studying tirelessly, exceeding her assignments, and even self-studying material beyond the curriculum. Additionally, she frequently assisted her classmates, tutoring those in need and generously offering support to those facing difficulties. Whenever she witnessed others breaking the rules, she would be the first to intervene. Yet, inexplicably, no one seemed to like her. Whispers of disdain circulated, and she was mockingly referred to as Miss Rabbit, with taunts directed at her teeth. Yet, in truth, Hermione hardly cared about such things. After all, she did not consider these individuals her friends. They could say what they wished. Recently, however, the friends she once cherished, Harry and Ron, have forsaken her, and she holds John Shafiq accountable for this betrayal. Hermione finds herself utterly perplexed by the convoluted reasoning of Harry and Ron. It is evident that John Shafiq has been deceiving and manipulating them, even resorting to unsavory actions during that fateful midnight duel with Harry. Yet, they persist in viewing him as virtuous, believing he has noble intentions. When Hermione attempted to offer a measured analysis, articulating some truths, it only fueled their animosity towards her. Recalling the heated argument in Harry's dormitory, tears flowed more freely from Hermione's eyes. Over the past 6 weeks, she has endeavored to mend their frayed friendship, but each attempt at reconciliation has proven futile, sometimes even provoking Ron's scorn. The burden of her distress has grown increasingly unbearable, and she has finally reached her breaking point. In a moment of unrestrained sorrow, a hard candy wrapped in oil paper tumbled from Hermione's pocket. Alarmed, she ceased her weeping, hastily retrieved it, and meticulously wiped it clean, ensuring it was free from any impurities before sighing in relief, clutching it tightly in her palm. This candy was a gift from Michelle, who had retained a piece from the bag of sweets the Weasley brothers had given her, which had not been entirely consumed by Harry and Ron. Michelle had intentionally saved one for Hermione upon her return, a gesture that deeply touched Hermione, knowing Michelle's fondness for treats. Typically, Michelle only shares food with her closest friends. Admittedly, Michelle has quite a few best friends, but one cannot fault her for her kindness. Moreover, she stands as the sole student in all of Hogwarts willing to maintain a connection with Hermione. At times, she even defends Hermione against those who bully her, an act of loyalty that Hermione keenly appreciates. Yet, this very kindness renders Hermione hesitant to draw too close to Michelle. After all, she perceives herself as a pariah, fearing that her misfortunes might adversely affect Michelle. The candy gifted by Michelle remains untouched, reserved for those moments when the pressure becomes overwhelming. Merely gazing at the confection brings a sweetness to Hermione's heart, a reminder that she is not alone. Michelle remains her friend. This instance was no different. As she felt the shape of the candy in her hand, a wave of comfort washed over her. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to head to the Great Hall for dinner, aware that Michelle would undoubtedly worry if she failed to arrive. However, before she could push open the stall door, an enormous shadow enveloped her, accompanied by an indescribable stench. Hermione instinctively looked up and found herself face to face with a colossal creature standing 12 feet tall at the entrance of her compartment. Gazing at its bald, coconut-like head, Hermione immediately recognized its identity. A troll. She wanted to scream, but fortunately, she managed to react in time and covered her mouth with her hand. Tears streamed down her face, driven by fear, yet this time she dared not wipe them away, fearing that if she let go, she would burst into cries. In her fervent prayers, the troll seemed oblivious to her presence just a step away and turned to leave. Hermione sighed in relief. However, in the next moment, Michelle's voice suddenly echoed from afar. Hermione, where are you? There's a troll in the corridor. Professor Dumbledore has ordered us to evacuate. Hermione's heart sank again. Realizing the troll outside had heard the voice and was now searching, evidently intent on pursuing Michelle. A myriad of thoughts raced through Hermione's mind, but ultimately, she gritted her teeth and shouted, Run, Michelle. Don't worry about me. Just go. After uttering those words, Hermione's face turned pale as she slumped back in the compartment. She understood that the troll would surely be drawn back to her voice. She was doomed. To say she had no regrets would be a lie. At just 11 years old, she could not muster the bravery to face death without fear. Yet, if given the chance again, she would undoubtedly make the same choice. For Michelle was her only friend. Still, the thought of death was truly terrifying. Hermione pondered in despair. Bang! The door to her compartment was flung open. However, the figure that appeared before her was not the hideous troll, but Michelle. Hermione, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you, Michelle exclaimed with a bright smile. In Hermione's eyes, Michelle appeared extraordinarily tall and divine at that moment. It was as if pure white wings unfurled behind her, and a halo appeared above her head. Oh, Michelle, are you an angel? Hermione murmured involuntarily. Just then, a deafening roar erupted nearby. The troll, wielding a massive club, swung it fiercely toward Michelle. Chapter 60. The troll. Michelle remained blissfully unaware of the impending attack from the troll. She was truly brave, singularly focused on rescuing Hermione, with no regard for her own safety. As for Hermione, her gaze was entirely fixed on Michelle, her eyes nearly sparkling with affection. It was only at the last moment that she managed to react. By then, the troll had completed its wind-up and brought the enormous, rough club crashing down. Watch out! Hermione screamed in terror, reaching out in a desperate attempt to push Michelle aside. But it was already too late. At this critical juncture, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from within the restroom. Splinter. The coarse wooden club wielded by the giant shattered instantaneously. Fragments of wood, propelled by inertia, grazed past Michelle and Hermione, scattering across the floor. The bewildered giant, still trying to comprehend the sudden turn of events, stared at the weapon now reduced to a mere handle. Seizing this moment, a flash of blue light ignited in John's eyes, drawing upon the emotional surge within him. Both of his magical reservoirs surged to life, enveloping him in a powerful aura that propelled him towards Hermione and Michelle with almost ghostly speed, lifting them in his arms as he fled. Hermione was momentarily entranced by John's handsome visage, and as she felt the warmth of his embrace, her mind went blissfully blank. It wasn't until John burst forth from the restroom with both her and Michelle, releasing them afterward, that her senses returned, a rosy hue blooming on her previously pale face. Realization dawned upon her. John had come to rescue her alongside Michelle. Instinctively, she wished to express her gratitude. However, John had no time to respond, for the giant had emerged from the restroom. John, let us take him on together, Michelle exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, eager for the fray. John remained silent, his gaze fixed on the giant before them. Though the creature was somewhat dim-witted and enormous, its speed was surprising, especially when it began to charge. John knew that with both women in tow, they could not outrun it. Thus, confrontation was inevitable. Resolutely, John nodded, his expression impassive. Cover me. With that, he darted to the side like an arrow, his wand flicking with force as he ran. Splinter. A brilliant bolt of energy shot forth, transforming midair into a razor-sharp blade that struck the giant's neck. Over the past 2 months, John had absorbed considerable magical energy from the wizards of Hogwarts and occasionally indulged in potent potions, elevating his magical prowess to a near-legendary level. Such power, coupled with his mastery of the splinter spell, allowed him to cleave even rock. Yet, despite the strength of his strike, it merely carved a shallow gash into the giant's neck, so minor that the creature seemed unaware of the assault, scratching at its neck in confusion. John was not surprised by this. The giant's skin, resembling granite, was remarkably resistant to magic. This was precisely why he had chosen to target the giant's weapon rather than its formidable body earlier. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. While a single casting of the splinter spell inflicted limited damage, what if multiple strikes landed in succession upon the same spot? A cold smirk crept across John's face as he vigorously waved his wand, unleashing a flurry of magical blades. The luminous blades struck unerringly, all piercing the creature's neck. This time, The relentless slashes finally breached the giant's magical defenses. Blood gushed forth from the wound, and the beast unleashed a thunderous roar of fury. John's assault had thoroughly incited its wrath. Driven by pain, its eyes turned crimson, and it charged at John with a terrifying speed reminiscent of a tank. The very sound of its roar reverberated painfully in John's ears. Most crucially, it covered its own neck with its hand, rendering John's previous tactic ineffective for targeting its vulnerable spot. At that moment, Michelle finally initiated her attack. Obstacles abound. All petrified, legs stiffened. A multitude of spells were hurled toward the giant. Michelle, never forgetting John's counsel, sought to diminish the creature's speed with control spells to provide cover for him. However, her efforts amounted to naught against the giant's magical resilience, which left her utterly exasperated. In a fit of desperation, she produced a slender iron rod from seemingly nowhere and charged forward, swinging it at the giant's ankle. The scene appeared almost comical, primarily because the rod was far too thin and short to serve as an effective melee weapon. Yet, in the next instant, a flash of blue light sparkled in Michelle's eyes as her transformation spell activated, and the iron rod morphed into a massive weapon reminiscent of the giant's earlier crude club. Under the influence of inertia and gravity, even if Michelle lacked the strength, the colossal iron bar struck the creature's ankle with tremendous force. To her astonishment, the physical attack yielded remarkable results. The giant let out a pained howl, momentarily staggering. However, regaining its composure, the creature swung its enormous fist, filled with rage, toward Michelle. Undaunted, she grinned and reverted the massive iron bar back to the slender rod, planting it firmly on the ground. Hermione watched in disbelief, nearly gasping. To her, Michelle's actions seemed like a fool's errand. Just then, John also closed the distance to the giant. All petrified, a faint gray beam sliced through the dim corridor, striking the giant's forearm joint directly. John unleashed the full force of his magical power in this petrification spell, and it did not disappoint. The magical defenses that had previously thwarted all of Michelle's control spells were penetrated. The arm that was about to strike Michelle turned instantly gray and stiffened, rendering the raised fist utterly powerless. "Well done, John," Michelle exclaimed with exhilaration as she activated her transformation spell once more. The iron rod on the ground swiftly morphing into a robust iron pillar. With a resounding thud, the iron pillar struck directly against the giant's jaw, forcing its massive head to tilt upwards while simultaneously pushing aside the hand it had raised in defense. Seizing this moment, John's eyes shimmered with a brilliant blue light as he channeled all his remaining magical energy into his wand. Shattered, a blade, nearly half a meter long, cleaved through the air with a fierce whoosh, landing a devastating blow upon the giant's neck. As the foul, crimson blood gushed forth, the giant's head toppled from its shoulders. At that same instant, Professors McGonagall and Snape, having received word and rushed to the scene, entered the corridor just in time to witness John severing the giant's head. Their faces were instantly etched with shock. Chapter 61, Alas. Not departed. Both McGonagall and Snape struggled to believe their own eyes. It was important to remember that their previous anxiety was not without cause. When confronted with a creature such as a giant, young wizards faced a one-sided slaughter. The giants possessed an extraordinarily resilient skin against magic. Unless one employed some extraordinary trickery and was exceedingly fortunate, a typical young wizardess spells would fail to breach a giant's defenses. But now what had they witnessed? John had boldly cast a spell that decapitated the giant. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Professor McGonagall whirled around and inquired sharply, "Severus, did you teach John the killing curse?" After much contemplation, McGonagall concluded that only a powerful and lethal spell like the killing curse could enable John to accomplish such a feat. This realization ignited a surge of anger within her. For the killing curse was indeed dark magic. Snape, well aware of McGonagall's suspicions, felt the look of astonishment on his face gradually replaced by a brooding gloom, his mood evidently plummeting. Yet, he maintained his composure as he replied, "I did not." Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall exhaled in relief. She did not believe Snape would lie about such a matter. His pride would not permit him to do so. "My apologies, Severus. I merely considered the possibility out of instinct." McGonagall softly offered her apology before pursing her lips. Her anger rekindled as she approached John and Michelle. Despite the favorable outcome, she was determined not to let John and Michelle off the hook easily. It was essential to reprimand them for their serious misconduct. In contrast, Snape remained unresponsive to McGonagall's apology. Being misinterpreted was never a pleasant experience, and while he had grown accustomed to such misunderstandings, his mood remained grim. However, this situation swiftly transformed as he observed Michelle leap onto John's back, her laughter ringing out in joyous celebration of their recent victory over a formidable foe. Observing Michelle gleefully twisting on John's back while he struggled to maintain his balance, his face etched with irritation, Snape felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Meanwhile, the raucous laughter of Michelle and John finally drew their attention to McGonagall and Snape. Upon witnessing the furious expression on Professor McGonagall's face, Michelle let out a startled gasp and instinctively hid behind John, acutely aware that she had made a grave error. "What on earth are you playing at?" Professor McGonagall nearly ground her teeth as she spoke. "Consider yourselves fortunate that you weren't killed. Why on earth aren't you dutifully staying in your dormitory?" At this pronouncement, Michelle shrank even further. John remained unfazed, even contemplating pulling Michelle out so that Professor McGonagall could continue her reprimand. Michelle's earlier actions had indeed been perilously reckless, not only referring to her sudden dash to find Hermione, but also to her foolishly engaging in close combat with a troll using transfiguration. Both situations had far safer resolutions. Yet Michelle had opted for the most reckless and foolish course of action. Such behavior warranted a stern lesson, otherwise she would never learn. However, Hermione's perspective diverged significantly from John's. Observing Professor McGonagall's exasperated demeanor, she gritted her teeth and implored, "Please don't be this way, Professor McGonagall. They were looking for me. Miss Granger, I have yet to question you." McGonagall retorted, reaching out to drag Michelle into view. To be fair, while Hermione was indeed a good child, Professor McGonagall held a deeper trust and affection for Michelle. This was precisely why she was so insistent on confronting Michelle. The depth of her reprimands stemmed from her genuine care. Yet, at that moment, Snape unexpectedly stepped in front of Professor McGonagall, exclaiming loudly, "Oh dear, they are merely children. It is inevitable that they occasionally bend the rules and act mischievously. As professors, we need not be excessively harsh." Upon hearing this, everyone present stared at him in stunned silence. Professor McGonagall was so taken aback that her tightly pursed lips parted in disbelief. It was essential to note that her initial severity was not merely a reflection of her anger, but also a means of protecting John and Michelle. By establishing the nature of the situation and reprimanding them first, she had hoped to prevent Snape from imposing an even harsher punishment on John and Michelle. Yet now, she found herself in the role of the villain while Snape defended them instead. This was utterly unusual, leading McGonagall to briefly wonder if Snape had been possessed by the troll. Unbeknownst to Snape, he remained oblivious to the intense psychological turmoil of McGonagall and the others. Or perhaps he simply did not care. At that moment, he was striving to muster a congenial smile, declaring, "You all performed splendidly. It is essential to recognize that not every first-grade student can engage in a contest with a formidable giant. Michelle, and John as well. I shall grant each of you an additional 10 points." Michelle's eyes sparkled with delight as she peeked out from behind John, exclaiming, "Hooray! Long live Professor Snape." At this, Snape's demeanor brightened, and he chuckled to himself, leaving McGonagall and the others at a loss for words. Hermione even forgot her subsequent lines. Just then, a resonant sound of footsteps approached, and upon turning to investigate, they discovered that Harry and Ron were running towards them. Clearly, they had noticed McGonagall, Snape, and the others standing nearby, yet they pressed on undeterred, calling out, "Hermione, are you all right? We're here to rescue you." "You? To rescue me?" Hermione murmured, her eyes widening in disbelief. It seemed reasonable for Michelle to come to her aid, and John, being Michelle's brother, was understandable as well. However, Harry and Ron's arrival was truly unexpected, given their previous fallout. Despite the significant rift between them, Harry and Ron still chose to come. Witnessing their breathless expressions filled with concern and trepidation, Hermione felt a wave of emotion swell in her eyes. Meanwhile, Snape's expression darkened instantly. He stepped forward, looking down at Harry and Ron with a sardonic tone. "Harry Potter and his dear friend Weasley find life at Hogwarts rather dull and seek a thrill, do they? A giant seems a fitting choice, as its level of intelligence is on par with yours. In the eyes of our savior, this is evidently a worthy adversary." Harry's face flushed crimson, and he opened his mouth to retort. Yet, Snape interjected, "You are indeed fortunate. John and Michelle have already dealt with the giant, sparing you from a grim fate beneath its feet. If I were you, I would express my gratitude to them. Oh, and by the way, due to your violation of Professor Dumbledore's orders, each of you will lose 5 points." At this proclamation, McGonagall, who had just begun to speak, promptly sealed her lips again. She finally understood. Snape was not possessed by the giant, but was deliberately targeting her. Chapter 62, John. You lack loyalty. This is quite understandable, as McGonagall had just misjudged Snape. In her view, his strange behavior now was a form of retribution against her. He first appeared as the benevolent figure, absolving John and Michelle of punishment, while bestowing 10 points upon both Gryffindor and Slytherin, only to turn around and sarcastically chastise Harry and Ron, deducting 10 points from Gryffindor. In this back-and-forth exchange, did Slytherin not gain 10 points out of thin air? John not only escaped reprimand, but was also rewarded. Severus Snape, in the presence of her as the head of Gryffindor, seems to be favoring Slytherin while undermining Gryffindor. The most frustrating aspect for Professor McGonagall is that she cannot voice her objections, as Snape's actions align perfectly with the rules. Yet, isn't Snape being rather petty? It was merely a misunderstanding. McGonagall silently berated this in her mind. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions began to grasp the situation at hand. At that moment, they were indifferent to Snape's sardonic remarks, gazing at John with admiration and excitement. They understood that John always managed to rise to the occasion at critical moments. Observing their expressions, Professor McGonagall's irritation only intensified. Enough. Everyone return to your dormitory, she commanded, suppressing her fury. Snape, on the other hand, was in high spirits as he strolled about, examining the state of the troll's remains, eventually nodding in satisfaction after a considerable time. It is no wonder that McGonagall initially mistook John's spell for the killing curse. After observing the troll's wounds, Snape could truly appreciate the absurdity of John's dismemberment spell. Excluding the absence of dark magical characteristics, when it comes to lethality, it could indeed rival the killing curse. However, the crux of the matter remained John's combat prowess. With Snape's extensive combat experience, he could discern the tactics John employed to vanquish the troll. Initially, Snape believed that John merely possessed remarkable talent in charms and potions. Upon further reflection, it was evident that John's aptitude in combat surpassed his other abilities. This is the hallmark of a naturally gifted individual. Whatever they undertake, they excel. With this thought, Snape regarded John with a newfound sense of appreciation. At that moment, John also noticed Snape's scrutiny of the troll. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled and remarked, "Professor Snape, the troll's magical hide must be quite valuable. Wouldn't you agree? Would you care to procure some? I can offer you a generous discount." Upon hearing this, the admiration in Snape's eyes evaporated, and John transformed in his perception from a prodigy to a mere mercenary, fixated solely on monetary gain. You might as well keep it for yourself. After all, your intellect is about on par with that of a troll. Wearing a smelly troll hide would suit you perfectly. With that, Snape dramatically swept his robes and strode towards the entrance hall. John hurriedly followed, pressing on. You wouldn't want the troll hide, but surely you could use the troll's leg? I've read that many pureblood wizards cherish crafting items from troll legs and heads. Surely, that must hold some value? At this, Snape stumbled slightly, then hastened his pace, appearing embarrassed to be associated with John. At this moment, Professor McGonagall shook his head in resignation and sighed. John, the obsession of pureblood wizards with collecting troll legs belongs to a bygone era. Contemporary purebloods would never engage in such foolishness. Moreover, those purebloods only cherish the trophies of monsters they have personally hunted, seeking to flaunt their prowess through such displays. They harbor no interest in the monsters slain by others. As for the troll's magical resistant skin, while it cannot be entirely dismissed as useless, the reality is that few would consider it suitable as armor. The reason is as Professor Snape just articulated. No one wishes to don the stench of a troll's hide. I see, John replied, his gaze towards the troll cooling instantly. Beside him, Michelle exclaimed excitedly, so wizards have such customs? How fascinating. John, please give me those 2 troll legs. I want to show them to others. Dream on. What business do girls have playing with such things? John retorted, his eyes wide. I haven't even settled tonight's score with you yet. Professor McGonagall. Shouldn't Michelle be punished for such behavior? Regrettably, Professor Snape has already addressed this matter. So according to Hogwarts regulations, I cannot impose any further punishment, Professor McGonagall replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Hermione, Harry, and others nearby were elated, while Michelle cheered. Yet, the next moment, Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and continued, however, as the head of Gryffindor, it is quite acceptable for me to conduct a safety education session for Gryffindor students tonight. As her words fell, Harry and his companions froze as if struck by a petrification charm. Michelle, seeing Professor McGonagall nearly fuming with anger, felt a wave of foreboding wash over her. She clutched John's arm tightly and exclaimed, John, I want to transfer houses. I want to go to Slytherin. Professor Snape is a good man. He would surely agree. Just as Michelle's words trailed off, Professor McGonagall gently placed a hand on her shoulder. There have indeed been exceptional cases of students transferring houses in Hogwarts history. However, I regret to inform you that you do not meet the criteria for a transfer, Miss Shafiq. As Professor McGonagall spoke, despair gradually spread across Michelle's face. John, chuckling, remarked, That's how it should be, Professor McGonagall. Please please do give Michelle a good lesson to ensure she remembers this incident. Only then will she refrain from repeating her mistakes. Oh, you almost made me forget, Mr. Shafiq. There's you as well, Professor McGonagall said with a smile. Why don't you join our safety education session too? I assure you, it will be immensely beneficial. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Michelle, Harry, and others instantly brightened. They suddenly felt that if John could accompany them during Professor McGonagall's safety education review class, it might not be so unbearable after all. However, John was not so foolish. Meeting the earnest yet somewhat mischievous gazes of Harry, Ron, and Michelle, John scratched his head and said, "Ah, Professor McGonagall, your class is undoubtedly of the highest quality. If possible, I would certainly attend. Unfortunately, I have already arranged to assist Professor Snape in his office. So farewell." With that, John swiftly dashed towards the hall, not forgetting to levitate the troll's corpse along with him. Although Professor McGonagall did not hold it in high regard, John believed it could still offer him considerable value. Watching John's rapidly retreating figure, Michelle despaired and shouted, "John, you are so disloyal." Chapter 63, The Troll Slayer. Shafiq John continued with the troll's corpse until he reached the door of the potions classroom, where he paused. Thanks to the silver serpent coin authorization granted by Professor Snape last week, John entered without hesitation. However, to his surprise, Professor Snape was not inside. This was rather unusual, for John knew Snape to be a rather aloof individual. Apart from his sarcasm and potions, he had little else that could be deemed a hobby, unless absolutely necessary. Snape generally refrained from venturing outside. Sometimes on weekends, John and Snape would even remain in the office all day, fervently concocting and researching various potions. So, had Professor Snape been assigned a new task? John shook his head, quickly dismissing that thought. Snape was a grown man and did not require his excessive concern. John set the troll's corpse on the ground, utilizing a dissection knife to process the troll's anti-magic skin, its two small legs, and its head, followed by a deodorizing procedure. After completing all these tasks, John tidied up the area and rose, carrying the items he had extracted from the troll toward the Slytherin common room. He believed that the troll could bring him substantial benefits. After all, the troll's anti-magic skin was indeed formidable. The two small legs might even be fashioned into umbrella handles, although they might prove difficult to sell. Professor McGonagall was unlikely to deceive him. These two items would probably not be highly sought after. Nonetheless, John held confidence in the Weasley twins. Those two possessed a remarkable talent for business. Currently, they were not only trading magical goods between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, but had also intriguingly established connections with some Muggle suppliers, preparing to introduce a variety of Muggle trinkets for sale at Hogwarts. This is truly remarkable, especially considering that George and Fred, being pureblood wizards, possess a rather limited understanding of Muggles. Thus, John surmised that presenting the troll's skin and the troll's leg to them might yield a gullible buyer willing to part with a handsome sum. Of course, akin to the troll's leg, another item that could be regarded as a trophy for decorative purposes is the troll's head. However, John held little hope for its sale. The creature was far too foolish, and even in death, its eyes continued to emit a disconcerting glimmer of intelligence. Selling it would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. It was likely destined for the refuse bin. As John pondered this, Draco's voice suddenly erupted from ahead. "Ah, Shafiq, you've finally returned." Startled, John glanced around the surroundings and retorted, "Have you lost your mind? Why are you lurking in the dungeon maze?" Draco remained silent, for he had finally laid eyes on the troll materials floating behind John. What is this?" Draco stuttered, pointing at the troll's head. Upon noticing his reaction, John's eyes sparkled with delight as he grinned and proclaimed, "A trophy from the troll. What do you think, Draco? Would you care to purchase one? The head seems quite fitting for your character." As the heir of the Malfoy family, Draco was well aware of the ancient custom among pureblood families to collect trophies. One of the ironclad rules was never to purchase someone else's spoils. Such a revelation would invite ridicule. Thus, as soon as John finished speaking, Draco quickly shook his head and inquired, "So, you were gone all this time to slay that troll in the underground classroom?" "While I didn't specifically set out to kill a troll," John persisted, unwilling to relent, "I did indeed slay this one not long ago, absolutely fresh. So, would you consider it?" "Merlin above, you actually killed a troll?" "That's a troll," Draco exclaimed excitedly, but then, as if recalling something, his tone shifted to a more fervent pitch. "Why didn't you invite me to join in such a grand adventure? We are roommates, after all." By the end of his outburst, Draco's voice had taken on a higher pitch. Upon hearing this, John sighed, realizing that Draco had no intention of purchasing the troll's head. This revelation left John feeling even more disheartened. If someone as gullible as Draco was unwilling to buy it, then perhaps it was truly unsellable. With this thought in mind, John abruptly shoved the troll's head into Draco's arms. Here, this is a gift for you. Now be quiet. No more chatter. With that, John strode briskly toward the Slytherin common room, while Draco, upon receiving the troll's head, instantly transformed into a picture of delight. It is indeed quite embarrassing to purchase another's spoils with gallon. However, if the proprietor of those spoils were to offer them voluntarily, the nature of the act transforms entirely. Such a gesture signifies that the owner of the spoils, namely John, is extending goodwill and expressing a desire for alliance. Cradling the foolishly large head of the troll, Draco felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. He hurriedly caught up with John, incessantly inquiring about the details of John's battle with the troll, reverting his address from Shafiq back to Lord Shafiq. It was only upon entering the Slytherin common room that Draco ceased his pursuit of John. He raised the troll's head high and proclaimed to the still-awake Slytherins, "Behold, this is the head of the troll from the underground classroom. That beast has been vanquished by Shafiq. Shafiq has protected Hogwarts. He is the hero, the troll slayer." At this proclamation, all attention was drawn towards them. The crowd encircled John and Draco, chattering excitedly and pressing for further details. Reluctantly, John recounted the general circumstances. Yet, the enthusiastic Slytherins remained skeptical. "Come now. That was a troll. Many upperclassmen at Hogwarts cannot stand against a troll. How could it possibly have been defeated so easily?" They protested, convinced that John was merely pulling their leg. Ultimately, it was Draco who stepped forward. He hung the troll's head prominently above the fireplace, directly opposite Salazar Slytherin's portrait, then stood upon a chair, narrating the events with impassioned fervor. This was absurd, as Draco had not been present at all. His entire account was fabricated. In his rendition, John's battle with the troll was more intense than Dumbledore's confrontation with Grindelwald. Strangely enough, this outlandish tale garnered rapt attention from everyone present. They clustered around Draco, listening intently. And after one recounting was insufficient, they clamored for him to tell it again. Observing Draco, flushed with pride amidst the throng, John could only scratch his head in bemusement. He felt that this group of Slytherins must be quite unwell. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, for the battle with the troll had nearly exhausted his magical reserves, and he was utterly fatigued. Thus, stifling a yawn, John made his way towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione, having been reprimanded by Professor McGonagall, lay back down in her bed. Typically, she would have retired by this hour, but tonight she lay wide awake, clutching a piece of candy. Her heart sweetened by the events of the evening, as John's visage involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Should I also seek out John to express my gratitude? With this thought, Hermione felt a surge of inner turmoil. Chapter 64. Hermione. The following afternoon, as soon as the class concluded, Michelle eagerly pulled Hermione towards the library. "Oh dear, Michelle, could you slow down a bit? I'm feeling rather apprehensive. Why should you be afraid of merely meeting John? He one tea bite," Michelle remarked nonchalantly. At her words, Hermione felt a flush on her cheeks. After thanking Michelle the previous night, she had spent considerable time contemplating alone in her bed before deciding to thank John in person today. Yet, as the moment approached, her anxiety escalated. It was crucial to remember that John had mocked her on numerous occasions, and their relationship had reached a nadir. Before last night, the mere sight of John would have ignited her fury. However, following the events of the previous evening, Hermione's perspective had shifted. She no longer fretted over the potential breach of school rules. After all, if Michelle had not disregarded the rules to seek her out yesterday, she might have faced a significant risk of being devoured by the troll. This transformation had restored her relationship with Harry and Ron, and it made her realize that John's taunts were often a reaction to her own sharp words. This realization filled her with guilt and heightened her anxiety, as she feared John might still harbor resentment and greet her with sarcasm. The corridor leading to the library was bustling with students, many from Slytherin loudly recounting John's battle with the troll the previous night. Students from other houses were drawn in, listening with admiration as the Slytherins narrated the tale. Draco Malfoy even belted out a song he had composed for John, titled Troll Slayer, which bore a resemblance to the infamous Weasley is Our King. Except this one was intended to glorify John rather than belittle Harry. Upon hearing John's name, Hermione instinctively considered stopping to listen to the song in its entirety. However, Michelle firmly tugged her into the library. Perhaps due to the early hour, the library was not yet crowded, and they quickly spotted John seated in a corner by the window. "I told you we would find John in the library," Michelle proclaimed triumphantly. "Aside from attending classes and working for Professor Snape, he spends most of his time here." Hermione did not respond, her gaze fixed intently on John. She was well aware of what Michelle had said. After all, she too often sought solace in the library. Yet, in the past, when she had seen John there, She would merely curse her luck and find a distant seat. Today, however, she observed him anew, realizing that he was quite studious and had a profound love for reading, revealing a shared interest that excited her. Meanwhile, John also noticed the arrival of Michelle and Hermione. Observing the two eagerly rushing towards him, John furrowed his brow and remarked, "Michelle, I shall not grant you the troll's leg. That is not a toy suitable for a young girl like yourself. You hold people in such low regard, John. I have brought Hermione here to express my gratitude," Michelle retorted, giving Hermione a gentle nudge. "Ah," Hermione exclaimed in slight panic, quickly regaining her composure to bow respectfully. "Thank you for your assistance last night, Mr. Shafiq." Mr. Shafiq." Upon uttering this, Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson. She was so accustomed to the Weasley brothers referring to John as Lord Shafiq that she momentarily slipped up. John cast a sidelong glance at Hermione, noting her respectful demeanor, which seemed to indicate a change in her disposition. He then gestured towards the seats across from him and said, "No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling act. Please, have a seat." Hearing this, Hermione discreetly assessed John's expression, finding no trace of anger or mockery, and thus, she hesitantly joined Michelle in sitting down. At that moment, she finally caught sight of the cover of the book in John's hands, The Legend of Link, Jungle Edition. "Ah, do you enjoy this book as well?" It recounts the legendary wizard Link's adventures in the rainforest, detailing hundreds of fascinating herbs and creatures. "I recall there is a mushroom called the jumping umbrella fungus, whose juice can be extracted to create potions." Hermione seemed overly excited, launching into an enthusiastic monologue, and upon finishing, she beamed with delight, feeling she had performed splendidly. She believed that initiating a conversation on a shared topic was indeed the finest way to break the ice between strangers, a lesson imparted by her father. In response, John maintained a calm expression and replied, "Indeed, I have noted that. However, I must correct you. The proper method for handling the jumping umbrella fungus is not to extract its juice, but rather to collect the spores from its gills. Only the spores possess the value necessary for potion making. As for the mushroom itself, I believe it would make for a delightful dish." "That cannot be true," Hermione exclaimed, abruptly covering her mouth mid-sentence. She was aware that she had again succumbed to her tendency to instinctively counter when she heard someone state a misconception. I'm sorry," she muttered weakly, lowering her head in embarrassment. She felt she had surely ruined her meeting with John. "You are not entirely mistaken. The book does indeed say that," John said, shaking his head. "Yet, you must understand that what is recorded in books is not always accurate. My previous statement was based on practical experience. Experience is the only true test of knowledge. Coming from a Muggle family, you should be familiar with this adage, correct?" Hermione's face turned even redder. She recognized that John's final remark was likely a Muggle proverb, yet she had never encountered it before. This only deepened her admiration for John. His breadth of knowledge surpassed even Hermione's wildest imagination. "John, you are simply remarkable," Hermione exclaimed, unable to contain her enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, John rolled his eyes. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of his banter with Snape, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Hermione's words were laced with sarcasm. Yet, he had no evidence to support this suspicion. Sighing, he tossed the book The Adventures of Link, Jungle Edition, onto the table. The reason he was perusing this particular tome was that he had begun planning an expedition into the Forbidden Forest. This endeavor held a high priority in John's agenda, second only to the refinement of his dueling wizardry skills. After all, the Forbidden Forest was known to yield a plethora of extraordinary materials. With a bit of alchemical processing, these materials could be transformed into potions that John could consume, thereby enhancing his magical aptitude and strength. As a young wizard hailing from the Muggle world, utterly ignorant of the wonders of the extraordinary jungle, John felt it essential to read some practical guides and absorb the experiences of those who came before him. The Adventures of Link, Jungle Edition was one such guide he had selected. Regrettably, the character named Link within the book was exceedingly formidable, embarking on a journey through the jungle that seemed almost invincible, akin to having cheat codes. Such experiences were difficult for John to translate into practical knowledge. Observing his furrowed brow, Hermione quickly inquired, "Mr. Shafiq, have you encountered a dilemma? Is there anything I can assist you with?" John appraised Hermione for a moment, then nodded, replying, "I am currently in need of a guide on jungle survival, hunting, or foraging. You have read extensively and diversely. Do you have any recommendations in this regard?" Upon hearing this, Hermione sprang to her feet, her excitement palpable. "I haven't read many similar books, but I know a true expert in hunting. His name is Hagrid. I have a good rapport with him, and if you wish, I can take you to consult him directly." Chapter 65. The true tycoon. John regarded Hermione with mild surprise. In his recollection, She was not particularly easy to engage with. Yet today, she exhibited an extraordinary kindness. Could it be that the events of the previous night had impacted Hermione so profoundly that her notoriously difficult demeanor had undergone a fundamental transformation? John couldn't comprehend it. Nevertheless, he accepted Hermione's offer. He was not one to overlook kindness. Since she had extended the olive branch, he was more than willing to cultivate a friendship with her. Moreover, visiting Hagrid was already on his itinerary. The three of them immediately set off toward the exterior of Hogwarts Castle. Throughout the journey, Hermione remained steadfast in her plan to break the ice through a common language, incessantly narrating intriguing content from various books. She appeared remarkably exhilarated, speaking at an astonishing pace with her thoughts leaping from one topic to another. One moment she was discussing the historical aspects found in Hogwarts, a history, and the next she would pivot to speculations regarding the principles of transfiguration and the transformation of objects. This left John somewhat speechless, primarily due to Hermione's authentic London accent. In contrast, John hailed from the remote Jersey island, almost on the verge of France, where his English, though not French, bore a starkly different accent. Such a disparity in pronunciation did not impede their daily interactions. However, Hermione's rapid-fire delivery rendered much of what she said unintelligible to John. He could only respond with vague affirmations, and it was only when he genuinely understood a sentence that he would reply earnestly. This led to a rather awkward exchange regarding common topics, to the extent that an observer might cringe at the level of discomfort. Yet, despite the stilted conversation, Hermione glowed with happiness, reveling in the rare opportunity to engage in an equitable and harmonious dialogue about learning and knowledge with her peers, something she had scarcely experienced in her past decade. Since arriving at Hogwarts, she had not once encountered such an interaction, and the pent-up desire for social connection was nearly driving her to madness. Thus, rather than seeking to endear herself to John through shared topics, she was merely expressing her longing for conversation and connection. Indeed, even if John chose to remain silent, Hermione could continue to speak with delight. "Ah, we have arrived." Hermione finally concluded her discourse on the effects of the main ingredient, a herb known for its sedative properties. In the brewing process, she pointed towards the small cottage before them and remarked, "This is Hagrid's hut. I wonder if he is home." As she spoke, she approached the door, rubbing her flushed cheeks, still heated from their animated discussion. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted from within. It was Hagrid's hunting dog, Fong, who, although somewhat intimidating in appearance, was quite amiable and never bit. Fong merely enjoyed knocking over guests and showering them with affection. Believing this to be his way of expressing welcome and affection, Hermione turned to explain this to John and Michelle, though her smile was slightly strained. As her relationship with Hagrid was not particularly close, they had only met a few times through Harry's introductions. Fortunately, Hagrid had not forgotten Hermione, for as the door swung open, he immediately called out her name. "Hermione? Oh, are you here to visit me? What a delightful surprise," Hagrid exclaimed, while a massive black hound, wedged between his legs, broke free and charged towards John and the others. "Wow, what a sight." Michelle's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed and lunged forward, pinning the hunting dog beneath her, rubbing and nuzzling it affectionately. This bewildered the dog named Yaya, as it was typically the one to pounce on people, showering them with licks and wagging its tail in greeting. Why was the situation reversed today? Driven by a strong sense of pride, Yaya attempted to rise, yet Michelle's surprising strength held it firmly down, continuing to nuzzle as if cradling an enormous plush toy. Eventually, Yaya surrendered, exposing its belly, panting with its tongue out, and sweeping its tail across the ground in a display of goodwill. Hagrid, who had initially intended to intervene, sighed in relief. It was at this moment he noticed that Hermione was accompanied not by Harry and Ron. "You are." Hagrid furrowed his brow in thought. But before Hermione could introduce her companions, he exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, you must be the two siblings from the Leaky Cauldron, right? Harry has mentioned you both numerous times, saying how you always look out for him. Come in, come in." "Well then, we shall impose," John said, stepping forward without hesitation into Hagrid's humble abode. The space was a single room, with a copper kettle boiling water in the hearth, and a large bed in the corner, its bedding a patchwork of mismatched pieces, giving the place a rather shabby and untidy appearance. Fortunately, it was winter. Had it been summer, the small cabin would likely have been permeated by an indescribable odor. "Don't be shy. Please, find a place to sit," Hagrid cheerfully proclaimed as he produced a pile of rock cakes and poured hot water for John and the others. Yet, despite his invitation, only Hermione took a seat. Michelle was joyfully racing around the room with Yaya, bouncing from bed to bench, everything seemingly oversized compared to her usual belongings, which filled her with wonder. Meanwhile, John's attention was captured by the walls and ceiling, adorned with an array of hams, wild fowl, and vegetables, along with entire animal pelts and decorative taxidermy. At first glance, it appeared to be the typical fare of a hunter's cabin. However, John discerned the peculiarities within. Among the desiccated vegetables were various magical herbs such as angelica, blackroot, marshmallow, dancing mushroom, and aconite. Then, in a corner of the cabin, he discovered items like unicorn tail hairs and fairy wings, which left him utterly astonished. It was important to note that many of these items, even in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, would be carefully stored by shopkeepers, prepared to be sold at a premium, especially the unicorn tail hairs. This substance serves as the material for crafting wands, typically sold by the root, with each fetching a price of 10 galleons. The Ministry of Magic subsidizes the purchase of a first wand for young witches and wizards, thus reducing the price of a new one to 7 galleons. At present, Hagrid possesses an entire bundle of these materials, carelessly strewn about, as if they were mere refuse. John took a deep breath, finally managing to refocus his attention. His gaze towards Hagrid had transformed entirely. This was no disheveled gamekeeper. Rather, he was a veritable magnate. Chapter 66. Here comes the comfort food. Is there something you wish to discuss during your visit? Hagrid inquired once he had arranged tea and rock cakes. Hermione, as the introducer, naturally prepared to articulate their purpose. However, having surveyed Hagrid's collection, John found his thoughts shifting. He gestured to Hermione to pause and, with a smile, picked up a rock cake, saying, "It is indeed because of this. The rock cakes are truly delectable, and for someone like me, who often misses meals due to a busy schedule, they are especially convenient. Thus, I wondered if you might indulge me with a few more." Thanks to his experiences in his previous life and at St. Br-Lade, John had mastered the art of conversing with anyone or anything. Hagrid clearly held a deep affection for the rock cakes. Otherwise, he would not have chosen them to entertain guests. Complimenting the rock cakes was undoubtedly an excellent way to enhance Hagrid's fondness towards him. As John had anticipated, Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter in response. "Ha ha ha, John, I knew you were a connoisseur from the very first day I met you at the Leaky Cauldron." Hagrid chuckled, producing a large bag of rock cakes and stuffing it into John's arms. "Here, take it. Do not hesitate to return whenever you wish for more. I have plenty." "Thank you immensely, Hagrid. You have been a tremendous help," John expressed gratefully. Hagrid waved dismissively, and John continued, "How about this, to show my gratitude? Let me prepare a dish for you." "John, you can cook?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. To her, it seemed implausible that John, only 11 years old and as eager a student as she, could also find time to master the culinary arts amidst his commitments, including working for Snape. Yet, Michelle licked her lips and chimed in, "Of course. John's cooking is the best. Indeed, John is quite skilled in the kitchen. Hermione, you may not be aware, but he worked at the Leaky Cauldron. Just a few days ago, when I visited, Tom lamented that after John's departure, the food sales had plummeted by a staggering 70%. Hagrid nodded enthusiastically. "John, I cannot thank you enough. Feel free to use any ingredients in the house. If that proves insufficient, there is a small greenhouse behind the cottage where I have cultivated some vegetables." John nodded and promptly retrieved 2 chickens hanging from the ceiling. Unlike the other hams and cured meats, these chickens were remarkably fresh, likely slaughtered recently by Hagrid, making them perfect for stewing. He drew his wand and, with a spell, deftly cut them into pieces, placing them into a stone pot filled anew with fresh water to bring to a boil. During this time, John ventured into the greenhouse mentioned by Hagrid to gather some essential ginger and scallions, and he also collected some wild vegetables hanging in the cottage. Using a method to process magical materials, he employed magic to wash and accelerate the rehydration of the ingredients. Once the soaking was complete, the blood had been purged from the chicken pieces. John switched to another pot of water, adding the chicken and other ingredients in succession. After sealing the pot with a lid, he began to control the magical flames to heat the stone pot. Given the pot's poor thermal conductivity, which caused it to heat slowly and cool just as gradually, John increased the heat, mindful of the cooking time. Throughout this process, Hermione observed with a skeptical gaze. Noticing John was momentarily idle, she seized the opportunity to ask, "John, are you sure this will taste good?" "Of course," he replied, his wand still guiding the magical flames. "But you've just added a jumble of ingredients like the jumping mushroom, tianma, blackroot, and various other chaotic magical herbs. Haven't you?" Hermione frowned. "This doesn't resemble cooking. It feels more like brewing a potion." John articulated the unspoken concern echoed in Hermione's thoughts. She nodded vigorously. With a gentle smile, he added a few slices of ham to the pot and continued, "Do you think there is a distinction between cooking and potion making? Both require meticulous and precise handling of ingredients, subjected to the heat of flames and simmering ultimately consumed by someone. If that's the case, why can't I employ the techniques and materials of potion making and cooking? Hermione paused, her mind momentarily bewildered. Subjectively, she felt something was amiss. Yet John's reasoning was compelling, leaving her thoughts somewhat disordered. Time passed unnoticed until dusk began to descend, at which point John finally lifted the lid of the stone pot. Instantly, a rich aroma, accompanied by rising steam, enveloped the room, soon filling the entire cottage. Hermione's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the enticing scent that fervently stimulated her senses, eliciting an uncontrollable secretion of saliva. With a noticeable gulp, Hermione swallowed, producing an unmistakable sound. Hagrid and Michelle, engaged in conversation nearby, were drawn to the captivating aroma as well. John paid no heed to their reactions and ultimately sprinkled a spoonful of fine salt, pepper, and a generous handful of chopped scallions into the pot. He then cast the levitation charm, guiding the steaming stone pot towards Hagrid. "Ah, here comes the chicken soup," John exclaimed. Once the pot settled, he eagerly ladled himself a bowl, savoring a sip and exclaiming, "What a delightful experience this is." Observing the look of pure enjoyment on John's face, Hagrid and the others could no longer contain themselves. They scrambled for spoons, wildly filling their bowls with soup and meat, and began to eat with fervor. The chicken, having been simmered to perfection over an exacting flame, was tender and falling off the bone. The soup, enhanced by a layer of orange-hued chicken fat floating atop, retained its moisture and exquisite flavors. With each mouthful, an unimaginable blend of salty and savory tastes, mingled with a hint of herbal essence, surged forth, compelling Hagrid and his companions to continue swallowing despite the scalding heat. Hagrid even produced a hunk of black bread, nearly the size of John's torso, and began dipping it into the chicken soup. In a mere quarter of an hour, the large pot of chicken soup was entirely consumed. Hagrid, Hermione, and Michelle slumped in their chairs, expressions dazed and eyes glazed, with satisfied smiles gracing their lips. Meanwhile, John was attuned to the changes within his body. After his careful preparation, this pot of chicken soup transcended mere culinary delight, evolving into a medicinal dish, or perhaps even a potion. This meant that John could absorb the magical essence contained within, although its potency paled in comparison to that of specialized potions. The primary reason for this diminished effect lay in Hagrid's apparent lack of expertise in potion making and herbalism, resulting in a rather crude collection and processing of magical ingredients. Consequently, the quality and efficacy of many components had significantly declined. Nevertheless, some benefits were still to be gleaned. For instance, the addition of Angelica not only enriched the soup's aroma, but also imparted health benefits. Black cohosh offered liver protection and a slight uplift in mood, while Gastrodia and the mycological marvel known as the dancing mushroom both provided calming effects. Their combination with black cohosh was sufficient to induce a state of profound relaxation. A truly delightful experience. John, your culinary creation is simply exquisite. This is undoubtedly the finest meal I have ever had, Hagrid exclaimed, his tone languid and his features softened, clearly at the pinnacle of relaxation. This was precisely the effect John had aimed to achieve. To be frank, this is also the meal I am most satisfied with. After much contemplation, I believe it is primarily due to the quality of your ingredients, particularly the magical components. After all, a skilled cook cannot work miracles without good ingredients, John remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pressed on. "So, Hagrid, could you possibly share some of your magical ingredients with me? I am willing to purchase them. I have some new dishes that will require these ingredients, and when they are prepared, I will surely let you be the first to taste them." Upon hearing this, Hagrid initially felt a surge of joy and instinctively was about to agree. Yet, in the next moment, as if recollecting something, a grave expression appeared on his previously relaxed face. Chapter 67. Hagrid's countenance grew serious as he struggled to rise. "John, when you speak of new dishes, do you mean those like the stew you just made, which require magical ingredients, akin to potion crafting?" "Indeed," John replied with a smile. "The incorporation of magical materials imparts an extraordinary and sublime flavor to the dishes, as I trust you have just experienced." Hagrid nodded vigorously but then countered, "John, if that is the case, I cannot simply hand over magical ingredients to you. In fact, I somewhat regret allowing you to prepare that stew just now." John's brow furrowed, a hint of confusion crossing his face, yet he remained silent, watching Hagrid intently. "Both magic and potions are fraught with peril. I am certain your professors have shared numerous tales of the dire consequences stemming from failed spells and potion concoctions," Hagrid elaborated. "Developing a new potion, or innovatively applying potion-making methods to cuisine as you intend, carries even greater risks. Should any unintended side effects arise from your culinary creations, the repercussions could be severe." At this point, Hagrid suddenly shivered, as if haunted by a past experience that left a profound psychological scar. Yet John was undeterred and continued to persuade him, "Rest assured. Hagrid, what about Madame Pomfrey? I have witnessed her healing skills. They are remarkable. Moreover, I would never be foolish enough to use myself or others as test subjects. Madame Pomfrey is not infallible, and there are inherent dangers in the process." Hagrid shook his head again. "If you must pursue this, perhaps you could have a professional like Professor Snape supervise you? Only then would I feel comfortable providing you with the materials for your experimentation." The mere mention of Snape conjured an unpleasant image in John's mind. He quickly shook his head. Inviting Snape to oversee his magical culinary endeavors would be courting disaster. With a sigh, John contemplated his true desires, to obtain high-value magical ingredients from Hagrid, either for free or at a minimal cost, on a long-term basis. To achieve this goal, flimsy excuses would not suffice. He and Hagrid had only met a handful of times, even with Harry's connection. It was unlikely that Hagrid would allow John to gradually deplete his modest abode of its contents. In this context, the rationale of developing new dishes proved to be utterly perfect. In this process, Hagrid himself stands to gain, indulging in delightful culinary experiences, while John gradually expands his procurement of ingredients beyond mere potion materials, venturing even into the realm of unicorn tail hair. Who says such a thing cannot be used in cooking? John muses that weaving it into a rope for preparing Dompa pork could be quite splendid. Little did John anticipate that Hagrid would show such profound care for his students. At that moment, Hagrid observed John, who had ceased his entanglement and was now sighing in solitude, and felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Hagrid was well aware of Snape's demeanor towards students. Thus, he empathized with John's desire to avoid supervision from him. However, it was imperative that John's ongoing research be overseen by a professor. After much internal conflict, Hagrid finally resolved, "John, how about this? If you are determined to pursue this new culinary creation, then let us conduct the experiments here. I will supervise you. Admittedly, I may not be able to offer much assistance, but at the very least, should any mishaps occur during your research, I can ensure your safety. Moreover, I can taste your dishes. After all, my constitution is quite robust. Even if there are some side effects, I can endure them longer than you." As he spoke, Hagrid instinctively swallowed. This scene left John quite speechless. He strongly suspected that Hagrid proposed such a plan solely because he yearned to savor more delectable dishes at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, this proposal diverged from John's original intention. Nonetheless, it mattered little. According to Hagrid's scheme, John would merely be unable to indulge himself by secretly hoarding a portion of the materials. The normal creation of magical cuisine would still be feasible. Additionally, John could derive magical power from consuming these dishes. In essence, he would still be able to enjoy a bountiful increase in magical aptitude, albeit without the ability to profit from selling materials. This was, in fact, quite acceptable. With these thoughts in mind, John smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Hagrid." Upon hearing this, Hagrid awkwardly scratched his head. "Don't mention it, John. I should be the one expressing gratitude. After all, what you create is simply delectable." Hagrid's words were resolute, yet tinged with an undercurrent of guilt. In response, John's lips curled into a slight smile. Guilt suggests the possibility of further requests. Generally speaking, the probability of success increases significantly when a second, lesser request is made immediately after the first is declined. John nodded and said, "Then, Mr. Hagrid, why don't you share with me some knowledge about survival in the wilderness? I find this subject particularly intriguing." Hagrid paused, momentarily taken aback by the request. He is merely a bit dim-witted, not truly foolish, especially considering he has nearly been led astray by those mischievous Weasley twins. In an instant, he deduced that John's objective was the Forbidden Forest. Initially, he contemplated refusing and sternly warning John against such folly. After all, it was exceedingly perilous. Yet, he soon reflected, if he forbade John from going, would that truly deter him? Just like the Weasley twins, how many times had he attempted to dissuade them? And what was the outcome? Those two rascals still ventured into the Forbidden Forest at every opportunity. Thus, a warning was indeed necessary. However, he also needed to impart some genuine wilderness skills to John. At the very least to enlighten him about the treacherous areas that must be avoided, thereby maximizing his safety. "Very well, John. Let me elucidate the nature of the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid sighed, getting straight to the point. "I generally categorize the Forbidden Forest into inner and outer layers. The outer layer is the realm where we can safely roam. For instance, our Care of Magical Creatures class occasionally convenes in this outer region. The inner layer, however, belongs to the monsters, real monsters, man-eating creatures. Believe me, a novice wizard like yourself would not survive a mere half day in the inner layer of the Forbidden Forest alone. Therefore, Under no circumstances should you venture into the inner layer. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, John replied. Hearing this, Hagrid produced a bone whistle, stating, of course. You won't be able to discern which is the outer layer and which is the inner. Sometimes, I myself can't even tell. So, if you find yourself in peril, immediately blow this whistle. The centaurs are very sensitive to this sound, and upon hearing it, they will come to your aid. Centaurs? Indeed. Just as you imagine. Their tribe has dwelled in the forbidden forest for generations, intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree. They are protective of other creatures young and may offer you assistance or even rescue you. However, this is contingent upon your showing them respect. Centaurs are proud beings. They regard the forbidden forest as their territory and are averse to humans. Hagrid shook his head in resignation, saying, let us conclude for today. There are far too many precautions regarding the forbidden forest for me to cover in one sitting. You can come to my wilderness survival class every weekend, where we can also conduct research on developing new dishes with the materials here. Moreover, I must advise you against entering the forbidden forest, especially against harming its magical creatures. Should I catch you in the act, I will not hesitate to expel you. John smiled and nodded. Of course, I must venture into the forbidden forest. Just a glance at the myriad collections within Hagrid's abode reveals the astonishing bounty of the forest. If this endeavor can be properly established, my earnings will soar exponentially. The revenue from galleons and magical materials will directly accelerate John's capacity to absorb magical energy. An increase in income is tantamount to an enhancement of John's power. Moreover, visiting weekly allows one to indulge in a generous feast of magical delicacies crafted from an abundant supply of enchanted ingredients. Thus, John was resolute in his decision to attend the wilderness survival classes in the future. Taking a deep breath, he rose with the intention of expressing his gratitude to Hagrid. Just then, the door of the cabin swung open. Harry, with a look of astonishment, gazed at the group inside and exclaimed, "What? How did you all end up here?" Chapter 68, The Despicable Potter. John glanced at Harry and straightened up, smiling as he said, "I was just about to pay my respects to Mr. Hagrid. He is an exceptionally kind and knowledgeable individual who has provided me with immense assistance. Do you feel the same way?" Harry, somewhat surprised, replied, "Indeed. Hagrid is truly a wonderful person." Hagrid, flattered by their praises, waved his hands dismissively, exclaiming, "Oh dear, please, no more of that, or I shall become quite embarrassed. By the way, Harry, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Harry's face. He furtively cast a glance at John and sheepishly said, "Well, I wanted to invite you all to watch my first Quidditch match." Hagrid, clapping Harry on the shoulder, laughed heartily. "You needn't worry. I would attend regardless. I've been counting down the days." John, however, furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Quidditch match? Harry, if I recall correctly, first-year students are not eligible to join the Quidditch team. You might not be aware, John, but Harry, much like his father, possesses an extraordinary talent for Quidditch." Hagrid said proudly. "Just last week, while we were cleaning the flying brooms together, he demonstrated a remarkable sloth grip roll. I immediately recommended him to Professor McGonagall, who, clearly, values talent. She contacted the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and after a series of evaluations, Harry is now the new seeker for Gryffindor." "Congratulations, Harry," John said with a smile. Harry, feeling a bit bashful, looked down and asked, "John, will you come to my first match?" "It's next Saturday." John nodded, replying, "If I have no other engagements that day, why not?" At this, Harry danced with excitement, while Hagrid beamed at them. Once Harry's exuberance had calmed slightly, Hagrid said, "Well then, the hour grows late. You little ones ought to head back to the castle. Do take care on your way, and watch your step." With that, John bowed once more to Hagrid, then gently roused Michelle and Hermione, who had dozed off from indulging too much. The group, chatting and laughing, departed from Hagrid's cabin, continuing their conversation about Quidditch as they made their way toward Hogwarts Castle. Their discussion persisted until they reached the entrance hall, where they found Draco and his companions blocking their path. "Malfoy, what do you want this time?" Harry spoke with great agitation. In his mind, these three individuals were undoubtedly here to create trouble for him, as was their custom. However, this time Draco completely ignored Harry, his gaze fixated on John. "John, why are you with the weasel?" Draco exclaimed incredulously. John, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "So, what do you want from me?" Draco had been keen to learn the hanging charm for quite some time now. Hearing John's question, Goyle instinctively reached for his pocket. Yet, just as he was halfway there, Draco stopped him, leaving Goyle bewildered, his small eyes filled with confusion. Inside Goyle's pocket was a book titled A Concise Guide to Jungle Exploration, Authored after consultations with numerous magical creature experts, herbologists, and adventurers, specifically tailored for those embarking on jungle escapades. Despite the term concise in the title, the book meticulously covered dozens of categories related to hunting in the jungle, gathering magical materials, taming magical creatures, and crafting simple alchemical tools and traps, making it essentially an encyclopedia of jungle lore. Draco had purchased this book as a surprise gift for John upon learning of John's recent quest for knowledge on jungle survival, and it had only just arrived that very afternoon. Yet now, Draco was preventing him from taking it out? Goyle was utterly perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, Draco was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Ever since receiving John's gift, the trophy of goodwill symbolized by a troll's head, Draco had been quite invested in John, contemplating an appropriate gift in return for his overture of alliance. This led him to discover John's interest in jungle survival knowledge and subsequently order the concise guide to jungle exploration. Furthermore, the three had waited in the foyer for the entire afternoon to personally present the book to John. And what did he witness? John was laughing and chatting with the weasel, returning side by side. Draco clenched his fists. "I've been looking for you all afternoon. That's why I asked what you wanted." John frowned, responding, "Of course, if it pertains to that spell from the midnight duel, you needn't mention it. I will not teach you." This declaration startled both Hermione and Harry. They understood that the spell in question referred to the silencing charm that had been used to suspend Harry upside down. Thus, it became clear to them that John had been enduring Draco's harassment because he refused to teach him that particular spell. Then, they were deeply moved. "Thank you, John. You are truly my best friend," Harry exclaimed with heartfelt emotion, patting John on the shoulder. "You are absolutely right. That spell must never be taught to Malfoy, for he would undoubtedly employ it for malevolent purposes. However, you may impart it to me. I am not like Malfoy. I would use it solely for self-defense." With that, Harry cast a warning smile towards Draco. Draco was momentarily at a loss for words, panting heavily as he remarked, "John, you are a Slytherin. You should not associate with Gryffindors, especially not with a fool like Potter. You will be influenced." John felt an unsettling familiarity with Draco's words, as though he had heard them before. After pondering for a moment without recollection, John decided to dismiss the thought and simply shook his head, stating, "There is no school rule that prohibits Slytherins from befriending Gryffindors, and you have no authority to dictate whom I associate with." With that, John and his companions circumvented Draco and his cronies, making their way towards the Great Hall. Draco's fury intensified, yet, as he watched John and the others depart, particularly when he spotted Hermione and Michelle, a sudden revelation struck him. "I understand. It must be a beauty trap." Draco seethed. That despicable Potter. He must have sent Miss Rabbit to seduce John, intending to recruit him as one of his minions. Our so-called savior excels at such tactics. The reason he sought to reclaim the memory orb was to win over Longbottom. The more Draco contemplated the situation, the more convinced he became of his theory. Although John possessed great power, even heroes struggled against the allure of beauty. Even his father, Lucius Malfoy, had faced such dilemmas in his youth. However, the thought of John being attracted to Miss Rabbit was a matter of questionable taste. Yet, this was clearly not the time to critique John's aesthetic preferences. It was imperative to devise a strategy to win John back. Otherwise, he might become increasingly entangled with Potter and potentially assist him in confronting Draco. Merely imagining that scenario sent shivers down Draco's spine. But how should he proceed? Should he employ a beauty trap as well? With that thought, Pansy's smiling visage naturally surfaced in his mind. He quickly and resolutely shook his head. He could not bear to do that. However, apart from Pansy, he truly did not know any other attractive girls. Draco fell into contemplation. Time passed without his notice until he finally inhaled deeply, his expression resolute. It seemed he would have to resort to a clumsy approach. Meanwhile, John remained blissfully unaware of Draco's inner turmoil. After bidding farewell to Harry and Michelle, he promptly delved into the library, commencing his research. This was in preparation for the impending expedition into the Forbidden Forest. After all, while the yields of the Forbidden Forest in winter may be scarce, it certainly did not imply a lack of potential rewards. John had a premonition that the rewards might surpass those from Hagrid's domain. Chapter 69. Draco's strategy. Days later, all preparations were complete. John set off towards the Forbidden Forest, carrying a bulging cloth bag. November at Hogwarts was already quite frigid, with the surrounding mountains shrouded in a gray haze, blanketed in snow, and the surface of the Black Lake as cold and hard as tempered steel. For John, who had spent his previous life in the southern plains, where snow was a rarity and mountains seldom graced the horizon, this scenery was astonishingly novel. He frequently glanced around, admiring the picturesque landscape. occasionally stamping his feet in the snow to relish the crunching sound beneath him and to observe the footprints he left behind. This behavior made him resemble a tourist marveling at the snowy vistas rather than an intrepid explorer heading into the forbidden forest. However, as he neared the forest, John swiftly adjusted his mindset. He took several deep breaths and conducted a final check of his equipment and supplies before calling out to the direction behind him, "Stop hiding. You've followed me all this way." At this proclamation, aside from a few snowflakes tumbling from the nearby treetops, there was no response. John had no choice but to draw his wand. At that moment, Draco, who had been concealed behind a rock, finally emerged. "Don't shoot. I'm coming out," Draco exclaimed, somewhat flustered. Perhaps he found the thick winter robes of Hogwarts unappealing, as he was still clad in a relatively thin autumn cloak, shivering in the snow. His nose a bright red, occasionally twitching from the cold. Seeing him in such a state left John utterly speechless. He waved Draco over, gesturing for him to approach, and then tossed him a vial of bright orange potion. "Drink this." "Oh." Without hesitation, Draco struggled to unscrew the cap and drank it down in one gulp. Instantly, his eyes sparkled. This was only natural, as John had provided him with a cold-resistant potion, specially concocted to taste like orange soda, delicious and effective against the chill. "Return to the dormitory, Draco. It's too cold," John advised. Draco shook his head resolutely. "That won't do. I must accompany you." "But are you really heading to the Forbidden Forest?" "That's none of your concern," John frowned. "Why are you so intent on following me?" At this, Draco fell silent, merely smiling with a hint of pride. This was, in fact, Draco's cunning strategy to win John back. Although he could not find a beautiful girl to employ the art of seduction, he had his own means. Of course, this did not imply that Draco intended to personally engage in any flirtation with John. Instead, he resolved to steadfastly implement his shadowing strategy, which meant that wherever John went, he would follow. Undoubtedly, this was an exceedingly foolish tactic. However, Draco found it quite advantageous. After all, during the initial days of this scheme, John had scarcely interacted with anyone from Gryffindor other than the Weasley twins. In Draco's eyes, this was undoubtedly the effectiveness of the shadowing strategy. Alas, John let out a long sigh. Had he been privy to Draco's current thoughts, he would have undoubtedly approached the lad and delivered a couple of punches. The reason he had refrained from associating with Michelle and others these past few days was solely due to his intense preparations for venturing into the Forbidden Forest. As for Draco's shadowing strategy, it served no purpose other than to irritate John, who would appreciate someone trailing behind them all day, occasionally bursting forth to prattle on. Moreover, this fellow seemed to be possessed by some fervor, resolutely refusing to be dissuaded, no matter what means John employed to rid himself of him. The situation remained unchanged. All right, I permit you to continue following," John relented. Upon hearing this, Draco was overjoyed and hurried to close the distance to John's side. But before he could approach, John tossed a hefty cloth bag into his arms. "What does this mean?" Draco stammered, struggling with the burden of the bag, which was both large and heavy. "Just carrying some luggage." John raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you unwilling?" "Ah, I am willing, it's just." Draco began to protest, but he saw that John had already stepped into the Forbidden Forest, compelling him to quicken his pace to keep up. The winter landscape of the Forbidden Forest was quite desolate. The once lush woodland was now entirely blanketed in ice and snow, and most magical creatures had either gone into hibernation or were tucked away in their nests to escape the cold. Under the silver shroud, the branches of the trees drooped listlessly, appearing devoid of vigor. Attempting to gather herbs in such an environment was utterly unrealistic. Yet this greatly diminished the terror usually associated with the Forbidden Forest. At least sunlight could filter through the sparse branches. John and Draco navigated through the woods, with Draco incessantly chattering behind him. Thankfully, the weight of the cloth bag soon left Draco breathless, and he could no longer muster the energy to speak. This, too, was John's intention in assigning him the burden. After walking several hundred meters deeper into the Forbidden Forest, John finally came to a halt as the trees ahead grew denser. "Why have we stopped?" Draco exclaimed, dropping the bag to the ground and placing his hands on his hips, panting heavily. John paid him no mind, instead retrieving the bone whistle Hagrid had given him and blowing it forcefully. The sound was not sharp, but rather somewhat dull. Strangely, its penetrating power was remarkable. John could even feel the vibrations of the sound waves penetrating his body and radiating outward. Draco curiously scrutinized the bone whistle, perplexed by John's intentions. To him, John's actions today were utterly baffling. Why, on such a cold winter's day, would he forsake the warmth of the fireplace to venture into the icy Forbidden Forest? Nevertheless, he had long ceased to ponder such questions. For, in less than half an hour, a dozen centaurs emerged from all directions, surrounding them firmly. These beings bore an uncanny resemblance to the centaurs of Greek mythology, with human torsos above the waist and robust horse bodies below, complete with long tails trailing behind. You should not be wandering in our woods. This is our territory. The black-haired centaur leader scoffed. Even with Hagrid's token, it makes no difference. Leave at once. Or do not force us to take action. Upon uttering these words, the group of centaurs encircling John advanced a step closer. Their fierce appearances, armed with bows and arrows, instilled a sense of dread in Draco, prompting him to instinctively retreat behind John. In response, John slowly bowed to the surrounding centaurs and, with a gentle smile, said, "Gentlemen, please do not be alarmed. I come in peace, wishing to bring warmth and goodwill to my neighbors in the Forbidden Forest during this winter season. Indeed, you are correct. I am a merchant who can enhance your lives. Come, my friends, feel free to choose from my wares. I am open to bartering. With just a few herbs or some pelts, you can acquire the items you have long desired." With that, John opened the bag, revealing an assortment of mundane objects such as Swiss Army knives, magnesium fire starters, and trinkets. The idea of trading with the centaurs had struck John the moment he learned of their existence in the Forbidden Forest. After all, Hagrid had only been the keeper of the grounds for a few decades, and his hut was already overflowing with magical materials. John could even envision Hagrid periodically discarding items to make room for more, a luxury beyond imagination. How affluent must the centaurs, who had dwelled in the Forbidden Forest for generations, be? It was a simple deduction. To that end, he had hastily procured a plethora of goods from the Weasley twins. However, the centaurs seemed disinterested in trading. After listening to John's intentions and inspecting the merchandise, the centaur opposite him erupted in fury. "Damn it! You wretched wizards dare to insult us!" The black-haired centaur leader bellowed as he drew his bow, releasing an arrow that landed directly at John's feet. "Get lost, you despicable scoundrel. Do not even think of obtaining a single strand of fur from us. Depart at once. This is our territory. We would rather perish, devoured by spiders, than engage in any dealings with you." Simultaneously, the surrounding centaurs grew restless, brandishing their bows and hurling curses. Their fervor was remarkable, a torrent of incomprehensible expletives cascading from their lips, yet John remained undeterred. It was as if he had not heard the prior warning from the black-haired centaur. He continued to wear a benevolent smile and said, "From this day forth, every Friday afternoon, I shall set up my stall right here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Be it sharp weapons, warm clothing, handy tools, or exquisite jewelry, I have it all." Upon hearing this, the centaurs became even more incensed, convinced that John was mocking them. Draco, unable to contain himself, tugged at John's sleeve and whispered urgently, "We should leave, John. Centaurs are sentient beings. They are perilous. I do not wish to be struck down by their arrows." John remained unfazed, still smiling as he maintained eye contact with the black-haired centaur. After a tense 10 minutes, the centaur snorted coldly and, leading his fellow centaurs, swiftly vanished into the dense forest. Seeing this, Draco, who had been sweating profusely in anxiety, finally exhaled in relief and slumped down into the snow. Meanwhile, John chuckled softly and nodded in approval. He was quite satisfied with Draco's earlier demeanor, though the lad was somewhat arrogant and vain, unable to tolerate criticism from others. He at least possessed a healthy instinct for self-preservation, which, while not necessarily a virtue, indicated that he was not a fool. Had Draco recklessly confronted the centaurs, John's business endeavor would have been severely jeopardized. Thankfully, Draco had kept his mouth shut. In a buoyant mood, John explained to Draco, "You need not worry. Those centaurs would never harm us. In fact, they will ensure our safety." Draco, still recovering from his earlier fright, turned abruptly to John, his face a canvas of confusion. "Why would they do that?" "Because we are the human equivalent of foals." "What?" Noticing Draco's continued lack of understanding, John began to unpack his belongings and set up his stall while elaborating. "Essentially, we are akin to juveniles. In human terms, we are minors. Centaurs, proud and sensitive as they are, abide by the laws of nature and, unless absolutely necessary, would not harm the young of other creatures. They will even extend their protection to them." Centaur possess such virtues? Draco clearly found this hard to believe, perceiving them as beasts, monstrous hybrids that feast on flesh and blood. Once again, the arrogant notions of pure-blood supremacy and wizard superiority emerge. "What distinguishes you, harboring such beliefs, from the creatures you so disdain?" John expressed his contempt, adding that if your assertions hold true, then you should harbor no fear of those creatures. After all, wizards reign supreme over all beings, being the mightiest faction on this planet. Why would they fear mere beasts? And indeed, the secrecy laws are rendered unnecessary. Given the formidable strength of wizards, why would they conceal themselves? John's words pierced Draco's heart like a dagger. He extended a trembling hand, pointing at John, yet could not fathom how to counter his arguments. John continued his incisive remarks. Nobility should embody reason and elegance at all times. While they may possess pride, they do not indulge in arrogance, for that would be exceedingly foolish. It is only the pretentious nouveau riche who flaunt their wealth, status, and lineage, oblivious to the fact that, in the eyes of the inherently noble, they appear as jesters. Frankly, Draco, are you truly a Malfoy? Your family has boasted a lineage spanning nearly a millennium. Why then do you present yourself in such a coarse manner? At this, Draco was utterly taken aback. His gaze swept over the wares displayed by John, and he crossed his arms, deridingly retorting, Indeed, I, as a Malfoy, exhibit the crudeness and arrogance of the nouveau riche. But how does one of your ancient lineage, the Shafiq, fare any better? Look at your merchandise, all mere trinkets crafted by muggles. How could they possibly sell? Truly, it is laughably foolish. John remained unfazed, responding calmly. Allow me to clarify once more. Although I bear the surname Shafiq, I am not of that family. I am merely an ordinary wizard of muggle descent. As for whether your so-called muggle trash will sell, I can only conclude that you are indeed ill-informed. I have encountered many who masquerade as purebloods, yet you are the first to pose as a muggle while claiming pureblood status. However, this is hardly surprising. Draco, it seems, has adopted the art of sarcasm, perhaps influenced by his association with the Shafiqs, a family that has maintained a low profile and elegance for nearly a century, often retreating into seclusion. Even when the Dark Lord sought to recruit you, you refused to emerge. Truly remarkable. John, upon hearing this, shook his head, opting not to engage in further debate. Instead, he constructed a fire pit from stones and retrieved some pre-skewered meats and vegetables, placing them on the grill to roast. Initially, Draco continued his sarcastic tirade, lamenting how the Shafiq family was too timid to join the Dark Lord in grand endeavors, and then mocking John for his foolishness in attempting to sell muggle trinkets, which he insisted would certainly yield a loss. As the aroma of grilled meat intensified, particularly after John sprinkled some cumin and chili powder, Draco found himself rendered speechless. He had no choice but to keep his mouth shut, lest saliva begin to flow. What kind of meat are you grilling, Shafiq? It smells divine, Draco exclaimed, reaching out eagerly. John, however, was not inclined to indulge him. He swatted Draco's filthy hand away, declaring, Do not touch. This is not prepared for you. Draco, rubbing the back of his hand in discontent, protested, What? Are you planning to feast alone? I merely spoke a few unkind words about you. Why are you so miserly, just like Professor Snape? John rolled his eyes, silently resolving to relay Draco's comments to Professor Snape later. He then called out towards the distant thicket, My dear centaur friend, come forth. The weather is chilly, and we should swiftly conclude our dealings and enjoy some roasted meat to warm ourselves. Don't waste your breath. John, Draco retorted, shaking his head. Do you truly believe I have not read about centaurs? Those beasts revere nature and despise anything unnatural. In other words, they would never come to purchase your rubbish. No sooner had Draco spoken than, to his astonishment, a centaur indeed emerged from the distant woods, approaching them with a deliberate gait. His mouth fell agape in surprise. John's face also flickered with astonishment, for the figure before him was none other than the dark-haired centaur leader, who had previously boasted vehemently, even declaring he would rather be consumed by spiders than by anything. Nevertheless, John quickly regained his composure and greeted, Greetings, my dear centaur friend. You too, young human. The centaur replied, You are a commendable wizard, humble and respectful towards us and nature. You deserve to traverse our forest, which is why I stand before you once more. After addressing John, the dark-haired centaur turned a fierce gaze towards Draco, warning, You, cursed one, it is best you do not wander into the forest alone again, or else. Draco could not suppress a shiver, trembling at the threat. Meanwhile, John's smile grew ever brighter. He had anticipated that a centaur would return. This was hardly surprising. Even if not for the sake of purchasing goods, the centaurs, who regarded the forbidden forest as their domain, would not allow two young wizards to roam freely within it. Thus, surveillance was inevitable. This was precisely why he had engaged Draco in a lengthy debate about the virtues of centaurs and the superiority of wizards. Now, it appeared that this approach had proven effective. With Draco serving as a foil, John's non-discriminatory stance towards centaurs, coupled with his appreciation for their virtues, had evidently won the favor of the dark-haired centaur before him. At this moment, since the other party could heed John's call and emerge from the thicket, it was highly probable that they were prepared to engage in a transaction with him. Indeed, The dark-haired centaur reluctantly withdrew his fierce gaze from Draco and, with a hint of trepidation, addressed John. You mentioned earlier that you possess exquisite jewelry. Ah, indeed I do, John exclaimed joyfully, snapping his fingers. He then retrieved 2 necklaces from his stall, presenting them with a flourish. Behold, crafted from pure silver, each weighing approximately 20 grams. Adorned with pendants shaped as the sun and moon. These should be quite fitting for you, considering your expertise in astronomy and celestial phenomena. The dark-haired centaur nodded vigorously, his eyes fixed intently on the 2 necklaces, yet a lingering hesitation marred his expression. Sensing this, John pressed on. The most crucial point is that these necklaces are entirely handcrafted by ordinary people, just like my skewers. They have been made without the aid of any muggle technology or magic, absolutely natural. Moreover, they are a couple's design. Surely you comprehend what that signifies, yes? Good. Then imagine wearing this sun pendant while your lovely companion dons the moon. At this, the centaur's hesitation evaporated. Enough, he exclaimed, his eyes wide and breath quickening with excitement. I shall buy them. 2 of them. Are these sufficient for trade? If not, I can return for more. As soon as he finished speaking, a leather pouch was thrust into John's arms. Upon opening the bag, John was astonished to find it filled with billywig stings. This substance is a key ingredient in various potions, including the waking draught, and when used alone, it induces a dizzying, floating sensation. The going rate in Diagon Alley for a bottle containing 39 stings is 7 galleons, and this small bag contained no less than 70. Thus, for those 2 worthless silver necklaces, he had essentially exchanged them for over 10 galleons. Taking a deep breath to suppress his elation, John continued, This is more than sufficient. Truly splendid. My dear centaur friend, I am neither greedy nor deceitful. You have indeed allowed me to profit handsomely. This is what you deserve. For we centaurs are ever generous to our friends. Turning to Draco, the dark-haired centaur added ominously, As for our enemies, I shall be more merciless than the northern winds. However, Draco was not intimidated this time. The spectacle unfolding before him had long surpassed his capacity for comprehension and acceptance. He felt as if he had been petrified, his entire being frozen in disbelief as he gazed at John with an expression of utter astonishment. Unfazed by Draco's reaction, John cheerfully offered the skewers to the centaur. Well said. I too am not a miser. Come, sample my culinary skills. I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. At this, the dark-haired centaur furrowed his brow. In principle, he was reluctant to partake in the food offered by the wizard. Yet, upon gazing into John's earnest eyes, he accepted the skewer out of friendship and cautiously took a bite. At that moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. How does it taste? John inquired softly. The dark-haired centaur did not respond. Instead, he voraciously tore into the skewer. As John continued to hand him more skewers, a smile gradually spread across his lips. Creatures like the centaur, having lived in the forest for eons and venerating nature, usually maintained a rather bland diet. When confronted with the rich flavors of barbecued fare, there were typically 2 reactions, either an utter rejection, discarding it as worthless, or an awakening to a new culinary realm, leading to insatiable cravings. The dark-haired centaur before him clearly belonged to the latter category. After indulging for nearly half an hour, the centaur finally paused. He surveyed the littered skewers on the ground, let out a satisfied burp, and sheepishly scratched his head. You must return quickly, my dear centaur friend. Surely, a beautiful lady in your village awaits your gift? John said with a smile. Of course, I suggest you prepare a jewelry box to present it in. As for that, I shan't sell it to you. After all, when it comes to woodworking, you centaurs are the true artisans. At this remark, the dark-haired centaur's gaze ignited with fervor. He excitedly patted John's shoulder and declared, You have earned my friendship, young human. Henceforth, you may freely traverse our forest. Should you encounter peril, feel free to sound that bone whistle, and I shall be the first to arrive to assist you. This is the promise I, Bane, bestow upon you. With that, the centaur turned, glancing back several times as he made his way into the dense woodland. John remained rooted in place, watching him until the centaur's figure vanished completely. It was only then that Draco, who had been lurking nearby like a statue, finally came to his senses. How did you manage that? Draco said incredulously. Centaurs are known to be quite averse to humans. They don't even wear clothing and utilize primitive bows and arrows. How could they possibly desire your muggle rubbish? That is precisely why I say you truly understand nothing, John replied, shaking his head with a gentle laugh. It is true that centaurs revere nature and are wary of humans, but that does not imply they disdain a more convenient lifestyle and better living conditions. Such is the instinct of all beings. Driven by this instinct, or desire, certain centaurs will inevitably seek to engage with human creations, This is indisputable, akin to how every community harbors both the virtuous and the nefarious. Indeed, within centaur villages, there exist traditionalists, progressives, and those who waver in between. Moreover, John's selection of goods was remarkably astute. Everything he had brought from the Muggle world over the past few days consisted of an assortment of odds and ends. To someone like Draco, a wizard, these items appeared as mere refuse. There exists not a single item imbued with magic, not one. However, the perspective of the centaurs diverges significantly. At this juncture, they still possess a sense of shame, striving for a better existence while simultaneously fearing ridicule and scorn from their peers for utilizing human creations. Should John attempt to sell them alchemical devices or technological gadgets, they would undoubtedly reject such offers. In contrast, lighter industrial goods or handcrafted items, which could genuinely enhance their quality of life, would be received with open arms. With the addition of John's so-called artisanal and natural rhetoric, their receptiveness would soar. Most importantly, the centaurs remain oblivious to the true value of magical materials versus mundane trinkets. To them, exchanging the abundant magical resources for mundane items appears to be a lucrative deal. Likewise, for John, trading worthless mundane items for precious magical materials is equally advantageous. This is a quintessential win-win situation. Naturally, John would refrain from elucidating these intricacies to Draco. Just as the centaur Bane departed, John noticed another centaur approaching his stall.